tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Turanci ko turawa, gyara zabi da kowa, ba ma shakka.
Lallai ba ma shakkar 'yan ganye.
Duka dauka.
Ku fade mu fade duka dauka solaye.
Sai mi marka.
Sai Tinubu kauce kauce obe baya.
Olórí turen, olórí tusan, Bola Aṣíwájú. Ogologo, ogologo.
Aṣíwájú.
Ogologo, ogologo.
Aṣíwájú. Olórí olótó.
Olórí dùnìgì, olórí dùnìmọ̀, olórí alánú. Aṣíwájú mi yẹnjú, àwa ọlọ́tẹ̀ dààmú. Aṣíwájú dùnú ṣe, ọlọ́tẹ̀ níṣẹ́ dùnyí. Ìwé àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀, ìwé àwọn ìṣèbàjẹ́, ìwé àwọn ẹlẹ́jẹ̀, ìwé àwọn alábòsí. Olórí ìhìn rere, olórí tí ń ṣe rere, olórí tó fi wá péré. Aṣíwájú tó fi wá péré, Jagaba tó fi wá péré. Yarabawa Hausawa, na ce Asuwaje tutayin
Na
mata.
ce Asuwaje tutayin mata.
Wasu sun sau mota kanta,
Asuwaje tutayin mata.
ka biyo su jirgi mai mota.
Asuwaje tutayin mata.
Da fito na kwarai baya tabta,
Asuwaje tutayin mata.
Jagaba cancanta.
Asuwaje tutayin.
See this guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, don't be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally, I come to drop bars, something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said gonna shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't dey smile, feel like say your head is on ball. He said he dey feel the way I just dey go, the flow is dope. He said he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say gonna bad. Who be this your fine baby like this waiting for your man? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. Did they get them out? Or this your girl she fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel am, they don't say he bad. Everybody don't they see them, don't say yes he do. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they leave me hanging. It's not like they come, you know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving ham sounding. Everybody they see him, they don't say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe. So find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you don't say me self, I don't want to make it. Make it no come be like say me self, I come here, come the toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me, how far, waiting, come they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self, I don't want on the low. But I know say yes, the girl she fine, she get the two-way man, they fine, but the gun design, God, the day design, the design, I know the lie. She get the thing like this way the man, they fine. But
alábòsí inú ẹrù wọn pẹ́ jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn o ó dórí àwọn. Àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó lórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀ lórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀. lọ́nà o mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó lè ọlá ní ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ tàgbà o èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀ ẹ má forí orí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Sókótó wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Sókótó ohun bẹ lágbo Sókótó mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sádì ọba bá lókè mo sádì ọba bá lókè o mo sádì ọba bá lókè mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
All right. So there it is right there. Big apologies for the somewhat the headline is wrong. The caption it should have read Nnpc, not EFCC. So I've actually changed the headline in the last minute. That was why that was. But I've tried to change it back just now. Hopefully the changes have taken effect. Thank you for pointing that out, Crown, and I think Ribad was there as well. So thank you for that. So also yes, I picked it up, Ribadu. Hopefully that has changed. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Apologies for yesterday, I didn't come out. But I think we're seeing that with increasing frequency. Some instances I'm not coming out, but I wasn't even going to come out today, but I didn't want it to be 2 days in succession that have not come out because we have to keep the fire burning, the light going and all that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. Thank you for being here. Our protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please do that. Subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your ticket to ride on the juggernaut train that is the one man went to more experience. So your ticket to the first class coach of the juggernaut train that is the one man went to more experience is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to be part of the conversation, then click on that. And please share the links just as widely as you can as well. All of those groups that you belong to on WhatsApp, just copy the links and put them in there. All your Facebook groups. Look at Meadowman. It's been too long. You have to come on the screen and say hello. Meadowman, one of the OGs of the platform, he disappeared for a while. Good to see you in the comment section. I am glad now that I came out, if only to say get an hello from Meadowman. So good at you and all that. So click on like, as I said, click on subscribe, as I said, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. As I said, share the links just as widely as you can as I invite, and then super chat towards the stream if you're so inclined. So the super chat, you are not really under any obligations to do. That is entirely discretionary. But the first 4 line items, you are somewhat being compelled. I'm somewhat pushing you to do that. So the super chats are optional. That's at your discretion. But the likes, I'm almost insistent on that. So I'm insisting then that you must click on like. So I have to insist on that. And if you're not already subscribed, I have to insist that you subscribe as well. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's also discretionary. If you want the conversation, then jump on. Sharing the links in your social media spaces, I have to insist on that too. So 3 elements almost are compulsory: the likes, the shares, and making sure that you're subscribed. So those ones are compulsory. Click on the hyperlink to come and say, clicking on the hyperlink to come and be on the screen to be part of the conversation. That's recommended, but there's no compulsion to that. And then super chatting towards the stream, that's entirely at your discretion. But those are the traditional 5-line call to actions that we always start the session with. So do all those. So a lot happening within the news cycle. People were, I changed the headline at the last minute because the news just popped through and I caught it as it was just passing through. The former Nnpc chairman, being now in EFCC custody. So this is something that broke in somewhat of a mid-level platform. It came out on a legit platform. Whatever, is it legit? Yes, legit media, we call them, but they have somewhat of credibility, and that's why I've run with this headline. But the totality of the veracity of it will evolve over time. Apparently, allegedly, the man has come out to debunk that this is the case. But we go with the headline first. Former Nnpc chairman Mele Kyari allegedly detained in EFCC custody. So if it's not already under detention, it will certainly be detained. And I think Tinubu actually wants Buhari sign off before he arrests this guy. But whether Buhari signs off on it or not, this guy is, without equivocation, is almost a certainty that this man is going in custody. What we do know is that the heads of all of the refineries that have been that they've used like endless billions of dollars to try and refurbish, all of their chairmen are in custody. All of the lead people in those particular hobbles or hubs, all the lead people in those particular hubs, we know they're in custody. So that is to tell you then that the noose is circling around Mele Kyari's neck, So if he's not in custody now, then almost certainly he will be within the shortest possible time. Former Nnpc chairman Mele Kyari allegedly detained in EFCC custody. So let's run through this. pardon me, Mele Kyari, the immediate past group chief executive officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, Nnpc Limited, has already been was the even if he attended an invitation, but they've not retained him within Nnpc within EFCC rather facilities, then the headline still has some veracity. So if he's been interviewed or been interrogated but not been detained, then the headline still has some veracity. Former Nnpc chairman Mele Kyari allegedly detained in EFCC's custody. So let's go through this at speed. Mele Kyari, the immediate past group chief executive officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, Nnpc Limited, has already been made to answer questions in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. And by the way, the guy wrote an apostle. He wrote quite a thesis on his Twitter page, which we will get to in a moment. So, like I said, the vultures are circling, the noose tightening around this guy's neck. Former Nnpc, let's take it from top again. We go at speed. Mele Kyari, the immediate past group chief executive officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, has already been made to answer questions in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The former Nnpc boss and some top officials of the national oil firm who were recently removed from their offices are answering questions on the alleged misappropriation of funds and abuse of funds. So there is no way that this guy should and would escape. When did EFCC arrest Mele Kyari? According to the cable, sources disclosed that the former Nnpc boss was taken into custody on Friday, May the 2nd, and there is a tendency that he will be spending the whole weekend over there. So even if he spends a night there, then he was detained. The EFCC officials are not speaking about the arrest. However, a leaked letter reportedly sent to Bayo Ojulari, the new GCEO, has been making waves on social media. In the letter, the anti-graft agency requested the new Nnpc boss to provide true copies of the emoluments and allowances of the 14 officials, as well as those who have retired and those who are no longer working with the firm. The other officials under investigation are Mustafa Magaji, Sugungu, Abubakar Lawal Ya Adua, Kayode Olusegun Adetokunbo, Mele Kyari, Effiok Michael Akpan, Isiaka Abdurrasak, Babatunde Bakari, Umar Ajayi, Ajimo Olu something or the other, Diko Ahmed, Bello Kakanya, Ibrahim Onoja, Desmond Inyama, and Ademoye Adeniyi Jili. So there it is right there. You know, there are two elements within the Buhari administration. There are three elements within the Buhari administration that are central to the corruption and massive looting. And by the way, I'll play you a clip in a moment that where Lamido Sanusi actually told us that the looting that took place under Buhari it effectively wiped out what the country had gained in nearly 40 years. So this was what Sanusi said. So, and at the heart of, so just think of the volume of money that represents, you know. So, and at the heart of that are elements like, do I have the, yes, let me play you this clip.
All of this good work you've done, all of this advocacy ties around the economy. 180. No, it was 2,180 in 1980, 2,229 in 2019. Now, at this rate, by 2023, on a per capita basis, PPP, we will be back where we were in 1980. We have been set back 40 years. I mean, and you look at the fall. I mean, between 2014 and 2019.
So there is Lamido Sanusi right there telling us that the regression that took place under the Buhari administration set us back by about 40 years. And the looting that took took place under Buhari was centered around names like Abubakar Malami, whatever his name is, Ebefele, and Mele Kyari. So between those three elements, a good 40 years of looting took place within the space of 8 years. So this guy, Mele Kyari, there is absolutely categorically no way that he should not be in custody. Well done for putting Emefiele in custody. You must put Mele Kyari in custody as well as soon as possible. And then, of course, Abubakar Malami has to go in custody too. And between all of them, between those three elements, maybe we can make some recovery. I think between those three elements, there's a recoverable $20 to $30 billion. Just between those three elements, there's a recoverable $20 to $30 billion. Do you remember when the Crown Prince of Saudi, when he first became the Crown Prince, and he rounded up all of the power brokers within that country, and he put them in custody, albeit in a 7-star hotel. He put them in custody and told them to give back the money. I think we need that sort of thing within the Nigerian space. So that's Mele Kyari right there. But very quickly, he comes out to say, Kyari breaks silence. I am not in EFCC custody. I served God, country, and not corruption. So to serve God, country, and not corruption, yet you were telling us that our consumption of petrol was 100 million liters a day. You know, when even countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, they were using about 60 million, there about 40 million, and Nigeria, with no economic activity, no real vehicular movement, was using 100 liters a day. 100 million liters a day. So this is Mele Kyari now protesting. I am not in EFCC custody. I served God, country, not corruption. Kyari breaks silence. Former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has dismissed reports suggesting he is in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, describing the claim as mischievous and entirely false. Reacting via his verified X account on Saturday, Kyari expressed dismay over what he described as a calculated attempt to damage his reputation and mislead the public. Over the past few days, and in particular in the past 2 hours, I have been inundated with calls from concerned family and friends over claims by an online newspaper that I was in EFCC custody, he said. This is clear mischief and a calculated attempt by the newspaper and its sponsors to achieve a desired outcome, which only they know. Kyari stated he is currently taking a well-deserved rest following the recent dissolution of the Nnpc board and management by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He noted that during his 34 years career in the corporation, 17 of which were in top management, he rarely took time off work. Look at this guy. You have plenty of time in EFCC custody, I'm sure. I serve not only my country, but also God. I am happy to account for my stewardship, he said. I must emphasize that I served with the fear of God, knowing fully well as a Muslim that if I do not account before man, I will surely account before Allah. He warned that the spread of falsehood could have far-reaching consequences, particularly in damaging investors' confidence and the international image of the country. Well, I think the international image of the country has already been bastardized by B and his co-travelers. This information does not serve the interests of the NNPCL or Nigeria. It sends the wrong signals to investors and the global community, Kyari said. He appealed to the media to uphold journalistic integrity by verifying reports before publication and urged them to avoid being manipulated by vested interest. I sincerely thank my family and friends who have reached out to me or tried to do so, and assure them that I am available to respond to all lawful inquiries, he added. Kyari served as the GCEO of the NNPCL under former President Muhammadu Buhari and continued under President Tinubu until the recent reorganization of the corporation. So that is Mele Kyari then coming out to protest his innocence. He carries on still on Twitter. I think this may well be just this is where the quotes are from. But let's give you his let's give it to you in his actual words. So this is Mele Kyari's official Twitter handle. They even has an OFR. What is an OFR? Is it Officer of the Federal Republic, or what does that mean? What's that title? I serve not only my country, but also God. I am happy to account for my stewardship. Over the past few days, and in particular the past 2 hours, I have been inundated with calls by concerned family and friends over claims by an online newspaper that I was in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Efcc. This is a clear mischief and a calculated attempt by the newspaper and its sponsors to achieve a desired outcome, which only they know, or only them know, he wrote. And maybe he wrote it because this is a bookie English right there. Only them know. Oh, it's only they know, of course, which only they know. At present, I am taking a well-deserved rest after the dissolution of the management and board of the NNPCL, of which I was the group chief executive. It should be stated that having served the NNPC and the NNPCL for 35 years, and 17 of those in management roles, and especially the last 5 years and 9 months, I had little time to leave of even 2 weeks. So I am thankful for the opportunity to serve under two excellencies, President Muhammadu Buhari and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I must emphasize that I served with fear of God, knowing fully well as a Muslim that if I do not account before man, I will account before Allah, and that I am better off accounting to the institutions of man. Therefore, having served in public capacity, I am willing and happy to account for my stewardship in this world. However, it is important to state that the result of of course, of disinformation does not serve anyone's purpose. The NNPCL and the country in general, as it has the potential to send the wrong signals to investors and the international community. It is in this regard that I urge the media to be circumspect and avoid being stampeded into misleading the public on unverified stories or matters that are subject of further validation by relevant organizations. So there it is right there. So that's a qualified statement by Mele Kyari right there, because it doesn't actually tell us if he was invited but not detained, if he has been questioned by the NNPC and all that. But there it is right there. So yes, Edward, I see it now. People have pointed it out already. I think I've made the adjustment, so you should be reading NNPC now. So that's that. So still on matters of arrest, as much as it would have gladdened me that Mele Kyari should be in custody, it certainly gladdens me that this Boki guy is in custody. Police reportedly arrest the very dark man. So they should have arrested him a long time ago, actually, especially when he tried to steal that 100 million naira. Nigeria police force has reportedly arrested social media alleged influencer Martin Vincent Otsei widely known as Very Dark Man in Abuja. His lawyer, Dennis Adeyanju, that should be Deji, not Dennis, of course, confirmed the arrest on his X account on Friday. The arrest reportedly took place in the premises of a named Nigerian bank in Abuja. So I think events might well have superseded this report. Adeyanju wrote, Justin, VDM arrested by the police at, is it GTB Bank, isn't it, or something? Yes, Justin, VDM arrested by the police at GT Bank, that should read, spoke to them before he was arrested. This is absolutely unacceptable. Demanding accountability is not a crime. So, you know, this is what really irritates me. And this guy parades himself as some sort of a lawyer. So it says VDM arrested by the police. It says this is absolutely unacceptable. So why is it unacceptable that VDM is arrested? Is he above the law? Is it the case that anybody that rails against the Tinubu administration is exempt from police attention if they commit a crime? So it's telling us it's unacceptable, having not told us why he was arrested. So why was he arrested is the first thing. He was arrested for XYZ. Then you can tell us if it's acceptable or not in your own view. But you cannot say that him being arrested is unacceptable. What if he goes and murders somebody? Is it acceptable? Oh, I'm hearing drunken behaviors around me, not in my house. So I think on the roads. So it's just ludicrous, isn't it? That it's unacceptable that who is he that he cannot be arrested? So this is Adeyanju, of course, the Yaman ex purported lawyer. Where did he go to even to study the law? Adeyanju wrote, Justin, VDM arrested by the police at GT Bank, spoke to them before he was arrested. This is absolutely unacceptable. Demanding accountability is not a crime. In a follow-up message, he added, a team of policemen arrested VDM at GT Bank. He was arrested with his friend C Park, but they left his mom alone. This is a developing story. So I think that was when that actually came out. That was what was going to be the headline for yesterday, or which I abandoned. So that was going to be the headline for. Is there any more on that space? Let me see. All right. Let's pick it up from here. EFCC detains social media activist Very Dark Man after visiting GT Bank as lawyer Adeyanju alleges inhumane treatment. So when they slapping him, what's the? It's just the use of words, you know. It's just so poor the way these people, you know. This is why people say they are not trained journalists. According to his legal representative, activist lawyer Deji Adeyanju, Very Dark Man was ambushed by EFCC operatives right inside GT Bank premises. So how is that an ambush? The arrest was effected. So how is affecting, you know, the arrest Dele Farotimi is a kidnap. The arrest Very Dark Man is an ambush. So when is there ever an instance when an arrest is just an arrest? You know, whether you agree with the reasons they're arresting him or not, it's just this, it's a dog whistle sort of language. It's a very manipulative use of words, already signaling to the reader then or their audience then how they are looking for them to approach the storyline. So when they are telling you that the guy was ambushed or kidnapped or etc., so that already sets your mind in a particular sort of trajectory. So that's just this level of poor journalism that we have in Nigeria. According to his legal representative, activist lawyer Deji Adeyanju, Very Dark Man was ambushed by EFCC operatives right inside GT Bank premises. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested social media influencer and activist Martins Vincent Otse, more commonly known as Very Dark Man, shortly after he visited a branch of Guaranteed Trust Bank, GT Bank. The arresters sparked outrage online and raised questions about the bank's alleged complicity in what critics described as a targeted crackdown. According to his legal representative, activist lawyer Deji Adeyanju, Very Dark Man was ambushed by EFCC operatives right inside GT Bank premises. In a statement posted online, Adeyanju revealed that VDM was trapped inside the bank's exit door for 5 minutes, a move he claimed was a deliberate ploy to enable EFCC officers effect the arrest. VDM was locked inside the GTB exit door for over 5 minutes to enable EFCC to arrest him and his friend. Adeyanju said, "We will be taking legal actions against GTB for the inhumane treated meted out to our clients. We will issue a public statement soon." Adeyanju further disclosed that his legal team, led by Martins Omorogbe, had already located the detained activist and were working to secure his release. Our lawyers, led by the head of our firm, Martins Omorogbe, just met VDM's friend, who was arrested together with him. So arrested together with him is still poor grammar anyway, but then of course, the Adeyanju is barely literate. Is not arrested together with him, but arrested alongside him. It's just, it's just the poor. It's unacceptable, by the way. But in journalism or in law, you cannot have this level of poor language. Our lawyers, led by head of our firm, Marvin Omorogbe, just met VDM's friend who was arrested together with him in EFCC's custody. It's just the grammar is just so poor. VDM anyway, let me just leave it out. VDM refused to come out of the cell that he won't see anyone. Adeyanju said, "We have located VDM and working on," so they've even put the R in parentheses because the grammar is so poor. "We have located VDM and are working on getting him out. Our lawyers are now with him," he added. I wonder what language the lawyers will be using. Certainly not, hopefully, in English, because they will be incomprehensible. The exact charges or reasons for the arrest remain unclear at the time of filing this report, but this marks yet another chapter in what. So listen now. So listen to this. So listen to this. So they are telling us first that the exact charges or the reasons for the arrest remains unclear. So they don't know why he was arrested. But then they go on in that same breath to give an opinion on the arrest anyway. But this marks yet another chapter in what observers see as a pattern of silencing dissenting voices using security and anti-corruption agencies. Very Dark Man, known for his bold commentaries and frequent criticism of Nigerian elite, has long been a thorn in the side of powerful. I beg your pardon, but I must apologize. But the language is so poor. A thorn in the side. Is it not a thorn in the flesh? When did a thorn become in the side? Anyway, this is your rest platform, isn't it? Barely literate people. Very Dark Man, known for his bold commentaries and frequent criticism of the Nigerian elite, has long been a thorn in the side of powerful people. That should be in the flesh, not in the side, by the way. His arrest underscores growing concerns over the weaponization of state institutions to stifle free speech. So you've said you don't. I want to see who wrote this. Actually, is there a name? Is there a name? I'd like to see who wrote this. You see, the guy is so lacking in confidence. He didn't even append his name to his own piece. Who wrote this? It doesn't tell us who wrote it. But there it is right there. So as a lot of you have always wanted to be the case, a very dark man now in police custody, which is exactly where he should be. So that's very dark man in police custody. Let me send the link to the studio. Actually, if anybody wants to come in, come in. You know, the legal profession has gone to the dogs in Nigeria. Actually, if somebody like Dejade Nyoju can be parading himself as a lawyer, then that profession has gone to the dogs. So that profession gone to the dogs. Where are we still? Well, by the way, there are only two storylines mainly. The one on the Dejade Nyoju and Mele Kyari being arrested or not. So let's go back to that Mele Kyari space and pick it up from here. 80 billion naira discovered in sacked refinery MD's accounts amidst $2.9 billion probe. So, as well paid as a job in the oil industry is, quite how 80 billion naira will be parking in anybody's account. A salaried person, no, not a businessman, but somebody on a salaried income. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have uncovered a staggering 80 billion naira in multiple bank accounts belonging to one of the recently sacked managing directors of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited refineries. The discovery was part of an ongoing investigation into the alleged misappropriation of $2.96 billion for refinery rehabilitation. Correspondents recalled that the anti-graft agency arrested former managing directors and senior officials of the three major state-owned refineries, including Port Harcourt Refinery Company, Warri Refinery Refining and Petrochemical Company, and Kaduna Refining and Petrochemical Company. Recall the Nnpc management had also fired the managing directors of the three refineries under its purview. Some other senior officials of the national oil firm were also asked to leave, including a former chief of the National Petroleum Investment Management Service, a subsidiary of Nnpcl, Bala 1T. The new management also asked many officials with 1 year to their various retirement dates to leave. The EFCC is now probing the disbursement and use of $1.6 billion for the Port Harcourt Refinery, $740 million for the Kaduna Refinery, $656 million for the Warri Refinery, a total of $2.9 billion. Amongst those in EFCC custody were former managing director of PHRC, Ibrahim Onoja, and his counterpart in Warri, Afifia Chu. So how come it's the Southerners that they are holding and not the Northerners? A senior official at the EFCC who pleaded anonymity due to the sensitivity of the matter, said on Saturday that the arrests were part of a wider investigation into how billions of dollars were allegedly siphoned from the national coffers under the guise of quick fix refinery maintenance. We are investigating the money that was released for the rehabilitation of all three refineries. Money disbursed in recent times. All the principal officers within that time frame are being invited, the source revealed. Some have been arrested already, and we're still on the lookout for others. Nigerians are interested in seeing our refineries working. We are asking where the money is and what has happened to the refineries. Another NNPCL insider disclosed that one of the sacked MDs had been with the EFCC for about a week. Large amounts have been discovered in his account. About 80 billion naira has so far been discovered in his various accounts. The way things are going, it may be bigger than Emefiele Gate. Further confirmation came from a different official who simply stated, all the three of them are being investigated by the EFCC. It is indeed sad. How is it sad? What is sad in that? That a salary earner has 80 billion naira in his account. That is what is sad. Meanwhile, leaked official documents have revealed that the EFCC's probe extended to the immediate past group chief executive officer Mele Kyari in a letter dated April the 28th, 2025, entitled Investigation Activities, Request for Information, addressed to the current leader of the NNPCL. The Anti-Graft Commission named Kyari and 13 other senior executives in connection with an alleged abuse of office and financial misappropriation. The EFCC requested the NNPCL to furnish certified true copies of emoluments and allowances for the listed officials, including. So I think we've had a nibble at that one. So that's that one. Is there anything else? Still within that space, EFCC investigates Mele Kyari, 13 others, over 2.9 billion refinery funds. So I think this one really is just to give us the list of names. Abubakar Lawal Yadua, Mele Kyari, Isiaka Abdulrazak, Umar Ajayap. Did you know that the former Inspector General of Police is now picked up a form to become the governor of his own state? This is the level of money that these people are looting. So this is the rogue list, the criminal 13 that the EFCC are after in relation to the Nnpc. Abubakar Lawal Yadua, Mele Kyari. Where is that Mele Kyari from, by the way? I suspect he may well not be a Nigerian. If it's on that borderline, that sort of Katsina sort of, then it tells you it's not a Nigerian. The abundance of his family roots will be in the J, Chad, etc. So he doesn't really care about the Nigeria. He's just there to steal money and go back home. So this is the rogue list from NNPC that the EFCC is after. So many acronyms: NNPC, EFCC, etc., etc. Abubakar Lawal Yadua, Mele Kyari, Isiaka Abdulrazak, Umar Ajiyop, Diko Ahmed, Ibrahim Onoja. So I think you have to be a Muslim to work in NNPC. That's what we're saying. Ademoyo, Adeniyi, Jelili, Mustafa, Magaji, Sugungu, Kayode Olusegun, Adetokunbo, Efiop Michael Akpan, Babatunde Bakare, Jimo, Ola Sunkomi, Bello Kankaya, and Desmond, Iyama. So there it is right there. So that's the rogue list then from the NNPC. So that's the rogue list from the NNPC. So that's the rogue list from the NNPC. Where are we? Oh, let me bring you this storyline. Do you remember? No, we get to the Natasha bombshell in a moment. JJ Laye, we'll get there. So do you remember one Nigerian guy some time ago? I think this was about going on a year ago now, that was doing this marathon chess thing at Times Square in New York. And he was playing chess, I think, for a long time. It was after a world record, which he got, actually, maybe for the longest time playing chess or whatever in one stretch. But he got a world record for some chess thing that he did at Times Square. I think Davido even turned up there to support him, played a game with him, and moved on. So that guy now, the obedience are now after him in their usual manner. Chess champion Tunde Onokoya responds to tribalism accusation on X. So it is just so sad the way these people are. They've now launched after this guy now with the Unzobuism. Chess champion Tunde Onokoya responds to tribalism accusation on X. So what has the obedient Unzobu politics got to do with the guy playing chess. That's just the thing, but we'll soon find out. Tunde Onokoya, the chess champion and social impact advocate behind chess in slums, recently responded to an accusation of tribal bias on Twitter with a thought-provoking analogy about division and manipulation. A user had claimed, "I have never seen this guy help anyone outside the Yoruba tribe." So we already know where this is coming from. In response, Tunde invoked the well-known ant jar metaphor. So this is, it says well-known, but I never knew this metaphor until I'm reading it now. If you put 100 black ants and 100 red ants in a jar, nothing happens. But if you shake the jar, the ants start killing each other. The real enemy is the one who shook the jar. So I think this, who do you think that remark is thrown at? You just put it in the comment section. We all know who that remark is thrown at. He followed up by addressing the root of the attack. Someone tagged me Ewedu Excellence this morning. The tribalism and bigotry here really saddens me. It never used to be like this. Well, it never used to be like that until Obi lost an election and then suddenly is divided the country along ethnic lines. He followed up by addressing the root of the attack. Somebody tagged me Ewedu Excellence this morning. The tribalism and bigotry here really saddens me. It never used to be like this, he wrote. I hope you someday see that I am not your enemy. It is those who shake the jar that we must fight. So there it is right there. I think what we're seeing is a latent hatred for the Yorubas now coming out in the aftermath of the 2023 elections. A latent but a potent and a long-standing hatred for the Yorubas is what we're seeing playing out now. Ever since that guy lost that election, he has now opened the window for that vitriol to come out. It's just anything Yoruba, they just detest it. It cuts to the core of their marrow because because their glass ceiling was exposed in 2023, and suddenly the penny drops, and then of course the response to it is, rather than to try and chart a path, is to go to resentment and basing things. This is all still wrapped around the narrative of the Biafran War, and all that. This is the latest incarnation of that never-ending hatred and vitriol towards the Yorubas. So there it is right there. Just an innocent bystander, collateral damage from Tinubu flogging. Tinubu didn't even beat Peter Obi in 2023, by the way. Tinubu beat Atiku Abubakar, because if Tinubu had not won, then it would have been Atiku. So the real defeat was Atiku's. So I'm not quite sure why Obi still is still out there just crying into his cornflakes and just acting like a bigoted little upstart. But there it is right there. So there, that is right there. I'm not quite sure that we have much more in terms of headlines that grip and engage. Do we have anything else that grips and engages? If anybody has anything else that grips and engages, then let us know, and then we'll add that to the mix. Let me see what other headlines we have. Oh, we do have this. Tinubu will be visiting Anambra State, I think on Thursday, as part of his state visit. So it is breaking. President Tinubu set to visit Anambra on Thursday, May the 8th. During his stay in the southeastern state, Tinubu will commission some projects completed by Governor Charles Soludo. So Chukwuma, I think he's dropping that Charles a little bit for Chukwuma now. So he's going full east. So I wonder if after that visit we'll hear Soludo decamping to APC. I wonder if we'll hear that. So And I wonder how the obedience space will respond to that. Tinubu visiting Peter Obi's own backyard. But then, of course, Anambra is still. I couldn't have fully complete that thought because it's not fully formulated. But let me bring you this headline. You know, these are tax that they're asking Facebook to pay in Nigeria. Facebook now threatening to exit Nigeria off the back of that. FCC to Meta. Meta is Facebook. Exit threat doesn't absolve you of liability. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, I didn't even know this existed, but has asked Meta Platforms Incorporated to comply with Nigerian laws, stressing that the firm's exit threat does not absolve it of liability. FCC PC spoke in a statement on Saturday by XYZ is Director of Corporate Affairs. The statement is the latest development in a dispute that began in 2024 between WhatsApp and the Commission over Nigeria's privacy laws. In July 2024, FCC PC imposed a fine of $220 million on Meta, the parent company of WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram, for multiple data privacy violations. The FCC said the penalty followed a joint investigation by the Nigerian Data Protection Commission into matters platform conducts, privacy policies, its operations, and practices between May 2021 and December 2023. In response, WhatsApp said it would appeal the fine and threatened to exit the country. On April the 25th, the Competition and Consumer Protection Tribunal upheld the $220 million fine the FCC PC imposed on Meta. The tech company responded with another threat to shut down the Nigerian operations of Facebook and Instagram. In the latest statement, the FCC PC described the platform's exit threat as a calculated move intended to induce negative public reaction and potentially pressure the commission to reconsider its decision. The agency said the agency said Meta parties repeatedly infringed on Nigeria's rights by denying them control over their personal data, sharing user information without authorization, discriminating against Nigerian users compared to others globally, and imposing unfair privacy policy that exploit their dominant market position. Interestingly, Meta has been fined for similar breaches in Texas, $1.5 billion, and only recently was asked to pay $1.3 billion for violating EU data privacy rules. So I think this is a global thing. Elsewhere, India, South Korea, France, and Australia. Elsewhere, in India, South Korea, France, and Australia, Meta has faced varying penalties for similar breaches, but Meta never resorted to the blackmail of threatening to exit those countries. They obeyed. The recent affirmation of FCCPC's final order by the Competition and Consumer Protection Tribunal requires Meta parties to take steps to comply with Nigerian law, stop exploiting Nigerian consumers, change their practices to meet Nigerian standards, and respect consumer rights are consistent with international best practice. The FCCPC also stressed that no company operating within Nigeria is above the law. Threatening to leave Nigeria does not absolve Meta of liabilities for the outcome of a judicial process, the statement added. Reaffirming its commitment to, so there it is right there. So I'm not sure, I don't think I disapprove of this actually. The way these people just come into our country, they just ride roughshod over us is something that needs to be curtailed. Not that I'm backing the government, but I'm backing that these people they must be made to feel that they cannot come into our space and ride roughshod over us. I think we can all universally agree on that. So don't come to our house and chance us, is what that is saying. All right. People want to talk about Natasha and this Professor Pella or whatever her name is. I think we tried to get into that in the last session, but nobody was especially keen on that. But let me give you two clips on that space. This is Dele Momodu gushing in his praise of that professor just a couple of years ago. I'm sure his tone would have changed now, because our stance is against his politics. But this is Dele Momodu about a year, 2 years ago, gushing about the professor that came out against Natasha recently. So we start the Natasha face up here.
Dr. Sandra Duru, what can I say about you? You are such an amazing, a phenomenal lady, making us proud out there in the United States of America. All I want to do is just pray for you. May God continue to use you mightily for the sake of mankind. I'm aware of your charitable causes, and it is just pleasing to God. So I pray that God will keep you alive, that God will continue to enlarge your cause, God will bless you with good health, God will bless you with prosperity. Thank you so much for being you. Sending you love from Nigeria.
So the story starts from there. That was Dele Momodu then speaking to and about that professor that came out to expose Natasha Akpoti recently. So we go from there today, still within the same space.
I wanted to know what your own conclusion about what Professor Nnpc has said.
Well, I don't want to go far because I've also been following this matter, and I can tell you, Shehu, that I also have some information that I've not been able to put out there.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm also digging that. I'm the president of Citizens Quest for Truth Initiative. So
what truth have we
believe that a lot of lies have been told, a lot of manipulations,
by the Senate President.
Yeah, no. By Natasha, who is alleged, a lot. It's not something that we're not having.
What are you saying exactly?
No, the truth of the matter is that Nigerians were manipulated to believe the lies.
Of who?
Of Natasha. That's the truth of the matter.
As a woman, if you were in her shoes,
yeah,
if you were truly harassed, how would you go about it?
When this issue came up, I was one of those who supported her. That's the truth of the matter.
Why did you back?
Yeah, because that was on the issue of seat change and all that. But when the issue of sexual harassment came up, and I checked and I didn't see any substance in the matter, there's nothing to show that it actually happened, considering the fact that they have a relationship, the two families, and her husband and Akpabio, they are very close. I mean, somebody could not have sexually harassed you, and the next day you are seen with that same person. Eulogizing him, making Facebook posts, and then praising him and all that. That's beyond that. We need to also. I needed to go beyond what is being said in the public domain. And again, like I said, there were some information we gathered. Some phone conversations that leaked, that have to do with the family where the man, she's her husband. And then we were able to piece some of these things together. And we saw that there is actually a pattern, where manipulation takes place and then make people, like she said, most Nigerians are gullible. G and H, they are gullible and hungry. I don't know whether that's true, but not many people will have the time to say, let's dig beyond this to find out the truth.
You don't believe the claims of Senator Natasha Akpoti?
I will believe.
No.
I will believe.
Allegedly, according to her, sexually harassed her.
No, I will believe when she provides the evidence. But she keeps saying, prolonging the evil, they're saying she will do that when the matter's coming up.
So President Nnpc said that she was being induced.
Okay.
And that, according to her, she allegedly claimed that Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan recruited Dr. Obieze
Yeah, that's what she said.
For the profile of Dr. Obieze Kwesili, do you believe that?
Well, the truth of the matter is that sometimes when you need this kind of, depending on what you intend to achieve, you know the persons that are credible, you know the people that you can actually approach. And probably that's the reason why she approached Professor Mbeke. If you listen to that phone conversation, how the first interaction they had, you know, probably she heard about her and knew that she could help her to take her case. But you see, at the age bracket where she's operating, where she is, she belongs, and Mbeke may be on the same, you know, page, or like the Obi thing. You know, obviously, question who is older. So she may be more comfortable in opening up to Professor Mbeke as we are women, we know these things. When we sit down, we talk, we open up to those we can open up to. But you may not do that with an older woman. And so it's likely that in the course of the, you know, their relationship, she opened up a lot to her. But the fact that ordinarily myself, I won't throw out anything. But if you lied that, if you tell me that you lied, and you want me to be involved, and I'm insisting that you should give me evidence, and you turn around and tell me there's no evidence, I'm only doing this because I need to pull down somebody. All right. I will walk again.
So there it is right there. The Natasha Akpoti narrative is getting increasingly desperate. You know, she's just, you know, she was actually, she wanted to pivot that story. Like I did say that she will be coming out with more and more outlandish stuff just to keep her name as a recurring decimal in the headlines, just so she doesn't fade away from the headlines. So she'll be coming up with more and more desperate storylines. So she was actually trying to induce that woman to accuse Godswill Akpabio of organ harvesting that allegedly, apparently, according to Natasha Akpoti, which is to say that it's a total of necessity because we know she's a pathological liar. According to her, she was trying to build a storyline that the Godswill Akpabio family harvested the organs of a girl that died a few years ago for the medical needs of Akpabio's wife. So it's just getting out of control. That Natasha Akpoti space is just a ludicrous nonsense. But there it is. All right. Do you remember the Chinese people that were handing out nairas to? They lined up police officers and they were handing out money to them. I think they may well be at it again.
Shut the fuck up. 兄弟们，我们到了我们的矿区，你看到这地方的村民就在我们矿的边上，他们就靠这个小溪边捡一点就够他们正常的生活。米啊，你这里这一片地方，你让他村民再挖，他们再挖一年的人，他都挖不完，他人工挖不完。
Right, you don't need to understand Chinese to understand what that guy is saying. It's telling these people, so here are the monkeys that I was telling you about. I'm taking their bananas and feeding them the pills. So there it is right there. So now this next video that I am about to play you now. I saw it and it struck me and I'm bringing it to your attention. It's the narrative of an engagement between a back and forth. Let me put it that way. It's the narrative of a back and forth that took place on a downfall bus between an elderly man and a young man regarding a young woman. So if that doesn't intrigue you, then I don't know what will. So it's the back and forth that took place between an older man, not even, let's not say elderly, but older, an older man and a young man. They were having a set to regarding a young lady. So watch this.
Did they ask you for any address of a hotel? Did they ask you You keep your answers within the limits of the questions you are asked. Do not exceed that. The driver is here to direct them and not you. People got out from the vehicle and you are saying that they don't know where they are going. They are going to a hotel. And if they are going to a hotel, and so how does that concern you? How does that concern you? Because you are sounding timid for somebody of your age. It is so disappointing. It is so disappointing. If you cannot respect yourself, then kids will talk to you the way they so please. Elders should advise themselves first. People like you cannot even stand in front of your children to advise them. You are only good outside, talking outside. Go to hell, please, and burn to ashes.
Make sure you know where I'm going.
Go to hell and burn to ashes.
Today, this time around, nobody knows that. When you move from your parents, you know where I'm going.
You're always saying they are going to a hotel. People like you do not believe women can work and earn for themselves. People like you, your female daughters will be going haywire. You cannot stand and correct them. You are only good outside. You are
rather irresponsible.
You are the most irresponsible person I've ever seen. I do not want to insult you. I do not want to insult you, but do not push me. You insulted yourself, Mr. Man. You insulted your age. You insulted your age. You insulted your age. People travel intrastate without knowing where they are going, communicating with who or whatever they are going for on their phone. People like you, your kids will be pressing their phone. You will tell them, oh, they are not doing anything. They are always on their phone. Oh, please.
So I was quite intrigued by that conversation right there. So, you know, the main person is not even there. So it's the narrative of a girl gets off at a stop in whatever public vehicle, whatever public transport that was. So she gets off at a stop, and then that older man, he began to immediately, lampoon her intentions, trying to paint her as a wayward girl. But then that young man was not having it, and then they had a set too about a complete stranger that they both know nothing about. So there's that. So there is that. Let's go on from that to another one. So this one now is a throwback. It's a throwback to about 5-6 years ago, in the throes of the battle between Akinwumi Ambode and Babajide Sanwo-Olu. So this was Ambode thinking he was delivering the killer blow, but alas, it didn't work.
And the only way out for us is to continue to do that in the next 4 years. This particular aspirant, as you all know, you can go and check it, the records are there. This is somebody that has been arrested for spending fake American dollars in a nightclub in America. And he's been detained for months. And he knows that he has won mugshots for months before this whole thing was quenched. He's also known that he doesn't have the competence to do what he's being propelled to do. The records are there in Bagara General Hospital. This is somebody that has gone for rehabilitation before. We don't want to go too far, but we know, and we know. Now the truth is this. We don't want to talk about all the things that we know, but we know that, our leadership should have a rethink. Because the truth is this, I will not stand here on the mandate of Lagosians and then allow our great party Nnpc to fritter away that.
So there it is right there. That was, it got quite bitter at the end between Ambode and Sanwo-Olu, by the way. And that expose then a currency forger and a drug abuser who he felt did not have the competence to run Lagos. So he does have the competence to run Lagos. Sanwo-Olu might well be the best governor yet that Lagos has ever had. Never mind his past of being a drug addict and a currency forger. But I think that's a prerequisite. If we're going by the narrative of Tinubu, that might well be a prerequisite for being a governor in Lagos State. So there's that. Let me take you to this one. This is another human interest storyline. So, you know, all of these people that they whip up their iPhone or their camera and they feel that entitles them to act anyhow in public. So this is the narrative of a TikToker or a YouTuber, certainly a social media person that went that step too far and was very quickly and summarily dealt with. Watch this.
He's off! He's off!
Calm down.
Let me tell you something.
Oh my God! Jesus, my brain one blow.
It's okay.
Now content that they create, now content that content that they create, God punish you there. So this is the thing now. All these people under the guise of content creation, just acting wayward and in an on an unseemly manner in public. So that was that girl. Then summarily dealing with that. That look, my boyfriend is not part of your content, and that's that one. So let me just give you a couple more. Then I'll play you the guys. Nobody turns up. We call it a night. Let me play you this one. Oh, I think I've played you the interview Rufai Oseni and Sanusi. I think they are now pushing Rufai Oseni out to be interviewing the great and the good. And that was his interaction with Sanusi. I played you that earlier on. Here are the bandits sharing money. So the money's been, the next clip I'm about to play you is the bandits sharing money. And the money's being shared here by these bandits. And I want you to look at the physiology of these bandits. They tell us that the peoples that are attacking Nigeria, they are non-Nigerians, and you may well see that in this clip, but look at the volume of money that these people are sharing amongst themselves. This is more than the budget of a average of a low income state in Nigeria. But watch this.
والله ما شاء الله يا جماعه قروش قدر ده ها ما شاء الله شوفوا قراي دي جماعه ها يا اخي ما بترتب زاده ها والله العظيم ما بترتب زاده هاي الله اكبر ابشر الله هاي ده كله مالك ميزان ابشر دي كلها قروش بس هاي والله هاي ابشر يا عم مساكن ابشر والله والله ما شاء الله دور الكيزان هاي والله ما شاء الله والله دي قروش الكيزان كلب هاي طبعا في المويه سهل يا اخي انت بس مالك كده قوي زي ده التعب بس يا والله ما شاء الله لا ينقولوا فيك دي اول شنو كيف يا جماعه ابشروا يا جماعه قرص راقد ما بترتب زاد ما عيب رتبها كيف زاد هاي دي قروش الكيزان اول حاجه دي قروش هاي ودي قروش دي برضه هي ما بترتب زاد دي برضه قروش دي برضه قروش دولة دي برضه قروش عربية مليانة قروش هاي رتبوا القروش دي برضه قروش هاي ده كله قرص والله ابشر عمك ابشر والله فرعك فوق يا ابشر عمك كده بتنزل في الصورة دي ابشر الله اكبر ننشر هذه البرهان الكلب مالك كيزان ودي كلها عربية مليانة قروش هاي ابشر هاي فلول دل هاي شوف الفلول دل دي كلها قرص هاي والله ولاد الكلب هاي لكن جرو والله جرو دنقاس.
And there it is right there. So two things there. The two things that were unmistakable is unmistakable the Nigerian naira that we could see there. That's unmistakable, and the ethnic makeup of those people is not Nigerian. They look not even Sahelian. They look almost East African. They have Somalia-like features. These people run in banditry in Nigeria, but the volume of money in play there will certainly buy you a complex in Banana Island. So there it is. You are telling these people to go back to cattle herding. You must be a joker. So now this last one comes out of South Africa. You know, Julius Malema, whatever his name is, he's always a good copy. And in this particular clip, that I'm about to play you, it does not disappoint. Watch this.
You know there are some South Africans, and let us be blunt, many white South Africans who fear Julius Malema. Some of them have said to me, if Malema gets to power or close to power, I will leave this country. Do you welcome their fear, or do you want to find ways to overcome their fear?
I don't welcome their fear. Stephen, they said that about Mandela, the most celebrated Mandela. You're talking about me. They said if Mandela, a prisoner, becomes the president, who will live in this country, and they left. I was in the Val River the other day, looking at some of the houses that whites abandoned in 1994 when Mandela became a president. They are not scared of Julius Malema. They are scared of an independent black man who's not controlled by any white person.
So that's Julius Malema. Like I thought that guy would be the president of South Africa by now, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe that is who Sowore actually aspires to be like. That is this. Sowore, he wants to be that guy and Bobby Wine, the Nigerian version of. It's even started to copy their beret. Do you call it beret or I call it a beret. So if even let's call it a cap. He wears a similar cap to them now with the yellow inflection that he's put on his own. A revolutionary as well as a presidential candidate, as well as an activist and an Luther guy, all rolled into one. That tells you then the narrative of a confused man. Let me play you a couple more since the room is not populated. Let me play you just 2 more, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Nigerians requested Traore to open up his military for them to join if ever these damn idiots of America try to invade him. I therefore stand representing the rest of Africa, requesting you, Mr. Traore, to open up your military for us to join and defend Africa. We are learning from our mistakes. Back then when Gaddafi was invented, these fucking idiots of Africa, the leaders, they betrayed him and they sat back on their tails like damn idiots. If ever you feel not concerned about the issues of the invasion of Burkina Faso as an African, you are one, a fool or a traitor, one of the two. Democracy only works when we are submissive to them. Democracy only works when we only benefit their interest. Fucking idiots. Traore, we request you open up your military for us to join. We fight today or we live like slaves.
They are coming to unalive Ibrahim Traore. Yes, you heard me right. They are coming, and by they, the West are coming to unalive Ibrahim Traore. They have tried covertly over 20 times. Now they're being direct. And you know why I know they're being direct and they're coming for him? Because I have seen this playbook before many, many times. I've seen this playbook for Muammar Gaddafi. I have seen it for the Middle East. I have seen it for different countries around the world that are destabilized. The guy, Langley is his name. I'll put his picture. I don't even want to give him. Langley, the guy in Africa. He was making statements talking about they need to go free the people of Burkina Faso that they are suffering under the leadership of Ibrahim Traore. Suffering? I saw a statement from the lady from EU. I'll put a picture too as well. The president of EU, talking about the Sahel region is very poor and they need help because of this. And my question to these Americans and to the Europeans that love to always be in Africa's business, who asked you? Who asked you to come and save us? Somebody please tell me. To the Americans that are so horny to come and save Africans, from what? Because the chaos we as Africans are dealing with in our continent today can be tied back to you guys. Oh yes, it can be tied back to you guys. It can be tied back to you guys. Every single fuckery in Africa, every coup d'etat, every instability, every terrorist group in Africa.
So yes, that Ibrahim Traore guy is turning into quite a bit of a phenomenon. I think people are projecting. You see all of these clips of this guy, by the way, speaking in like a crisp English, so which is AI generated, of course, because the guy is even francophone anyway, so there's no reason why he should be speaking English. Certainly not to the level that we're seeing being pumped out by the AI generated whatnot that they are putting out. But the guy is fast turning into a phenomenon. I'm not quite sure that we are not seeing the narratives come out of Burkina Faso though, because they don't even have internet penetration. I think the internet penetration is around about 20% in that country, and that guy stifles speech quite aggressively, and his handlers manage his output quite tightly. So a lot of the narrative that we're seeing coming out of Burkina Faso, all propagandized. That guy is just a looter. That's all he is. And they told them then that they can forget democracy for the next 5 years or whatever. So I'm not quite sure. He's not popular amongst his people, or all those things that you're seeing being put out, people cleaning portraits of him on the streets and all of these things, they are well orchestrated media propaganda. The quicker that country is liberated, it's going to be a bastion. It's going to be a cesspool of banditry and iniquity if they don't remove that guy fairly soon. So that's Ibrahim Traore being rebranded. So we play the Kegite music and then we take it from there.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chifu Latif kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, we've got Larry in the house. Always a delight when Larry's here. We got Man of Prestige in the house. Always a delight when Prestige is here. And we got War Peace. So that's the assembled so far. Anybody that wants to jump on. Just in one of the clips I played earlier, a lot of people are saying that wasn't Nigeria and that certainly wasn't the Naira. It looked like the Naira to me, but whatever it is, the banditry seems to pay more than actual work. So that's that. Thank you for joining, gentlemen. Let's kick it off, start it off with Prestige. Who was here first? Prestige, you're first.
Yeah, greeting everybody. I'm Larry greeting, World Peace greeting, of course you one man greeting. So I just joined. I know you were talking about Mele Kyari earlier, but I wasn't listening to the whole of the I wasn't listening to the whole of your talking point. But there's variety of talking point to go in Nigeria space. There's never a dull moment when you come to Nigeria. So Let me start with that topic that I know. Maybe you can tell me about other topic, because I have other topic that I want to talk about.
No, you could start with, I'm sure you are celebrating along with everyone else the arrest of our very dark man. About time, I'm sure you say.
You see that story. I don't know why he was arrested with, in connection with the GTB ban. That's what I don't understand, because that guy is very accessible and very visible. So what is the connection with the ban? Because what I'm hearing today, I've not read anything. There's people are boycotting, people are withdrawing their money. So I don't know why.
It's all over social media. They are all saying I'm closing my account. They are all putting out clips, closing accounts at GT Bank.
So my question: why would the bank, a money making institution, why would you associate yourself to that? If that's true, I don't know, because I'm hearing a very conflicting story. Some stories say he was detained for almost about 5 minutes before the EFCC came in. Then there's another guy that narrated the story that he was arrested outside, and they put a face mask, or they put a cover over two of their head and beat him up. It was another guy say two of them, they put something over their head and beat two of them up. Then took Very Dark Man up to today. Very Dark Man is still in jail or whatever. I think the brother and one other guy, they went to give him food. They didn't allow them to bring food for him, so he hasn't eaten. But I don't know the protocol of Nigerian prison over here. You can't bring food outside the person. So
Bro, Prestige, you are starting from the end and not from the beginning. Do you know what the beginning is?
What's the beginning? How he was arrested?
No, why he was arrested. That's
that's what I said. I don't know. If you know, you let me know. I don't know why.
No, but yeah, I don't know why either. But that's the question that is not being asked.
Right, that's the question. I don't know why he was arrested.
Oh, yeah, but there has to be a reason now. So
I think so. There has to be, but we know the story why he went there, right? According to him, he tweeted.
Well, we don't know the story now. He was in a bank. If he was arrested in a bank, and we know that he's a fraudulent guy. When they try to steal that 100 million naira. So
okay, but one man, we don't know. I'm just going by the story. I know somebody used his mother VPN, to get loan. So when the mom just get a salary, he decided to withdraw some money. They say there's no money in your account. We have searched your account because you borrowed loan. So according to what I say, he tweeted before he went. He said, "I'm going to bank with my mom to see what's going on with this bank." He said, because my mom doesn't have any account and my mom didn't borrow money. So he went to the bank. I'm just giving you what I read. I don't really know, but all I know, he went to the bank. Neither he was detained 5 minutes before EFCC arrived, or they have opened the door and EFCC arrested him outside. So that's what's so baffling about that.
Man of Prestige.
Yes, sir.
You see, there's a lot of false narrative going around, right?
Okay.
But the truth is, VDM was not arrested in the bank.
Okay.
He already left the bank. There's a CCTV footage that was released.
Okay, I told you that's another story that came on, but go ahead.
Yeah, so whatever story anybody gives you, the CCTV footage it's the original, right? People can say all sorts of things, but if you can see in the CCTV footage, he left. And what I want you to understand is this, and I want to ask you a question, because I've seen all this mob mentality on the internet. Oh, GTB. Now, if EFCC wants to arrest somebody, does GTB has a right to stop EFCC?
No.
So why is GTB in actual sense? It's a public place, right? And this is somebody that said, "Oh, I'm going to GTB," and I'm very sure EFCC will have probably be trailing him, and get him right at the point. I heard there is a warrant from a magistrate and stuff. So I think people should just wait to hear. Probably on Monday they might take him to court on Monday, put out the charges right against him, rather than all this mob mentality. Nigeria is full of. Sometimes when you look at a lot of things happening in that country, you kind of like think, do we really have intelligent people in that country? Because there is a lot of unintelligent people. You see them on the internet, they have this mob mentality, they are almost everywhere. If there is anything, they want to attack, they want to do this. And you ask yourself, when do they even sit down to really reason, to tell you that these are intelligent people, right? Oh, we're going to close down our account. This, as if you close down your account, what does that have to do with GTB, right? You know, it's so unfortunate. So for me, I think people that are intelligent should probably rather wait, let there be charges against him and see what exactly the charges are, rather than all this mob mentality all over the internet.
Let me ask you a question, Prestige. If he's accused of financial impropriety or fraud, should he be arrested?
Of course. I mean, I'm not even a very dark man, you know. I mean, I like some of the things that he does, but I'm just saying there's two different narratives coming. Like Larry said, Larry just confirmed about the video that's kind of showing he was outside. Yeah, it was two different narratives that say. So I don't know why he was arrested. I don't.
It's a guy man now. They're notorious.
Well, I'm not going to go that far. I don't have any evidence.
Where it comes from? They call them guy man. It's quite the profession.
Well, one man, maybe you don't like some of his narrative. I like some of the things that he does, but sometimes he went overboard, or sometimes he become very juvenile in his way of doing things. But I think he's playing a very good role in Nigeria. But I mean, you just have to verify things, do your research, say which one is right. But in a nutshell, I don't know why he was arrested. Okay, up to right now. So, like I was saying, he's very visible, you know, very accessible. You can arrest him anywhere. So I don't know why I don't know why GTB has to associate themselves to that, you know, to that kind of detention, you know, messing up their business. It's a profit-making business. So why would they? That's the question I ask, if that's true. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Were you hearing me before when I was talking to you?
Oh no, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. My Bluetooth was somebody called me, so I interfere. Anyway, it's good to everybody give their submission. Everybody just speculate into rumor, and of course, you know, one might have his own bias. A lot of people don't like VDM. No, that shows the kind of country we are. We tend to not like whatever anybody is doing. They're trying to give at least a direction in that country. Like I said before, in my opinion, VDM is not a sin. It's not perfect. So I've said several times that his activism was shaping his quest of activism was shaping his character when time goes on. Just that's how you roll for activists. But for you to just label him as a fraud, use all kind of name, that shows that the people you are calling dull or stupid, you are more duller than them. I cannot really understand. If you can pick and choose the evidence you want to present, or all the evidence that's out there, that there's a court order to arrest him, and there's the same court order that prevents the police to arrest him, then I wonder what we're talking about here. Right now, the FCC have not come out.
Wapis, do you remember when he tried to defraud his
one man? He did not defraud anybody.
But he tried
no,
to
man,
now.
No, he did not try. Say, one man, you are too intelligent for this. No, you are too intelligent for this. You go to court now, you start mopping because you don't have any evidence to that. All just rumor and crew. So don't buy into that. Now, everything we are saying is just speculation. The Efcc or the police or DSS, nobody has given an official statement. Nobody knows why he is arrested. Right now, we can agree that he was kidnapped because neither the Efcc, the DSS, nor the police have given an official statement why he's been arrested. Even Shehu came out and said his own piece. That's just speculation.
Why would we say he was kidnapped?
But one man, I agree with what piece. Why can't they invite him? You always invite him, and he's very accessible.
President, let me learn. I'm not talking to. Now, one man, you're educated. It's common sense. If the police, the military, and nobody has given us statement that yes, that the reason why they arrested a very dark man is with them, that's a kidnap. I can swear that you kidnapped my son. Now, it's on Friday.
Is the
Yeah,
EFCC
because they have not.
custody now?
Wait now. Yes, have not come out. Give me any official statement that yes, we made that they arrested very dark man, and the reason they arrested very dark man. Give me any official
They
statement by DSS.
arrested him
No,
publicly
not
now.
in one man. Give me one official. There's no public arrest. The brother make an alarm.
Because they've not made a press statement, then they arrest.
So one man, it's not because. No, it's not because.
No, that's what you just said now.
No. Yes, it's not because. That's what it is. EFCC is not. It's not.
Hold on. Let's be clear on what you're saying. If the EFCC does not make a press release, then the arrest is a kidnap. That's what you're saying.
Yes, because EFCC does not. They are not law to themselves. They take orders for people. They need to verify the public what they are doing. You cannot just go bust somebody commando style.
Public
is going to. Yes, EFCC is not autonomous of themselves.
No,
pick up somebody.
What obliges them to inform the public?
Yes, they are obliged to give the citizens update. If they pick up somebody by Friday or whatever time they pick him up, Thursday, now they're supposed to...
Hold on, just hold on. In what country does that obtain? That the police
every country.
Guy, just settle it down. It doesn't obtain in this country where I live. I'm not aware. There's a police station about 10 minutes away from me. I don't know who they arrest or don't arrest. It's not my concern. It only concerns me if they want to arrest me. When does the police publish that we arrested this guy for X amount? They arrest you, and then that's a matter for you and your lawyers and the courts.
I don't know why. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you are saying. That's the problem right now. Because you're just speaking like you're the one living abroad or you're the first to be in England. I don't know. My father was in England in the 60s. I have cousins that is dead in police. Forget what you are saying, one man. We should arrest it for...
No. Let's apply logic and not,
I'm applying logic now.
Hold on. The police arrest somebody, and you are saying that the police is obliged then to be giving public updates on arresting a private citizen, a criminal. And you are saying that is what obtains in every other country, that when the police arrest a criminal, they'll be giving public updates. In which country does that happen?
Okay, yeah, let me tell you, it happens in every country. Now, one man, public figures are different. They are controversial public figures. They are people who just love to be in public domain. There are people in a high regard. Fingers are not equal. People are different. Now, even common men, people police arrest for suspicious and aggravated, a very aggravated offense, the police publish it that they arrested a person for rape. We've seen it. We don't know the person. It's not proper. We've seen police come out with public statement. They arrest people for rape or murder. We don't know the person. It's not popular. That's why police always assure and inform the public what's going on. Now, to our country, very dark man is a very controversial figure that is on the news every day. Every day. Such person, such stuff happen, is within the right of the Efcc or whichever agency that arrested him to give out a public information that is with them. Reason be that you're not a country of yourself. You need to keep the peace of the country. Nobody's above the law. I'm not saying arresting one man that is wrong or is right. One man is not above the I say one man, very dark man. Very dark man is not above the law. If he's found wanting, he will be picked like any other person. But the question is, when you pick such person like that, such a controversy, you need to make a public statement, either via your Twitter handle or your press release from your public relation officer. As simple as that. They receive salary. What are they trained for?
When E-Money was arrested, they never issued a public statement. It was his people that came out.
Just hear what I said.
When Bobrisky was arrested, they never issued a public statement. It was
just hear what I said. Now, the peer bodies are choosing whatever institution, and everybody's guessing. Right now, no one can say it's actually Efcc. People are still speculating. If by Monday we are surprised and it's DSS that pick him up, and it's for different things, what would not say? That's why I'm not saying anything till Monday. By Monday, we will get the press release. We will know why he was arrested. We will know where they picked him up from. I agree with some points some people make, and I would agree with a lot of points too. But right now, there is a CCTV camera or not. If the young man is out, he would definitely say where they picked him up from, how he was arrested. His mother has not made his statement, so I cannot say anything. Everybody say, "Oh, they're arrested inside the bank or outside the bank." Is right? Is his mother's right to give a public statement? Because his mother was there. His mother is the first witness. His mother can say, "Oh, yes, it was inside the bank or not inside the bank." So that's why I don't take whatever anybody's saying on social media. Not in Monday, but not the way you are embellishing it. Oh, this is the thief. Is that? Do you know why he was arrested? Nobody knows. So you don't have the right to call him a thief.
No. Look, by the way, people are listening. No, it's not just a conversation between you and I. What you are saying is that if somebody is arrested, then it obliges for the authorities to be making public statements.
I said such public figure.
It's not a public figure. It's a private individual. What makes him a public figure?
No, one man is one man
because he has online notoriety. That makes him a public figure.
Yes, so everybody contributes to the society one way or the other. Dangote is well known because it's what's it called, philanthropist activity. That's why we know Dangote. Portable is known, like it or not, because of this activity. He sings and it constitutes news out. Like it or not, he's well known. He is the political activist, VDM, and he has put himself as a political activist. This is not the first time he's been arrested. He has been arrested many times. That's not a big deal. Arresting him now is not a big deal. The big thing is this right now. The way he was arrested, who arrested him, no, but everybody's on the dark. And it's such
all right. Let me shed some light on it. Watch this. So that's the guy being arrested. There's no audio because that's CCTV of the arrest, right?
One man. So, how many times did he exit the bank that day? Do you know?
How would I know how many times he exited?
So now, how do you now know that was the first time he's exiting the bank?
How do you mean? What are you talking about?
Okay, that means you don't even know what you're showing. You're showing somebody stepping out of the bank. If you're not showing where he was arrested outside the bank or inside the bank, is it that particular moment he left the bank? Sometimes you'll be inside, you go to the bank, sometimes you exit the bank like twice. You go out to do something and come back again inside the bank. Now, right. I'm not saying this is the right, is wrong or right video. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything on Monday.
No, now, this is the video of the arrest now. This is the CCTV of the arrest.
Does this show arrest on this CCTV? Please.
Well, it's a video that is playing now.
Okay, let's watch.
This is the CCTV of so all the narrative of him being beaten up and all of these things that you guys are saying.
Well, this CCTV showed he was being apprehended in the bank. The question I asked you.
What are you saying?
There was this CCTV footage you are showing us now, capture when police was arresting a very dark man.
Well, you were telling us just now that they took him outside and they beat him up.
One man, no, you're the one changing words here. I never said they beat him up. I said he was arrested. Nobody know who picked him up. Right now, you're seeing a CCTV, and I ask you, does this CCTV capture the moment he was being arrested? I just ask you a question. I'm not doubting your CCTV footage. Does this CCTV what you right now?
Sorry, of what importance is the moment that he was arrested?
So what you are showing now is not important. What you are showing right now is not important. It's not very verifiable. If this footage is the actual footage when he was arrested or when he left the bank. So there's no point of this footage.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
so I don't get. I don't say. Listen, I don't get what you are trying to do. You show a CCTV camera when somebody step out of the bank. What does that mean? Does it show that he stepped into his car and he left? Sometimes you go to the bank, you step out one or twice and come back to the bank. So does that mean when you step out once, you take out as a footage, as evidence that you step out of the bank, that closes everything? Mama, it doesn't make sense now.
Okay. All right. So an Edo man is not allowed to be arrested in Nigeria. This is
no. You are being tribal. Like you said something. You said something about. No, you are being tribal. I'm not worried. I don't poke. I'm not worried. Like you said something about that chess master. But you yourself is pushing the bigotry, even when you are trying to tell people not to go that way. But you were doing it at the same time. You end your seat by, oh, they just hate Yoruba people since this guy entered power. What does that mean, one man? What's so special
Is
about
that
Yoruba
not
people
true?
sometimes when you are pushing it? The way you are pushing it sometimes. I don't blame the people that's poking you guys. You guys can poke, cannibal your side, but I don't just look at you both sides that you are less intelligent because it doesn't worth fighting for. The both parties that is fighting, they are friends. The Tinubu and the Upuzadima and the Southeastern elite, they are friends. It's only the poor that is cannibalizing themselves. None of these poor people, both sides, is closer to the government. None. Not we that is speaking here. But every day we keep finding the ambers of tribalism. It's not going to help us. Two wrongs does not make it right. For the fact some people are doing it because they are paying to lose the election.
Okay, why are you leaping to a very dark man's defense? Why?
I'm not linking to a very dark man because it's from a state. I'm linking to a very dark man defense because he's in Nigeria. Listen. You just pushed it. I'm looking for his defense because he's a public figure. I've never defended him here since, not just today. If you look at my statement right from day one, I've not said it before. I repeat myself. He will get mature more when after the more he do his activism, that would sharpen his way of approach. I've been saying it. It's not right 100%, but in this country we are in Nigeria today, in how much we are clamoring for a better Nigeria, we also use our hand to destroy it because we have the personal biases against some people. If so, then the country will not move forward. It will never move forward. When somebody do wrong, calling him out is wrong. Hold on, Mama, I want to remind you here, right? You here, when very dark man made a utterance about the job people, I was the first to criticize on your platform, and you agreed to it. As like this statement is inciting and it's not good, and you should mind the way he speaks, otherwise you'll be picked up. If I was the president, I would pick him up for that statement. So, but don't do like this, one man. But let me use the floor for the next person. Thank you.
All right. Back to you. The floor was band of Prestige. So back to you, Prestige. It's unbelievable how tribal we are.
Allow me to speak, that woman.
All right. You can have a little insertion, but Prestige has the floor. So, but yeah, make that statement, and then we get back to Prestige.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yes, but our Prestige has the floor. But if you just want to make a little comment.
Okay. I know for the fact that very dark man represents the opinion of some people. Okay, which is normal because we cannot all share the same opinion. But the truth of the matter is, activism must come with some level of civility. To me, very dark man is not in any way gain the status of celebrity or as the last speakers put it, influential. The fact that you have the platform on the internet to blackmail
it's just a TikToker now. What are we talking? It's just a TikToker.
To blackmail some people, and even certain causes that is even legit. The way he talks about people as if he is up there, the people he's talking to are down below his feet. It amazed me. And what really amazed me most is some of us that are in foreign land. When police pick somebody up, nobody asks for where's your warrant of arrest, where's your this where, or is it today they pick somebody up on the street in abroad? The status we accrue to very dark man is intoxicating him, and it does not even make him to do this thing with civility. Imagine the last time he was talking, he's giving Abike Dabiri 1 week at a meeting. Who are you? You have a very legit cause, which I agree to, but you do it with some sense of civility. You talk down on the official of the government as if you are up there, they are down below your feet. It is agreed that Nigerian government, majority of government officials are not doing very well. Okay? But you have to deal with people with some level of civility. You go on internet, blackmail people. The last time I was watching his video clip, he was saying it there that EFCC, they are 90% corrupt. If they take him up, he will prove it to them. Who knows? Maybe that's the reason why they pick him up. Who knows?
All right. It's just some wayward guy from Edo. It's a known fraudster, by the way.
And the way people are going about it, they are the one even making him just misbehaving.
All right, hold on for Zeta. I think she wants to come in, and then we'll go on to it's some fraudulent guy from Edo who has a reputation for fraud, by the way. He was picked up in a GT Bank, which is to tell you then that he was engaged in some fraudulent activities, and the bank tied him down to call in the police. So I'm not quite sure why they are trying to do ethnic jingoism now, Zeta.
You say some sort of guy that goes to the internet is. I don't know who this guy is. I always
it's just some new 419 guy that's just landed on the scene over the last 12 months or so. Just some Edo 419 guy.
It's like everybody in Nigeria now is looking for their own Jesus. I don't really understand this. Every little thing, there is a riot. Every little thing, there is a call for the person to be released. Every little thing, they're discussing it. I mean, why the chaos?
The person is above the law.
Huh?
Like the person is above the law.
Yeah, I don't understand what is going on in Nigeria these days. It's like the losers are all about the whole country and the whole of the internet looking for their own Jesus to come and bail them out. Somebody will do something. The government can no longer work. They pick him. Hey, how dare them pick him? He's this, he's that. Yeah. Natasha, whoa. What do you people call this one again?
Yeah, very dark man, they call him. You know what really infuriates me?
Madam Zeta, come here, because without disrespect, what's your statement right now? What's this standing for? Do you really know about the guy you're speaking about?
She knows that there's just some online.
No, Mom, I'm not asking you the question. She just said you don't know about the guy.
Hold on, let me answer him one man. Of course, one man, you know I can answer anybody.
Madam Zeta, please answer my question directly. I don't need a lot of explanation. Do you know the guy, yes or no? Simple.
I don't know the guy. That's the more reason
why. Okay, just drop.
Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question. I don't know the guy. And for me not to know him means he's of no importance to my country. And
okay, thank you so much. No, you hold on. No, you hold on. My question is a major question.
Hold on. No, one piece. You can't do that. You can't ask a question and then
give you a detailed reason why I said I don't know him. And I don't know him. But we should not be discussing people that the authorities in our country picked. A normal Nigerian, he should go and sort himself out. If the government found something wanting, he should go. If they didn't treat him like, he should sue them. I don't understand all this stuff. Why is everybody looking for Jesus? So
Madam, you are taking it too long. You are talking too long. I don't have the brain to keep what I'm going to say. It was a little question. Now, what this you are saying is not important. It's irrelevant to me right now or to what you are saying. The simple question I ask you, do you know this guy? You said no. But I want to point you to your...
That's why he should not be discussed.
No, that's why you should not discuss him and further either. Because hold on. Now, you just hold on. See, you just hold on. I want to indict you on your statement. You said it's not important. I was not discussing.
Hold on now. What piece? You have to slow it down so that it can become. Did you even understand what Zeta was saying? Visa is saying that that very dark man is inconsequential to the greater scheme of things, and the sort of public attention that it's that he seems to be commanding over the last 12 months thereabout, it is quite disturbing that somebody of a dubious character, of very little consequence, should be holding the country hostage to the point that the police cannot even effect an arrest. If he was being arrested in a bank, if he's been arrested in a bank,
anything that describes.
Hold on. If the bank calls the police to come and arrest the customer, then all the indications that it's a case of fraud. And with his back history of fraudulent activities, that comes as no surprise
Even
to anyone.
If the bank did not call the police,
Please, you guys are talking over me. We are at least we please, you guys are talking over me, and we're supposed to be adult here. I don't know if you guys telling me I'm the lesser person. Then why you guys not are the bigger person? You just like to lecture me or school me about what you have to say. It doesn't make sense. And whatever one man is saying, Ms. Zita is beating you to whatever he's saying. So you fall for it. If you are listening to my session for the beginning, I don't think you'll be speaking like this. And at the end of the day, you said people that have lost what you submitted, that people have lost the election, the people that want the country to destroy is moving around, being bitter, and say why they hold on now. Use a hold on. That's what I asked you before. Do you know that guy? Have you ever seen that guy? So why do you have to use that statement on that guy?
Hold on. You didn't.
No. Madam, I respect you so much. But sometimes you shoot out of the line.
Hold on. Sorry, Zita. Sorry, Zita. Because very dark man falls within that space. It falls within that space.
I come and get shit.
I think it's War Peace voice I'm hearing. War Peace from your voice. From what you just said, your last sentence means you did not understand what I said.
No, Mazita, I'm disappointed. No. You jumped into his conclusion without understanding what is going on between me and my white man.
Let me make it clear. I said people. I did not say this man. I said people are looking for their Jesus. That's what I said. I didn't say this man is their Jesus or this man is looking for Jesus. I said people who lost election are not looking for their Jesus. People who are losers are not looking for their Jesus. For anybody in the country that is being arrested for one thing or the other, it blows off in the internet. Bring him back. Natasha, we've been talking about Natasha for how many months now? Even when she's a senator, that issue should not go that far. Can the government of Nigeria and the agencies in Nigeria, they can
Mother, I gave you a lot of time to say, I gave you a lot of time to explain yourself, and you are making same statement all over again. There's under two statement.
Me.
No, madam, it's so wait. Can I just explain? I'm a 51 years old man. I know what you said, Madam Zita. Please just listen. You cannot arrogate how I will take your statement. Please let me analyze what you said. You said people that lost the election. That means there's already undertone to it, or you're already biased. There's not about election about this guy right now. That's why I said you came in, you don't understand. You
didn't understand.
No.
Your comment indicates that you don't understand what Zita is saying.
Okay, now, let me tell you. I know you are happy. Try to say I think you are getting away with murder. It's okay. Now, I have a problem with Madam Zita's statement and your statement. Because I've said this before here, and people this is the new go area now. When you speak the target of something in Nigeria, you cannot be a Nigerian again. You cannot speak freely. If you speak about the government, you are obedient. If you speak about the Benin, you are Yoruba. There's no more free citizen. Hold on, madam. You do not understand. True. I can tell you practically you don't understand. Because me and one man having a statement on a free citizen that can act freely on its own. We must not tie it to bigotry or tribalism. And you just came and you tie it to politics immediately. You tie it to some set of people that is angry. What does that have to do? Why can't you just give your statement without not tying to those things? Why can't you no, hold on. Why can't you guys hold on? Yeah. Hold on, please.
Can you let man of prestige finish so that some of us can go, and if you want to leave, we can leave.
Let me tell you something. If you don't want to listen, if you don't want to this platform, you can zit yourself. Because when they are speaking,
don't let him make
you cannot listen.
We are here.
I don't care who is. What you can tell me that somebody? What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of nonsense is this? Because if you guys want to attack somebody black, then you want to push somebody's throat down. What kind of nonsense is this? No, don't do this.
Hold on.
I can
Hold on now.
disrespect you to come and tell. I'm talking and you don't get the audacity to come and tell me that. Is this the moderator? Who is this? Who is Larry to tell? This kind of nonsense is this?
Can you hold on? Well, and I would need you to hold on 1 second. What piece? What Larry is saying is that the conversation is looping round the same. We're all saying, we're all repeating ourselves, but the communication is not being made. So what he's saying is, if the communication is not being made, then maybe we just leave it and move on. So that's what Larry is saying. And what Zita is saying is that there's a wildness within the Nigerian space. It's not calling Very Dark Man an obedient. It's saying there's a wildness within the Nigerian space at the moment that anybody that takes a particular stance, because that wildness is so vitriolic, you know, that anybody that takes a stance that, you know, they immediately leap on it to use it to weaponize against the government. That's what she's saying, really, in the broader strokes
Thank
of
you.
it. And that's what we see.
Now,
you know,
I'm saying,
hold on, just listen, just listen. And what she's saying is that this narrative, whoever this guy is, and I don't think Zita especially cares one way or the other about Very Dark Man, but just that noise, it continues to ricochet and ricochet, and it's been bouncing since February 2023, and that's what she's saying. That so the government cannot even arrest somebody now without that noise subsuming it and amplifying it into another thing, and that's what Zita is saying.
Okay, and I'm saying that statement right now is unnecessary because he hasn't got to that stage yet. The country is not going on a wire because I arrest that guy. There's no public riot right now because I arrest that guy. That's why I said Zita's statement was uncalled for. She would have questioned the guy's action, not crucifying the guy because the people now going around making the country unpeaceful. I've seen innocent
And
people
we are
starving.
discussing it with 200 and something people listening.
Doesn't matter.
And it's all over the internet, by the way.
I question you back. I asked you a question based on your question, your statement, and now you are changing the goalpost. Like I don't understand what you said. It's okay. This tribalism eats Nigeria up. If we cannot stand fairly for what is right and what is wrong, because we feel that some people are stupid, that some people are being want to burn the country down, we will be acting the same way the people we are accusing. Fair and square. Because there's no politician has been arrested or anybody arrested, the country is burning down. But when we start to speak of something, we start jumping up and start coming, we're talking about what about this or what about this. When we need to do something, we don't do it. When we don't need to do something, then we start showing that we are educated. I beg.
All right, thank you. So we get back to Prestige, and then we try to go back to the structure of it. So Prestige, there it is. The level of passion, I don't even know where it's coming from, but Prestige, there it is. MOP. I think Prestige has been knocked out by the volleyball. But as we are with Prestige, let's go on to you then, Larry. So Larry, still Very Dark Man in play. I have no problem with him being arrested. He's not above the law. He has form in terms of interactions with the authorities. So there's no reason why he should not be arrested. And the notoriety of where he comes from, by the way, that's a Edo and a guy man something. So there's that backdrop as well. So we're talking about that.
Woman, who is more thief than the Yorubas? You can't tell the guy that the guy from Edo is a 419. Who is more thief than the Yorubas? Why you like to poke people and play the beating game? You keep saying it and repeating it.
I'm not even saying that. You know, they even have a terminology.
That's what you are saying. No, stop that. You disrespect people. You disrespect woman. Don't do that. I'm here. Don't do that. If I'm not here, you can say whatever you want to say. Don't do that.
It wasn't even meant as a disrespect. It's common.
It's full disrespect. Like you are being told by how you think we the Edo are not intelligent, so you can mock us openly, but we don't get that response.
All right. And I didn't even want to stay in that space. I was going to go to Larry, but the Edo slang guy man, what does it mean? Because that slang comes out of Edo State. What does guy man mean?
You are being tribal here. You are not being petty here, woman. But go ahead. I have more in stock for you. So just go ahead. Do what you're gonna do.
All right. Larry Floyd was still very dark man, but also going on in Nnpc. Attempts to the story came out that Mele Kyari was arrested. He comes out to tell us that he wasn't detained, but sadly, probably he was questioned. But the goings on in Nnpc now, even with a lot of the heads of those refineries arrested, countless billions. So, what's you monitor the oil space, Larry? What's going on there?
Okay, Woman. Good evening, Woman, and our viewers. Good evening, everybody. So let me start with the very dark man issue. Like I said, I don't care, right? If Efcc arrests him, they should definitely have a cause of why they actually had to arrest him. And I think the best thing people need to do, probably get closer to his lawyer and understand the charges against him. Probably on Monday, EFCC takes him to court, put out the charges, his lawyer defends whatever cause he wants to defend. But my problem is, you see this mob mentality. You see them all around the internet, blah, 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 blah. And I ask myself, how are we going to continue like this? Any slight thing, you see this mob everywhere on the internet, disturbing the internet as if it's just Nigeria on the internet for unnecessary things that are basically unnecessary. Somebody was arrested by the authority, and you start seeing a lot of gaslighting, people gaslighting the authority. Why? If he has not done anything, no authority will ever go out to go arrest him. So they've arrested him, he should definitely defend himself. So that's not really an issue for me. I don't even care if they arrest him. It's not my business. Because he's probably done something, and I don't even know why he's been arrested. So probably on Monday, I've seen a lot of things. Some people said it's Mercy Shiwo issue. Some people said it's something else. Some people said it's something else. And I like the fact that EFCC is not even
sorry, Larry, if it's Mercy Chinwo issue or even issues relating to Abika Dabiri, it will not be EFCC, it will be the police. So the EFCC are quite specific.
The Mercy Chinwo issue, that one is already in court. EFCC is the one prosecuting that. But I don't even care, right? EFCC knows better. And I'm not in the position to start guessing. Oh, probably is this, probably is that.
But if I may come in, they gave a reason yesterday. They said cyber stalking. Why do we pretend so much in this country as if we don't know the rot in our system? Why do we pretend? Because he has nothing to do with us, we pretend as if it doesn't matter. How long do we continue like this as a people?
Can you wait? EFCC has
his lawyer was there yesterday. With the allegation, they seized their phone. They came up with the allegation that cyber stalking. What has cyber stalking got to do with the EFCC?
Wait, can you listen?
Why do we pretend so much in this country? I have somebody in America here. In the books of Nigeria, he said he was killed. They succeeded somebody for that person.
No. We're not even doing that. Cyber stalking is not even an EFCC matter. It's a DSS police matter. So if EFCC are arresting him, then it cannot be cyber stalking. But carry on now, Larry.
EFCC has not come out with any official statement. Everything we've seen is probably people guessing. It's normal guessing. Until the EFCC comes out, give an official statement, that's when we'll definitely know why. Everything that has been happening ever since he's been arrested, it's probably people guessing. You see a lot of things in the papers. You see a lot of things on the internet. So it's different things. For me, I don't even care about all those ones. I'm really interested. If EFCC has a case against him, EFCC knows the right thing to do, not on the internet. EFCC go to court, charge him to court, and let his lawyer defend him. That's that. So let me go to something else. It's not really worth me wasting a lot of time
at all
on very dark.
It's a personal non-grant.
So I think another thing I want to go to is this Mele Kyari thing.
Why did he drop the Edo? He used to call himself very dark Edo man. Did he drop the Edo in?
I don't care.
Kill this topic now.
All right. Okay, carry on. Sorry, carry on.
Madam Zita, you are amazing me, right? You are you are amazing me. I'm surprised today because me and Mama's statement, me and my argument, it was about They don't know the cost of the
No,
the
I
cost of the
didn't
president
listen
yet.
to you
Everybody
on
should wait.
one man's argument.
So
I
that,
didn't.
and I'm trying to
good
tell you
evening.
that part. No, I'm
One
trying
man
to
they
tell
make
you.
joke. One
I'm
man
trying
is
to
always
tell you
just
that part.
joking.
I didn't
Wait now,
listen to you
Manazita,
on one
hold on.
man's
No,
argument.
Manazita, just listen now.
Actually,
I was no, hold on. I'm trying to tell you that, and you're telling me not to school me about what you said. I'm telling you what you said is not important. You don't even know what me and one man's talking about. I'm telling the public that everybody should wait till Monday. The guy's not bigger than everybody to be arrested. Everybody should wait till Monday. Stop this speculation of yes, he's arrest him or not. I said by Monday, if it's DSS that arrest him, what will we say now? If tomorrow by Monday, DSS came and said we arrested him because of this, what will everybody say? People just running around saying
no, I
EFCC,
don't give a
that.
heck who he
What is
is.
not my
Yes,
them?
that's
Not
my
my
point.
them.
That
We
hold that.
shouldn't be
When I said you
discussing
don't give
him.
it, then you got left the matter because you don't know what I'm saying. But it's okay. I leave
I'm
my.
not interested. One man,
Then
can I say
you would
something?
have dropped the what you would have dropped what me and Mama
One
saying.
man,
If you're not interested, you would have leave it like
one
that.
man. Can I say something, please?
All right, say that thing, and then let's get back to Larry. I think Larry prefers a more structured sort of conversation. So
Okay.
say it, and then we'll go back to Larry.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that one man, remember, on 2 occasions in this platform, you have, I think it's 2 Niger and you, that have asked me this dark man's, whether I know one dark man like that. I said, I don't know who the heck he is. And today, I just had the name again. And I said, why are we discussing him? That's what I said. And I said, why is everybody looking for their own Jesus? Every little thing
Because
is
lack of government, proper government made this guy to be important. The guys be doing what government ought to be doing.
You see,
right.
one man, look, can we throw this man's case off the line?
Yes, let's go to Mele Kyari.
Please trash his case in the trash can. Whosoever wants to see
it's not really what
should
it's
go
just
to
some
Nigeria
guy
and find out what is going on with him. I don't care.
And you are supposed to be a mother.
All right, it's just some guy man from Ugeli. Yeah, back to you, Larry.
Okay, so on the issue of Mele Kyari, it's kind of like just funny, right? And for me, I don't want EFCC to do media trial with Mele Kyari. If EFCC wants to really deal with that case, they need to do a lot of very clean job. Because Nnpc at this point, there is a whole lot of things that is going on in Nnpc. The Nnpc need a lot of rebranding because they want to make Nnpc public. And for you to take a company public, then you need to position that company in such a way that there will be a lot of people that will have confidence in that company. If you take it, I don't know where they want to. I think the last time, I'm not sure if they want to take it public, I'm not sure they intend to put it on NGX. Probably they intend to put it on probably NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange, or probably London Stock Exchange. And for you to do that, right, you need to have, if you need to clean some things up, clean it up and at least repaint it and make it look better for investors that want to really key into it. So EFCC should do the right thing. They shouldn't do all this thing they do in Nigeria with corruption cases, on the pages of newspaper, EFCC doing this, EFCC. I would rather even say EFCC should keep mute. EFCC should not say anything. Let people speculate, let people suggest, let people think whatever they want to think. Why the EFCC should just focus more on the books. They need to focus more on the books. And it's good, right? The fact that the present management of Nnpc is ready to cooperate with EFCC. Pull out the books, look into the records and see where we can actually get things. If Mele Kyari has stolen money, they need to collect every single penny back from him. And if there are people that have really, benefited from this, because obviously a lot of things have gone wrong. Is it from the refinery, from the swaps they did, from the forward sales? So it's a whole lot of things, a whole lot of mess. And I think probably Tinubu knows what he's doing. That was why he didn't sack Mele Kyari at that point. But at this point, if there are things, I don't see Mele Kyari escaping it. And, you start seeing people, when all of them are actually out, people will start talking, probably one or two things that are hidden. We'll start seeing some of those things. But EFCC should do a clean job, please. If they don't do a clean job, they will definitely be doing it for, not just for Nnpc, they'll be doing it for Nigeria. because we really need to take Nnpc public. If we want to take it public,
how much of that money do you still think is recoverable? Because the looting format in Nigeria is that they loot, making sure to loot a portion for the legal battle, and they can tie it up in court for, look how long we've been chasing Abacha's money, and Babangida's money and all of that. So a lot of those monies, when they are gone, I don't think we get 5% of them back.
No,
because it's interwoven now. I said they shouldn't arrest the man. Why are they arresting him?
No, I'm not sure they are. I think it's just people, media he's not been arrested. So, but the thing is this, right? All those Babangida period, you can't compare that period to this period. There is a whole lot of things now, right? There is a whole lot of transparency within the financial space compared to those periods, right? So that's why for me,
once the money is out of the country, it's very difficult to get back.
No, it's not like that. For me, right? You see, if the EFCC knows what to do, they know how to trace every fund. And God so good, most countries now are now beginning to cooperate. You've seen a lot of collaboration with FBI, collaboration with EFCC. So everybody is kind of like cooperating now. So, probably if there's, I'm not even sure it's a difficult thing for them to do. EFCC just need to take their time, take their best guys, let them do the right thing, leave the normal operation, go into the books, trace the flow of transaction, trace everything. It's easier now. You can sit down in a place and trace transaction all around the world. EFCC has the capability to trace transactions. So they can do all those things. And I think if they have a lot of evidence, right? The problem in most cases is EFCC goes to court with less evidence. They go to court, probably get some of their lawyers, and people kind of like blame, why is the EFCC losing the cases? Because it's the evidence are not really compelling, as in they are just evidence that can quickly be thrown out of the door. So for me, if government needs to invest more in getting the right evidence, because this is big. We are talking about billions of dollars. So this is big. If they can do that, I think they can, they can actually help that corporation to really get some of this money back. You've seen the guy, what you see. If EFCC is not careful, you start seeing normal ethnic games, this mob, why did, but he was not the minister of petroleum, the normal thing.
I'm expecting the Northern Caucus to come out and
start seeing all those things
playing ethnic,
probably is anti-North, is anti-this, is anti-that, rather than focusing on the core things, right? They'll start seeing all those things. You start seeing sponsored protests for, against, which is a normal Nigerian thing. So for me, that's why I'm more interested in EFCC focusing on the real thing, talking on the subject matter of the case, looking for ways to get more evidence to nail this guy. If truly he has stolen from the country, look for ways to nail associates. If truly you can actually bring out solid evidence against the associates and wrap everybody in, right? I know it's a big thing. Nnpc, CBN, racketeering, a lot of things. It's big, right? It goes beyond even Nigeria. Some multinationals are involved. If there is corruption in Nnpc, there will be issue with multinationals. Countries will be involved. Countries that you don't even expect will be involved, right? So it's a whole lot of things, but EFCC should just do their best. If they need to recruit people from outside to do this thing, and let's get out of this. And whatever the guy has stolen, let them get it back from him.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else you're looking at in the news? What are you making of Tinubu's state visits now to all the composing states of the country? He was in Katsina recently, on the way to Anambra on Thursday. So what are you making of that? What sort of relationship do you think he has with Soludo? Very little chance of Soludo leaving APGA for APC, but do you think Soludo is somewhat of a closet Tinubu acolyte? What are you making of this state visits that he's embarked on?
Please, okay, please, one more before before you go further. Can I, I have something to tell my brother Larry about the Kyari investigation. Please, can I ask him a question?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. How far, my brother? So, yeah, Larry, how now? So, you talk about the international community. Looking at how they are so much interested in seeing our places, or eyeing our resources, or wishing us not to function well. Look at what they are doing in Burkina Faso right now. They are openly coming out to fight for the resources. Don't you think that others will say that they will help us? It's never going to happen. These people, they are out to to destabilize and to steal our resources. So look at what is happening. I mean, if I want to just compare it, compare the way the French and the British and the Germans are sticking their head in the gold and all the resources in Burkina Faso. So do you think that Nigeria will have a chance at all? I don't know the one that even do these damages to us. And then why should the Tinubu even allow this guy to stay there for the last 2 years before coming to art now? It's too late to cry. So the money will never come back. Like one said, if they take the money out, we can't get them back. So we never get it back. We can get probably 100,000 euro back from 100 million euro they have stolen from our place. So thank you, sir. So I want to tell me how you think that they can still be of use to us. These Western countries that are just openly coming out to say that, yeah, Africa, we hate you. You have no right to control your resources. Yes, sir. That's my question, my brother.
Okay, so that was why I said EFCC needs to do a good job, right? You see all those countries that you're saying, right? Once you're able to trace transaction into those countries, it is easier for you to get those transactions. So unlike those days of Abacha, financial architecture that we have now compared to what we had then, it's kind of like different. So with technology now, with all the investment that we've done, within the financial architecture, it's easier for you to trace things. The only thing is, how genuine are the people tracing some of these transactions? In terms of tracing, it's easier for you to trace transactions now, right? Except probably the only thing you can tell me is if it doesn't really go within the financial infrastructure architecture, probably somebody just went to somewhere, dug a pit, stole money, kept it there. But if it's still within, if it's transaction that goes within that architecture, it is easier to trace. Now it now deals with how.
But my brother, why are we not doing things to prevent this money being stolen out, like Obasanjo time, little bit? The third term agenda of Obasanjo was a missed opportunity. Why should we allow people to take our things out in the first place? That's the question. And then going to these places that these tigers and lions that are after our resources. I mean, why can't we just do something to prevent them? And then like even talking about stock exchange, why can't we just do the simple things, basic things like refining our product at home, making the resources, the finished product available to the people in Nigeria and Ghana and Kenya, linking our our countries in Africa up with rail lines to be selling our things. Forget about the dollar. You know what I say? All this World Bank.
Overnight?
Yeah, you see, if World Bank is owned by Pope and the Pope died, your enemy died, you are going to bury him. Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. Larry, respond to that and bring it home, and then we'll move the conversation around a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Tony, you see all those things you see, even all this Burkina Faso, all this, it's just a lot of.
Do you want to speak on that Burkina Faso a little bit? I think it's a con.
Yes,
I think that Ibrahim Traore, I think he's a con man. And I think people don't really understand what is going on. The Western push against Burkina Faso is nothing to do with Ibrahim Traore. It's to do with the Russians. They don't want the Russians to have a foothold in that space because they could cascade all the way through. So it's more complex than some silly captains stealing gold from his people. But Larry.
You know the problem we have. You see this internet of a thing, and all these are social media platform. It's more of propaganda now, right? And it needs people that are intelligent for you to sit down to know what is right from what is not right. I've seen a lot of things being pushed, you know, Ibrahim Traore doing this, Ibrahim Traore doing that, you know. But if you want to see how a country is doing, right, it's not how outsiders paint that country. It's how people inside paint the country. And now this is the thing. Ibrahim Traore is doing this, is doing that. How about media in that country? What are they saying about Ibrahim Traore? And that's exactly what has been missing. You've seen a lot of things on the internet, right? You've not really seen independent media telling us how they are feeling. Because what this guy has basically done is basically shut everybody down. You can't criticize that government, you know. And when you see people, you know, a coup plotter, and everybody's like, oh, he's doing this, he's doing that. For me, you know, you can't rule people with gun and expect them to have different views from you. And that's exactly what is happening. And Russia, you know, I think he signed a deal with Russia, you know, gold and stuff like that. These are things that, you know, they will keep doing, right? And for me, it's full of propaganda, right? There's propaganda all around the internet. At the point you see some people, oh, all Africans should stand up, should do this, should do that. And I ask myself, why will all Africans stand up, right? This is a coup plotter. Somebody
It's a coup plotter, my brother, please, sir. But you can see what he's doing on ground. I mean,
I cannot
you know,
see
look at the whole road. Look at the construction. He has turned Burkina Faso into a construction site and the power supply. A lot of Nigerians are there. People are running to Burkina Faso. Are we not ashamed? Are we not ashamed? So the 24/7 electricity is starting up, a nuclear power station to provide electricity for these people. What do you want? What do you want? The democracy? You know, what do you want for what? Yeah.
Nuclear power station in Burkina Faso. They don't
please,
even
have
have
a question for Mr. Larry. Can I ask him a question, please?
They don't even have it in advanced countries. In more advanced countries.
No, they started the project. Like what Obasanjo was about to do.
Nuclear power station.
Yeah, they have started the project, sir, to provide light and to take care of the industrialization effort. The country is functioning.
Do you know what it takes to set up a nuclear? And anyway, Larry. Yeah, Larry.
Yes. I have a question for him. Can I ask him a question, please?
Yeah, hold on. Larry, take one more question and then bring it home so that we can move it around. Yes, take that question and then bring it home. Yeah. Ask the question.
The last time we were talking about this same issue. The last statement from no matter how you feel the guy is not performing, no matter how you feel he came to power, is there any justification for an America to be talking about the man protecting himself with the gold in Burkina Faso, not the oil in Texas? So, of what concern, of what justification is an American, to be telling the world that the man is protecting himself with the gold in Burkina Faso, not the oil in Texas? It doesn't have any justification. No matter how you feel he's not performing. No, what is their concern in Africa? When it comes to resources, Africa is a vital ground for them. When it comes to every other thing, it becomes a shithole. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we sit down and discuss and start blaming colonialists for the injustice, for the poor foundation laid in Africa, for decades. Well, how long do we continue to be slaves? And we are happy about it. Are we not ashamed as a continent, as a country, that we continue to be? I mean, some people will come out openly to tell you Africa is not in charge. We're not in charge of our environment. Somebody else is dictating what is happening in Africa, and we claim to have gained independence for about 65 years, since about over 6 decades ago. Of how long do we continue like that as a nation? Of what justification as an American to be telling a Burkina head of state or whatever you call it? I don't even care about the development he's doing in his country. What justification is America to be telling an African of eyes want to protect himself with the gold in Burkina Faso? He's not talking about the oil in Texas. So, what justification do you have?
You've asked the question. So, Larry, yeah.
Okay, so number one, why is America interested? America is not interested in Burkina Faso because probably because maybe Burkina Faso is that country that they're interested in. No. America is interested more in international politics. This is more of a Russia versus the West, right? And ensuring that, it's a normal thing for them, right? Ensuring that Russia is not really able to push itself deep into Africa. So it's a normal thing. It's all about their interest. The same way why Russia is fighting Ukraine. Not because Ukraine is really bad, but because Russia felt that NATO is moving into Ukraine and probably Ukraine can actually be a threat to them. So that's a normal thing, right? And number two, you see all those things on the internet and you believe, oh, probably Burkina Faso is kind of like a Dorado, is this, is that. No, it's not like that. You are outsider. You don't know what the people there are feeling. This is a country where you don't have independent media. All the things people do in Nigeria, one person will just go on the internet, blah, blah, blah. You can't do those things in Burkina Faso. You can't even have an independent press in Burkina Faso. Everybody is afraid because it's guns everywhere. But you are outside. When you are outside, you are in an independent state. You are in an independent country where you have the right to say whatsoever you want to say. Then you can't be in the shoe of those people that are in those countries that don't have the right to say what they want to say. They don't have the right to criticize their government. They don't have the right to say things that are contrary to what the government believes in because they are afraid of the guns. They are afraid of their family. They are. It's a lot of fear. So if you're outside, you can always say, oh, they are enjoying, they have the best life. No, that's not the best life. The best life is when you have the right to say what you want to say, when you have the freedom. You are not afraid that if you say something, probably when you sleep, you don't know if they are going to come with their guns. That was exactly what happened during Abacha. When Abacha was in Nigeria as a president, right? Abacha can be doing infrastructure. Probably if we have this kind of internet at that point, right? People outside Nigeria would definitely feel like, oh, Nigerians are enjoying. But you can't have a contrary view at that point because when you sleep, you are afraid. You don't know what's going to happen in the night.
But this is not the first time. Will you want a repeat of Thomas Sankara?
All right, you have to let him land so that we can move it right.
I don't care about all those things.
What we have today is even better than what we have under Abacha. What's the difference?
Okay, wait. Let me just bring it home, right? Let me bring it home. When it comes to your turn, you can do that. As far as I'm concerned, right? The number one thing that any citizen of a country will enjoy is the freedom. And immediately that freedom is taken from you, then you are not enjoying anything. People outside are enjoying the freedom that are telling people inside that they are enjoying, when in actual sense, they do not enjoy their freedom. So as far as I'm concerned, Burkina Faso people should be given the opportunity to speak out. They should be given the opportunity to criticize their government. They should be given the opportunity to say what they feel about their government, not people from outside telling them that they are getting the right thing. That's what I just see when it comes to that. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent, Larry. So thank you, Larry. Stay with us, Larry. So gentlemen and Zita, let's do it this way. Let's do 5-7 minutes monologue so that we can get to people quicker. The interjections still allowed, but let's try and contain it unless they're really pertinent to the conversation. We go back to Prestige, see if it's ready to carry on from where it was. Prestige, are you back with us, Prestige? Oh, all right. Well, I don't think we are fully on board. I was going to go to War Peace next, but I think he's dropped. So I think it naturally defaults to Zita. So Zita, you're up next. We're talking about Natasha. We're talking about the probe going on in Nnpc, which a lot of people feel is long overdue. Very dark man. I'm not sure you are especially interested, but or anything else that takes your attention in the news. So Zita, you're up next.
No, the Nnpc guy, I said, you remember when you mentioned him some time ago, I said that they shouldn't arrest him because he's doing their job. We don't want those camera arrests that you'll arrest somebody, drag him here, drag him there, then all of a sudden everything will die down just to massage the emotions of some Nigerians. But actually, what I wanted to discuss is this. I don't want to talk about Natasha. I heard that the story is spiraling. He hired, what's her name? Obionye Kwesele to disrupt whatever. And then one lady somewhere is putting all manner of things in the internet, showing what the shit they have been doing. That's their business. As I said before, that Natasha's case shouldn't have gone the level it went to. But since she wants to keep dragging it, I just feel she's dragging her cloth on the floor. So I don't want to keep discussing her. Then back to this man in Burkina Faso. When people talk about him, those who listen to all the things that is being put out in the internet about him, I don't think they remember why that man took power. And I don't know whether they remember who he was before he took that power. Because that's one case I was following vividly. And I remember in those days here in One Man Platform, some people said, well, if their countrymen and women want dictatorship in their country, who are we to say no? Even some Nigerians were calling for the same thing for Nigeria too. But the man gave, I think I mentioned it here. Is it yesterday or day before yesterday, some time ago here? He gave 5 reasons why he took office, even when he was the military man in charge of security. Number 1 reason was security. He said because he's the head of the military and he is not the president, and the president is a civilian man, so he doesn't have authority to handle the things the way he wants to handle. And the man is not doing the job, and the whole country is being littered with militants. So he took over to quench that militant. And I made bold to announce to you today that that man is being guarded by Russian military. And if a president of a country is being guarded by the military of another country, that means he has failed. Because the number 1 job for a president is security and safety of his citizens. If he is not too sure, he's not capable to save himself, let alone his country, then I don't know what he's doing there, but if they keep praising him, that's okay. One man, when we come to interjection, I will speak the rest. You said it's 2 minutes, right? I think I'm done.
All right, brilliant. I said 7 minutes, but we'll still look around back to you. So we come from you to Prestige. Are you back there now?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can now. We've been trying to reach you back.
Sorry. I don't know what's going on with my system, but let me rush up and use my 5 minutes judiciary.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I'm gonna start from where I stopped. I'm not gonna linger on that because we don't want to label. I don't want any interjection when it comes to VDM because we already labeled that. So the point I was trying to make, when it took to a different turn, is that I like VDN activism. But sometimes, it took it to a different level for it to become an amateurish, like about the money and everything. But one man, what we cannot do is stay here and accuse him of anything. Nobody has proven that, he's a forger or he do fraudulent stuff, Like he properly stated, whatever he did was just a prank, he was just test, his credibility. That's why he did it. But that one notwithstanding, so it's he played an amateur game in that regard. But in reference to what's going on right now, we don't really know what happened. So let me just leave it like that until maybe by Monday they actually tell us why they arrested him. So let me go back. Let me start with the Natasha, and the and the Speaker of the House, Akpabio. I don't know if anybody know what's going on. This Sandra Dury, I think what's his name? She probably know more. She probably know about him, Miss AI. You probably know about her. I mean, this lady, credibility in Imo State politics. We know the kind of role he played, the kind of solutions. I know, so he already don't have any credibility. If you follow what actually transpired during when he was doing all this thing, there was a log in India that showed that Akpabio name was there and they Nedi Nwoko. So this lady was just paid. I'm not here to say whether Natasha, what is going on between Natasha and Akpabio, who is correct. But this lady just made a fool of herself. To begin with, she's not a professor and she's not a doctor. Okay? It's an honored degree that she have. She was being paid to do whatever salacious statement that she made. Can you even imagine? There's one particular statement that caught my attention. So let me say, Natasha, that's a lawyer, and Natasha's going to come and tell you that whatever is going on, I want you to help me, phrase the Speaker of the House for was it certain kind of trafficking? I don't know if it is human trafficking or whatever. I'm going to give you 200 million naira. And Natasha come and tell you that any kind of sexual any kind of sexual accusation that that he's labeling against Akpabio was lie. She just made it up. How can Natasha tell you something like this? Is that any credibility in that lady? Well, like I told you, we already know about his history. From her history from Imo State, the kind of person she is. Before she moved to USA, and break up with her husband or something like that. But it's not about her that I'm telling. But everything that she said, I don't know what other people's opinion is. I don't know if anybody has spoken on this in this platform. That lady is not credible. She just damaged her credibility. She forgotten that she's talking to the current generation that are very savvy in internet. That everything that she said, even the voice, even the voice that she played, yeah, anybody can. And I mean, you can use AI, to generate somebody's voice. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but that lady has no credibility. One more. Have you followed the story?
Man of Physics, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead and say something.
Okay. So you basically painted the whole narrative based on your own personal bias.
Okay.
Right.
I'm going by what I saw.
Yeah,
I mean,
no. Let's talk to facts.
Yes.
Let's talk to facts. The whole issue of what happened in Imo, right? It's not really a subject in this particular current situation. It's your own normal personal bias. What happened?
It's what Imo? I saw when she was talking.
Wait. Imo is not. This is Natasha, right? What happened in Imo is not current. It's probably something that has happened before.
But I'm giving you the genesis of that woman who did not have any credibility, what she did in Imo.
Yeah, that's so, you hear what I said, right?
I mean, like they said, when you show me who you are for the first time, I believe who you are.
Wait now, man of prestige. Based on what you said, probably your past thing, what you know her for, right? Which every other person, every politician, all of them have one or two things, right? So now coming to the subject matter of the issue. Number one, she came out with some audios, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which has not really been validated. Though she said she's taking it to the police, they validated that. For me, probably until an independent body validates that, right? You saying probably it's an AI, yeah, it could be and it could not be.
No, it's not.
Right?
Madam AI, you don't know. You don't know whether AI. When it comes to this government, you are sick of fancy of them.
Know.
So it doesn't really matter what anybody said here, You're gonna say you're not Akpabio, sympathizer. So that's what you're gonna say.
Me?
No, I'm talking about Madam AI.
Okay. So what I just want to paint is this, right? Even in Natasha, because for me, right, a lot of people that were for Natasha, if you ask now, they are now beginning to kind of like doubt the whole thing.
Who doubt the whole thing? Just say you doubt the whole thing. If you are smart enough, did you listen to the whole narrative that lady was painting?
No,
does it make sense to you?
Wait. The whole narrative the lady was painting.
Larry, let me say something. I know they will still. Let me say something. You see, when things like this happen, the first question you should ask as a woman is, are they friends? Or now she's running her mouth.
Wait a minute. Who are they? Who are they? Are you talking about Natasha and Sandra?
And the lady. I'm talking about Natasha and the lady.
Okay, you asked a very good question. Are they friends? How did Natasha decide to go contact her?
Hold on.
You're indicting yourself.
Hold on. I'm just asking. It's just a question.
Okay.
If you know women, for you to say, how can Natasha tell her that? Natasha is a lawyer. Look, just like men sit down together and say a lot of bullshit about their relationship, more especially when they are very close pals, they say a lot of things. Women, I won't use the word worse. When women are close, they do banter a lot of things about their relationship and how their life. They just, they laugh over it. That's why most times when your friend, your very close friend that have been seen with you, you hang out with on several locations, when it comes to court to stand witness against you, the court doesn't take it lightly. They don't trash it. They go very deep to investigate that things, those things she said. Why? Because they know if you are a very good investigator, you will know that when people are close, they sit down, they hang out, they say a lot of things. So the question of how can she tell her that kind of a thing if they are close friends shouldn't come in. That's all I want to say.
So do you have evidence, to show that they are close friends or they know
That's
each
the
other?
question I said we should ask.
Well, that's the question you need to ask yourself, because it doesn't even make sense.
I shouldn't ask myself.
For them to be a friend and for Natasha to
can I say something?
Hold on.
You don't know whether
For Natasha to consult her,
wait.
and just giving out everything, a case that is still under litigation, and Natasha will come and tell you, said, I just made everything up.
Do you stay in the same house with Natasha?
Does that even make sense?
Wait now. Do you stay in the same house with Natasha? For all these things you are saying, you are talking
Do you stay in the same house with Akpobio?
One thing was
you don't know now.
Hold on.
You don't know. I don't know, but I'm just going by the story. The story is not credible.
Okay.
I can't even father for a person of Natasha intellect to go and tell a stranger.
Hold on.
I will give you 200 million naira. And whatever I'm saying about Akpabio is lie. Does that even make sense?
Nobody is saying anything is lie yet or true yet. Just keep it by the side. Whether it is lie or true, let the court, anybody can push his or her case far into the court and let the court decide. We are just talking generally. Whether it is lie or true, we shouldn't be deciding that here at this point. Because the lady brought out a text message. And that text message is not AI generated.
How do you know?
Hold on,
How do you know? Are you in her phone? Are you her phone? Come on now. You just are biased as anything. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
How you
Let
know
me
it's
say
not
something.
AI generator or whatever? You don't
Let
know.
me say something.
Man of prestige.
Let me say something. You see?
That initials are you.
Hold on. Let me.
You want to say something?
It's me.
Go ahead.
I will delay. So you see, the level at which everybody is biased according to where he belongs is so glaring. But one thing we should all take out of all these things is that we should just a little bit do our own little investigation. As far as that woman is concerned, okay, compared to Natasha, is more credible than Natasha.
Do you know Sandra Dury?
Hold on.
Do you even know her?
Hold on.
Do you know her antecedent?
Hold on. Is Akpabio in contact with that woman? That I cannot say. But is that woman credible than Natasha? I will say yes. And you know why I will say yes?
Yeah. Do you know the woman history? That's my question before you go further.
In the number of Natasha that woman display on the internet, you just put it on your phone. If you have a true caller on your phone,
not even a true. If you are using an AI app, you will know that thing is not AI generated.
No. I have a true caller. I have a true caller, and I dial that number. It bring Natasha Akpoti. If you want, I can send it to you.
Not to cut you short.
I was surprised.
No, connect, sync that text messages the woman display. When you sync it, it will tell you the date, the time they exchanged that text message.
And if you want to say that woman is not credible and that Natasha is more intelligent than that, so you want to believe Natasha is 100% credible than that woman.
I
This is the
didn't say
same.
that.
Hold on.
I
This
didn't
is
say
the
that.
same
But I
Natasha.
said
This is the same Natasha that has said Reno Mokiri do the same thing, and it was finded that it was lie. Before you discredit the other woman, first ask yourself: is Natasha herself, is it credible? Because you seem to be presenting Natasha as if he's a very credible, very intelligent person. No, you see the level. If we are all biased this way, okay, this country is not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
I'm happy you know that.
the country is not going anywhere.
See,
I mean, where the country is going
the
to
point
begin
is
with?
this. The point is this: is that woman, is in touch with Akpabio? That I cannot deny. I cannot say yes or no.
Okay.
But going by what she displayed, the evidence she put out there, that woman
is
much more credible than Natasha. Before you crucify, okay, does that mean that everybody that lay allegation on another person, that person should just be taken to the cleaner and clean up? This Natasha has never put anything to substantiate what he's claiming. He's just moving from one, and they want to kill me, to they want to sexually harass me, to want nothing credible.
It's Akpabio credible.
Nothing.
Okay, can I finish my comment, please? So
Okay.
the point I'm trying to make, I'm not here to to say who is credible or who is not credible, but the point I'm trying to going by that narrative and the phone and everything, the phone log and everything, which Akpabio phone number appeared there, and I think Nate in Woko too. Even before, even before the lady start talking, when she was showing her phone. And my own opinion, until it has properly been, ascertained, authenticated by the police or whatever, we know exactly what happened. But what I'm saying, whatever that transpired that she came out to portray, that's possible, that's possible to be a fabrication. It's possible. I'm not saying 100%. It can be AI generated, most of what actually happened there. But the part, hold on.
Yeah, go on.
The part that baffled me is that why would Natasha be that naive and just came out and tell the lady that I made everything up? I mean, that's the part that doesn't even make sense to me. What is she a mugu? Why would she even do that? Somebody don't hold on. Somebody don't know. You try to bribe person, then you change the subject from sexual harassment to human trafficking or something like that. You want to accuse Akpabio or something different. Or something kind of, I forgot what kind of trafficking is that.
All right.
I'm going to pay 200 million naira. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. That particular
it does
statement.
make sense. It makes sense if she's asking him to, if she's
One
asking her
man,
to lie.
One man, the part that, how does that part make sense? For Natasha to tell somebody she doesn't know or whatever, I don't know how far they know each other, that whatever I'm saying is a lie.
Was Natasha drunk? Was Natasha drunk with whiskey?
Hold on, guys.
You need to think that statement doesn't even make no sense.
The first thing you should ascertain is whether they are friends. That is what we have to check
We
out.
We don't know.
They're friends.
We don't know. Natasha has come out and denied that. She
You
don't
don't
know the
believe
lady.
that Natasha?
But I'm not saying Natasha is right. Nobody's credible. But I'm just going by what I've seen. That particular, the whole thing. It looked like a charade to me. But if it come out to be true, I'm going to be the first person here to come out and condemn Natasha. But for now, I'm giving her a benefit of doubt. Just because of the personality of Akpabio.
All right. Thank you, Prestige. Let me just say this, and then maybe we'll move on to another contributor. So there are two things. All this AI generated. Remember, we had that under the Yes Daddy tape. You know, it's not AI generated. I don't think anybody thinks it's AI generated. But the one thing that damns Natasha, as far as I am concerned, this storyline has been going for 2 days now, and we know how she likes to travel around all the media spaces, you know, and to very quickly go on Twitter and try to go point by point. But it's quite telling that she's been very quiet about this. So that's the one thing. You know,
she has responded.
What did she say?
About? She said she don't know the lady. That wasn't her. She never met the lady. She never contacted the lady. She doesn't even know who the lady is.
All right.
She has responded.
All right. I've not seen that response, but maybe
yeah,
it's
she
not
did.
enough. All right. All right. Let's move it on. Take it in the direction of Tony. So Tony, you're up next. Just speak as you will. You know what the talking points are. Tony, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening, sir. You know, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, I want to apologize to my Edo people there, my fellow Edo people, Edo lives, that one man is always joking when he calls us people from the creek or supply water drinker. Please, you know, they serious with that, okay? You're the joke. Now, joke day, okay? So to my brothers there, you know, Omori, Word Peace, Niger man, you know, your head self not correct where, you know, Magna no say na joke, na one man they joke. They call everybody, even sometimes they call it Tinubu names, they call her names, they call people from Oyo, call their names, so it's just a joke. So when are they, so me, Magna no they do like that, me no they do what they talk, me gonna do what they do for their mind. So but
go ahead. Why have you become a spokesman for one man? One man is still alive.
Yeah, it's just a joke. Like, you know, say they call us radical guys. We know they carry last one. You see the way our own brother Abu destroyed the OT today. I've been there yesterday. So as he destroy him, we know they carry last now. You know, because that guy, you know, that guy is a great guy. You know what I'm saying? You can see Arab B and all these Akpapa, all of them, they are then all these Akpapa, all of them did it with her now. You know, so look them Alessoti. The two no say Alessoti, you know, brother. Now they want with the Alessoti, they want to take over this Labour Party. They want to swallow the Labour Party. Just like what is happening right now in Edo State. People with banker, you can see problem. Yeah, where we are coming from. You know, they announced that the Southeast want to claim that place as part of their own place, which is very bad. We allow them to come to our place, to come and settle down there. Then later on, they said that they don't want to do this according to our laws and the customs. Anyway, but look, I'm against, look, I'm against not paying them directly. Let the traditional ruler, let them get their own money by themselves. Not be say they are above 80 years old. I can't tell my daughter that is in Germany here, who is already 80 years old, not to be having her money or whatever as she's schooling, whatever is she's gonna get to be coming through me. No. So but Igbanke, if you know that you are not ready to be part of us, custom, our custom, traditional and the culture, go back to the Southeast, where now, where you migrated from. You know what I'm saying? Don't say that they want to carve it to join the southeastern state of wherever. You know, even those are Nyoma area, all those, that is the western region from Asaba upwards. You know, down to all those Osun State. That is western region, okay? So if you know say that they say okay, now not be do again. Una they call us Yoruba, they call everything. Okay, correct. We are part of that western Nigeria. So look now, pack on a load and go back.
What are you talking about? What are you rambling about? How
Yeah, hold on. Let me finish. You don't know what's but you know exactly what is happening. If you go to the Igbo platform, you know exactly what is going on. I want to claim our state.
Are you okay?
You can't claim our state. You can. Wow. If you want to have Eze, not before Edo space. Would they get Oba? Would they get Enojes? Would they get Edion Willis? Tony,
can you come back home? I mean, the digression is
okay. Now I come back home now, my brother. Okay. 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 Let me come back home.
You can't force me to identify with what you believe. Please, let's not go there.
If you don't want to identify with what I believe, you pack your load and go back to where you claim that you come from. You cannot take my land with you.
Let's not go there. Can you concentrate
on the subject? I will go there with you.
Can you concentrate on the subject? Let's not.
Yes, I concentrate on the subject, but that's the job at the wayside, but very important because that is current fire that is brewing. Now, and in addition to the worry now, we have problem worry. Ijo, Shekiri, and Urobo, they are fighting. We cannot be fighting in Edo State again.
Okay. We are not fighting. Nobody is fighting. You cannot deny people of their identity.
the identity, they should go back to where they came from. Or you identify with my place and obey our law, tradition and custom. That's it. Okay, that's one. So make a pass that one now. Okay, make we not go there. Mother side. Where's it? Let's say Obilu, Obilu. So okay. So that's it. So now let me go to today's something. Natasha is a great woman. If you not wear those monster, Boko Haram monster dress, she will be my friend. You know what I say? Because she's performing so-called senator. You know, then to the dark man came about as a result of the failure of the government. Nigeria is a failed state. That's why people like this one, they are having rooms to be moving around, you see, because this is like kind of strange. Like in a functioning society, people like dark man have no place in a functioning society. We can see him going around, going to renovate schools and everything. People are donating. Those are heavyweight superstars in Nigeria. They are helping him out so because that is absence of government, because the government is selling our resources. Who even know who they plan how to kill Traore now? Who know? I don't want to go into that place now. Maybe now somebody heavyweight. I still remember as a teenager when they killed that guy, Thomas Sankara. There was a speculation that Babangida said that guy disrespected him. You know what I'm saying? So all those kind of things. You know, they say witchcraft cried last night, and today the child died. Who will the witch? What is this Tinubu go to France to do all the time? What the hell is he going to do there? He's going to concentrate until people are big pied in Edo State, in Kwara, in everywhere. Then he's, running around the whole world, using our money. Look at his wife, how his wife, Remi Tinubu, was disgraced in Port Harcourt yesterday. You know what I'm saying? The woman, they said they don't want time, make it go back home. You know, that means there's a total, the country is gone. Let us separate the country quick. You know, which other topic, woman? Kyari, this Mele Kyari, that they call them, all those criminals that were taking our money. You know what I'm saying? So that guy, why should you allow him to spend additional 2 years? You know, it's like that tax reform now. Whatever Tinubu is promising to do, it's not doing them. We say you should structure the country, it's not doing it. If you want to start doing it, then the people of the owners of the country will be threatening him. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is going on? So let him separate the country now, so that he can leave his name, in the sound of times of Nigeria. That's what we want to hear from Tinubu right now. Not be said because we don't expect it to come and make a price of rice to come down, because he has no clue on how to govern a country. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you can't be going to France or whatever, go to IMF all the time. You should use what you have at home to get what you want. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. Stay with us. We're going from Tony to Mr. To Comrade Omorui. So Omorui, you're up next.
All right. Thank you very much, Omar, for the opportunity. Greetings to everybody on the panel and the comment section and our audience across the globe. I want to start with there was a time we had a discussion about VGN. And so different people with different impression about the kind of person he is. When the state start giving recognition to people like VDM, it's an indication of certain things that are not going the way they're supposed to be. When non-state actors start acting like institutions of the state, start performing the functions of the institutions of the state, it's an indication of a failed state. And I came up that day to describe VDM as a non-state actor trying to fill up the vacuum or a lacuna created by the absence of governance. No matter how you see VDM, you might not like his style. He's not perfect. You might not like his ways. You might not like you might not like his modus operandi. But to different people, he means different things to them. For people that are been able to get back their money, the people that were duped, they were able to recover their money through VDM, they regard him more than the Nigerian police was. And for those that have one or two issues resolved through VDM, they prefer the VDM than going to court to spend their hard-earned money, and they spend years in court without getting justice. So to different people, like the other day he went to, for students of Unijust or somewhere where he built water, where there was no water, no matter how you see him, those people will not see him in that regard. So in the first place, are we supposed to be giving too much attention to people like VDM? The answer is no. But when people like VDM start getting much needed attention, necessarily so, we start asking ourselves some basic questions about institutions of states. So no matter how you see him, he means different things to different people. So he has performed a lot to some. They don't see him the way you see him, and not even about who he is or different people. The question is, if he has committed anything, there was anything they found on him, he could have been invited to police station. Number of times he has never jumped bail. He has never dishonored any invitation from any agency. So why the ambush? Why the Gestapo style? Why the mafia? Why covering his face? Why the beating? That was unnecessary. When do we learn? Yesterday it was the Pharaoh Timi. Some time ago it was Showere. When do we learn? When do we start to correct the anomalies in our society? Why do we try to play politics with everything? Why do we see everything from the angle of tribalism and religious bigotry? It's not going to take us anywhere as a country. If something is bad, you say this thing is bad. We must be courageous enough to speak the truth at all times. If it is good, you say this is good. If it is bad, you say it doesn't matter who is doing it or who is involved in it. So if we continue like this, I don't know where we're going to end up. There were some mistakes in the past, and there were a lot of things that were not okay, that were not palatable, resulted from that. We have not recovered from that as a nation. We're still struggling with the issue of reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. We have not been able to completely recover from that. And the way we are going, I just pray that what we're going to get next will not be worse than what we got in the past. We must be courageous enough to say, to have the courage to speak the truth, no matter who else is God. We are like that is for VDM. If the VDM has committed anything, he is there in Abuja. Must you wait till a time he wanted to correct something? He went with the mother to GTB to correct something. You have to come lay ambush at the gate. It's not as if an invitation was extended to him that he refused to show up. Why covering his face? Why trying to? Why was he arrested in that manner? Why the beating? Huh? So the lawyer was trying to find out. What was the issue? After beating them, taking their phone from them, they wanted those phones from them so that they could have one or two things to come up with. You may be surprised that there was nothing against him before coming for his arrest. So they wanted those phones so that they could manipulate anything from the phone. They tried to generate. Why was the other guy released immediately? Because they found nothing. Probably they found nothing. And VDM, as you see him, I don't subscribe to his approach. Completely. He's not a perfect human being. I'm not perfect either. So he means different. Like I said before, he means different things to different people. He's a voice for a lot of people that cannot speak for themselves in that country. So it's not just about who is this guy. Why would people come for him? They see him as their Messiah. No matter how you, it doesn't matter to you, what he's doing for them. But the people that have benefited a lot immensely from what he's doing, they see him as a Messiah. They can go to any length to defend him when they feel he's been oppressed, because he has been there for them too. So this is the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. Instead of blaming VDM, we should be blaming the faith institutions that are not doing what they're supposed to do. And there is one gentleman I want to extend a humble invitation to one gentleman on the comment section. Nigerian man, he's always there, castigating people, insulting people. If you could be honorable one day, just come to the platform and hear your views so that people can hear from you. It's not enough to insult people on the comment section every time. But even if I've not met you one-on-one, I've not been able to engage you in a robust conversation, with what you write, somebody can easily deduce the kind of person you are. I read from you one day, you were saying the greatest thing you want to be is to be a cleaner to somebody. You know, if that is your greatest dream, there are people that have greater dreams. So if they are fighting for their right, their inalienable right, you don't come on a platform like this to castigate them every time. That is not cool. That is not, that's not good. It's not expected of a learned person like you. So people have their different dreams. If your greatest dream in life is to be a cleaner to somebody, you know, that's your wish. That is what you want to be. So if people want to aspire higher, you don't have any right to castigate them for what they believe in. Pursue your belief, pursue your dreams. Allow other people the space to pursue theirs. So as for the man in Burkina Faso, if somebody, I asked a question, you came up with a very good answer that is the Burkina-based people that have the right to. These are the same people protesting for him, you know, trying to protect their own leader. So it's not the right of an American.
They are not the ones protesting. They're not the ones. No. The protests we're seeing are from mainly Francophone people, but certainly the wider African space.
Yeah, that one is on one side, but the Burkina babes too, they are there.
They cannot protest in their country. There's no protest going on in Burkina Faso.
There was one man. There was.
No, they say those states want to do solidarity for the man.
So yeah, we all can start up for him. We're Africans. Enough of this. Enough of this
exploitation. Enough of this exploitation. Yes.
Well, they see Africa as a shithole where if it's about the material, about the works,
they are farm yard. They are farm yard.
The fighter ground for them. When it becomes any other thing, you know, it's a shithole. It's not the right of America. I like the answer you gave to me. That also means that by extension, it's not the right of an American to say he's protecting himself with the gold in Burkina Faso. We're not talking about the oil in Texas. So he should shut up his dirty mouth and go to America and stay. So whatever he does with their resources there, it should be left with the Burkina Faso people to decide, you know, whether he's leading them right or not. It's not the right of an American to say looking for, he is protecting himself with the gold in Burkina Faso.
Which America said that?
Yeah, madam, if you are not aware, the other people are aware. So they know they know the genesis of the problem. You know, it's not the right of an American to say because he's protecting himself with the gold in Burkina Faso, they want to go to any length to take him out, like they did to those that were before him, like the Thomas Sakaras of this world and co. Enough of this nonsense. Enough of this. We should stand up to say enough is enough.
The Jamaicans are already making music. Amori, make no mind them. The whole Africa, Kenya, they are protesting to help him. Everybody, Burkina Faso, new infrastructure.
Let me learn.
Yes, I know. I don't want to support you.
Yeah, look at what they did to Gaddafi. They pretended as if they were trying to. They wanted the better Libya for the Libyan people. I'm not supporting a dictatorship in any way. Gaddafi, I understand he was there for too long, but then the Libyans they were comfortable. You look at the quality of life, look at the standard of living of the Libyans compared to what we have today. After America's intervention, after the confusion they caused in Libya, they took away Gaddafi. Look at what is left of Libya today. The same thing they did to Thomas Sankara. We should stand up for this guy and say enough of this Western hegemony, enough of this Western slave and master relationship. When do we continue to stand up for our continent? When do we continue to stand up for our country?
Wait, can I ask
we say slavery is over, slave trade is over, but we see we're not free.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Can you, the way you have, so I don't know the country you are in, right?
It doesn't matter where I am, I need the word.
Yeah, and I'm very sure where you are, you have access to social media without restriction. That's why you are on this platform. But do you know that in Burkina Faso, there is restriction on social media?
All this one are propaganda. You want to say whether you have access to water? Do you have access to water and electricity in Nigeria? Burkina Faso has everything.
Oh God. Let somebody talk. Let's have conversation, right? Don't let us shout. Conversation.
You are not here for conversation. You are here to say, no, anything that to do with against the government.
Our level of bias is not allowing us to have a meaningful conversation.
Can you just hold on? He asked you if he can ask you a question. So you said yes. So let him ask it. So if it doesn't align with your view, that's fine. It's not obliged to. Let him ask that question. Have that little window, and then you bring it home, Comrade Omoruye, and then we'll move it around. So let Larry put a position to you, Larry.
Okay. The first one I asked you is if you can actually live in a space where social media is restricted. That's number one. Number two, can you live in a country where the media do not have the freedom to report whatsoever they want to report? Because presently in Burkina Faso, the media is, if not really, the media is been taken to the lowest, right? It started by saying, "Oh, foreign media, get out of Burkina Faso." Even the local media, there is no independent media in Burkina Faso, and you know, those are things that you put into perspective, because it's always easy, you know. And if you look at this whole Burkina Faso thing, I can tell you that it's people outside, people that are enjoying that freedom, that are all over everywhere, even in Nigeria. Oh, this guy put a lot of AI, because this guy does not even speak English. And you see a lot of AI thing, the guy speaking English like a British person, and you're like, wow. So for me, well, it's we can only do whatever we want to do. I think my whole thing is with the people of Burkina Faso. You know, if some of what most of them do is to find their way out of the
Shama,
country.
can I ask you a question?
No, let me answer him first. He posed some questions to me.
Sorry, let me ask you a question before you. You see, you are talking of Burkina Faso. They don't have social media. What is the implication of not having social media and the implication of not having good hospital to treat you? Do dead people ping on social media? What's the implication of not having social media and the implication of not having food to eat? When did we have social media? When I was growing up, we didn't have social media. Now we didn't die. So what is social media? We had
Burkina Faso has perfect hospitals.
we didn't have social media for most of my life. We didn't have social media.
So Burkina
For
Faso
adults like
has
you,
perfect
we had
hospitals.
platform. We had platform where we express our view, our grievances. It was not social media that gave us democracy in Nigeria. It was we, student union leaders, labor leaders, politically conscious people that went on and got things and changed things. What has social media changed in Nigeria? All the changes we've had politically.
If there is no social media, why are you here?
Let me just close it.
So I'm very sure that you shouldn't be here. You should probably be writing. You should be writing letters.
All the changes we've had in Nigeria. All the changes we've had in Nigeria, chasing out military junta, effecting major political changes, transforming things, none of it has been achieved by social media. It was achieved by real men going on the street, removing Jonathan, all those things. None of them was achieved by social media. It was achieved by real men going on the street and taking position. And since we've had social media, tell me one change that social media has affected in Nigeria. Is it not like all those things? Did it affect anything? It's just noise. So you can't say, oh, do you know in Burkina Faso they didn't have social media? What is the implication of not having social media? We didn't have social media. We went to school. We achieved things. For most part of my life, we didn't have social media. And mind you, a percentage of Nigeria, like 1/3 of Nigeria, they are not even on social media. So what is this? How can you be saying social media and good economy and social welfare?
Stop all this.
Sorry, Larry. Larry, let me just come for a microsecond. You see, that it's a non sequitur somewhat to that point you are making, Patoski. Social media amplifies what is going on in the society. You say,
thank you.
All of the ills that they're highlighting in Nigeria now that is being discussed globally, it's being propelled out there by social media. So you are saying, how does that affect good hospitals? How does that affect good governance? How does that affect the economy? Well, we don't know what the status of all of those things are in Burkina Faso because they don't have access to voice out their views locally because it's so restricted in terms of the citizenry being able to communicate. So what we then get is this sanitized narrative that their government pumps out with this. It's almost like those old Soviet Union sort of propagandizing where they will show
So
this guy
childish.
yes.
Propaganda is
So that's the thing now. It's just an embellished, polished, orchestrated, very manipulative, propagandized narrative coming out of there. They're even telling us the guy speaking crisp English in a francophone country, all of these things. So that's
the one that made me to look into the thing is that they said they gave somebody $100 million to assassinate or to kill or whatever, and then the person brought the $100 million and gave to him and said, "You see, I'm not saying things like that didn't happen, but."
But what? No freedom of speech in China, but we run up to them.
You will notice that we weren't even shouting, Tony. So why introduce shouting into it? Let's not do that now. Zita, I was just going to say the value of the death of that guy is not even $100 million. It's about $10 million, no more. They said they have gold. I'm sure they have
man who is even all this the one
the death of Buhari is not worth $100 million.
No,
certainly
but
not.
Let me ask a question. He is not the only one. Common sense. He is not the only junta. He is not the only one that took power in the Sahel country. And among all of them, he is not the one that really have that kind of the dispensation of the now mineral resources in his land. The other people have more things than he has. So this propaganda of they want to kill him, they want to.
But he has, Madam, he's the only one that has the courage to tell the French colonialists that enough is enough of your nonsense of the perpetrating in their country. The question was supposed to be for me. You people are taking my time. Somebody posed there like 3 questions to me. I didn't even have an opportunity to answer.
Please, finish your time so that I will say what I want to say because I really want to talk on that.
We cannot be more Catholic than the Pope, and we must not cry more than the bereaved. Somebody is complaining about not having social media in Burkina Faso. In Nigeria, when people cry to say Nikbawa, they are hungry, you shut them up to say they are lying. When they tell you there is no light, you shut them up to say they are lying. If they tell you there is no road, you shut them up to say they are lying just because of your political or religious or ethnic affiliation. How long do we continue like this as a nation? People, you are crying for the people of Burkina Faso for not having access to internet, which is not even true. And the little information that is coming from there, you come here to debunk them that they are all propaganda. You are not from Burkina Faso. I don't understand what is happening here. The people are ready to die and sick with their leader. Let it be. We should not cry more than the bereaved, and we should not be more Catholic than the Pope. Look at the nonsense happening in Nigeria. Somebody came out the other day to say social media is there's a way to describe social media. It's a terrorism. It's a terrorist organization. And that is exactly what they are trying to do. The arrest of VTM is connected with what he said through social media. How free are we with the social media we have? Look at the laws. Do you know the series of attempts they have made to shut Nigerians up? If not because of even they took it to National Assembly just to gag us so that they want to telegag what we want to say. They want to take us to the era of NTA 7 o'clock news, where they cook up everything and dish it out to us and force it on us, hook, line, and sinker. You are here promoting, you're talking of no social media, where people are not. I mean, this is the man that has not traveled for medical trip abroad. Everything he's trying, the little foundation, is not even about what he has achieved in Burkina Faso. The courage for me to tell France enough is enough. It's enough for me. You know, any other person can come there and build on the foundation. The number one thing is to tell France that enough is enough. Go to your country and stay. America, the God in America, in Burkina Faso, has nothing to do with you. You cannot compare to the oil in Texas. Go and face the oil in Texas. Whatever is in Burkina Faso has to do with the Burkina Faso people, not what American congressman, American security agent is coming to tell them. You know, they want to take him out by all means. They are even having collaborators with some African leaders, like Nigeria and co, trying to take him out by all means. He was invited a few days ago. Unfortunately, he sent 2 people instead of going there. They already set a trap for him. They wanted him to walk into that trap. But he was smart enough, you know, to because he already got an intelligence. So how long do we continue like this? The same thing they did to Thomas Sankara. We are yet defending Western colonialists. They should allow them to be. We should not pretend and play politics with everything. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. That's the excellent Mr. Omoruye, very impassioned speech there. So we go on from Mr. Omoruye, we go to Awodele, from Awodele to Prince Daddy. So Awodele, you're up next. The conversation, your contribution.
Okay. Thank you, woman. Let me start from VDM. VDM, like every other citizen, is not special. VDM is not be given any status of celebrity, status of above the institution of Nigerian government. Okay? VDM, he should be treated just like every other person. So if you want to be antagonist, if you want to be a blackmailer, if you want to disrespect everybody, irrespective of the age, okay, then you should be ready to face the consequence. Okay, like Jama will say, Charles Egar, he see this coming when he's insulting people in authority, insulting people that are older than him, all in the name of activism. Activism comes with some sense of civility. Okay? So even though whatever you are doing, no matter how good it is, if you are not approaching it in the right way, okay, then when the consequence comes, you should be ready. That is what I would say as regards to that. Then as regards to the issue of Natasha, okay, Natasha, in fact, Natasha is one of the most dumb human being I've ever seen in terms of making allegation. She's so dumb, so uneducated. In fact, is educated illiterate. Just because you are pretty, you use your own issue. You use it to destroy the relationship between the Senate president and your husband. All in the name of your own, personal issue. Then, in fact, if you look at the day he declared that Akpabio sexually harassed her, you will see it that day she was not being sincere, because it was very, very heavy statement for her to make on Arise TV on that day. And she even said it that day that she can come and debunk it, blah, 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 blah. You said somebody sexually harass you, not outside, not even during the time you are both going on a international program together. Then you now choose the day that your husband was there, other people was there, in his own matrimonial home. That same program, the second day, you went on Twitter or maybe Facebook, you posted a very beautiful eulogy. Then, 1 year after, because they asked you to sit somewhere, or they took away the committee which you have privilege, unfettered privilege. They took it away from you. Did you see the way it's even when the going was good, the way he talks on the floor, he talked like somebody who is flirting. This is the same person that they give unfettered. In fact, of all the 4 women that are in the Senate, she's the most favored person. Then you now come with the allegation that because he sexually harassed you, he has disrupted your workings of a senator. He doesn't give you permission to speak. He doesn't let you do. And you say you are intelligent. You say you are a lawyer. You could have choose a very beautiful lie that it will even follow logic. And before anybody will say it's credible, Akpabio should be killed, Akpabio should be that. Ask yourself, if somebody allege that you did something, okay, is it not going to be justified for you to be provided evidence, proof that this thing don't just look at the fact that you don't like Akpabio and you just believe that whatever he said, whatever Natasha said is the best, is this, is that. That thing is just making me crazy. Like, what kind of woman being do we have in this country? Some of us are so gullible. Like the way the woman said, she put it, gullible and hungry. That is the way you are ready to accept anything without even verifying. Look at this latest woman that come up with her own side of the story. As much as I want to say the woman is lying, she has provided more proof, more evidence than since 2 months Natasha has been on this case without any iota of proof. And like somebody was saying it the other time that the woman doesn't have credibility, that he has done something in Imo State before. What about Natasha? Do you know the number of men Natasha has made allegation of sexual harassment to? Like in the case of Reno Mokri, if that one doesn't have proof, should we just take Reno Mokri, take him to abattoir and slaughter, just because Natasha has made allegation of sexual harassment? And to some of people who are saying that that woman cannot reject 200 million, as much as you want to believe that that woman cannot reject 200 million, I want to ask, majority of you believe that in this of recent case of NAS president, that is the one that he is claiming to be the winner of NAS president, that said they want to bribe him 100 million. I'm very 100% sure that you want to believe that that story will be true, that true, they want to bribe him 100 million. But the one that the other woman said, this woman said he turned down the 200 million, that one can never be truth. The level of
200 million is less than 100,000 pounds.
But that's the point I'm trying to make, that if you ask majority of these people that are putting out the narrative that that woman is telling like that and they want to give her 200 million, he turn it down. Those same people, ask them where did they stand in the issue of NAS. They will 100% tell you that true that Atiku Isa is true that he turned 100 million down, because the last time I checked, that man is more than 50 years old. So how can you say such a person is even in the first instance qualify as a student union president?
Even the other one is old too. The language of the person is old too. None of them is young.
Okay. As much as both of them are old, I believe this one is older. And you see, the problem is this. Everything has been politicized. No matter how silly something is out there, people don't want to do a little work of verification. They just want to belong on which side, which one is speaking my mind, which one is speaking my affiliation. It has made so many people that are educated to become uneducated. And to the level of which people are biased, they don't even know that they are biased.
Hold on 1 second. I will delay. Hold on 1 second.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
Right, so that was what Awodele was saying right there.
Yes, spot on. I hope all of us will learn from that too. I hope it's a general statement. It's not peculiar to anybody. I hope all of us can learn from it.
You don't need logic, just rage. That's the currency. That's the currency we're spending now. It's just rage. If you can shout a lot and be outraged, then you hold the floor. But bring it to Awodele, and then we move it on. Yeah.
One man. So I don't want to be personal here. I listened to you a few days ago of what you said about the same person you are praising right now. You are so guilty of what the lady just said. I listened to you. Is also person a criminal? You say, of course, yes. Is he fit for purpose? You say no. Is anybody? I mean, I was happy when I was hearing you, but the same person you praise to high heavens today. So you are also guilty of what the lady just said. So
are you talking about how rude?
I'm talking about you. I don't want to go personal. I'm talking about you. When you were describing Bola Tinubu, today is a different ballgame. What has changed?
You see, the last point I want to make is the issue of Tauri. You see, that terrain is very, very complex. Very complex in the sense that as much as I don't want the history of Libya to present itself again in any part of Africa, the situation in most of these African countries, they are not even in any way encouraging. You can be here singing praises of wherever you are, singing praises of Traore, blah, 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 blah. Don't ever forget that the worst democracy is better than best military government. That is evident. That is evidently proven.
It's not true.
That is very wrong. Wrong assertion there. Military government is the best.
I'll give you examples.
You see, let me tell you, it is easier for you to be making all this noise at your comfort zone. Okay?
How do they build Europe? How do they build Europe? Was it not by military?
Tony, you are in Germany. Okay? where you have all the freedom, where you have all the liberty to do whatever you want to do. Okay? If 1/3 of what military governments are doing to their citizens, if you ever experience it, you will not even have the levity of even having.
My brother, I fought IBB, I fought Abacha. I almost lost my life. I still have a wound on my body. So let's not go there.
My brother, don't even go there. Just
no, my brother, for the German question, what you asked me, the German question, what you asked me.
Just relate with people who have experience.
Not relating with people. I experienced it. I went through it.
Who are the victim of these things?
The military built Germany. The military built Germany.
Hold on, Tony. I'm also in Germany. Okay? I'm also in Germany. Don't think I'm just talking.
You for translate to the people when you say it's me Shashiga. Now the way our guests they talk to us for discotheque, they say, okay, follow me, go home.
So the liberty you have, okay? If 1/3 of what is going on in those military countries in Africa, if 1/3, just 1/3, I said, if it is presented to Nigeria, Nigeria will scatter.
No, now you they talk. Once upon a time, it was like that in Germany, in France. This military people, they built this country and they handed it over to the democratic people to enjoy. We need military to build our countries.
Is it the Hitler that built in Germany?
Yes, you know exactly. Yes, you know exactly. And the military of Nigeria, they built our roads. The Lagos Ibadan road. Wait now, they call Mudiane.
It is my turn. Okay. Sit down at the comfort of your zone. Okay, and enjoy the liberty, enjoy the freedom. Enjoy the freedom as much as you can. Don't put mouth in what.
Let Ola speak now. Let Ola interject.
What you don't even have to know about.
Tony,
yes, sir.
No matter how you see this thing, you understand. The military are people like you and myself. What we are suffering today is a consequence, a part of the consequences of those military people we are inviting. You know how we're progressing in that country before the military took over. Even as bad as Shagari regime was, yeah, we say, oh, they were corrupt, all this stuff. But when military took over, they left us the worst.
They are not accountable. So, they took everything.
So he got to
the one we have today. Yeah, they are accountable.
Because the tradition has been interrupted. That is the problem. We will not be here.
All right, the interjection has been interjected.
Yeah, local government was functioning under the military.
All right. Sorry, we do this too often. Somebody interjects another person, and then we end up in the middle of nowhere. I would land it, and then we're going to Prince Daddy.
So the point I'm making is the best military is worse than the worst democracy anywhere, any part of the world. And the good example of it is what happened in Nigeria. For some of us who read the Nigerian government and politics, we are made to understand that every region have one source of minerals, working on one source of agenda, taking one trajectory of development, and they were held accountable. There's competition, there's development. But when military came in, everything was just interrupted. You cannot talk, you cannot criticize, you cannot even make suggestion, just because we are being ruled by barrel of gun. And look at the number of ethnicity in Nigeria. I can tell you, with what I've seen, with what I've read, okay, Nigeria is one of the countries that is difficult to govern. And if you now introduce what is going on in Burkina Faso, all this military government thing, 1/3, if you introduce it into Nigeria of today, where everybody is suspicious of each other, Even when look at the time Tinubu was talking about all this tax return, I mean tax program, the North is suspicious, the West is not believing anything. Nigeria is so difficult of present day that you cannot even take.
Babawo.
Yeah.
See, I will keep reminding those people that fail to know. Yeah, we've been in this country to the point that we live under the military that we forgotten what we call freedom. It was the military, other military they introduced, you say we want Koroga, that you just be walking on the streets and police will just carry you and dump you in the car. That started under the military.
The point is this:
it was under the military. So you've lost freedom so to the point that we don't even know what is right.
No,
longer right.
Presently,
sorry, I will delay 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Okay, this of recent when some people were putting out a narration that military should come and take government. What is the problem? Just because they don't like the person that is there. Because there's ethnicity tension, there's religion tension, there's everything. Everybody is suspicious of everything government wants to do. Most especially if it's coming from Yoruba. The Igbo are looking at it from the angle of it is Yoruba government. The North is looking at it from the angle of it is not. Okay? So with all that things, you still want to tell me that the military government is better than what we have here? You see, all this assertion is very comforting, very
easy. My brother.
It's very easy to talk at the comfort of your zone, okay? But if you relate with people who are the victim of military rule, and you hear from their experience, okay, you will appreciate what we have presently in Nigeria. And as I said, I don't want what happened in Libya to happen in any part of the country. But I think the road that this Burkina Faso guy is taking is making him desperate, that to the extent that he's ready to even sell his country to anybody that can protect him, like Russia.
What crime has he committed? What crime has he committed, please? Can you enlighten us?
No, don't enlighten us. Just land it in 1 minute. We have to.
Okay, the crime I'm talking about, the crime is making. The mistake is making.
I will delay. Hold on. 1 minute. Round it up.
The mistake is making now is that he's so desperate that he's doing everything in a hurry to cement his position, and is ready to sell the country to Russia. If he is so good, have interest of his country at heart, then he should put on democracy. Let the country go into democracy, make election happen. If he wants to contest, come back as a civilian. Then I can take him as a very great guy. But not this level that, and majority of you Nigeria that are on this path is because you are so you have adopted into your ethnicity, because that is the picture you are putting out there. As long as you don't like Tinubu, I read my case.
All right, brother. Thank you, Awadele. I had to push you a little bit because, of course, other people waiting to speak as well. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. Hopefully you're fully with us, Prince. Obalola, Kabiesi.
Hello, one man here. Thanks. Hello, everyone.
Check out the day.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. You sound quite relaxed. Are you back in America now?
Yeah. I've been back here.
Look at that. The lifestyle of the rich and famous.
One man.
So what are you looking at in the politics?
Oh no, just came for my, I guess, weekly update from on your platform. Not too much. I heard about the very dark man situation, Natasha's new whatever info out there. And but actually, I just want to engage Larry a little bit actually regarding the is it the Mele Kyari's investigation by what the FCC or what is it called? EFC?
Yeah, EFCC. Yeah, yes. Sorry, Prince. Prince, let me bail out. Hand over to Patoski. Patoski or Ola, either of them, or they manage it together. So Patoski is after you, Prince Daddy, and then Ola after him. Gentlemen, let's try and sequence it in a structured way and manage the interjection so it doesn't overflow.
Allah will not let me speak.
Ola has to let people speak now. Ola is turning into Mike a little bit, actually. I'm noticing that. But yes. So and I think
why are you there? Why are you there? Mr. Sita, maybe say my sugar mommy. Why you talk like this? No,
and she's very wealthy, so she can be a sugar mommy anyway because money they have like they are talking about Dangote. They don't know that Zita is the secret billionaire of Nigeria. All right, back to you, Prince. Gentlemen, so do it as you always do it. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Super Tata was Ola today, not Ola, but Ayo today. So thank you for that. Also, thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. But back to you, Prince. Larry, I think Prince wants to push you on the matter.
All right, yeah, thanks. Regarding Mele Kyari's, you were talking about the EFC. Investigation of the Nnpc, right? And I think you inadvertently answered my question in your submission. Actually, see, I was going to ask, can you tell me any notable investigation that agency has done that they were successful? Because in your submission you talked about how they don't really do their due diligence, gather enough information to go to court. It's like they bungle everything. Always, that's what it sounds like. So in such a situation like the Nnpc, that's more complex and complicated, okay, that requires billions and billions of dollars at the end of the day, why do you think they will succeed? I mean, and if you ask me, the reason why in the past, they're giving you a pattern to the reason why they never succeed. Because who knows, the Nnpc or the EFC, which one is more corrupt, is the question. They know they have a good case perhaps sometimes, but they deliberately circumvent their own case. Who knows, for whatever reason, corruption, kickback, or whatnot. So in a case such as the Nnpc, I mean, I don't even see any way they are going to succeed. There's too much money. There's so much at stake. So if they've never done their due diligence in the past cases, why would they ever succeed on this case? That's so complex and complicated. Well, I mean, I don't see it happening.
So, Prince Daddy, that was why I said, looking at their antecedents, what EFCC has done in the past, I don't really see them handling, because this case is bigger than them, right? And that was why I said, if it takes them to look for their best hands, and if it takes them to even look for people outside the EFCC to be able to help them, they need to do that. Because the problem is not just a Mele Kyari thing, right? Because it's bigger than what we think. Because we're talking about multinationals, we're talking about countries that are involved, a lot of forward deals that they've done. It's a whole lot, right? So for me, I don't know how Tinubu wants to handle it with EFCC, but I just think EFCC, if they really want to do a good job, I don't even expect them to do any press. When people say, oh, EFCC should come and do any press, don't do any press. Don't say anything, right? If you need Mele Kyari to come give you, probably you need some information and anything, Mele Kyari can only give you what he knows. Obviously, the fact that you have another management in EFCC, in Nnpc that is ready to cooperate, all the EFCC just needs to do is if they need to probably work in close hand in hand with good auditors, look into the books, you know, it's a whole lot of things. They just need to work hand in hand with people that know the job, and with the support of the present Nnpc leadership. I think it's going to be easier for them to achieve if they are ready to really do the work. If they are not ready to rush, because the problem is they tend to always want to rush to go to court, right? Oh, because because it's more of politics than really doing the job. They shouldn't go to the court. They should keep doing their investigation until they have enough evidence to nail this guy. Worst case scenario, this guy will come with a plea bargain. He wants to do plea bargain, and at the end of the day, you understand. So, but for me, I'm more interested in how EFCC is able to really handle this case. And looking at the fact that the present management have all the Mele Kyari loyalists, they've taken them out of the system, which means that there might not really be people that will hide things for him, right? If they can taking his loyalists out of there, and if the new management is ready to be transparent 100% with EFCC, all EFCC just need to do is just to bring their best hands, get people from outside that can help them, pay them, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a win-win.
Yeah. It sounds like a nice story, but I guess given the antecedents, it's not going to happen. You just mentioned it's going to involve international, multinational. Do they even have if they have the expertise, do they have the resources? Are they willing to allocate resources to such a large investigation? It's EFCC is part of the game. It's part of the whole system. All the security, the army, we're fighting insurgency, for all these years. But the whole Nigerian army, can't fight against Boko Haram and all this. Everything's all compromised. It's part of the business arrangements that the elites have in that country. I mean, there's nothing new. There's nothing new. So EFCC, forget it. And in regards to people championing the military rule, the guy in Burkina Faso, I don't even know what is really going on in that place, in that space. But the internet has become the field for people to peddle whatever. Like it's so great in the Burkina Faso. Somebody mentioned about nuclear energy, transmission in that country. Really, what is the expertise? It's all a joke. And at the end of the day, when it comes to Nigeria's democracy, contrary to what Tony was saying, the military is so good. Military. See, just like our democracy, if you want to use, you have to always go beyond the textbook sometimes and go and this is your own thinking, your own sense to determine.
Oh, sorry, my Prince Daddy, sorry, I didn't say that that it's a program, in progress. You know what I'm saying? And then this man, Burkina Faso guy, is the way to go for all African so-called rulers. He's the best man. He's been celebrated across all black people diaspora, in Jamaica, in Haiti, in USA, everybody, Kenya. Look at China. China, hold on, sir. China doesn't give a free speech, but we are going to them to come and build, to come and build road for us. We don't need democracy. We need military. Man, that Nigeria has no military. Okay, that's it. So I concur with you when you say that a whole Nigerian army that went to Liberia, to Angola, to Somalia to quench the fire there, but they cannot quench the fire too because we don't have a national kind of army. We have only army be occupied by a certain section of the country, the northerners. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, the Nigerian army, they can do a great job with ECOMOG and, working outside of Nigeria. But I've said it before on this show, the Nigerian army is an institution and they're not stupid. They're not stupid, okay? They can be looking at all these corrupt civilian politicians and other agencies getting rich, getting paid left and right. And you expect them to go do a good job. For whom? They're not stupid.
God bless you, sir.
They too, they want to get their budget padded and get a lot of budget. If they go do a good job, who's going to pay them at the end of the day? They're not going to do that. So it's not because Boko Haram is so superior. No, they're not going to. To defeat Boko Haram is to put themselves out of work. They're not going to do that. They're not stupid. And at the end, in hindsight now, since they took the military came Buhari and co. Maybe Buhari should be thrown in jail. I don't know. He's the one that kind of destroyed that country right after getting a democracy. Starting with Shehu Shagari. The corruption they were accusing, I think that's the main thing they were accusing Shehu Shagari's government of corruption. I think it's probably the least corrupt government, the democratic government in Nigeria by a mile. I mean, compared to Obasanjo, Buhari and Goodluck, Shehu Shagari's government was minuscule when it comes to corruption in comparison. I thought, if in hindsight, if you ask me for what I know, perhaps the best democracy we ever had or governance we ever had in that country. At least in Lagos, things were working very well. Things were fine. I mean, there was relatively, peace in that country, and things were going very well. That was the best time in Nigeria's history, if you ask me. But there came Buhari, the military, that destroyed that democracy, and Abacha and this other guy, IBB. Those are the people, those called military, that destroyed the country. They never came to really give power to the people or to put the country on the right trajectory. No. Unlike, you want to talk about military in Europe, they had a different view. Just like our democracy is not the same as the Western democracy. We don't know how to do much as a people. We learn all these things from the West with all our PhDs, but we can't get nothing right. We don't know anything as a people, collectively. We don't know
even those
anything.
that fought the military as Nadeco today, they are worse than those that they fought against in the past.
Yeah. That's where we found ourselves in that country, in Africa in general. So Tony and those that think, this guy Traore, is that his name, from Burkina Faso, that's the way Africa should go? I don't think so.
It's a hero. It's a hero. It's a hero. It's a hero.
Okay.
It's a future. Yes.
Prince Daddy, if I may interject you. Prince Daddy, if I may interject you.
Please,
if Gen Z are talking about what is happening in Burkina Faso as a way to go, I will probably not blame them. But for a good friend, and I believe he's a senior man to me, told him to be talking about Traore as the model that we should embrace in Africa. It's no. Because we can differentiate. There is no government in Nigeria that was not corrupt. But the question you should ask yourself is, even despite that corruption, I won't be walking on the streets of Lagos during Shagari period, and someone will just carry me on the road and put me in the van in the name of you are carrying $1, Roga, all those stuff. This is started under the military.
And it happened yesterday. It happened yesterday on that Tinubu too. At GT Bank.
Yeah. But as an elder, Comrade Omoru Yasaneda, you elder will say when you destroy something to rebuild, it takes a longer time. The point is not to destroy. If you destroy something that was built for 500 years today, it might take you another 100 or 200 years to even rebuild.
My point is, let us be fair. Somebody condemn insecurity in Burkina Faso, but the insecurity you have in Nigeria, when it comes to that, it doesn't matter. The hunger in Nigeria, it doesn't matter to you. The darkness in Nigeria, no light, it doesn't matter to you. The state of hospital where there is no paracetamol that has become a death trap, it doesn't matter to you because probably your person is there. Let us be fair. Let us have a balanced discussion. What is good is good. What is bad is bad.
Let me say something.
Let us to Prince Daddy and Ola, let us have the Rollins way then. Rollins.
It doesn't matter to you. Okay. Why are we like this as a people?
How about the Rollins way? How about the Rollins way, Ola? Ola and the Prince Daddy. How about the Rollins way then? Rollins to come out.
Rollins way is like a typical military. Let me tell you, Rollins way.
No, it's the best to do the cleaning.
Hold on, it put the fear in the Ghanaian people. But in terms of development, in terms of the progress of Ghana during this Rollins regime, Ghana was zero.
Ghana is Europe to Nigerians today. A lot of Nigerians are running to Ghana for survival.
They were backward. They were backward. You know, people were scared of the gun, its rule. You know, but in terms of development, in terms of innovation and creativity, none.
That is why they don't use money to do their politics.
Compared to when Kwame Nkrumah was there, Kwame Nkrumah was a genius that had a vision for Ghana and Africa in general. Okay, but Rawlings was just your typical African military guy. That people praise for coming to power to curb corruption, but at the end of the day, the Ghanaian economy, the development as a society, went backwards. Actually, yeah, that was a fact. So,
let me just say something.
Can I come?
Man of Prestige, you come in. Let me just say something. You see, the issue of this Burkina Faso is just like, let's paint it like probably somewhere in North Korea, right? In North Korea, for you to have that freedom, you must look for a way to escape out of that country, probably find your way to escape to somewhere in South Korea and speak out your mind. And the same thing is happening in this Burkina Faso. For anybody to be able to speak against the government, they have to escape to Ivory Coast. It's when they get to Ivory Coast, that's when they start talking. And the government tag those people anti-Burkina Faso. And that's exactly the same thing that is happening in that space. And the problem is, it is people that are outside, right, that are shouting and saying all those things. But people inside Burkina Faso, when people inside Burkina Faso do not even have that freedom until they escape through the border.
I have a question for you. Do you prefer the France exploitation of Burkina Faso to what is happening right now? Were you comfortable with that?
Let me finish.
Will they continue like that?
Can you let me finish without interrupting? Thank you, sir. So when the Traore guy wanted to talk, he said, oh, people that are against his government, they escaped to Ivory Coast and they are attacking his government. Who are the people attacking his government?
I don't know.
These are Burkina Faso people.
Larry, you will continue. Let me make an announcement. Man of Prestige, are you here? Because there are some people that want to get inside. So
yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let me see who is not here.
I mean, I wanted to speak, you know.
Patoski is a moderator. So okay, I'm Mikey. Okay, continue.
So if people, the guy is saying some people are against him. Who are the people against him? The people against him are basically Burkina Faso people that couldn't speak in Burkina Faso, but they had to escape to Ivory Coast for them to be able to speak out their mind. So when we that are outside are saying, oh, those guys, it is the best for them, have we really taken our time to ask our independent media, ask people that are independent to go and interview those people and hear their views? Not until in Burkina Faso itself, not really people that are able to escape outside Burkina Faso that can talk. Thank you.
Madam Sita.
Can I come in?
No, I thought Madam Sita wanted to speak.
Let Man of Prestige speak. When he finish, I will say something, because there's something I wanted to address before I leave.
Okay.
Can I go on?
Man of Prestige. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. I don't understand all this opposition we're having against this trial of Burkina Faso. I mean, we don't really know the whole fact. Let's call it's a military regime. But the point I'm trying to make, what if the people of that country are happy? We don't really know. Like, things are very much constrained. But judging from what we have researched from a reliable search engine, demand is doing okay compared to the so-called democracy that they have. I think the problem, whether it's doing okay or it's not doing okay, the only opposition I have when it comes to what's going on right now is the imperialism try to, control that territory. I mean, look at what the French president said. He said we are the African people are ingratitude. This is his own statement. He said they are not leaving Africa, whether we like it or not, because the Africa are not ready to rule themselves. So you all expect, everybody here expect us to just still be under this Western colonization. This is exactly what happened. These French people, they are lynched. This is, I mean, the opposition, if not for anything, for opposing the French power, the Western power, I give him a kudo for that. Whatever he's going to achieve, let's see what happens. We're talking about military or non-military. What has the democracy gotten us? Let's take an example in Nigeria. Can anybody here tell me what this present government, what this present government has achieved?
I will tell you.
Hold
I will
on.
tell you.
Wait
You
a
ask a
minute. As of
question.
today,
No, Remy,
our
Remy,
GDP per capita.
You ask a question,
Can
and
I
I will
finish?
tell you.
Remy, hold on.
As of today, our GDP per capita has gone to the lowest ever, to 830 something. We are the lowest, one of the lowest in the world. What are we talking about? Where's the country heading?
Where was it before he came in?
Okay,
Where was it before he came in?
It was about
Your question was
something
simple.
before. Now it's the lowest ever. It was the lowest ever since independence. That's a fact that is out there. And we're
Your
all
own
here
fact.
talking about
That is your
democracy
own
and all this
fact.
nonsense. We're
You
talking about
ask a
what have
question.
we
Let
got.
us answer
Can
you
anybody
now.
hold on? Can anybody tell me what has this government achieved? We have
We want to
wait a
answer
minute.
you.
Our wait a minute. Our progress has plateaued long time ago.
Oh my God.
Our progress has plateaued long time ago. We are now
Man
regressing.
of president, that's your own personal view.
It's a fact. Can you tell me what
Let
this
us
government has
answer
achieved?
your
personal view can
Give
never
me
be a fact.
give me anything the
That's a
government has
ground.
achieved.
That's a
As
ground for military takeover.
Nigerians will tell you
No,
better.
can anybody,
When you
all the
speaking from
so-called
America,
But
sympathizers
let
of this
people
government?
answer you now. You ask
Wait,
a
Yeah,
question
I'm
now.
waiting. Can you tell me what any government
ask
this government has
Nigerians that are
achieved?
living in Nigeria
One
that cannot
single
afford
thing.
to tell me.
Guys, hold on. After man of prestige, the next voice I want to play Madam Sita.
Let somebody challenge me and tell me what this government has achieved.
No, Madam Sita.
Because he asked a very good
So,
question.
man of prestige.
I
So
can
to
tell you,
you,
hunger,
the next
hunger
thing
and
is a
insecurity.
military rule. We should go into
Hunger and
military rule.
Well, no,
insecurity.
I'm not a proponent of military, but don't come here and telling Burkina Faso, what they should tolerate or what they should not tolerate.
Remove the speck in your eye before talking of the log in your eye before talking of the speck in another person's eye.
This is the problem I have. You're here
Okay,
condemning terror. The people of Burkina Faso has not complained. Is the outside try to come back and take over that country, and you all are supporting this Western imperialism. Look at what America is trying to do, and look at what the French president is doing.
Prestige, that's the second time or the third time you said that Western imperialism. But guess what? You can't live in a Western world and you don't want the same for the people back home. I mean, you're talking from two sides of the same mouth. Okay.
I'm not talking about two sides of the same. Yeah, bringing in
Well,
Russia. Let them try
the
different
Western
things.
style
Let
if the
them try.
West is so terrible.
Russia is not part of the Western colonization. Let them try different things. There's nothing wrong about that. If somebody's trying to, if they hire them to safeguard the man's life, look at what happened to Gaddafi.
Western civilization
If
is
Gaddafi has
synonymous.
hired
Hold on.
Russians to safeguard,
Western
to safeguard
civilization
them,
is
Obama wouldn't
synonymous
have come
with
there.
white men. It's synonymous with white men ruling us. That's what it means. It doesn't matter if Russians or Bulgarians or whatever.
Okay, Prince Daddy. Hold on. Let Madam Sita say what
yeah, go ahead.
Before she leaves. Yeah.
I mean, I've not finished,
Okay, finish now.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it's so annoying for people to come here, start speaking for the Burkina Faso, what they should do and what they should not do.
Nigeria has become a
The people are
paradise.
happy. Something wrong with a
People
lot of you, even the so-called educated in diaspora.
People cannot sleep with their two eyes
You're like the
closed.
one. You still have that slave mentality, even at all you're like educated and
Guys, cool down now. Cool down.
No, I'm not going to cool down because you're like talking about gibberish. You don't even mention it. Sometimes it's very painful to listen to you.
Okay, we hear you. We are still going to engage you. Madam Sita, please go ahead.
Okay. I said I wanted to say something before I leave. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I want to correct some impression. By the way, Patoski, the man in question, the dark man you people are talking about, what does he do?
It's a social media, whatever they call them.
Is that a job?
Let me answer you. He has been able to challenge
me talk that one.
the status quo. He has been able to stand up to the Western imperialists to tell them enough is enough. That for me is a good foundation he's laying.
No,
if they had allowed Sankara, if they had allowed if they had not killed Sankara, by now that country would have been a better place.
I'm not on.
She was asking you about a VDM, Amori, VDM.
Oh, a lot. Okay, let me count them for him. Recently, he gave them
don't count anything.
Leave
What
that
does
one
he
now.
do?
You know,
I don't want
a social crusader, a human rights activist, and he has contributed immensely.
Human rights
to
activist. Now, wow, this
a human rights activist, social crusader, and
Amore, she's talking about
a philanthropist. A philanthropist.
We already
and a
finished the
philanthropist of
VDM, please.
a philanthropist of Gagatua.
Guys, too many voices now. Too many
One
voices.
person should answer now.
He just gave them what I'm giving just recently. So those people see him as
Okay, that's fine. So what you are saying in essence is that he's running an NGO.
He has one, yes.
Okay. So
part of it.
I want to address something because I heard two people on this platform say something like he's doing the job of the government. They particularly said, hold on, I'm trying to address something. Please, I want to talk to the young people and audience listening. That's why I said I want to address it. They particularly said that he's doing the job of the government. And he would have been a personal non-grantor if not that he's doing the job of government. And you have mentioned one thing he's doing. So I want to address this. Nigeria as a country has over 190,000 NGOs. That a country has an NGO doesn't mean that those NGOs are doing the job of the government. In the United States, they have over 1.5 million NGOs, and that's the largest economy in the world. When you are doing an NGO, there are two things involved: to help yourself financially and to help your conscience. Two things. If you are so rich, you are running an NGO, you are just trying to satisfy your conscience by helping humanity. You look for areas that you think you can help, and you will help. That doesn't mean that you have taken over the job of the government. And now, to talk about the guy in the light that he's doing the job of the government, he's not doing the job of the government.
I will tell you the aspect when you are done.
Hold on.
This is just an aspect. I will tell you how he does the work of the government.
What he is doing, an NGO cannot do the job of the government.
NGO is just one part of what we have said. I will explain to you how.
Let me finish. There are even bigger NGOs in Nigeria that nobody hears about. When I was in Florence, I met one Nigerian lady. She came to Italy to do surgery. The son has, not taking you people's time, the son has one kind of heart issue. And I was shocked when I asked her, what are you, you're in Nigeria, what are you doing? He said they came for the son's heart surgery. And I was like, why Italy? She said the NGO in Nigeria has an affiliation to that clinic or that hospital in Italy. So they have to always send them to Italy. And that must be a massive NGO because they paid for their flight. They paid for the woman's accommodation. Why they take care of his son? And those people are not everywhere in the internet. As long as most Nigerians are concerned, those people are still personal non-grantor.
Madam, can I explain to you now how he does the work of government? Enough of that NGO aspect. That's it. That one, he started that one a few months ago.
Madam Zita, your narrative doesn't make any sense.
Can I explain to you now bit by bit?
In reference to what VDN is doing.
You said he's doing the job of the government.
I want to explain to you. Ask me how.
The government let a vacuum. That's why VDN is doing part of their job.
No.
Let me explain to you what I mean by that definition.
What I want
Let
to
her
correct
finish
is that
now.
he's not doing the job of the government.
Can I explain to you how?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Number one, right? He has helped people to recover billions of naira which ordinarily the police and the court would have been able to do for them. You know how he does that? If you have business dealings with somebody, you dupe the person. If the case is reported to VDM, it's not a police. It's neither the police or the EFCC. The case the EFCC cannot handle, he will just take his phone and call, after hearing from the victim, he will call the culprit. Why did you do so and so? I give you 1 week, or I give you 24 hours to respond. The person will respond because he doesn't want to be called out. Before you know it, that thing is settled.
That's still NGO, still a non-governmental. Government
he
is
didn't
not
have
paying him for that.
He didn't have NGO when he started.
It depends on the area you want to do it.
He didn't have NGO when he started doing that.
Him for that.
That is number one. That is number one. The NGO of a thing just started a few time ago. So another thing he's doing.
What about the millions stolen from his account that he cannot account for it today?
No, hold on.
It's not stolen. It has been accounted for. Don't be making up things. Everything Remy has been accounted for. It was just a prank. It was just a prank.
Okay. Mr. Man, please get me right. Whatsoever he's doing is what is called non-governmental organization. No matter how he runs it, nobody is paying him for that.
Because the police are paid. The FCC,
hold on now.
Madam, is that against the law? Did he commit any crime?
Can you let her just talk? Why are you interfering?
I'm trying to address something that he's doing government job. He's not doing government job. He's running his own personal organization. How he runs it, nobody is paying him for that. So that's what I want you people to understand. He's not doing government job.
Is that a crime? Is it a bad thing?
I didn't say it's a crime. I'm trying to address the fact that
he's filling the vacuum, the lacuna, the lack of governance has created.
Why don't you want to take another person's opinion? Let the woman talk now.
Why is he trying to force her opinion on other people?
You are the one forcing your own opinion.
No, because you don't want to listen to somebody else. You have made up your mind.
It's our turn to talk now.
It's not a police, it's not an EFCC has been able to
you want people to buy your narrative. Let another person talk. You don't speak your own opinion.
You guys have made up your mind.
Madam Zita is sabotaging VDN. Madam Zita narrative is sabotaging VDN.
You guys have made up your mind. You don't want to listen to second opinion.
The same thing in a
let's engage in conversation.
We are saying the same thing in a different way. The only thing I want to address is that he's doing government job. I didn't say what he's doing is wrong. I never said that. An NGO can never be wrong. It's a good thing.
That recovery is not it's not a police, not EFCC.
No.
People have no faith in court. They have no faith in police station. They have no faith in EFCC. They have resulted in
the narrative you want to believe. Then listen to another person.
Hold on. It is an NGO. Hold on. It is a non-governmental organization. Nobody is paying him for that, and he's doing a good job, according to you people. Nobody is saying that having a non-government is wrong. But what I want to bring out is that he is not doing the government job. That's what I want to let you know.
Okay, Madam Sister, let me come in there. You see now, I cannot but agree with Madam Sister on this. We are all citizens of Nigeria, and we have our duty as citizens. We can always supplement. Yeah, we know that our government fail in so many areas, but we can still supplement if need that effort. So we can see very dark man as an arbitrator here now. That you mediate. That you mediate and you help person recover money does not necessarily mean you are doing the government job. Yeah, government might have failed, but you as a good citizen of Nigeria, you are doing your job as a good citizen, probably better than some of us that we are not doing the same. Yes, I can agree. You understand?
He used the instrument of blackmail. You say he's doing government job.
That's another thing. No, let's just see.
At least better than your police and your EFCC. Better than your court.
My brother, forget this. Your opinion cannot take over another person's own.
Let me give you an example. I have somebody here in the book of Nigeria. The person has been killed. He's alive here. They kill somebody in the place of another person. The person is alive in America.
Your opinion cannot be forced on another person.
Government job. In Nigeria,
guys,
they
hold
have
on.
hospitals, but there are NGOs for hospitals.
Madam Zita, just give me a minute.
So there
Now,
is
it
nothing
just
like doing the government job. That's just what I want to address. He's not doing the government job. He's running an NGO. Good for him. He's doing a perfect job. Good for him. But saying that he is there because the government is not functioning. In the United States, 1.5 million NGO. In India, 3-point-something million NGOs. So why are you people saying it's because the government is not functioning? That's why that
But United States is not the same. It's not the same with America. It's not the same with Nigeria. Nigeria is not a same country. Wow.
Man of prestige, let us see the topic. The thing is this.
Man of prestige for the other, why they don't come out for that Nigeria? Why they don't come out?
Wait now. What's the meaning of this? The thing is this. Let us engage in this thing and let us engage one another in the conversation. You and I too, we can do whatever VDM is doing. As a matter
you
of
can't
fact,
do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. Don't come here and lie.
Wait, Madam Baba.
Why are you not doing it?
Wait.
Allah, exercise your power and kick him out, okay? Because it's just disrupting the system.
I won't do that. So
if you kick me out, is that the end of my life? What are you talking?
They say he was just joking. So now the thing is this: you and I, as a matter of fact, I encourage you to do it. I'm not saying what he's doing is good. What Madam Zita is correcting here is this: is doing the work of the government. You understand? I understand that government has failed, but doing the government work of the government is what some people in the opinion they don't want to listen to, and they are correct. From there, is it helping the country? Yes. Oriyomi Hamzat is doing that. Femi Falana is doing that. There are so many people that are running NGO for the betterment of the corporations. There's nothing bad in what he's doing. You understand? So what we are saying that don't let just make us let's not just forget about sentiments and let's praise the man when we are supposed to praise him. But when we are supposed to scold the man, let us scold him. As a matter of fact, I won't say because it's helping Nigeria now and you are blackmailing others too. That will not work. You understand? Everybody, I encourage everybody. So there's nothing bad in NGO. As a matter of fact, I never knew that we have up to 150,000 NGO until Madam Sita mentioned it today, which is not necessarily bad, even though I know some of them are blackmailers. So to me, sentiment apart, he is not doing the work of the government of the country. As a fellow citizen, as a good citizen, we should all be trying and do whatever VD man is doing to help others. That's just the solution there. Thank you.
Okay. The next one is Burkina Faso. The next one is somebody mentioned about Nigerian GDP. It didn't go down. It grew.
What are you talking about? Nigerian GDP went down to the lowest, 830.
No,
it grew 830 something. What are you talking about?
It grew by 3.4.
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
I said in 2023, 2024.
No, it did not. As of today, Nigerian GDP is the lowest. One of the lowest in Africa. What are you talking about? Are you living in a different world?
Yeah, don't just start. They never ran the year. I don't know how you calculate your own GDP.
It's what was in the news.
Can you just let us listen
What are you talking about?
Oh wow.
I mean, don't come. Please be factual. Don't make up things.
Can you check what?
Yes, I'm telling you what I have. Anybody here go check and see who is right and tell me where you grew.
Visible year. What was Nigerian GDP? It grew by 3.4%. If I can remember.
No, I didn't say GDP. I said GDP per capita. What people make individual. That's what I'm talking about. You're mistaking what I'm saying.
Let me go back to
GDP per capita.
Okay.
That's different from GDP. After all, you're number 4 in the Africa right now.
Yeah.
You used to be number 1.
Madam Zita,
Algeria has overtaken you. So what are you talking about?
He's talking about the informal sector, PPP. That's what he's talking about. But actually, if you want to measure
capital income,
that's what I'm talking about. GDP per capita income.
That is not so important like the GDP itself. Like, for example, the total
GDP is different from GDP per capita income. I mean,
GDP is not purchasing power.
based on
GDP means gross
individual
domestic
income.
product. It's not purchasing power.
Yes.
We understand.
Okay, are you hasn't it lowered the
What do you mean
lowest
by
we ever
GDP
had
is purchasing power?
in 60
So you
years?
argue, you want to impose as if you are perfect in all ramifications.
Man of prestige. Are you an economist?
It doesn't matter what I'm in economy.
Because,
I'm
you know why I
smart
said
enough.
that?
I'm smart enough what GDP per
He
capita
just, he
income is.
just, he's just after
You don't have to be
propaganda.
an economist
You
to
are
come here,
mixing.
and
You know
know
why
and
I
know
said that?
and have
You
a
know,
common sense about GDP per capita.
now. See, wait now.
Look at somebody arguing with you. Look at somebody arguing with you, telling you GDP is a purchasing power. Does that make sense to anybody?
You are
Do you
mixing
not need to
things
be an
up.
economist to know that that is wrong?
No, wait.
GDP is
You are
not
mixing it
purchasing
up.
power now.
You are
I
talking
say
about per capita
PPP.
income. You're talking about GDP per
PPP is
capita. You're
purchasing
saying it's the
power.
purchasing
He's
power.
talking about the purchasing
I
power.
say GDP per capita income of individual people in Nigeria. This is the lowest
Oh my goodness.
ever in the country.
I said
I'm not talking about Nigerian. I'm not talking about
2024
Nigerian GDP
visible
as a
year,
whole.
it grew by 3.4%.
No, it did not grow by 3 points. You don't know what you're talking about, Madam Zita.
Okay, no wahala. I know.
What is the implication of the people? What is the effect on the people in Nigeria?
It's because most people don't understand that
the GDP
that
actually
doesn't
grew.
actually.
I didn't say anything about GDP.
Okay, wait.
But
Oh
do
my
you
God.
agree that GDP grew?
Okay, GDP may grow. I mean,
that is the point.
Our external reserve hasn't it grew to. It's on a 5 point something. But what is
You
the
are making,
benefit of
you
that
are,
country?
you are not making
If you are
sense
GDP
now.
per capita,
Okay.
if you are GDP, if that's not fitting into your
the
GDP
purchasing
per
power of
capita,
people are not the purchasing
per
people.
capita income.
I'm talking
Capita
about
income
GDP per
is
capita income. Y'all are missing what I'm saying. I didn't say anything about
listen,
GDP.
per capita
I
income
didn't say
is not
anything about
growing.
GDP.
Why?
I know
Because there
that
is
one
a
grew.
reform
And I'm telling
in
you,
the
our
system.
external reserve,
Yeah.
grew too.
If you agree that the external
Okay, what has
reserve
that
grew,
got to do with individual human being? What we make as an individual?
now I agree with you also that the individual income did not grow. Why? Because of the reform. Why? How do we get here? It is not something of yesterday. It is not something of 3
But why
years.
is it regressing? Why is this the lowest we ever had in that
gave
country?
you a very
Because
good answer.
because of the action and inaction of the past leader. That is why we get to where we get to.
When are you going to stop blaming the inaction of the past leader or the action of the
So
past leader?
now,
It's
if you are
about
going
time.
to
You've been
get
in the
out, if you
office
are
for
going to
2
get
years.
out, are you going
So
to perform magic?
the box start with the president in president
Is he going to perform magic?
He has to perform. He need to.
Is he going to perform magic?
All he's doing right now is politicking instead of
If it was
leading.
Peter Obi now, if it was Peter Obi now,
The
it would
man
have
is
been
in
a
Aso
different case,
Rock.
Abi.
The man is in
One at a
Aso Rock
time.
sleeping. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know his advisor.
It's
He
not
don't meet
even.
his
It's not
advisor.
even doing
All
anything.
he do is sleep in Aso Rock.
It's not even doing anything.
Electricity
according
should
to
be
you.
the priority. Electricity
I told you
to
he
encourage
was aware of the
manufacturing.
enormity of the job was coming to do. That if he didn't increase the life in 1 year,
It's not
he's a
even doing
guilty man. That
anything
was what he
according
said.
to you,
That was
because
what
it
he
is not
promised.
Peter Obi. It is not Peter
No,
Obi, importer and exporter.
he hasn't done it. He hasn't done a jack.
If it were to Peter, if it were to be Peter Obi now, it will have been,
This is not
been a
P2B.
different story.
P2B is not in power. No, don't bring in
Let's
P2B into the conversation. It has
we can't
nothing to
hear
do
you
with
guys.
P2B. The box stop with the president, and
You
blame the
don't know
president whatever
the
happened.
level at which you are biased.
Insecurity,
Hold on,
economics, everything is about the president.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. You are speaking over each other, one another. We can't hear. If you want to interject, ask the person. Let that be the rule. If you want to interject, ask the person that is holding the floor. If he says you can
Okay,
interject,
Patoski, let me wrap up. I got a minute or two
Let
left.
me finish.
Let me wrap up.
Sorry. Let me finish. If you want to interject, ask the person that holds the floor. If he says go ahead, then you interject. If he says no, you don't interject. You wait for your time. You understand? That's the way it should be. If not, we won't have a conversation. The noise is so much you can't even hear anybody. I think Prince Daddy is the one that is on the floor, right? So please hold on. Continue, Prince Daddy.
I've been on the floor for over 30 minutes now. Well, only spoken like 2 minutes.
Okay, you have been
But anyway,
on the floor. Have you spoken?
I
They
spoke
didn't
for
allow
like
him
two or
to
three
speak.
two
That's
or
what
three
I'm saying.
minutes.
They
But
didn't
anyway,
allow him
it's
to
okay.
speak. So
Let me spend a
continue
minute or
raising your
two
flaws.
to engage Prestige quickly. So Prestige, if the GDP grew for the country and the GDP per capita went down, what does that portend? What does that mean?
The money is not being utilized properly. You know, people are not benefiting from the growth of the GDP. People are not being benefited. They are using the money where it's not necessary. There's nothing in human capital development that's effect. That's what it means in a
Well,
nutshell. People are poorer. No matter how much your GDP grew, people are poorer. And it's a mega what are we talking about? Grew by how many
It
percentage?
means that
1
let me
or 2
answer you.
percentage?
It means that the GDP didn't grow at the same rate with the population growth. So that's
exactly.
why the per
That's the
capita
answer.
will give.
The population grew and the exactly the rate of growth of the population did not commensurate with
That's a
with the
lumber.
GDP.
That's a lumber. How did our population grow
Wait,
within
man of Prestige. Let me
that
ask you.
that outpaced the
No, you
outpaced the
didn't ask for
GDP?
permission to
You all are making
interject.
stuff.
So let's
Forget about that.
Even
ask for man of.
Forget about that
sometimes they don't
nonsense
give
theory
you.
you come out with, Patosky.
Sometimes what they call GDP is not even real. Sometimes they give you
Chairman, you
teacher
have not
figures
been,
just
you have
for
not
the
asked for
books.
permission to speak. Omori, please let everybody ask the person that is holding the floor. The guy said, "I want to engage." Man
Yeah,
of
Prince
Prestige. So
Daddy.
let's
Prince
let
Daddy
them
was
engage.
trying to engage me, trying to question
Okay,
what I
so
said.
just leave it to the two of them. And Prince Daddy, when you are holding your floor, hold your floor. If anybody wants to interject, let them know that you are holding the floor, and it will not be. It's not
All right.
appropriate. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Patuski. So yeah. So it appears that the population grew, right? But not at the same rate as the GDP. Perhaps our GDP should be much higher in order to have a better per capita GDP. So, but you still have to give credit that the GDP grew. Maybe it can't really control the population. We can do a lot better in terms of the internal productivity. Create more jobs, more manufacturing. That would help. But if you look at it in actuality, those things that grew the GDP were the same things that were prior, because I don't think anything really happened substantially in the economy. So, but quite frankly, I'm not a big big fan of this per capita GDP thing, and many of these metrics that we use, this Western metrics that we use for determining our growth or progress in Africa, because we are not on the same par as the Western world. They have a better way of gathering data. That the economy of their country fits very well with their model. So to me, we should not be using no damn in a country where a large population is like it's subsistence
Prince Daddy, am I allowed to interject
agriculture.
you?
Yeah, grab those.
Can I mention? I want to just call your attention to something. I think one of the things that was responsible for our GDP growth, and we can see why it is not spread, is that Dangote refinery that has taken off. Because now gross domestic product is the production within the economy, and it was really last year that it actually took off. You understand? So the production of Dangote refinery is a substantial growth, but it will not affect everybody because this is one man's business, and the
Exactly.
income is actually not spreading, it's not circulating among the
Exactly.
people in that sense of it. So
Yeah.
it's really not
Great
it's not a
point.
plus to this government. That addition from
Great point.
Dangote refinery is not part of the effort of this government. I can say that very, very strongly.
That's a great
So
point. The Dangote refinery was a great point. But one
Prince
second,
Daddy, can I
and the
quickly
same
add one?
argument.
But
One
Prince
second, the same
Daddy,
argument can be made.
that kind of defeat your talking point.
Prince Daddy, can I add one thing that Patuski just said? Can I add one more thing? There is
Yeah,
a 21% increase in non-exports from Nigeria. And when you talk about those people that are exporting in comparison to the total population of the country, they might be minute. So that also might give a reason why the GDP per capita to PPP is so low to GDP growth also. So as time goes on, as we continue to push more ahead, I think things will be better. And people should also realize that things have been bastardized in Nigeria for more than 4 decades. It's not something that you can just turn around under one day or 1 year. We must face the reality and say the truth. So that's
actually what crashed that
Yeah.
was
Okay. So, Prestige, how does that defeat the argument?
Excuse me, what did he say?
He said that
Because he just
defeated
told
my
you something
argument.
about that Dangote. That's what contributed, to the GDP growth, and that's an individual business. It has nothing to do with the country GDP. So you are defending the purpose. All this, hold
No,
on.
no.
All these
Say,
people
no.
coming here talking about GDP growth. Actually, you are sliding. This is not the GDP that you made. We used to be number one before, 10 years ago.
So can you tell us the GDP of Nigeria in 2023?
Now you are number 4. You are even know what we have.
It does not
total
matter
is
when
lower
you
right
are
now.
reforming.
On
Oh, we are
overall.
going round on this thing now. Let's move
Because
the topic.
you all are not make sense. You need to be factual and stop being very sentimental.
That is your own opinion, and we are also
Because of you
expecting our
support this
opinion.
government. It doesn't make sense. And this is why
No.
Nigeria is regressing.
You see, the major problem here.
Prestige,
You guys are not taking
you,
excuse from
hold on.
Prince Daddy. According to the rules laid down by Patrosky. Ask Prince Daddy whether you can speak or not.
Yeah,
Ask
thanks, Tony. What Patosky just said. Dangote is part of the growth of the GDP in that country. I don't know why you're denying it. Yes, it's of course an individual business, but nonetheless, it's part of the GDP growth. Why you deny it? It's part of the
I'm not
activities
denying that,
occur in
but
the
how
country.
does that translate to individual income?
It does
It doesn't.
not. See, it does,
Okay.
and I agree with you in that regards, because in terms of maybe jobs or sector, right, that would benefit a larger population, we're not doing it, and I totally agree with you. That's why I said I'm not a big fan of this matrix sometimes for measuring development or growth in Africa. So I agree with you in that regards. I do agree with you. So maybe we need a better if the GDP goes down or not. But to me is real economic activities in that country that benefit the common people. Is agriculture, for example, growing? Are we manufacturing more? See, that'd be a better way to bring more people into the fold, so we can actually improve the GDP per capita. Anyways, let me hand on that. Patosky, thanks.
Okay.
Next
Let me add to that.
Sorry, please, just 1 second.
No, let me just answer you.
Excuse me.
Okay, I
How
just want
can
to
you say that
sorry, Madam
industry?
Zita,
Let me finish before I lose my thought.
Please,
How
I
can
want
somebody
you
say
to
that
take permission
an
from the person that is
industry
holding this
But
floor.
I am the first one that asked permission from
No. I was asking permission from Prince Daddy. I want to talk about electricity. Hold on, people. You cannot talk about GDP or production. Hold on, without production, without anything. Hold on. The government should start from a provision of electricity power so that you can go.
Guys, you are even sidelining me. I don't know. Maybe if you guys want to moderate, then you can continue.
Prince Daddy has finished now.
Yeah, Prince Daddy has
finished.
One speaking and now. I was about to
take permission from you.
No. I wanted to correct something. Somebody said that industry does not affect individuals. What kind of economics is that?
You see, that's what I was about to.
The Dangote Refinery does not affect the GDP per capita. Where did you get that economy from? Of course it does.
Who said that?
So the thing is this. This is the caveat. Guys, we have to be very careful the way we address things. When we measure Nigerian GDP, what are we measuring the thing against? Against the foreign currency. In quantity wise, as the quantity of the services produced, are we witnessing decline? Yeah, if we are witnessing decline, then we have to put the fact. Maybe yes, maybe no. I say maybe yes, just because when you go to the farming, to the farm area, those people that have been displaced, yes. But when we are talking of the new factory like a Dangote, meanwhile, it's not only Dangote. Dangote is just the most pronounced among them. And don't forget that we've started getting the assembly plant for Venture in Nigeria too. All those things are going on silently. So don't forget too that our solid minerals too, we are beginning to grow in that aspect too. At least I know those people that are there, even though not the way it is. Then other thing is this. I don't think anybody should correct me if wrong. I don't think that we benchmark our GDP. So when we throw the figure of
God
GDP
bless you.
sometimes, we have to be very careful.
Benchmarking what?
Because we are benchmarking.
Ola, can you explain what do you by benchmark?
Can I explain that?
Against another country, Abi?
Against another currency, because we are using dollar, we are dollarizing the GDP. So we are looking at
let me say something there that will help.
Can I explain?
You see, hold on, please. Sorry. Let me say something that can help. You know, normally you need to create. I'm very happy that you are somebody that develop mathematical models or do some analysis. That thing. You know, if you want to compare, you have to create a common base. So if you create a common base of dollars, and if you are comparing a Nigerian productivity and you have created a common denominator of dollars, you are not only creating a dollar denominator for Nigeria, the country you are comparing with, you're also creating a denominator for dollar. So they become comparable. So at that point, it doesn't really matter because you have been able to discount everything to that common denominator. So that's mathematically, you know that is correct.
Ola, do you think?
Can I say something?
Ola, don't
Remy,
you think so?
Can I?
No, wait.
Can I
let me
say
respond
something?
To
You know,
Madam here, you say, let me respond.
You
See,
know,
Patoski, what I'm trying to drive here is, I said quantity of service. I specifically use that word, quantity of service. Has it reduced? Or is the quantity of service growing? Now, when you want to use GDP to actually talk about how better people are living, you know, you and I know that nominal GDP is not the accurate measurement of how people are faring in a country. As a matter of fact, we can have GDP of like a trillion, and the life of the citizen can still be worse for it. So that's not the point. I'm saying we should just know that.
And that's what Man of Prestige is saying now. The same thing Man of Prestige is what we are saying. You are even arguing it better.
No, I'm not. We are not saying the same thing.
The same thing. It's just the way it's presenting it. That thing has not affected the people.
Hold on. Can I say something?
Okay,
please?
Madam, may I continue then? I will continue.
Over the years, the GDP per capita of Nigeria fluctuates a lot. Why? It's because Nigeria is over-reliant on the oil sector. If it goes high, the country men and women, they enjoy. If it drops so low, the country men and women suffer. But now that some of the things are coming in, after some years now, with all these all manner of industries coming in, like these people picking plastics now, they're really making money out of it because they dump it. They have the world's largest recycling plant in Norway. So they're making a lot of money. All those kind of things, if they start booming, that over-reliant.
Madam, did you say industry coming in or they are leaving?
You
say with a lot of them coming in?
Yeah, they're coming in.
Like, can you cite examples?
They're coming in.
Can you give us examples, man?
I said they're coming in.
Give us examples.
I don't need to give you an example. You have excuse me, you have your internet with you. You can
new industries coming to Nigeria?
Yes.
Or the ones that were there, they are taking flights.
No, they're not leaving.
Okay, let me even shock you. What the report? What bank report? Recently, by 2027, like a lot of Nigerians will go into poverty.
Industries are coming in.
Thank you, man. I said give us example. Can you give us example? You made mention of Dangote.
Let's do it one by one now. We can't continue.
I said something.
Madam,
go and find out and come back to argue with me tomorrow.
We are learning. We are all learning now. Educators.
I asked you a question. I'm not a school teacher.
If you want to know that, check Google. Check the number of direct investment. Check direct investment that came in.
Hello, Chairman.
Let
the names of the companies that have come in.
Bring it to let man of sorry.
Hold
Sorry,
on.
Madam Zita.
He
Please bring
said
it home.
he's
Let
asking
Prince
me for
Daddy
the names
continue
of the
and we
companies
move to
that
the
have
next
come
person.
in. Okay. So I now give him that aspect of the assignment. I said industries are coming in. And the only way he can disprove it is for me to count the names of the industries. So I'm handing back over that assignment to him. You go back and find out the names of the industries that have entered Nigeria. Well, the person you people hate, let's say from 2023 to today. Then you come back here tomorrow. We argue. Okay? Can we do that?
So, man of Prince Daddy, can you continue now? Prince Daddy, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I thought Larry was
Please bring
going
it
to
home.
say
I think
something,
it's
but
my turn
I did
after you.
wrap up earlier. But 10 seconds.
Mm.
Also to mention, if the GDP grew and the GDP per capita actually went down, it's also an indicator that the employment numbers are not good. That's also an indicator. But again, we need better measurement in Africa and Nigeria to know the standard of living of the people, and not just some GDP that's concentrated in one sector that doesn't really affect a lot of people. So, Patoski, on that note, I'm going to wrap up so Larry can ask his questions. Thank you.
No, okay, ask the question because it's my turn after you now.
Okay, I just want to say one or two things, and I'm leaving after that. All right. So I think we're kind of like mixing a lot of things, and I think we're tied up in a lot of buzzwords, right? There are things that are different, and I see people mixing it up. People are talking about, somebody said GDP per capita income, somebody said this, somebody said that. These are just simple things, and it's better we don't mix it up. GDP per capita is different from per capita income. That's one. And number two, for you to measure the standard of living of a country, you don't use GDP per capita. What is closer for you to use is per capita income and probably purchasing power parity. That's what you use in measuring the standard of living of people in a country. And somebody said something about GDP of Nigeria not increasing. No, that's not a fact. The GDP of Nigeria actually increased. And why you are having lower GDP per capita, somebody said it here, is the population. How do you just get GDP per capita? It's just your normal GDP divided by your population. That's what gives you your GDP per capita. So if one is increasing and the other is not increasing, then obviously you definitely see a reduction, which is just simple mathematics. And another person, somebody said something.
Industry affects it too.
Yeah. So somebody said another thing about new things that are actually happening in Nigeria. So one thing is, and I think somebody talked about it, our non-oil export actually increased by 20%. 2024 to first quarter 2025. 20%, that's huge. And majority of that is actually coming from agriculture, because now Nigerian people that are doing agriculture in Nigeria now have the opportunity to export to some other neighboring African countries. And another new thing that happened recently is urea. Prior to this time, we've never been in the top 5 of countries in the world that export urea to the US. As of last week, I think Nigeria, what we exported to the US in terms of urea, it's over $150 million, right? So things are happening, right? And it's better we would analyze those things that are happening and putting it in the right perspective, so that we can actually understand things better and argue on from a more informed position. That's what I just want to add.
Thank you, brother. You see, one of the problem we have is majority are just agents of propaganda, that to the extent that they don't want to believe whatever the reality is, except what they have in their mind, and they want to force it on another person's truth, irrespective of whether it is correct or not. That is just the problem.
I think
The major
most
problem.
Nigerians, as Nashata put us, the hungry
Gullible,
and
G and
gullible and
H.
hungry.
G
The
and
thing
H.
is that some of
That's
them,
exactly that is happening. It's
Remy,
like sorry, Madam Dida, you come quickly. They just want to eat rice and beans. They are not thinking about putting good institution, laying infrastructure development is also creating job. If you don't, if even that, all those roads they are constructing in Nigeria, it's also creating of job for the local people, the welders, the carpenters, and the rest. They're also getting job. So sometimes when you just come here and then you just want to lock it on just hearsay or something you just discuss, this is on. You have to look at the real factor, things that are really going on in the country. I just read recently that there are more than 20 refineries coming up in Nigeria probably in the next 2 or 3 years. Do you know what
And yet
that
somebody will be asking you, what has the government done?
Nigeria? And if we also complete that, our gas pipeline up to the north towards the North Africa to Europe, and if we can start exporting gas directly, don't you think that we had more value? Sometimes we just have to talk from real, not about opposition or just because I don't like him, I just condemn him.
And
how can people say this government did not do nothing for 2 years? How can you say that?
And
I'm even surprised that they didn't know that Blue Sailed has moved to Nigeria. You see, the problem they are having is that they don't want to believe that something good can happen. I said it here last time, and two Niger say, wow, this is coming from me. The sound of some people today in Nigeria, I will keep saying it, I don't care anyway. The sound of a good thing in Nigeria is a trigger for them. Look at what I said this evening. I said this morning, I said, companies are coming in. They are not leaving. Somebody just jumped. That was a sound that triggered him. Like how dare
just like
you
people,
say
just like people on Arise TV.
Companies are coming. You could mention the Gote. What are the companies coming? You couldn't mention another one. Was that a wrong
I
question?
gave you that assignment now.
Why did you give me assignment?
No, you
I don't
come
have
here
any.
and run down all the things very blue man is doing. You go back and run down all the companies that are
the
coming
onus
to
of proof. The
Nigeria.
onus of
What's
proof is
wrong
on
in
you.
you doing that?
The onus of proof is on you. You made the allegation.
No, it's not on me. I've said what
Why
I
should you
said.
allege what you don't know?
No, the onions is not on me.
You guys
Because
are,
I know what
this
I'm
is
talking
terrible
about.
discussion here. Have a good night, everybody.
For you to
Yeah.
disprove me.
What kind of discussion is this?
Hold on. For you to disprove me, all you need
You said
to do
you said
is go.
things are coming. I said, okay, give us examples. You are giving me an assignment. So go do what?
I said something. I said something.
AI, just a second.
I said something that I am very sure of. Okay, so you go round and
people are listening to us. Audience, we have audience. Tell us, tell the
those people
audience.
have internet in their hands. For them to listen to me, to listen to us, that means they are on the internet. So they should look for is there companies that have entered Nigeria under Tinubu administration? Check it now. What is difficult for you to do there?
You people accuse other people of what you are guilty of doing. This is terrible.
I think it's my turn. So if you want to interject me also now, you can ask and I will. So let me quickly address some issues that I even want to address. The economy, GDP of Nigeria, I've gone on the internet. GDP has grown. The GDP of Nigeria has grown. The national income has grown. The per capita national income I think it has also grown. You understand? But that's what you call per capita income. That's the national income divided by the population. The per capita income is a representation of the income earned by the people, both domestically and in diaspora. You understand? Relative to the population of the people. That's what per capita income means. It means that it actually grew. it actually grew. Per capita income also grew. But the point is that per capita income does not represent, or does, it's just it's a static index. It's not there's no
Patoske,
dispersion.
Patoske, what you said is not per capita income, right?
No, what I was talking about is as a national income.
Wait.
If you follow me.
Wait, what you said, per capita income is just your disposable income, right?
No, wait now. No.
Per capita
This is
income.
what I'm saying. Okay, let me ask you a question. What is the what index is the measure of the national income divided by the total population of the country? What do you call that index? What do you call that index? The national income of the country.
Now for that, right? For national income. So it's not really it depends on what you
per
want
capita.
to use.
When you say per capita of any income, you can have per capita GDP. Wait, now let me finish. Let me explain to you. You can have per capita GDP. Per capita GDP will mean your gross domestic product divided by the total population of the people. You can have, when you have national income, you can have per capita national income. Per capita national income will be the total national income divided by population of the people. You can have per capita anything. You understand? I can have per capita total vote. You understand? That's the total vote in the country divided by the total population of the people. So I was just trying to introduce some ratios there. You
What
understand?
about this contract that Nigeria signed with Brazil on agriculture?
Okay.
No, we are not. I've not come to that. But let me finish what I'm. Let me finish my
please
analysis.
permit me next second if you don't mind, because I don't want Comrade Omoruyi to go. If he's still there.
Okay.
See, Comrade Omoruyi, look at your screen. You see, when we say, the thing is, it's not as if we are saying everything in Nigeria is good. But at the same time, when we are doing analysis, we just want to be fair in analysis so that we can be taken seriously. Now, I don't need to move too far. I just use my DeepSeek now to ask for those countries that moved to Nigeria just between 2003 and 2024. And they list them there with the amount they brought into the country. So we can't be saying people are leaving Nigeria without talking about those ones that are coming to Nigeria. If you are talking of net movement, then that's when I can agree with. But just come and use a grandstanding statement just for scoring political goals. So it's not the best way to help the populace to make decisions.
I only ask a simple questions. She made a general statement.
Okay. Can you read it now? Because if you cannot see it, I can read it.
I can't read it. It's too faint. It's too. I can't.
Bold it now. Enlarge it.
2024. Okay. Okay. Let me see whether I can enlarge.
You can enlarge it. You can enlarge it. Just enlarge it from your screen.
After this one, Ola, they say Conga has just come to Nigeria. Conga has been in Nigeria now.
No.
Where they are saying
Conga left, they just returned.
They say
can you also give us those that have left so that we'll get the net?
No. This is AI. You know how we construct with another one. So the thing is, they are not only coming to Nigeria. Wait now. The thing is this: Jumia now he relocated back to Lagos from Dubai. Now Starlink, which is SpaceX Telecom USA, you all know, launched satellite services after licensing approval, right? Ola Agric open 150 million integrated animal feed plant in Kaduna. Conga returned. This statement returned after restructuring with new logistics up in 16 states. You know, you say it has been. Now you say after restructuring. So then look at Geodry. Of course, I know this of mining because I have family that is into mining. So that one. Now, Agip, new 500 million offshore oil deal, Nnpc's partnership. Then Chariot, renewable energy. You understand? Conga expanded pay as go solar system energy financing to Nigeria. Then ByteDance, TikTok, open Lagos office.
You get time more.
No. Why I'm doing this thing is just because I'm not here to shout. I'm here to just make sure that Nigerians are not misled. You know, that's the purpose. You know, any day that we just come here to just gist, then we've lost public forum. So that's the one I put. You know, there are actually more than that. There are more than that, to be honest. But let's just stop at that. So when we want to say, okay, when we want to encourage, talk this thing about Nigeria, oh, okay, companies are moving, but they are not moving at the rate we're expecting. That's
they hate to hear any good news
you understand?
from Nigeria.
But companies are not coming to Nigeria. It's not true, because I don't want to stand here and be supporting what is not factual. You understand? Let us balance.
Ola, can I make a comment before I leave, please? Just one. Just a minute.
Let me quickly make this comment. You guys have been here. I just entered. Let me just make this comment 1 second. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. I think what most Nigeria in diaspora, I'm saying diaspora because I know diaspora, they are the most problem of that country. What most people in diaspora want is bad news, fake news. They just hear things, they run with it.
Agent of propaganda.
Yes, let me start an example, my brothers and sister. I think Madam Sister, my sister here, we can see brothers and sisters. There was a video going on around about VDM who was arrested, and we in diaspora, all what we saw and the propaganda on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook was GTB locked VDM. You remember those security doors? You always enter glass door before you enter the bank. The story online was they locked him there for 10 good minutes. I don't know how somebody can be in that small security door and breathe in 10 minutes. It could have collapsed or something.
That is not true. That is not true.
Can I finish, please?
Can
you keep quiet?
Why are you
Let me finish.
people?
Then you can.
No. I've been stuck in back in worry for in that.
I say if you want to,
I can kick you out. You know, I have the power to kick you out.
No,
let me finish,
kick
please.
me out now.
Let me finish. Paposki, please. I didn't interrupt anybody. You know I hate people interrupting me. Let me finish. Then you can't have. Please. Thank you. There was a video going on that GTB shared to the world. We saw VDM when he entered the bank. We saw VDM when he left bank. He was not locked in any security door. Efcc arrested him outside the gates of GTB. When Nigerians like fake news, like propaganda, they don't speak the facts, they speak half truth, is what we are discussing now. They just like everything bad, EFCC arrested him at the entrance of the gate, outside GTB bank gate. Anybody that want to counter me, now you can counter me.
Okay,
thank you.
You listen? Can you listen too?
Can I come in?
Can I counter you, please?
My floor
1 minute.
now.
Just give me 1 minute, please.
Somebody
can I counter you, please?
Why are we going back? We're talking about
GDP. No, you're not going back. You just made the.
That's not necessary. That's not necessary.
I stand to be corrected.
In that
excuse me.
Why we can't train? Someone just came and said what he has verified.
Yeah,
it's not necessary.
You just gave a false information. Can I correct that impression, please?
Hold on. It was my floor. I held on for everybody. And we say if you want to interject, ask the person.
Please, can I correct that impression before?
Excuse me, let me land. Ola asked to be interjected. I held on. And you people went on for another 15 minutes.
Okay, Patosi, can I interject a minute?
No.
I'm about to leave.
Let me hold on. If you want to leave, you can leave now.
No, I don't want to leave until I make my statement.
So then hold on. I was speaking. Madam Zita interjected. Ola say, can I interject? Everybody has just, I've heard on for almost 15-20 minutes now. Please. I was saying that the GDP actually grew. The national income also grew. The implication to me, per capita national income also grew. That's the thing. But and Ola has just also brought to us that more companies also came into the country, even though some left. But I mean, that's the dynamics. People look for where they have interest. So also are companies where it will favor them. So some came, some left. That's okay. And to me, the economy is going in the right direction. But the question that I'm asking is, what's the growth rate? Nigeria growth rate is growing, but it has slowed down. The growth rate has slowed down compared to what we used to have. Then compared to the rate of some African countries like Kenya and the other and their peers. You understand? We also grew like them, but our growth rate has gone down. The implication of having a per capita income that is dropping is that even though we have more population, the population is not as productive. If we have more population and all the population is producing, that means at least the people are carrying their weight, and that could mean that maybe human capital development index, because if your human capital is well developed, they are supposed to be productive. That's what is expected. It's not always the same. It's not always the case, but that at least that's the expectation from them. That is that about economy. So Tinubu can do more. And what Tinubu needs to do, as far as I'm concerned, and anybody here, I think will agree with me. Let's not make excuse. He needs to address inflation. The food inflation is very high, and no matter what you do, is constructing road, is doing infrastructure, that index, that particular food inflation thing, it will rubbish everything. Whereas if there's no food inflation, if food production is high and people are at least able to eat, which is to me the primary thing, not that they should eat special food or anything, but at least they can afford to eat reasonably. You understand? Even if it's 010 across the board. I'm not saying people are not eating now, but across the board, people are able to feed themselves. No matter what he does, even if he doesn't do so much of infrastructure, he will not face this level of opposition. The opposition he will be facing will probably be from politicians and people online that have affiliation to politicians. He needs to address. You still need to seek to interject me. Don't just go ahead and interject.
I'm not interjecting.
I think it's my turn next after
just let me
Patoski for me
finish.
to interject.
Let me land. I don't want to allow interjection. So I have a right to allow or disallow interjection. That's one area that I've addressed. So he needs to work in that area. And how do we know whether it's working? Is when the people are able to feed properly. There might be some growth. Maybe they say, okay, rice has gone down, stuff like that. But it has to be, there's still more ground to be covered in that area. You understand? Beans has gone down, fine, I'm happy about that. But there's still a lot of ground. Once he's able to do that, I bet you won't have problem. And I don't see why he should not address that. But where I even wanted to come in is with the Burkina Faso guy. The last time we were discussing this, this guy is this and that. The man has taken his lesson from people like Thomas Sankara and he's protecting himself. His people want him. You understand? His people want him. The other African people are seeing that, oh, we got an inspiration from this guy. So they are rallying around him. To me, which is okay. It's okay. If he decides to realign with Russia and forget about the West, nobody should blame him for that. Look at the way the West has treated Africa. They don't have respect for Africa. Look at what France has done to the Francophones. And look at the kind of insults that young man in France is giving to African leaders, telling them that they are ungrateful, their ingratitude is a disease. You understand? You are talking to a nation, just like Traore said, a nation whose ancestors stood and laid down their life to defend you. And you are insulting them that way.
Not a nation, a continent. Sorry to jump in.
You are insulting them that way. No. So let him maintain that stand. Mind you, my brothers and sisters, if you have stayed in Francophone country before, you will not be thinking this way. I have lived in the Francophone country in West Africa before. I've lived in Benin Republic. I was on a program there for some months. So I lived there. I speak their language. I speak Yoruba. The Yoruba people are there. The Fon people are there. I also speak French. Togo is where I spend most of my long weekends. I have friends in government there in Togo. I have friends around there who are politicians. So I know France has become an irritant to them. They envy us, not because they feel that we are very productive. They feel that we got the freedom, the power, that we are the one that are really independent. Not because they feel that, oh, Nigeria is a big country. No, they know that we are great. But the reason why they envy us, like Ghanaians, they envy us and fear us and respect us because they feel that this is how a country should be. They have been oppressed and suppressed. Their currency is being managed by France, which you all know. Every effort to try to switch to ECO was thwarted by France.
So why can't that be the fight?
No, they need to get out of. If France is the one providing your security.
I repeat, why can't that be the fight?
Wait now. If France is the one providing your security, they are the one holding your central bank. If they are the one providing your security, how will you be able to fight them in that area? They will take you out now. Do you know how many African leaders in those regions have been taken out by France? Any leader that seek African interest, Lumumba was one. He was taken out by Belgium. All the people that are leading those countries that are pandering to France, no matter how long they stay in power, France keeps them there. Look at what is happening.
And how are you so sure that Russia would not also take him out sooner or later?
It's better. Let
That
Russia
is my problem now.
That is their interest. Let me finish.
Let them see my wahala.
Are you drinking Panadol in their own head?
You can take your tongue when I allow it. The man is, look at what they have done in Cameroon. France is a terrible colonial master. Terrible. No Francophone country is independent of France. We are not totally independent of UK, but we have substantial independence.
Why is it so?
So this is what I'm saying. They are the one who are in the country. They know the intricacies. They are the one who have a relationship with France. In short, we might know French, but I think they know France more than us. And if they've chosen this path as a path to their freedom, then let them try it. Let them take their destiny into their hand. Let us not disrupt them. We took our destiny and said, no, we don't want military anymore. And no country influenced us. Even the West, they wanted democracy, but Nigeria fought for democracy not because America wanted us to do it. It was because we wanted it. And we fought it.
We are talking for a long time now.
If this is what they... No, I'm not interjecting. I have the floor. If the West, if the Francophone, if this is what they have chosen, let them hold their destiny into their hand. It is not a joke that they dare these people. And so let us support them. And if we are not supporting them, let us leave them to do it themselves. Not aiding the West against our brothers and sisters. No, let us not do that. If you have lived in the Francophone, I've said it before, you will not speak this way. And now I've spoken. Those are just the 2 points I wanted to
make. Can I make a point a minute? Then I'll leave.
Yeah, no. I just want to, can you give me 1 minute to correct what that guy said about
you can't
the
one point, please. One point.
Okay, man.
So,
just 1 minute.
All right.
Okay. So the point I'm talking about, let me go back to GDP. We are talking about.
1 minute to have for.
Yeah, 1 minute I have. I think nobody wants to come here, and crucify our country. As a businessman, I would like the standard of living in Nigeria, to be good. The projection that we have, somebody go and fact check me. Our GDP per capita income last year was 877, and this year is projected, to be 835. That's a decline. And what is the GDP per capita? How does that be? It's an indicator of how the country's standard of living, the well-being of the people. And the main problem that, decreasing our per capita income is the depreciation of Naira and many, many factors. But that Naira is the number one cause where we are right now. For the per capita income to decline, it's supposed the GDP is supposed to be growing in order to compensate for the growth of the population. So you cannot say because the population is growing, GDP is growing, but the population is growing more than. No, as a country, it's supposed to be working for the GDP to grow in order, to measure up with the population. If it is not growing to measure up with the population, then you're a fallen country. You're not doing well. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. Your economy is not, even at all. Our economy is projected to grow, I think, about 2.8, or is growing already. But the population is not meeting up to where we are. So let's call a spade a spade. Nobody's coming here to denigrate our country. We want our country to be better. But this is where we are right now. We are not, things are not good.
Okay, thank you. Omorui, then after Remy.
All right, thank you very much. Everybody wants the best for our country. If the country is good, most of us will not be where we are. Most of us, we are more comfortable at home than where we are. And no matter how comfortable you feel where you are, there's no place like home. Home is always a home. The things you enjoy while you are home, you can't try them while you are abroad. Everybody's aware of that.
I'm comfortable where I am. I don't know if you are.
All right, thank God for you. Thank God for you. Thank God for everybody that is somewhere comfortable where they are. But I want to correct one impression. Like somebody was talking about that door, that you cannot spend 5 minutes in that door. I've been stuck in that door, that bank door, that small door for more than 30 minutes. In Zenith Bank, worry. I didn't die. They had technical inches. I was already inside. I couldn't go the other way. I couldn't go inside because I got stuck. So I was there for more than 30 minutes, close to an hour. I didn't die inside. So if the information people were, parading around, they didn't just get it from the internet. It was coming from his brother and his friend. That said they tactically delayed VDM so that EFCC could get him. While the delay was on, EFCC were busy, laying ambush for him and all that, But whether that one was even true or not, the manner, was he supposed to be arrested in that manner? Was he invited that he refused to show up?
Sorry, was he trapped in that door or not? That's what I'm want to clarify.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I wasn't there, but that thing came from his brother.
Do you saw the video I'm talking about?
There was a clip they played. I couldn't.
Did you saw the video I'm talking about when he came into the bank with his mom and when he left and where he was arrested? I'm not siding. Let me land, my brother. I'm not siding EFCC now. I don't care. I'm just talking about the lies we always talk on internet.
Which one is the lie there now?
My brother,
which one is
what
the
I'm
lie?
asking you is that let me finish. Let's make it
I was the one that was talking. You interjected me without even permission.
I interjected you because you were not saying the truth.
You are the only one saying the truth. I think you were not.
My question is,
you were ready at GTB Bank.
My brother, hold on, please. There was a video that GTB released. We saw VDM when he went into the bank. We saw him when he left the bank.
Nobody said he was arrested inside the bank.
My brother, let me land. What
I'm repeating
saying
what you said already. You're repeating the same thing.
No, hold on, please.
I wasn't sleeping when you said it.
Yes, debunked what I said.
I debunked one already. You said nobody can spend 10 minutes inside that door. I said I spent more than. I spent close to an hour there. I didn't die.
Are you VDM?
Man.
Are you?
Am I not a human being?
Hold on, please. We are talking about VDM. I'm not talking about you.
You said nobody can survive there for 10 minutes.
My
I said
brother,
I spent close to an hour
forget
there.
about nobody can survive there or not. Forget about that. What I'm saying is there's too much lies on the internet.
You are the one lying here. You are the one lying.
What did I lie about?
His brother came up to say nobody said he was arrested in the bank premises. They said he was delayed by the bank so that EFCC could have opportunity to arrest him. I wasn't there. You were not there. So which one is the lie?
I didn't even say that he was delayed.
Not you.
What I'm saying is Nigerians are. Let me land, please. Don't let us talk on each other. I will land. You keep quiet. I will keep quiet. You already said
something. I was trying to debunk what you said. You are talking on me.
Please. That's the problem I have with you.
What about the problem I have with you?
Let me land, then you respond. I hear people talking over me. Let me land, you keep quiet, and you talk, I keep quiet. Thank you. What I'm saying is, on internet, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere, there news spreading around that VDM was trapped in this door I'm talking about for 10 minutes for EFCC to arrive. And I said, GTB just released a video when VDM went into the bank, and when he came out and we saw the EFCC car outside the bank premises, that is where he was arrested. I'm not talking about you being trapped there. I don't know about your story. We are talking about VDM. I'm just talking about fake news.
What about the assumption that nobody can survive there for 10 minutes? That was wrong of you.
Yes, I could be wrong, but that doesn't imply that VDM was they trapped him there for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Thomas. Can I make my own contribution now? Because
no, he didn't allow me to debunk what he said. Can I debunk him?
Let's go, Remy.
He repeated the same thing.
Please hold on. Remy, please. Remy, please hold on. Let us give him the response. Let's respond to me, Omorua.
All right. Number one, I already debunked the fact that nobody could survive there for 10 minutes. That is not true. I survived there for more than 30 minutes, for close to an hour.
Forget about that
Number one. Number two, nobody said he was arrested in the bank premises. What the brother said,
you are not on internet. You are not on internet. Just go on with your propaganda. If you're on
so
internet,
you are the only one on the internet.
No, you are not on internet. You are not on social media.
No. I listen to you now. You are talking
on propaganda. Just go on with your propaganda. Go on.
Okay, thank you.
You are the propagandist here. You are not listening to me.
Okay, all right.
Thank you,
they say it was delayed. It was delayed. They delayed him.
Amaruyi, hold on. You actually spent more than a minute before Thomas interjected. So let's hear from Remy too. Remy, so let's hear what's on the
Okay. Thank you. This is my own submission. I will start from Burkina Faso. The reason why I do not support military government is because from Nigerian experience, it's a terrible one totally. They will come in, pretend that they are going to save you civilians, and some of them might even give you a clue that we're only going to spend 1 or 2 years and then we go back to constitutional democracy. We are all living witness of what military government did to Nigeria post-independence. If not because of the first coup in 1966, maybe this country would have been better. We all know what happened during Abacha, Babangida, Buhari, everybody time from one military junta to another military junta. We suffer a lot. There were so many sanctions on Nigeria. That is part of the hallmark of what that made that country not to grow, apart from our normal corruption among ourselves. So now people now talking about Burkina Faso being a military dictator there now that overthrew considered government. I personally go and check the country. It's a poor country, my God. Their total GDP, I'm not talking about GDP per capita. The total GDP of that state is just a little bit above Osun State, $20 billion. And when you look at most states in Nigeria, Delta alone, the GDP of Delta alone is about 56 billion. Lagos is about 236 billion. I just look and the point about me is that how can you be comparing Burkina Faso with Nigeria? For God's sake, forget about the propaganda and the sentiment online, because people. I sometimes when I read a lot of things, and I think Natasha is right, most Nigerians are hungry and gullible. Because when you are hungry, and where do we find ourselves in this position? We find ourselves in this position because successive government, including leadership and followers, we do not do the right thing. A government without a standard data or a standard how to collect information to know exactly how many people in that country, because of the divisiveness, because of various multi-ethnic groups fighting unnecessarily among themselves. So when you talk of Burkina Faso, I wish them good luck. But from experience of Nigeria and the rest of the world, we all know before you close and open your eyes, they will turn around.
Remy Jomabinu, on that economy, let me just give a 1 minute boring situation. You know, right from when Tinubu floated Naira that time, I made my submission there that people should not be expecting the immediate impact, because sometimes I know
we
many
are
of
talking
us
about
know this.
Burkina Faso now.
Yeah, I'm still no. I'm still coming to that Burkina Faso.
Just subject quickly, please go ahead, so that I won't forget what I used to my head.
Okay. Let's even go back to that Burkina Faso. Now, that Burkina Faso we are talking about, there's nothing to envy about Burkina Faso, to be honest. As of now, as bad as Nigeria is, even the GDP that our people like to front around, our per capita GDP is still better than that of Burkina Faso.
It's about 2.3 trillion, and you are comparing to 98 billion.
So the military, what you see, if we the older generation keeps saying that military should take over Nigeria, then we are the enemies of that country, because
who is saying that?
Actually, we witnessed what military did to us, but yet we decided just because we don't like a personality, we decided to use every means to go. It doesn't work that way, to be honest.
Okay, let me continue so that I don't, because if
continue.
So what I'm just trying to say is that whatever you said, I see two devils. You leave one devil, you go to another devil. You cannot tell me because Burkina Faso just leave France and they now embrace Russia, and then things started turning around to it. There is interest. Every country have an interest. But whatever you say, Patosi, you are right. The French have treated them terribly. But at the same time, does their own leader, have they also treated their own citizens fairly? I think most African countries are nearly the same thing about treating their citizens fairly. And when you are condemning your leadership, you also have to condemn the citizens themselves, because the citizens themselves are also as bad as their leaders also. So it's like garbage in, garbage out. So don't tell me that and be castigating your leaders every time. What about the people? Because I always make a very good example. From the present
Remy, a question for you.
Please, can you not?
I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Are you saying you prefer France to China or Russia within?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm totally condemning military government. I am, because I know what transpired in Nigeria. I'm not saying I prefer France or Russia or America or the rest. If this man have said, I don't need all these people, I want to close my country, do exactly what Chinese did, and I doubt any country can do that. Close up your country, try to put your country people into work, because I believe in hard work. Because if you don't plan and if you don't work hard, the result will not come out. I see Nigeria, most of us in Nigeria, we want to have everything good, like the Western world. But do we want to suffer as the Western world are suffering? If you are living in most of the Western world, you pay a lot of bills, a lot of tax. You pay road tax, you pay council tax, you pay income tax, you pay so many things that at the end of the day, even the money that comes to you, by the time they started breaking it down, the more you earn, the more you pay. Are we also doing like that in Nigeria? 60% of the total population of Nigerians are entrepreneurs. And most of these 60%, they don't pay income tax. If you really look at it, it's just like a form of indirect tax, which is just minute to the income they make every year. So somebody making 20 million and paying 30,000 naira and telling me he's paying tax. What kind of tax is that? And just this, so about Burkina Faso.
Okay, Remy, on that Burkina Faso, let's iron down that Burkina Faso. See, I personally, I don't like Nigerians comparing us to Burkina Faso. Anybody that is still doing that, I think it is high time we stop.
Can I interject?
Wait, no, Madam Mayor.
I quickly want to finish so that I don't.
Guy, I've been giving you. I've not even heard the floor. You know that's where the work of moderator is, because Remy, you spoke about that.
Unlike you shouldn't be. I'm not taking it. I'm just interjecting. You shouldn't be talking.
Okay.
So what should I do now? Who
wants
to interject now? Is it Madam?
I will just. No, okay, Madam Sita, go ahead. I just want to.
No, Remy, finish now. So that
let me finish. Okay, let me talk about VDM. VDM call himself a critic, a human rights, a blah 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 like this. To be frank with you, there are so many people doing more than what VDM is doing, but they never make noise. And I see VDM that sometimes he is also he also danced. I think probably it's also political, one way or the other. And I also see him as somebody that is not totally accountable. Because what happened to him some few months ago, where some millions just disappeared, And before we know it, he said he's traveling to so many places and he got the money back. That's a blatant lie. Because if you are checking human being, anybody that does something, whether in helping other people, is also getting something from it, one way or the other, directly or indirectly. And I don't see very dark man is in Nigeria. And the police have a right to call him or arrest him if somebody called them or if they think is against the rule of the country. So they have a right. I don't see why people are shouting they arrested. Is it the only one they have arrested?
He's a persona non grata. I thought we finished that case.
Have they not arrested him before?
What do you mean by persona non grata?
So I don't see any big deal about this guy.
I don't understand what that means.
No, I'm not talking about persona non grata or whatever. What I mean is that as a Nigeria, whether you are home and abroad, the authority, the police, the EFCC, the ICPC, they have a right to arrest you to come and answer to some questions. So most Nigeria, I think the problem with Nigeria is that when we compare ourselves to our Western world, what about the educated, the literacy level of Nigeria? I don't think it's up to 50 or 60% now. In terms of people understanding rules and regulation, in terms of people understanding how things really should be taken, instead of understanding how things get done in Nigeria. Most Nigerians don't know. That is why this present day we have now, everybody, you just go to social media, anything they put there, you just believe like that. Just like that Natasha case. It was so funny. From day one, I know she's lying. Because we have to look at the precedents. The precedents have shown that this is a woman
her
that
case is exhausting.
So this is a woman that have lied against some men before. And look at what is panning out now. The irony part of it is that it's showing how the idiocy of some politician like that Obida woman. Can you believe that woman collected money from Natasha just to go and disrupt what is going to happen in the house? And sometimes they will tell you they are fighting for your freedom. Nobody is fighting for you. You have to fight for yourself. And Nigerians were so lucky that we fought for this democracy. A lot of people got by along the way. A lot of people survived. And when they survived, some of them that know the terrain very well, they use the opportunity to become your governors, your senators, your assembly. Some people are very good.
2 minutes more.
Okay, some people are very good in complaining, and they will still like to continue to complain. Nigeria is still a fertile land for investment. If you are good enough, or if you know what you are doing, you ask yourself a lot of questions. Anytime you go back to Nigeria now, how many foreign nationals are on the plane with you? Ask yourself this question. What are they going to do in Nigeria if that country is so terrible? Why are so many Chinese, Americans, Indians, so many people, why are they pouring into that country? Lately, more and more African citizens are pouring into Nigeria. What are they finding? What are they looking for? If this country is so terrible, why are Kenyans, South Africans, Ugandans, why are they going to Nigeria to marry your men or to look for greener opportunity? Why are Chad, Niger, all of them, why are they moving there? If it's so bad, why are everybody, just when you sit on the plane, look around you. What are they doing in this country? We don't used to have them before. Why are they trooping in like that? If your country is so terrible, I'll rest my case here. Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, before you rest the case, one second, guys. Before you rest that case,
okay.
Are you saying, like, I can understand the Chinese and the Indians because they bring capital and whatnot. So are you saying the Nigerians or the other African people from Kenya, when it comes to Nigeria, are they living better than an average Nigerian, you think?
Sorry, what's your question again? Sorry, Prince Daddy.
Okay. Apart from the Indians and the Chinese that bring capital into Nigeria for investment, are you saying also that the Kenyans, the Nigerians, and other Africans that come to Nigeria, are they living better than an average Nigerian?
No, they are not living better, but they see
No. Sorry, in Nigeria, when it comes to Nigeria, in Nigeria.
Let me answer your question, please, Daddy. They are not living better than Nigerians.
Why would you say they're not living better than Nigeria? That's a broad question. It deserves a broad
but
answer.
some of them go to Nigeria because of multinational corporation, maybe MTN.
What about those that are
I
trooping out of Nigeria?
want to help you answer that question, Farabale.
What about those that are trooping out of Nigeria? Have you taken that opportunity?
Comrade Omoruyi, please hold on. See, Prince Daddy, it depends on the category of those people moving. Now, I had an opportunity of a situation where I worked for someone that came from Zimbabwe during that time. And this man, before he left that country, the one that I can witness, that I can stand upon up to 2010, that guy managed more than 50 billion in investment in Nigeria. He brought investment because he was
okay. Sorry, Ola, I don't want to break you. There's a reason why I asked that question. Sorry, Ola. I'm not talking about someone that comes to work for a multinational company that's on par with a Nigerian. I'm talking about people that hustling people. You know, like Nigerians go to South Africa and hustle.
That's
the Kenyans, the Nigerians, when it comes to Nigeria, I did living better than an
some
average.
We live better, some we live poorer. That's the answer to your question.
They see opportunity and they move in.
That's okay.
No. Okay.
You can ask an average.
Those that, yeah.
You can ask an average. Ola. You can ask an average Nigerian that works in local markets in Nigeria. You will see an average Chinese man or an Indian man that were not there before in their local market. They are there trading alongside with Nigerian people. Maybe Nigerian.
No, that's not the question. He's talking about the hustlers. Yes, some of them will live better, some will live poorer. That's the answer.
Some of them also.
Okay. Hold on. Manazita's response. Okay, good. So I think she captured what I'm trying to say. In other words, they're not any better off than an average Nigerian. It is about the same par. It's really the same par.
Let me create a picture for you. When you relocate or migrate, you have a purpose. Whether you achieve it or not, that's a different thing. In the United States, people that migrated into United States, just as I gave you the answer, some of them are living better than Americans. Some of them are living poorer than Americans. That they wish to come to United States to be poorer, that I don't know. Nobody wants to be poor. But when you migrate, what you see, you take. So those coming into Nigeria, some of them manage to make it. Some of them manage not to make it.
But I agree with your assertion. But unlike America, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think Nigeria creates such a great opportunity for foreigners to come and dominate apart from hustling.
Yes,
in America.
Yes, they do. Let me hold on. Okay. Let me answer him. Yes, they do. I'll give you an example. When it comes to what they call artisans, like bricklayers, like builders, painters, all those kind of jobs, Nigeria creates a lot of opportunities for those who come to hustle from African countries.
That has always been there.
Let me finish.
Forever.
Please. You said Nigeria doesn't create such opportunity.
No,
and
it's always been there.
You narrowed your question down to hustlers. So I want us to concentrate on the hustlers. What you mean by hustlers is those who come, they're not investing, they want to make money. They're hustling to grab anything they can grab. And I am telling you, yes, Nigeria creates huge opportunities in that area. Apart from those artisans, they call what they call trade. The trade is not the area of buying and selling. The trade, like the artisans, in the area of services. When you go to Lekki Free Zone.
I get the gist, but I did better than average Nigerian. I did better than average Nigerian. That's what we do as a people. So are you saying these people come to our country to hustle more than we do? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. I don't really understand what you mean by, are you saying that coming to hustle more than we do? The question is, I don't know what you mean by that question. Because if you see a potential in a country, you migrate into that country. That's how it works. Whether the people in that country are hustling too much or they're hustling too low, it doesn't really matter to you. The important thing is that you saw a potential and you're going in there to tap into that potential. So this is your question of, are you saying that hustling more than Nigeria? Nigerians are not hustling. I don't know where that your question come from. I've said it from the beginning that migrating,
Okay, I've
you're
heard you.
migrating
You know,
to become
to
better.
revert back to Remy was saying. I mean, I was just trying to get an understanding that, you know, Nigeria it creates opportunity for. Remy was saying that look, people are coming to Nigeria. I'm not doubting it. Obviously, we got plenty of Chinese and Indians and whatnot. But now, Remy, see the caliber of Chinese people that are coming into Nigeria right now. They know your average Chinese people that bring their capital to invest in factory and whatnot. Now they're working on the street, competing with the average Nigerians, especially these are poor Chinese people or Chinese people that came as a result of human trafficking. Now they are competing with an average Nigerian on the street. So that
Okay,
dynamic of investors or the people that come to this country into Nigeria is changing.
Let me tell you something. That's actually the problem of globalization. Because when people migrate in your country, the people in that country will be looking for best hands. Like when it comes to bricklaying and tiling, those people from Cotonou and Burkina Faso, they do it marvelously well. So let the best sell. That's how capitalism moving. And again, the Indians, actually most of them are farmers. If you go to the north, they are actually the ones buying those lands, farming ginger and garlic, and exporting. So I don't know what you mean that they're hustling with. It's normal. Migrants come into a country to hustle with their street people. Please, can we go back to Burkina Faso?
It's a farming where there is insecurity everywhere in the north. When even the core northerners cannot go to their farms, Indians are coming to go to farm.
Okay. On Burkina Faso now, if I may
I think we are taking this into far, man.
So what I want to encourage average Nigerians is we have to be very careful of drawing the comparison. You know, our situation is different from what is happening in Burkina Faso. One thing I want us to look at is this. British people will be say they've not left us completely, but it's not the same thing as where France colonized. At least to some extent, we can still tell you that Nigeria is on their own, even though they may be influencing us indirectly, but they are not controlling our currency. They are not controlling our value chain in the sense that we have to produce our cocoa, and one way or the other, they are just to twist our hand to give the cocoa. No. Even if we send our cocoa to them, it is we that we are doing that on our own. But it's not like that when we are talking about all these francophone countries. Now, Russia and China. I know that Russia, like I said 3 days ago, Russia were there just to make sure that they get back at France. They and China, they too, they are looking for opportunity. Are they going to behave like they are like France? I don't know. But it's just a case of moving from a colonial master to another colonial master. Some colonial master indirectly can be beneficial. I don't know. We still stand to look at it because they want to go by attendance of China. China can borrow you money. If you default, they can take over. Who knows? Probably they can build something. But for us to be so envious of what is happening over there, then that simply means that we are not really praying for our country. We don't really know what we are asking for. We don't really understand. Without those people, all these francophone countries, they cannot stand against France. They can't. The only reason that we still have this Sheikh Traore, or we call it, just because we have two major world power right in Burkina Faso there. If Russia and China are not there, by now they will have taken that guy away, whether you like it or not.
I want to discuss.
Madam, can you give me 1 minute, please? You have been talking. If I want to talk, you people, will not allow me. You make it. There is no basis for comparing Burkina Faso with Nigeria in the first place. That should be a show of shame. There is no basis for comparison at all. You just made an analogy. You compare. No nation is self-sufficient. No nation can live in isolation. You also alluded to the fact that they have not been fairly treated by France, and they cannot continue that way. If they find a better partner, if they feel they can, Russia is better for them, we should not drink Panadol in their headache. That is nobody is saying it's an Edarando. Nobody is saying Burkina Faso is better than Nigeria. But when people say if you sit down at home when you cannot take care of insecurity at home, you cannot fix the problem at home, you are blaming the person that is in the Burkina Faso, how they should take him out. He's not going to be there for too long. He's not worth 1 million this. They should take him out. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You dictate it for them how they want them. America is coming to tell them that he's surrounding himself, he's protecting himself with the gold in Burkina Faso. What business has an America to go intervene in a Burkina Faso how they use their gold? And what business has France to call them ingrates for dominating them and oppressing them for too long? Somebody is waking up to say enough is enough. That one enough is enough for me. If they didn't kill Thomas Sankara by now, maybe Burkina Faso would have been a better place. So enough is enough. They cannot continue like that. So they have to wake up from their slumber someday. Somebody is waking up to that courage to say enough is enough. So why are we blaming the guy? Nobody is saying Burkina Faso is better than Nigeria. There's no basis to even compare Burkina Faso with Nigeria.
So who killed Sankara? Is it not his local people? Is it
they were used. Oh no. See, you see the game. You see the politics. They use his close friends, his own people.
We are saying the same thing here in Nigeria. Also, we also kill our leaders. Who kill our leaders? Is it not the same Nigerian military that killed them in the coup of 1966 or counter coup?
It's a different thing entirely. We're talking of France dominance. France dominance in Burkina Faso for decades.
Comrade Omoroji.
You also said that you don't like the way they have been treated.
Wait. No, just hear me out, Comrade Omoroji. You can say you are not comparing Nigeria and Burkina Faso.
No basis for comparison at all.
Wait. We were here where some people were drawing comparison right here. So you are just saying your position, not what me and some people heard. What some people heard is this: some people want Nigeria to be like Burkina Faso. We heard it there. So let's
no.
Say you are not comparing. Don't say nobody. You
can't even compare it to the poorest state in Nigeria. You can't even compare Burkina Faso to the poorest state in Nigeria.
If man of prestige is here, I will have put it to him that he was comparing. So,
can I
Madam
speak on this topic before I go? Continue, please. Okay. First of all, I want to make something clear. Nobody gives a hook what Burkina Faso is doing. We don't care. The only thing is that it's a discussion, and we are just discussing it for people to learn, just rubbing minds, common sense. By the way, they don't have anything with Nigeria, so we care less. But it's just a discussion making round the internet, all manner of stories. And sometimes people like me, we want to make it straight. First of all, let me say this for those who doesn't know Burkina Faso. From the time Burkina Faso got their independence, actually they got their independence the same year with Nigeria. They have had 8 military coups. So military ruling them is actually not a new thing. And among those military coups is only one that turned to assassination, and that was the assassination of Thomas Sankara. Okay? The rest is just normal, get out, let me enter. And for people like me, who has been following the trend on what is happening around the world, It's the same old story. When this one come, it will say, I'm coming because of this, that. Okay. Why is this boy because I call him a boy anyway, hate me, like me, I don't give a hoot. Why is this boy making round and everybody is talking about him? It's because there are a lot of things he's going about saying and a lot of things people are saying in the internet. Even people who don't know what is happening in Burkina Faso. Number one, this guy is not the only guy in the Sahel country that took over power. Number one. Number two, his country is not the only country that have a lot of mineral. In fact, his own is the least, because the one that is more paramount is only gold. Number three, the things he came in, why he came in, we should understand that he is not an ordinary military man that just came from one corner to take power. No, he was second in command before he took over power from the elected, like second in command. He's the highest ranking military man. And he gave his reasons. So based on his reasons, that's why we are discussing him. It's not that nobody cares what they're doing. They can go to hell for all I care. We are just discussing. So nobody should say we are hating them, we are hating on him or whatever. Nobody cares. He gave reasons. Number one, he said the civilian man was not giving him upper hand to handle the insurgency in his country. I've said this several times. Go back and look at his reasons. Please. We are just discussing. No hard feelings. So because of that, he cannot handle the insurgency because he's not the one taking the decision. That he's taking over from the man to deal with those ragtags, according to him. That was what he called them. And then he talked about the economy. Then he talked about colonialism. He did not say their mineral resources. He said colonialism. That's the word he used. So now he came into power. The insecurity in Burkina Faso has gone so bad that he has to import other military from another country to guard him. Number two, he said colonialism. He said France should leave, that he's tired of French. They've been colonizing them. He brought another colonized master. Yeah, he might have a better deal with these new people. Who knows? Who cares?
This is not colonialism. It could be partnership. It's not. Don't call it colonialism.
Hold on.
I mean,
hold on.
I always use words to suit what you want to hear.
I wonder the word that we use if the so-called partners are the one in charge of
what if they are trade partners? Don't call them colonialism.
Hold on, please. Let me finish.
That's the wrong word.
This thing is very important to me, that I clear the air. I don't know what kind of partnership I should call it when your so-called partner is in charge of Aso Rock. So I don't know what we will call that one. It's even worse than the French, because the France, they were not sitting in their Aso Rock when they were colonizing them. It wasn't that bad, to the extent that their military have to guide the president of that nation or the junta of that nation, because they have always had a junta. So if it has gotten so bad that the colonialism didn't end in the resources, it got into their Aso Rock, then it is the worst colonialism so far. Because they have your intels, they have your security, they have your economy. So I don't even know. But
in a nutshell, are you saying the France would have been better for them? They should have continued the way France was dominating everything,
when I talk,
dominating the affairs.
I like people to listen to me.
People are listening to you. I don't know if you listen to yourself too. You make a lot of contradictions and controversies.
First of all,
unnecessary ones.
First of all, I said I don't.
They are telling you they are tired of France dominance.
Now.
You are here dictating for them.
I'm not dictating for them. I don't know why.
Leave them alone.
I don't know why your blood is running hot. We are just discussing. I made it clear here. That's why I said you are not listening to me. I made it clear that we are just talking. We are not even holding them. I don't know why you said leave them alone. Nobody is holding them. Abe, Thomas, are you holding them? Ola, are you holding them? No matter what we say here, it doesn't really have any effect on what they're doing there. But as I said before, Remy,
they should not connive. Nobody should connive with them. France to kill the young man. They should not connive with Nigerian government or African conspirators to kill him. They should leave him alone.
Discussion, I said, he said colonialism. That's the word he used.
Tinubu should not connive with their French partners to kill him. They should leave him alone.
Haba.
Why are we going to that route now? I don't understand.
I don't understand this kind of argument. I'm not doing. Can I finish, please?
That is the arrangement. That is the arrangement. That is the ongoing arrangement.
Yes.
Madam Sita, please continue. Madam Sita, continue.
Hold on.
You will not let him talk. You continue. I'll put him in the background. Continue.
He wouldn't like France to guide Tinubu. He wouldn't like that. But he will like Russia to guide a president of another country. Come on, man. What is all this useless common sense? Listen.
No, but the contexts are not the same now, Madam Zita.
Abba.
The contexts are not the same.
British colonized. The contexts are the same.
The contexts are different.
Hold on. British colonized us. Let's assume that we wake up one morning and say we kick out Britain.
The British left themselves. We didn't kick them out. They left.
Hold on now. I'm creating a scenario. Please. Let's assume we wake up one morning and kick them out. And I'm asking Nigerians, will you be comfortable if French come in and using another country now that did not colonize us, according to you people, come in and be guiding Tinubu in Aso Rock? I have asked this question severally here.
Let me answer you. The contexts are different.
What is the contexts are different now?
Fine. Let me tell you.
Okay, let me forget about it. Let me put it this way.
You don't want to answer.
Let me put it this way. If the insecurity in Nigeria, let me put it this way. If the insecurity, as you people say, the insecurity has gone so bad in Nigeria, if Tinubu hire a foreign country, their military, to guard him in Aso Rock, Patoska, I remember you said you don't mind. The last time I said this, you said you don't mind.
Yes, he doesn't mind. So far, he can protect his life.
Should I answer you?
Yes.
Go ahead, Patoska, so I can chime in.
In context of personal security, if the president, not even the president, if a citizen feels his life is threatened, he should go ahead and protect himself.
I'm not talking about a citizen, I'm talking about a president of a country.
Yes, the president. When Tinubu felt that his health is threatened, why did he go to France to go and get treatment? Why did he say he stayed in Nigeria for Nigerian doctor to continue to treat him?
Hold on. Please. Please. Let's use common sense.
Everybody use common sense now.
Please.
Don't you have doctors in Nigeria? Why did he go to Europe to go for treatment? Because his life is at stake.
If this man,
well, there's also There's also an assumption that because you're a country, then you have a military. It's such a fallacy. Okay, in fact, in Africa, you can only probably name out of the 54 countries, only 3 countries you can say they have a true military. The rest, they're like jokers. In fact,
you people are mumbling up this thing. We don't really
No. We're trying to establish. No. Hold on, madam.
It's just that it's not aligning with the own argument. That's the reason.
Yes. See, the notion that in fact, Burkina Faso military, for example, I won't be surprised if Lagos State Police can take them down. That's how terrible they are.
Small now.
Exactly. So when we make the point about a superpower like Russia and other countries' military protecting them, that's going to be surprising to you. It shouldn't be surprising to you.
Hold on now. If somebody calls himself a military man who has been in power for several years, because that young guy has been in power there for several years, and he cannot control a small military his country has. He cannot control it. So much so that he has to bring external military, not to protect his country.
Madam, it's an issue
Let
of
me
trust.
finish
It's
now.
an issue of trust.
Which kind of
Let me
wahala be
finish.
this?
Let
These
me
people don't
finish.
let me
Let
talk.
her finish.
To the extent that he has to bring military, not to help him guard his country, men and women, or help his own military to secure the country, to guard him. That's where I have issue.
Okay, should I respond?
To guard him.
Should I respond?
Yes.
Now, the military that you use depends on the power that is threatening you. If the power that threatens you is a superpower, you need a superpower military to counter them. If he uses his own military, the French forces can take them out anytime. He needs a superpower that will match them. And you see, they will not be able to touch this guy.
Okay.
That's the point. Because
Okay.
the people that are threatening his life are superpower. It would be stupid of him to think that his local military can do it. Even Nigeria will take him out.
I said two things here. That's why I said when I speak, listen to me. I said two things here.
Listen to you. It's just
He
that
did
you
not
don't understand that you are not listening to
He
yourself.
did not. What I said is military to work with his own military. I wouldn't have raised an eyebrow.
But that's the own argument.
Let me finish.
The
If he
man
has
is not
brought
seeing it that way.
Russia,
But they are working with his military now. They are sharing, giving their weapons and stuff. So they are working with them.
If he has brought Russian military to work with his own military to secure his land.
But they are doing that now.
No.
Madam Zita, just permit me a minute. You see, I said this here yesterday or 3 days ago, and I didn't say the situation is not the same. The military in Burkina Faso, they be the one guiding the head of states, and they be the one there when they were overthrown. And behind that, they have some foreign influence, which is France, that used to encourage that, especially when you start moving against France. It happened in Nigeria before. You understand? When you read about the coup of Nigeria too, you will see the place where they will say they informed the British High Commission, all those stuff. You will start wondering, why would you inform the High Commission? So the thing is this: if his people are still there, those people, they can still become Judas. They can still use them against them. But now we have a situation now where they now have foreign interest. We are saying China and Russia, they have interest. And the person that is representing their interest is that guy. And that guy knows that his people can betray him. So it's neither here nor there. If the Russian and China, if they are not providing the security, indirectly, the France will still be providing through the local military that we think they will be loyal to him. So to me, the situation is totally different. That's why I'm saying that we can't compare.
Okay, no problem. So what you are saying now is that as a man who is doing so well for his country, and because he's doing so well for his country, France wants to kill him. That's the picture, okay? So he can hire any security to guide himself while he do well for his country, right?
The thing is, I keep saying that I said Burkina Faso is in a situation, right? It's in a very serious, it's between the deep sea and the devil.
They've not seen anything. You see, Asabi talk rubbish.
No,
but see, hold on. You know, say Asabi talk rubbish. When Nigerians shout insecurity in Nigeria, from what most of you are saying today, I don't really think we do understand what is insecurity and safety of a nation. You don't know what it means for a foreign military to be in your Aso Rock.
No, we are saying
But
not basis
hold
for
on.
comparison.
But
That is
since
exactly
you
what we're
people
saying.
said it is
If
okay,
situation comes to it, trust me,
no
Aso Rock will fight
problem
for
now.
military.
We agree. You know, I will come back to this. I have told you people that when I finish my rubbish in one-man platform, before I used to ignore it. I will always come back to revisit it. I will come back to revisit this thing. This thing this guy is doing, I don't really care, but trying to make it sound so good
Madam AI.
and so
Madam
nice
Sister,
is what is
you
ridiculous.
can come back to it. Nothing will happen. If you come back to it, nothing is happening.
1 minute.
You come back to it.
Now, so you can talk. Patoski, you don't
France
start
was in
again.
that house before.
When I tell you, say
France had influence in their presidency before.
You know, say
it's not the replacement of France with another one. That's what the situation. Nigerian situation is not like that.
Let me tell you something.
Okay. When it was
no
time for Nigeria to hire
situation
for Boko Haram, didn't Nigeria do it?
No
Nigeria did
country
it.
situation should allow another country to infiltrate them so
That
much
to
sit in Aso Rock.
Power. That's if you have the power.
My
Is
brother,
what?
my sister, who told you the French were not sitting in the Aso Rock before? In short, the French was not just sitting in the Aso Rock. The French were in power there.
Okay.
They were in power.
The French were in power there.
Okay,
Look at the way they were taking their president out anyhow.
Okay,
the man
no
needs
problem.
the man needs another superpower to check them.
Okay, so Russia now
So
is
me
a
say I've spoken
hold
my
on,
own. I
hold
will
on.
come back and I will still
Okay,
be saying
Russia
it.
now
You
is
know,
a
I used to
superpower.
speak.
Wait,
You know, I used to speak stupid, but I will still come back and say it.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Then I talk rubbish. Russia is a superpower because they have high stocks of nuke from what is it called, from Soviet Union. It makes them a superpower. No wahala. But as you now talk, say, you know, the last time I said this was how Patoski challenged me here. When I talk about Wiki, him and the other one, they challenged me here. No wahala. What is happening in River State today? Nobody is discussing it again. That one don't quench. I don't talk my own. No, if you not say
Madam AI, this is what you know. Babangida trained National Guard just to defend himself after he ran to Abuja.
He even uses the Israeli Mossad at a point.
And he sent all of them to the United States. So indirectly, United States was responsible for IBB security at a particular point in time, despite our military and our DSS. We've seen a situation whereby some people hired Israeli guard.
So you said, repeat that sentence again. The last one you said. I want to hear it very clearly.
I said there was a time that Babangida trained National Guard, American trained National Guard to guide Babangida. Right? And I said indirectly, I can infer that at a particular point in time, United States was responsible for IBB's security.
In Dothan Barracks.
They were the one that protected IBB now. It was the Americans. If not, those schools would have succeeded.
They were in Dothan Barracks.
You didn't know.
So what you people are telling me today as Nigerians that there was a time Oyibo Americans were in Dothan Barracks guiding IBB.
See, madam, don't look at them. That was evil. You can even be a Nigerian.
Allah answer the question now, sir. It's okay. She's asking you a question. Is that true?
No, that's not the kind of question.
There's no,
why can't you answer the question?
Let me answer her.
What are you talking about?
No, that's
answer
they were not
her now.
guiding IBB directly. They were not guiding IBB directly.
Come on, now you have changed it now. It's not directly now.
Hold on, Tony, we said they are providing security, but they were not in Aso Rock guiding him directly. But we are saying that the contexts are not the same. This man is confronting a superpower. This man is confronting a superpower. He needs another superpower. Do you want him to lose his life before you now know? Oh, you say, "Oh, I made a mistake."
See,
I thought it was the other way.
Listen, you people, there is something Africans are not understanding. Honestly,
Madam
sincerely
Sita,
You
speaking.
Madam
understand
Sita,
it now, and you're an African.
Can I
So
explain to you?
you
yeah,
understand
Madam
it
Sita,
now, you're an
give me one
African.
sec. Madam
Huh?
Sita, give me one sec. Please, give me one sec. Tony, mind your comment in the comment section. I know you don't like Sita. You are among the contributor on this platform. Please, your next comment, I'll ban you. Mind your comment to Madam Sita in the comment section. Please, I beg you. Thank you. Madam Sita, go on.
Let me tell you people something. You see, this idea that is embedded in Africa, that they have so much natural resources that are being stolen, we should cut it off. Number one, let me say this. If we want to go back in time, we never knew we had those natural resources. It's those people that came and found those natural resources.
Good point.
They were the ones that actually told us what it is. They brought their equipment to refine it. Now, the question of stealing at that level, why didn't they have a good deal? Our back in time, our leaders were actually doing business with them.
Our leaders were also being bullied in those early times.
They are not bullied. They were doing
Yes.
business.
Look at Mulumba.
Because,
Look at Lumumba.
okay.
What happened to
Let me give you an
Lumumba?
example.
Why are you blaming Africa for the wickedness of the West?
Example.
Our leaders were
Do
bullied.
you know the man called Okotiobo? I want to
What's
start
wrong
with
with
Nigeria
Okotiobo?
now.
He was Minister of Finance. What's wrong with him?
Good. Go and look for an article which mentioned the daughter in the UK that the daughter have not denied. That man buried pounds and dollars in his house.
People do that one now.
Even now. Let me you said they were bullied. Please, let me finish.
No, at independence,
hold on.
Most of African leaders were bullied.
Please. You said they
Why
were
you denying
bullied?
that fact?
Please. Because when people are living, look at South Africa, look at Kenya, look at Ghana, look at Burkina Faso, look at Benin Republic, Niger. You want me to start calling the names of their leaders and how many estates they have outside the world? Does that look like somebody who is being bullied?
They are bullying them, and I will tell you why.
Okay, they bully them to go into business that they will make.
They are bullying them. They are bullying them
to go
because
into business. Hold on
now, Madam Zita. Let's explain it.
The bully. I want to ask you a question. You know, when I ask you, people don't answer. I want to. Let's be clear.
We
are you guys going to push this conversation around, or the rest of us are just here to listen?
They bully them.
Who's moderating, sir?
They bully them.
You guys have to move the conversation around
to go into business. I will explain to Michael. If you want me to get out, I'll get out.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying, like,
just
they keep interjecting me and keep asking me questions, and I'm answering them. If you want to speak, I can shut the fuck up and you speak. Please. I just want to ask a simple question. They bully them into agreeing to use the natural resources in their land to become millionaires and billionaires.
They bully them. I will explain to you why.
I asked you a simple question.
Yes, they bully them, and I will tell you why.
Hold on. Those people ended up being extremely wealthy.
Tell us why. Even though I think the African leaders were greedy, but I don't blame the white man for that. But Patoski, answer the question.
They answer my question.
That's a different argument. That's the argument of corruption.
Don't push the argument to anywhere.
Let me answer you.
Are you saying
if they bully you doesn't mean they can be corrupt?
Please. Are you saying? Let me ask you the question again.
It now.
Don't knock about it.
They bullied them, and I will tell you why.
Hold on now. Let me ask the question so
you
that
asked
the
the
world
question
will
already.
hear
Now let
me.
him answer.
Let me
I've
ask you
answered,
the question so that
and
the
I want to
world will
explain
hear
why.
me. Listen carefully. You said they bullied them, and I'm holding you onto that word because not even one
Madam, you have a way of stretching your
please.
statement. You have made the statement clear. I understand it.
No, you
Let me
didn't.
answer
You didn't. So that you don't knock about it.
You describe when you want to
let
make
me
one point,
finish
then you
now.
use like how many minutes to make that one point.
Oh,
and we
because you are
understand you
interjecting
from
me.
the outset.
I told you that's why I say you have to move the
Let
conversation
Madam
around.
Zita ask the question again so you can
Let me
understand. Right,
finish
Madam
now.
Zita.
Run it down. All the African leaders that have ruled the whole of Africa back in time up to today are billionaires and millionaires. Now my question. You said they bully them. So are you saying that they bully them to go into deal with them, with the natural resources of their land to become millionaires?
I said they bully them. Then let me answer you now.
Go ahead.
Have you asked any different question now since?
No, go ahead.
You see, they bully them. And I'll give you a reason. Look at Lumumba. When they give you the option, it's either will take you out and you are dead, or you keep you there, you become rich. If you oppose them, they will take you out. It happened in Guinea, it happened in DRC, it has happened. But if you play with them, they will keep you there and you'll be there as long as you serve their interest. It's a bully now. Those guys don't get option. They are either you take the.
So you said yes.
Let
They
me
bully
answer
them.
now.
They bully
Okay,
them.
don't worry.
Your answer is yes.
No, you know how long it took you to answer that question, to say that question. Give me some time to answer you. You said that question for almost 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Quiet.
The point is that they bully them when you place the option before them, and the options are clear. They saw what happened to some other African countries who opposed France. Now you have the option of opposing France and be taken out and killed, or supporting France and you even enjoy more money. So which option will you take? Most of them, they took the other option, and that's bully now. Or what do you call that one?
Yeah. Patosi, can I come in? Can I?
Come in.
Okay, thank you. It's 2 points I want to make. One is about Gaddafi before he died. The guy proposed one idea for African countries to say the African countries should create one currency and use that currency, use the natural resources to back that currency. So basically, that African resources will be traded in that currency, which automatically we all know Africa has the most most natural resources. Automatically, that currency becomes the most powerful currency in the world. So me, I'm thinking these Sahel guys, they are like right now, they want to do that. And when Gaddafi came out with that idea, the Russians didn't have problem with that because first of all, it doesn't threaten their own currency because the dollar and the euro currency is already the trading currency of the world. So those one won't mind if these Africans currency even become better. So they didn't oppose that. And the only people that oppose it are the one that their currency is number one, the euro and the dollar. So they were the only one that opposed it. They didn't like that. So to me, I think
Sarkozy, you didn't even mention Sarkozy. Sarkozy was at the front of that thing. That Gaddafi killing. Sarkozy.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they took him out. They took him out.
And he was owing Gaddafi.
Yeah. So to me, I think if these Sahel guys, these three countries, these West African ECOWAS countries, are willing to do that right now, where they, I think it will make sense for Nigeria and the rest of ECOWAS to just align with them. Maybe we should all take the same route. And because honestly, at this point, we are not getting better deal with this Western world because there's no way. Because real money is resources, not paper. They appoint their paper, assign their paper to be the most powerful currency when they don't have natural resources. Because natural resources, commodities, is what really back currencies. So I think on that note, I think it will make sense. I think what those Sahel guys, I think they're in a better position than us in terms of the global policy they are making. Now, we say one thing when people always make this argument that aligning with Russia is just picking another colonial master over the replacement colonial master, another colonial master. Now, here's one fact we all need to know. during the Soviet versus West, where they are pushing the rest of us to align with one, to pick one. The only country in Africa that really aligned with Russia back then was Libya. And also around the world, the other countries that aligned with Soviet back then was China. And then if you look at Iran, look at Cuba, look at Venezuela. Now, one thing I can tell you about these countries compared to the rest of what align with the West is the Russians kind of share technology with those countries where they become technologically advanced. Even though under sanctions and everything, if you go there, those people, the Russians share technology. They teach them how to manufacture, they industrialize those countries. The only issue those countries are suffering from is just the sanctions and embargoes and all those things. But the Russia, in fact, Russia made China very advanced. Even Russia and China is showing even North Korea. They may be poor, but they know how to make things. But one thing the West did to the rest of us align with them is they make sure we don't know how to do nothing. They keep us like just collect hate and that's it. Just sit there, don't advance, and just follow us. That's it. To the point where even Nigerian government during the 70s, when we wanted to start going to weapons program to make our own weapons, the America said, no, don't go into that. We'll just be supplying you weapon. We will sign deal. Well, instead of you learning how to make your own weapon, we'll be giving you weapon. We'll sell you, give you weapon for cheap. So they just about to they bully you. They tell you what to do and all those things. So to me, if I look at this Russian thing, the countries aligned with Russia, they tend to learn how to stand on their own. And the Russians didn't make them start using Russian currency or whatever. Just it seems like they got better, dealing with the Russians, because the Russians' relationship is more of partnership than control, to be honest. I mean, China was after World War II, when the superpowers, the Soviet and the US, China was nobody. China was just another third world country. Now. They were not at psychological advance, all those things. But the Russians work with them now, make sure they share those knowledge with them. Even Iran right now is making weapons, drones. They know how to make everything now. It was Russians that shared those for knowledge with them. Libya too. I mean, Russia kind of work with them, make Libya kind of advance. Until Gaddafi made a stupid move, decide to play this on alignment. He started leaning and making relationship with the West and trying to play this neutral game. And the West came for him. The moment the Russians stopped protecting him, they came for him and took him out. So to me, this comparison is just doesn't make sense. Saying it's no different. To me, I don't have nothing personal. I mean, all of that. I'm not about interest and emotional connection, anything like that. But at the end of the day, I just think people that align with the West, even during Sankara time, the Russian they were sharing a lot of this thing with Burkina Faso. Now, even Burkina Faso, they were factories and things like that. A lot of Burkina Faso, even Sankara was sending his people to Russia to go and learn. I mean, they were willing to make the technological advanced country, So that's just the difference. So to me, I think we're better off. I think if I were at Nigeria at this point, they should all just align with these Sahel countries instead of dumping them. Because these Western countries, man, we're not getting good deals from them. I'm sorry. We're not getting good deal. If Nigeria today say wanted to buy our oil in Naira, they will say hell no. They will bully you, just like Batoski say. They will bully Tinubu, how can you say want to sell your oil to all in your currency?
Look at what Russians were doing with Ajakuta now, Mike.
Yeah, exactly. They say Ajakuta, I mean... So
let me chime in quickly. So Russia is, when it comes to industrialization, all those things, Russia is not that impressive at all. They help South Korea, Iran with their weapon systems, but in terms of economy, forget about it. Russia is zero. They didn't do much for the economy of this country.
Do you know why?
Prince Daddy, do you know why I agree with Mike? Do you know why I agree with Mike? Because it happened to Nigeria and Gowon confirmed it recently. It said during the Civil War, they approached America to supply oil weapons. America gave excuses about human rights abuse and everything. They didn't. It was Russia that came to Nigeria rescue. You know what? It may be difficult. Probably Nigeria would have lost that war. It was Russia that came to Nigeria's aid. America just gave excuse. So sometimes,
yeah, well, you just supported my point, but yeah, they came to the aid for with weapons, but I'm talking about industrial, development, like the
Mike,
economy and whatnot.
please, Daddy. You see, in the 80s, the Russian steel industry was the most developed, more developed than America.
Exactly.
And they were
they were doing well with
exporting that industry.
That's why they give us Ajakuta for over 40 years. That doesn't work.
Prince Daddy,
is that right?
It was not the fault of Russia.
Hold on now, Prince Daddy. They were exporting that industry to other countries that they felt they could help. They helped us in Nigeria, but the West frustrated that thing with alignment and non-alignment. Eventually, Nigeria became a non-annihilation. We're aligning with Russia, but they took Shagari out now. America took Shagari out through Buhari and the rest, and America aligned with Babangida and protected Babangida. So Babangida just stopped the Russian project. That's all. Throughout
Prince
48
Daddy,
years of
Prince Daddy,
Babangida,
let me tell you something. There's nothing.
gone.
There's nothing. West can make technological wise that
Russia cannot make.
Russia cannot make. The only difference is that the West, they control the markets of the world. That's what makes them wealthy. They control.
Well, I didn't make that argument.
So when you say
they're pretty good at
economically,
it.
of course, economically they are best and things because they during that. That's what the Cold War was all about. Who will control the global space, all those things. So the West, they control more global space than the Soviet. That's why they were able to acquire more wealth, and they now dominate the global policies and all those things. Because when they create policies, most of us will follow. When they adopt the dollar as the trading currency of the world, I mean, most of us followed. The only people that won't accept it is there are few countries that align with the Russians, like maybe the Iran and the Cuba and Libya. But the rest of us, we just follow the West. So the West just make their wealth off our back. So you can't say, oh, they lose more prosperous. Yeah, they are prosperous now because the rest of us are so foolish that especially Africans. Most African countries just align with them, even though they were the one that enslaved you.
Do you know how much France take out of Africa every year? Billions of dollars, in billions.
I made a point earlier. What about Africans? You have 54 countries, about 50 sub-Saharan African countries, right? And so much resources. You got people, not necessarily good human capital. You got a lot of people. That's about it. But we can't organize and come together and do nothing for ourselves.
That's
always
what
look for
that's what these boys are doing.
Is that not what Burkina Faso? Those guys
that's what these boys are doing now. We are criticizing them
and we are attacking them. Africans
no.
are really
guys. That's what they are doing.
The guy in Burkina Faso, though I'm not paying a lot of attention, but it sounds to me like an
no.
People are treating him like an obedient,
Prince Daddy, hold on. Daddy, you are isolating that guy. He's not just doing it; he's doing it along with Niger, with Guinea, with Mali. So the guys in that Sahel stretch, they are doing that because it's a country that is at stake. Now the point is that I think Nigeria should just give itself brain. If we allow foreign military intervention in that region, then we'll have another Libya. We have not recovered from Libya.
Nobody is intervening in, military is
Madam,
intervening in the country. Please forget it.
If we allow them Western military influence in that region, if they want to take anybody out, it might create another Gaddafi situation.
Nobody is intervening. No military is going there. Forget it. No Western military is going to Burkina
Tinubu not
Faso.
considering going to Niger? Were they not considering going to Niger?
I said no Western military.
Were they not mobilizing ECOWAS force? If they do military
intervention
in that place,
now, I said
Madam,
no
if there's
Western
any military intervention, there's any military intervention in those countries, then we might have another Gaddafi situation.
Listen,
and
that country, those countries you are talking about,
all those things will fall on us.
Okay.
Because we will be the one suffering it as Nigeria.
You see what is happening in the north? Is the ragtags in the Sahel country. You people are not following what is happening.
Not the ragtag, is Libya weapon.
Let me tell you, forget that thing you are saying. Okay. The insecurity in those countries has run beyond imagination. You come back here, we go discuss.
Whose fault is it now?
I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Okay, so I mean, what does that have to do with the?
Hold on. They took away. That's why you people are saying it is good they brought Russia and do this. I said, okay, fine. They took away their military, their elected presidents because number one was the insecurity. They said they want to take care of their security. They even expelled foreign military in their land. And the thing went beyond repair now, to the extent that flooding into Nigeria. The whole place is in shambles already. So I don't know what these people are talking about. I don't know whether you guys are not following what is going on there.
Hold on, to be honest, I think since they kicked the French out, Nigeria has less Boko Haram problem, to be honest, because when the French were there in Niger in full control, Boko Haram was just, they were really digging on Nigeria, man. I mean, right now we don't talk about Boko Haram like that anymore. What we talk about now is really the
Mike,
the
two of
other
us have
crimes.
argued this thing here before.
But during that, when French were in full control of that Nigeria,
no, Boko Haram is still
Boko
in existence.
Haram was just,
it's still doing
man, they were carrying
mayhem.
French weapons. Like, the French were just
They
coordinating
are
them.
still doing the mayhem.
Yeah, but it's not as deadly as when the
it's
French were
still
there.
as worse as it was before. Listen, let me tell you. The only thing that is even calmed them down.
No, I'm talking about Nigeria. Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about, we've discussed this thing here before, and I told you that Boko Haram does not operate in Nasarawa, Kebbi, Zamfara. They don't. Boko Haram and the Isawab are far east. They don't operate down there. It's the chaos in the Sahel country. They are the ones operating down there. I don't know whether you people are not following it. Boko Haram doesn't, they're not the one running around the whole Nigeria. They are concentrated on one area. That's their base.
Honestly, if I'm Tinubu, these guys right now,
it's US aid that is even making them as if it's coming down.
Like, when French got kicked out, if I'm Tinubu, I would have just kind of played that role, indirectly replace France, to be honest. Like, that's when you should have stepped in and kind of give those guys support indirectly. I mean, kind of like indirectly.
You don't know the level of insecurity in those places.
Then use them to fight those, kind of work with them. And Nigeria has money, like little money. We have a lot of money. We can give them some kind of aid, just money, bribe money to help them.
That means you don't understand what is going on there.
To push their military to secure Nigerian border. Help us fight Boko Haram in their country.
You are not
understand? You understand? Because when the French were there, no, what I'm saying is when the French were there, you guys remember, like, everything Nigeria say in West Africa, the French always stomp it. For example, when Nigeria introduced that eco currency, say we should have one currency, the French came in, they blocked it. When Nigeria was fighting Boko Haram, before we talked to Cameroon or Niger about how to work together, the French would tell them something else. So they were just, French was just the one in control back then. But now that the French is gone, it's easier to, that the people you are talking to are actually the ones that are in control of themselves. I mean, they make their own decision now. So this is the time for Nigeria to actually partner with, work with them. I mean, whether you agree with that.
Mike, that's a good idea, but Nigeria is not into nation building. Do we have that capacity?
It's kind of the time to be big brother and just be their big brother and just give them their support to be independent and free from France. Instead of being hostile, talking about, oh, we don't want military. Who cares? Well, you should focus on your interest, no emotion or whatever. Like America will deal with anybody.
Our interest is the Western interest. I mean, at the end of the day, the reason why Tinubu was acting the way he was because that's kind of the direction of how the West would go about it.
No, I don't think so. I think he was it was more of ECOWAS policy of no more military coups, that kind of stuff, Because if it was honestly the West were pushing Tinubu to invade them.
They
were trying to use Tinubu to invade them, but Tinubu refused. So
he shut down power. He shut power down.
He did that shut down power
all
thing.
All those nonsense.
Yeah, no, I know. It did some terrible, like.
Was that a Western idea of doing things, shutting power down, embargo, tariffs, and all these things? Was that in the Western playbook?
Yeah, hold on. Hold on, calm down. What? If you guys remember very well, the French, even the Americans, they were kind of pumping ECOWAS to invade those guys, to remove those guys. So you guys remember now when even the Ivory Coast president, they all came to Nigeria, You know, because Tinubu is in Chama ECOWAS, he make the call. He's the one that will make the call. Where Ivory Coast saying their military are ready, even Ghana, the other, their military are ready to go and start war, invade those countries, remove those juntas. At the end of the day, Nigeria declined now. But that was what the French and everybody else wanted.
But Nigeria was one that declined, and that was why it didn't happen. It was because Nigeria declined. That's why it didn't happen.
And that's what I'm saying now. But that's what the West wanted. Nigeria. That's why I realized
that means we have the power in the West Africa to take decisions.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That not really that the West were controlling us completely. Because Ivory Coast was ready, but Ivory Coast know they can't take on those guys alone. The only country that can take on them is Nigeria, because we are the only one that have the Air Force in our West Africa. So, and Ivory Coast already agreed with the French and the West to invade. So Ivory Coast was just trying to use Nigeria to, you know, but at the end of the day, Nigeria refused now to abide by what the West wants.
Because there's no interest now. What's the benefit to us of invading those people?
Trust me, those I'm very sure they would have offered Nigeria money, the French and the West.
Then we will suffer it now later now.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, so you cannot give me impression that somehow they don't have full control over Nigeria like that, but they still have some control. I know that one. Well, not full control.
The West.
It's not about having full control over Nigeria. It's about, listen, the CIA and the West, they have tabs on all your damn leaders and your rich people. And those are the people that control your country. Once they get to them, that means they have a full control of your country.
Okay? Do you know what's surprising me? Is the way some Africans are siding with the French against these people.
That's what concerns me too.
These people have suffered enough now. Even before now, all of us knew, say, those Francophone, those ones no get independence. So those ones no do.
I mean, France don't suffer those people, man, for too long. I don't even if Traoré was a bad guy, I still won't give a damn. I mean,
yes, now
I won't support French over the guy. He just know. I don't even understand.
If you have a good leader in those country, they will take the leader out. If we have bad one, they will keep him there for long. Look at what have they done about Pobia. Pobia is as old as Adam and Eve.
The guy is 99, right? Something like that. He's still the president. He's still running.
But Russia too has a record, and Russia's record is like they've never been able to back a country for a very long time to be productive. If you look at all the countries they back, at the end of the day, Russia packs its bag and leaves.
Which country?
Libya was the most.
They were defeated in Afghanistan. Hold on, they were defeated in Afghanistan. In Syria right now, they left Bashar al-Assad alone.
No, they were not defending Afghanistan now. What do you mean they were defending?
No, they went to war in Afghanistan. They were defeated. I said, and Russia.
Just like US was defeated in Afghanistan, Vietnam too now. US was defeated in Afghanistan too now.
No, that was incompetency. That was Biden's incompetence.
What kind of excuse are you giving?
What kind of excuse you want to give?
That was incompetence.
They were defeated now. In
Iraq, it's not possible. We built the largest, I think one of the largest military bases in Afghanistan. It was incompetence. You know why? Because now the Chinese they've taken over freaking Afghanistan, and it's not like corruption. Do you know how many trillions of freaking dollars we spend on Afghanistan? And if you go there, they still have rocks everywhere. They have rocks and sand everywhere. Do you know how much trillions we spent? It's not corruption. They didn't want Afghanistan to work anyways because the military people were getting paid big time.
Chinese man goes there to do business. He's not there to, do colonization or imperialistic. They're just there to do business, man. That's one thing I saw about the Chinese. They're not going around to.
They are seeking their business interests.
Let me tell you, the Chinese. That's the next phase of the Chinese. I know the Chinese. They always portray non-interventionists. I understand that, but now China is gradually moving to actually colonizing these countries, and they actually are. They are actually.
The West, we don't decolonize them since waiting West leave them.
Prince Daddy, do you know what I would think Chinese will not consider doing those colonial bullshit because they know that the moment they start doing that, those people will just call the West to come back.
They have let
keep them.
Yes, now.
It's easy now. I don't know why people are saying that the Chinese, Russia, they will do the
are
same thing.
supporting France against them after those people have suffered. That's
I mean,
offense.
so the thing baffles me, man.
No, no, me, I'm not supporting France, so no way. I'm not supporting no damn France.
No, the way everybody's attacking the guy as if like what I mean, the guy kicked French out. I mean, even me, I don't like military dictatorship, but if it's if it's for good, I mean, what the heck? Sometimes you just have to compromise. So initially, when they did the coup, I was like, nah, I hated all these things, man. These military juntas. But then when the guy started making all those moves, like kicking the French out, and just because the French, if not any country, Burkina Faso, they have to give what the French did to Sankara, man. That thing still they pay me to today. Like
my brother,
that thing they pay me.
If they talk of Burkina, let me tell you, the economy plundering that France is doing in Niger is the only country that is next to it in Africa is DRC. The amount of uranium they're taking out of Niger is what is powering France electricity. The uranium is coming from Niger, and they pay them tiny how many dollar.
All the French nuclear bomb uranium came from Ukraine,
from Niger. What are we saying? And these people are saying no. We want good price for our thing. We want to develop our country. You say no. What do they know? How can we? Because we want to make argument.
I mean, you know what's even for if you want to fight about bad leadership in another country in Africa, talk about Cameroon or all these ones. Now, why are you talking? The way everybody's just focused on
Look at Togo.
I'm like, so
the man left, his son took over. His son has been dead now for almost since 1990 something.
The question I was going to ask Vita was, okay,
years.
what does she think about Cameroon? Is she okay with that one?
Cameroon, Togo,
those ones. France, just those ones. Their leaders spend more time in France.
Look at that Guinea, Conde that they took out. Look at how many years he was there.
I mean, Nigeria should be happy that French is being pushed away from our neighborhood, man.
Now.
We should be happy about that, man. I don't know why.
You say, oh, the man has security. The man has to protect himself now. What of our president that is going to France to be treated? They will kill her there too now. That was even easy to kill. If not to kill you, they talk, say they are the one controlling your president. They can kill the president because they are the one guiding him. What of our own that is going to France, Paris to be treated?
What is it with Tinubu and France? Because I thought Nigeria, our leader are usually with England.
French doctor will just inject him with one injection. After all, I can't read French.
Does Tinubu even speak French?
The man will come here and land and sleep.
I don't know what his issue with France. These guys always.
No, I think he has been working with France since he was a governor. You know, he was one that installed that president in which of this African country now? That country where they gave him citizenship. You remember that African country where they gave him citizenship?
Yeah, I remember they used to accuse him of. I can't remember the name.
Those countries, those French country, Tinubu as a governor was sponsoring leaders there.
Tinubu, Macron used to live in. He was working in French embassy in Lagos when Tinubu was governor.
Okay.
I think that's where they knew each other. They were.
So they must have. Okay. Macron, I didn't even know he worked there.
Yeah. Macron used to live in Lagos now.
Okay, no wonder when he went.
The guy was in his 20s. He was a young boy. Yeah, that's why he came to Fela's shrine.
Okay.
Yeah. The guy knows Lagos very well. He used to. Yeah, I spent many years in Lagos. When he was a young guy.
Okay, maybe that's why.
And that's where he and Tinubu became close. That's where Tinubu was governor back then. So that's how they knew each other.
He was trying to leverage on that.
Yeah.
He was trying to leverage on that. So Nigeria, we can't be. Look, Mike and Prince Adi, each time I go to Togo, because I was in Cotonou for some months, I went to run a program. So I got a house. I was living there. I will only go home on weekend. Some weekends I'll stay back in Cotonou. Then I have a friend in Lomé. The guy is very influential. His uncle was a minister of energy. His brother was head of their parliament. So, and each of my long weekend, I used to go there to spend time. Like all this Easter weekend, if we have public holiday like Eid, and they used to give long holidays. So I'll take all my kids. They're always looking forward to that. So that guy, his brother used to host politicians in his house on weekend for lunch. all of them different from different their party, like party launch, they'll come exam. So that afforded me opportunity to I sit among them, we talk. And if you see the way they talk about us, you will see that those people are really not happy with the French. They are powerless. They can't. There's no francophone person that is happy with the French. They want the French out at all costs, no matter the price. They are ready to pay, and we are saying no. You replace French with Russia. It is on that one. No.
If those countries they all become like neutral, where they know they don't have French controlling, Nigeria will benefit a lot. Even Dangote was complaining that he can't even
cut deals with them directly.
Yeah, you can cut deals with them directly, and Nigeria can benefit a lot. We can be the one controlling these countries here.
Exactly now. Any leader in those countries that done wrong, they will remove him.
Exactly.
And the one we follow them, no matter.
Remember Gambia now? When Jamie didn't want to leave.
Now Africa go carry a more tank.
Exactly. If it was a French country, Nigeria cannot go like that too. Because France will tell you, no, that's my territory. You can't enter there. Because Nigeria cannot dictate. What Nigeria did when we went to Sierra Leone, Liberia, those are English countries. You can't go to any French country like that.
Laurent Gbagbo was removed because the French were not interested, and Ouattara was their person. Ouattara was the president of their CFA central bank before he became this thing. And his wife I think his wife is French or American, I don't know now. But the guy was the head of their central bank, the West African CFA central bank. That was their guy. And that's why they removed Laurent Gbagbo. If not that Alassane Ouattara was their guy, Laurent Gbagbo will still be there now. As long as they serve their interests, they keep him there. That's why they are keeping four Nyadema is still there up till now. After his father was president during the one time. His father was president during the one time. And now his father died in around Obasanjo time, or immediately after Obasanjo. The son is still there. After that time, Nigeria has had like 3 sets of presidents. The son is still there. And he's not going anytime soon because the guy is still very young. So the tussle was between the eldest brother and this younger one. So no other country member can even participate again. Just the 2 sons of Nyadema. It's sad now.
Okay, Patoki, hold on. Listen to this question. You answered Madam Zita's question earlier that the West actually bullied the African leaders. Okay, fine. Which I accept that response. Specifically, back then, just like slavery in America, right? When the white men enslaved the Africans, took them to America, right? You can say that the white men had 100% control over the Africans. They were slaves, they were in chain, whatever, right? So at what point in time, now the question is, at what point in time now, we Africans are responsible for our own affairs? Are we still blaming the white men for bullying us up to this point?
No. You see, the point is that
okay, good.
Because Africa has been fragmented, so we have to operate in silos. And when you operate in silos, you don't have that formidable strength. That's why anybody that indicates any slightest interest to unite Africa, forget it. When Abiola was playing with that, I knew this guy was going. He was not going to become Nigerian president. Abiola was feeling with that idea. Abiola was even talking of reparation. The West will pay reparation to Africa. At that point, I said,
that's why they left him in jail. that's why the West left him in jail.
Leaving everything out of the bag. And they don't want somebody as smart as that to lead a country like Nigeria. Now, Gaddafi was okay. They left him. He was there for a long time. until
See,
he started fiddling
on
with.
that, I think Mike. Oh, sorry, Mike mentioned it earlier. See, the killing of Gaddafi and the destruction of Libya was the most egregious thing ever done to Africa, if you ask me.
Yes,
And it
now.
was done. It was done in the hands of another black man, Barack Hussein Obama.
Exactly. Very useless. And where is Gaddafi gold now? All of them. I was listening to a journalist an American journalist who had influence. The guy said during that time he went to Libya to meet Gaddafi. He went with 2 Biden staff to meet Gaddafi. Gaddafi offered to resign. He said people didn't know that he went to Libya with Biden to meet Gaddafi. And when I saying, really, but most people didn't know that Biden went to Libya. He said, look, he said, we just wanted to kill Gaddafi. He said, and they used Hillary Clinton for it. He said, we didn't want Gaddafi to leave. We wanted to kill him, and we did. That's the point. That was the man's argument. He said, look at me here. The first time I went to Libya to meet Gaddafi, because man close the guy, that he went with 2 Biden staff so that they would see what Gaddafi wanted and everybody would know and they can report back. He said, after that one, America was not listening. He also went with Biden. Biden was vice president there now. So how more powerful can the delegation be if the vice president had gone with you? And Gaddafi told Biden that he was ready to resign. So they should just let him go. They were not ready. They just wanted him dead. And now they've done it. All the gold disappeared. They are looting
That's
the
why.
oil of Libya
That's why
like
the
mad.
Russians, the Russians are the ones that know better how to deal with the West. No matter what you say
Yes,
to the
now.
Russians, they don't trust the West because they know they've reneged so many times on their promises.
Exactly.
Gaddafi was unfortunate. It was unfortunate for Gaddafi actually because he actually trusted the West. He didn't trust them from the beginning, of course. But
Yes.
when he sent a delegation, Gaddafi for a very long time was able to travel to America. His son was making deals in California with so everything looks like it was going so well. But guess what? When the opportunity opened with the Arab Springs, they took him out.
They took him out
They
straight.
didn't come to protect him.
At all.
They killed him like a dog.
And look
on
at
the
the way
street.
they protected. Look at the way they protected Hosni Mubarak. They protected Mubarak now for a long time
Of course
until
they did. But
yeah.
Mubarak was protected. Until the last minute, though, they let him go
Yes.
in the last minute.
Yeah.
It was useless for them at that point in time. But for many years, just like the African leaders, they protected Mubarak.
But
That's
he
right.
wasn't killed. He was just taken out, and the man died normally. The man died normally. Gaddafi
Oh,
was ready
okay.
to say
The guy that took over from him, that was the one they
was the one that
hung.
was tried.
Okay.
Morsi, Muhammad Morsi was the one that was
The
tried.
most,
So
yeah.
Hosni Mubarak was allowed to go peacefully
That is true. It was a
because
long ally of the West.
that's their guy. That's their
Yeah, it
guy.
was that guy. It was that
That's the
guy. Yep.
problem. That's the problem. So, and we begin to keep defending these guys. We begin to keep somebody has taken the bull by the horn. We say no. What kind of a people are we now? Ikaniwa now.
You know, President,
See,
when you say African leaders, African can't get it together and things like that, I think one of the mistakes Africans are making that they don't realize is that for you to have a country and avoid outside influence
Sorry,
in
Adewale
your
is just
leadership.
making it. Adewale, come on panel and let's talk. You say, why didn't he resign? He did. He did offer to resign. He left. He went to the desert. Otin escaped law. Otin escaped. Gaddafi
Yeah,
was
it was
already
the French
looking.
jet that went and bombed his convoy now.
And now?
Yeah, because the guy was already leaving the country.
And now? Adewale, just because you wanted to
they
sign,
they wanted Gaddafi's wealth anyway. They didn't care
support
for him. They
Obama.
wanted his gold. They wanted his wealth. I think he had money actually in the states,
You know
probably in
what's
the
even funny?
banks of
All
the
the
other
money,
Western banks.
that France was owing him, where is the money now?
Gaddafi had a lot of money, man. A lot of money.
They
The
were
gas.
Sarkozy, the rest were owing him. France was owing Gaddafi. Where is the money now?
Nicolas Sarkozy, that's an evil guy right there. I mean, that's an evil guy right there.
Hillary Clinton, all of them. If it's another country that did that, they will say, oh, genocide. They will be dragging them to Hague. They will be dragging them to Hague. That Obama, to me, is not a black man. They should not say we have never had black
Obama
president.
was the worst thing that ever happened to African black
I'm not
people.
one of those people that believe because somebody's skin is black, it means it's my brother or yes,
Obama sent his envoy
Obama is not
and
African
other
president.
people to Kenya to go talk about LGBTQ human rights.
Of all the things that Kenya needs, is that what can benefit them?
African needs. That's his own concern. With all our problems, it's about talking about LGBTQ's rights. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Even when people told you, we don't need it, we have more need. Your country, the only thing you can benefit your country is to go and sell LGBTQ to them. He's the worst president. The worst ever president. Because they can speak. There's no white America or black America. There's no right America. There's no Republican America or Democrat. With one United States, all of them they clap.
But you know, even at the end of the day, Jonathan said it himself. He could. Jonathan was scared, of course, at the end of the day, but he said it himself. It was Obama that resisted him. It was Barack Obama that resisted him during the election. Okay, there was no way. Jonathan knew himself. There was no way America was going to support his government if he had declared himself, if he had won.
That would have been a problem in Nigeria. Another crisis.
Big time. They were going to send Nigeria into turmoil. They were going to support the Northerners because they really wanted Buhari to become president.
There would have been another war again in Nigeria. But now maybe we'll never recover.
Big time.
Do you guys know if America
was a big favor to Nigeria? He actually did a big favor to Nigeria by stepping down. He did.
Prince Daddy, do you know if US want to start a civil war in Nigeria? It's so easy. You know that, right? With all these fractions, rubbish that we got going on,
of course.
Division. All they have to do is just call one of these groups.
But if they do that, what about the effect of the refugee in all West African countries?
You think they care about refugee? Is it their problem?
At least
how many people going to walk the desert? How many people going to walk
at least more than 100,000 of them will seek asylum in America immediately.
So how will you get there? You take both. I mean, you
think I'm not lying? I'm lying about that one.
No. They will send you guys to Europe. They don't care about it.
Do you think if America see interest do you think if America see interest in destabilizing Nigeria, just turn Nigeria to its war zone, you think they won't do it? They will do it.
I know.
You think if they will not do it because people will call refugees or people will die or whatever? They don't care about that.
Already. So, Patoske, I even want to ask this question.
They will take your oil.
If they want to take you, all they have to do is just enrich IPOP or just give IPOP weapons. They'll just give them correct weapons to match Nigerian military and war started.
At the end of the day, war too. Their landlocked. Civil war will happen. Everybody fight for themselves.
What if they give IPOP with enough weapons to defeat Nigeria?
They don't care now.
Hey, Remy, if they give IPOP nuclear weapon, what are you gonna do?
No, forget nuclear.
They give IPOP biological weapon.
But the question I want to ask you is this:
they will just give IPOP weapon through Cameroon.
Everybody could just get that gonorrhea or dysentery.
Not that the Burkina Faso are not aligned with the French anymore. They kicked them out, and now they are with Russia, right? So, what do you think? And maybe to also Prince Daddy, what do you think, or how do you think America will be reacting now? I think they also kick out America. Also, they kick out American base there.
America does not have base in Burkina now. Do they have base in Burkina? They don't.
No, I think it's in Niger.
American base is in China and it's in Ghana.
No. They have another operational base in Niger or Chad.
Yeah, they have a big military presence in Niger.
Because of the uranium there. They wanted to make sure that Russia does not have power. Now,
Remy, to your question regarding America, listen, we have a president that's almost like a non-interventionist president. He doesn't really care. He doesn't want to be all around the world everywhere.
Fighting all the war,
He
wasting
doesn't care for
American
that.
money.
So you mean
so
so you mean it's going to turn a blind eye and probably support what Russia is doing? Is that what you are saying?
No, that's
he
not
doesn't care.
the man is seeking the interest of America.
Yeah,
For the
he
first time,
doesn't care what
America
Russia
see a
is doing in
president that
Africa.
is facing
But
reality.
if we must tell ourselves the truth, it seems that Putin is his friend. He doesn't want to have anything.
Why are we saying that?
Remy, listen to a lot of CNN.
Don't
let
always
me
say
let me tell you. Okay,
news.
actually, give me a couple of seconds. Let me tell you
Let me
one
face
thing
your
about Trump.
country.
Hold
Face
on.
your country.
Let me tell you one thing about
you are the
Trump.
country that pays the highest tax in the world.
Trump sees Russia nothing more than an opportunity for economic interest for American businesses. Let me tell you, the Russians are ready to spend $1 trillion or more to buy American goods and do business in America.
Do you
And of
think
course,
Putin will agree to that?
of course, are you kidding me? The reason why it's not happening, we have sanctions on freaking Russia from here to everywhere. That's the problem.
I think Putin
Trump
have
wants to open the
mastered.
market.
I think the Putin have mastered the way he's dealing with American president.
No.
Listen.
I'm not talking about trust. I'm talking about business. I'm talking about business. Okay, the Russians, the oligarchs and the rich people in Russia, they're more than happy to buy American products and goods. They don't have that problem at all. And they can buy in the trillions. They have the money. Okay. But the problem is that we have embargo and all this restriction on Russia. And Trump doesn't care for that. It's not like he loves Putin.
But,
he just wants to do business.
sorry, Prince Daddy, but Trump is not the president. Can't you just find a way to lift the embargo on them?
That's what he wants. See, that's what he's trying to work on. He talked about it.
Like this? That's not a work now.
He has to seek for the approval of the House. If
he settles the war with Ukraine, it's a gradual process. It's going to gradually reduce the sanctions. Like, okay, now American businesses can do business with, I don't know, let's say McDonald's or whatever, or with Russian can do business with certain American companies. It's going to gradually reduce and lift the sanctions because Russia is really, if Russia starts trading with America right now, our GDP is going to
gradually reducing what year?
We're going to pass Russia right now. Let me tell you if you don't know. The Russians prefer to deal with Americans than the Chinese. I hope you know that.
That is
anytime, any day, the Russians are ready.
That is not true. The Russians prefer the Chinese more than the Americans. That is true.
No, not at all. Never. See, the Russians were never friends to the Chinese. They're not friends. Russia and China don't really get along. It's a forced relationship at this point in time. Let me tell you, they don't get along. The Russian people, forget about Putin. The Russian people, they prefer American products and American lifestyle than Chinese. Do you know how much they love to consume American products in Russia? You don't have a clue. They will eat everything up. The Russian consumers, they are so ripe for American products. They love America A to Z, and they say themselves. It's our politics that's keeping us apart. It's all politics.
No matter what you're going to say, they still prefer the Chinese, which is their greatest ally, more than the Americans.
Okay. Hold on. Tell me what they prefer the Chinese. You better tell me.
What is Patukis talking about?
We are talking of the consumer interest. The Russian consumers are more interested in American products. Let me tell you, who's not more interested
Listen. Most of the product that the Russians will prefer, where are they being manufactured or assembled?
Let me tell you the point now.
Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you know. Let me tell you.
Let's finish now. Be question. You see, when I went to China for the first time, I was trying to buy memory cards and stuff like that. When I told them the kind of memory card I want, the guy asked me, "Are you not going to Nigeria?" I say yes. He said, this is not for Nigeria market though. This is for America. Even the Russians will prefer American specs of China product. That's what we're even saying. Even if that
exactly. Any day.
Let me. Sorry, Prince Daddy. The reason why I asked you that question is this, and I will also ask you the same question. I probably ask you: are you buying in large quantity, or are you buying a single product?
I was buying in large quantity now.
I hate it because you are there for business, and he asks you which country are you from, and you say it's from Nigeria. From his personal experience, you know Nigeria want inferior quality so that they can make more profit. That is why he asks you all those questions. But if you want to buy good quality, he will still sell the good quality to you. It's not dependent on you. Can you sell it in Nigeria? I understand the protesting power.
Let me tell you, even during the Cold War, during the Cold War, the U.S. and Russia, the Russian consumers still desired and preferred American products.
When we go to Russia today, how many American brands are in their street, or how many things are there? So sometimes when you talk, I want to give you an example of one city in China. The name of the city, very close to Elonjian, they call it Vladivostok. Majority of the people living in that area are both Chinese and Russians, and they have a kind of open border that you can go in and buy mostly Chinese products and then ship it or take it back to Russia through that route. And if you see the volume of trade between China and Russia is quite large. I'm not saying the volume of trade between China and America is probably much more bigger. But I'm trying to tell you in terms of trust.
Before I forget, I learned that Finland is one of the countries that pays the highest taxes in the world. Is that true?
Yeah, it's about 52%.
Okay, and Switzerland. Okay, Remy, listen to what you said.
Yeah,
California is the fourth largest economy.
Let me answer Patoski before you go on. Patoski, you have to roll your dice. Look at it this way. If you are here and you are here with your children, how would you feel? Listen, how would you feel that all your children from 0 age to university to PhD level, they don't pay a dime? And they also give them 2 meals in the school every day. Then when your children are in the university, they also give them stipend for upkeep. So, and then you as a citizen, you have free medical health. So they have a lot of benefit for their citizens.
And that's why Finland produces That's why Finland produces a lot of managers. They don't have innovators. They don't have too much.
Are you kidding me? Their technology is one of the best in Europe now. Why are you saying
of course in Europe.
Remy?
Yeah.
The how do I put it now? Are people really going to universities there?
Yes, they are. An average finish in a family of 4, you will see like 2 or 3 going to university and maybe 1 or 2 go to vocational college. What they did is this.
No, don't worry. You have told me that. But what I'm asking is the language of instruction is Finnish, right?
No. The language instruction in both, there are 3 or 4 sometimes, but most times it's English and Finnish. English and Finnish. But if you can speak Swedish,
how much will you pay there?
Okay, if for example, depending on the university you are going, but I'll give you an average because they just increase it now. Now it's about 8,000 to about 12,000 euro per year.
For foreign students?
Yes.
80,000.
8,000 to about 12,000 euros in a year
for a foreign
tuition fee. And then you also get scholarship depending on the university. Some universities give you for foreign students.
Accommodation.
Listen, some give you 25%, some give you 50%. Some give you.
How is housing then?
Housing. It depends. If you want to live in like a 2-bedroom apartment, I'm probably
student
housing. Oh, that one is about 350. It depends on the university. Some are as low as 300 euro per month. Some are maybe up to 400 euro in a month.
I'm thinking maybe my son will come and do masters there. I'm just thinking.
Of course, but he has to pay. But I think the opportunity is this. I will not lie. Maybe depends on the major. After finishing your masters here, at least the certificate is
mechanical.
All over the medical, or then it can go back to
mechanical engineering.
Yeah, it can if it's good enough, but it's not easy because of it's a small country and competition will be high. But if can get a good score, he can get a good job anywhere in the world. But in Finland, he has to compete because there are so many people here competing. That's what I can say. But
Maybe
I'm trying to look.
Maybe I'll send him to China. I just wanted him to experience like all this like Chinese. Let him go
China
to
is basically not as expensive as Europe, but you have to look at it from the another angle.
Language, I mean.
In Canada, not language, it's also English taught. It's English taught master degree in basically most of the in China, in Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, it's English taught master degree.
But mechanical engineering will be very good. Though. That's what I just think.
It's good, but the question I will ask you is this: when he get that certificate, is it recognized in Canada?
Of course. You go to like University of Beijing or something.
If it's recognized in China, then no problem because
there are Chinese working here now. If he did his undergraduate, he did his undergraduate here. If you finish undergraduate there, do masters there, or go and do PhD. It's what he can use his brain to do now. If not, I will not send him there. He has got his undergraduate there, which is okay. But I want him to go to an environment that is innovative, that is producing, that is.
I think your son will like it more in China than here because
where
here
he can produce stuff.
Because Finland weather is similar to Canada. It's like 5 or 6 months of
Remy, can I quickly say comment, please? I want to take you guys back because the conversation that brought me here.
Go ahead, please.
The conversation that brought me here was this French involvement in this Francophone country. I think okay, one, in any way or form, I don't support any form of military government, whether it's in any country, I don't care. But all those things that Ibrahim Traore is doing and whatever they are doing in Niger, for me, it's just a camouflage. The French has so much power over those people's economy that it is almost a suicidal or impossible to say, oh, we kick the French out. These people still control your currency. They call the CFA that they are using is controlled by the French government. All of those Francophone countries, how is Burkina Faso going to entangle itself out of that currency problem? So why has it not stopped using that? Why has it still not stopped using that currency today? It's look, all those things they are doing, they just make it. It's just to show people, oh, we are doing this. Even you look at countries like Nigeria and Ghana, right? What was the reason that the echo currency did not fly in West Africa? Because France wanted that currency, even in conjunction with this African country, to be controlled by the French central bank. So they will set the exchange rate and all. So Nigeria and Ghana opt out of it and say no, they're not interested in that. That was how that whole thing died. So you tell me, when you send a letter from the UK or from Ireland to, say, Cameroon or to Burkina Faso, that letter goes to France first for tax duty before that letter goes to Cameroon or before it goes to Burkina Faso. So a lot of their economy is still in the hand of the French government. So for them to say, oh, because we kicked their soldier out, now we have liberated ourselves. No, until I see that they no longer use CFA as their currency, before I will say, okay, these people, they mean business. All this one they are doing is just some nonsense. And with Putin and you know what Trump and Putin proved to everybody.
They're just buying time.
You know what Trump and Putin proved to everybody recently? They proved that certain world powers order is currently changing. Putin invasion of Ukraine have led to the world to see that Russian has become one of the weakest world power that we've seen in a long time. It exposes Russia the way nobody expected. Its military is in shambles. It lost a lot of manpower. It lost a lot of weapons. Everyone thought in 1 week that Ukraine would be captured.
Hold on now. About progressive, before you
Russia has
continue,
been Russia has
if
been exposed.
without the backing of NATO, you don't think Russia would have overrun Ukraine?
Even without the backing of anybody, Putin has exposed the Putin has exposed.
Honestly, I think it's
Let
not.
Putin has Putin has exposed it. Putin has exposed Russian military the way nobody expected.
I don't necessarily agree. You know
Yeah,
why?
what?
Do you know why?
And
Do
what?
you know why? Someone look at it the other way. The Russian soldiers are fighting entire NATO in Ukraine, and they are
There's no
still gaining.
entire
Hold
NATO.
on, hold on.
There's no one single foreign army in Ukraine as we speak today.
No. When we
No,
say
no, no.
listen, the war is
Progressive.
not
Hold on. Ukraine is using the West, or specifically America's intelligence, the weapons, the
the
weapons, the
weapons,
systems,
everything. It's all
everything they use
NATO.
100% is the West
Russia.
of America.
This is why.
So
Look,
the only difference is the body count. They don't have the people on the ground.
Listen, Prince Daddy, every country have allies. When America went to Iraq and Afghanistan, the British were there, the different countries were there with them. So you have allies in war, in time of war. Every country have allies.
What are you talking about?
Every country have allies. So
no.
You are just making it argument. It's not the same, Chairman.
You see,
progressive. Let me tell you the truth. Russia is fighting the entire NATO in Ukraine. And hold on. If Russia, now. Let me just land a statement. If Russia is so weak, NATO would have defeated Russia in Ukraine. But Russia is still holding ground and still gaining ground. And he's fighting the whole NATO are giving all their support, money, weapon, everything.
Russian assets are frozen.
No, you're getting it wrong. Even America is not even giving Ukraine high sophisticated weapon. They're not.
What do you mean? What are
They're
they
not giving them. They're not giving Ukraine. They're even selective in terms of weapon that they give to Ukraine. It is even the most deadly. Hold on. Let me say something. The most deadly weapon that Ukraine has. The most deadly weapon that Ukraine has comes from Turkey.
If they give too much weapons that's above the standard of what they're fighting, Russia is going to nuke them. They're going to nuke or drop some semi-nuclear weapon or freaking Ukraine.
How are you even sure those nuke will still work? Listen, this man had tanks. This man had tanks.
Are you telling us that Russian nuclear bomb doesn't work anyway?
Okay, guys, hold on 1 second. I want to quickly explain what to do. We have an example recently, not long ago, during the Iraq War. America was manufacturing heavy-duty weapons in the middle of the war that they were taking to war front in Iraq and Afghanistan. When the rebels were too much, a lot of those, what were those vehicles called? Those heavy-duty vehicles that was withstanding bombs. American manufactured those vehicles.
And so what's the base of that
at wartime? What has Russia? What you tell me? Russia is getting weapon support from Iran. They are getting manpower support from North Korea.
Western news propaganda, man.
Oh my God! What do you mean Western news propaganda? Did we not see American tanks? Did we not see American tanks lay down in Ukraine, got hammered? Do you know how much they've lost in Ukraine? Do you not see what is Western propaganda about that?
Okay, who is winning the war right now between Ukraine and Russia?
Of course, Russia is winning the war. Russia has an advantage. But what I'm trying to say to you that Russia, with the way people put with the level people put them, they were overrated, extremely overrated. Russia,
nobody ever rated Russia until nobody even talk about Russia. People usually talk about America.
No. So I listened to this show. I listened to this show. Somebody was saying Russia was the head of innovation. Russia had never made anything in its life.
Knows that Russia has the most nuclear bomb in the world. That's why everybody always knew Russia.
Yeah, the one Ukraine gave to them. The ones Ukraine gave to them.
Ukraine gave them.
So Mike, forget say, do we know if the nuclear weapon works?
Yeah, because who thought Russia would be this incapable when it comes to war? Nobody thought about it until this Ukraine war started.
What does that mean incapable
now?
Until this Ukraine war started. Before this war started, everybody thought, okay, 1 week time,
everybody is done. Russia goes in.
That's not true. Everybody
No. That was even Putin himself
most
thought
people
that way.
don't know
So,
first of all, Russia hasn't been in war in how many years? So most people don't think about Russia when it comes to war. The only country we all talk about is America.
So hold on, that is one
Russia
part.
Has not
that
been
is
to war since when?
Yeah, hold on.
Nobody think about Russia or even know what Russia is
Let me
capable
ask
of.
you one question.
You're talking as everybody saw Russia as we're thinking of Russia as a country that just
but
nobody was thinking about Russia.
Everybody thought Ukraine was gone in the first 1 week that Ukraine would be gone.
That's not true.
When Trump met Zelensky, he made one statement. He said, "Do you know if we withdraw from this thing, you'll be out in 1 week."
Exactly. He said you have a country
left. They would take over the entire damn country.
And the guy couldn't answer that question. He knew. So you say you want to go by yourself, you don't want peace. You know, if we stop and we don't give you intelligence, we withdraw from this thing, your country is gone in 1 week.
Progressive. Trump asked the British PM, what's his name?
You say, can you take Russia by yourself?
This was a direct question in front of the world, and the guy was stammering.
The guy couldn't answer the question.
Yeah, but hold on 1 second. Let me ask question. Did America went to Iraq and Afghanistan by itself? Of course, they didn't do it by themselves.
America did it by themselves, man.
No, they didn't.
They did it by themselves. Which weapon did the British provide the Canadians?
Exactly. They provided.
It's like
oh my God!
It's
America did by themselves.
So all those, you see these American people.
Moral support. It's just moral support.
Moral support when they lost hundreds of armies in battlefront. It's a moral support.
Listen, if America want to fight Afghanistan, they don't need anybody, or Iraq. They don't need anybody.
America doesn't need anybody to fight anything. It's just propaganda for ally and all this stuff.
What the hell are you talking about?
Chairman,
which help do they need from somebody to fight Afghanistan or Iran?
You need people's headspaces. You need people's headspaces to even fly at all. What kind of crap are you talking about?
No, you're talking about headspace. So
the question you're asking, it's like asking, did Nigeria go to Sierra Leone or Liberia by itself? Yes, we had all those Ghana, all of them, they followed us, but we knew they were just there as decoration.
No, it's not decoration. It's not decoration. You see, this is where you made mistake.
Yeah,
you cannot fly. Listen to me. You cannot fly over Ghana airspace. You cannot fly. Look, Nigeria cannot fly over Ghana airspace. Ghana don't give them that right.
Are you saying it's airspace that they need, or is it that they can't go in?
They supported them.
Wait. How do you think wars are won?
The country that the country that helped them are the UK. America didn't need UK airspace.
How do you think America is able to fight? Is able to become a war? Look, hold on. It's like now you guys are surprising me this morning, man. When you say American is a superpower, do you understand that it is the alliances that he has that made him that superpower?
No,
it's a lie. What are you talking about? What is that? I don't understand.
America became a superpower.
So let me explain something to you now. If America, let me explain something to you. Hold on.
China is a superpower because of who? Why is China a superpower?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on.
No, I want to quickly explain something to Prince Daddy. You see, America has military bases.
You were the one that asked the question. Let me answer you before you move on. You say, how did America become superpower if they don't have those people? America became the superpower the day they rescued Europe from Germany. That was the day America became the superpower. In short, they became the global superpower when they rescued the entire Europe from Germany. So how can you say it's because of any ally? If America had not stepped into that war, Europe, UK, all of them would be Nazis now. To be a different story.
They're all speaking German right now.
Yeah, now.
So
even
have you finished?
Speaking German,
have you finished? Okay, so
they would have came to Nigeria and changed our language from English.
So yes, America came to help Europe during the war. Nobody doubts that, but we are saying to you today.
Not help.
Hold on. We are saying to you today, if a war was to break out between say America and Russia, America have military bases across Europe that it can launch weapons from? America, can America launch
if you are
weapons from?
saying if
Hold on
America want
one.
to fight Russia, they need help. Yeah, we get that. But if you are saying if
So
America want
what
to
are you
fight
talking
Iraq,
about?
hold on,
So
calm down
what are
now.
you talking about?
But
No,
no,
everybody in Iraq
hold
and
on.
Afghanistan.
Wait. If you are saying if America want to fight another superpower, they need help. We get that. But if you are telling us that when America wanted to fight Iraq,
Bro,
they
the
needed
United
help.
States. Do you think United States have some of its biggest military bases in the Middle East, in Qatar?
They have
What are you talking
base
about?
now. It's not the help of anybody. It's just
You cannot.
military
Can
base.
you launch weapon from your country
But
direct from
you are
your country into
shifting.
another man's country?
You are shifting the whole
Chairman,
argument. The
why
argument
do
is
you
that.
think?
Hold on.
Why do you think?
Listen, I think Progressive is right. See, they need the British to serve their English muffins and some big beans. You know,
Exactly. To come and cook for them.
You are saying they
yeah,
have military
exactly.
bases
So
in
that's a good help.
no.
That's a good
Why
help.
do you think? Why do you think America will provide a military base in a country like Kuwait? It's not necessarily because of American interest. It's because to protect that place.
Oh my God!
America will
Oh
have a
my
military base
God!
in a country like Kuwait because
You're
Kuwait will
crazy.
open its border for military base in America, for American military base, because Kuwait need American protection.
Stop it now. Stop that joke.
Which one? Stop it. Why
But
did
Stop
America
Progressive,
that
go
you're trying
joke,
to?
to
man.
make it
Why did
look
America
like
go to
Kuwait,
the first Gulf War?
it's like
No.
French.
The first
It's like
Gulf
the
War.
French. Hold on now. Hold
The
on.
first Gulf
It's
War.
like
Why did America fight that
hold
war?
on now. It's
Was
like
it
the
not the
French
invasion of
building
Kuwait?
military base. It's like the French
Was it
building
not the
military
invasion
base
of
in
Kuwait?
Niger. Hold on now. It's like the French having military base in Niger. Say, oh, Niger need the French protection. Is it not the same thing you guys have been arguing here since
But that
morning?
was the argument now initially.
Exactly. So what
do,
if
do, do
the
you know that
Niger
if it
if
wasn't
the Niger
America,
need hold on,
you know
if the
Saddam would
Niger
have
need French
overrun
protection,
Kuwait.
if the French need Niger, if the Niger need French protection, that is why French have military. So why are they kicking the French out? If that is the case, it doesn't come on, man. Stop it.
They
Like,
want a
look,
new.
for you, Americans have the biggest, they have the biggest allies in the world across all regions. There's
How
nowhere
were
you
they able
go
to
in
get
this
Yeah,
world.
that?
we know they have
So
allies.
there's no part of the world you go to where America don't have huge. Go to even Africa. Go to Egypt. America have a massive military collaboration with Egypt. Okay, so that is the
Adewale is on
strength.
now.
But Progressive, that's not your
Let him come and
original.
address that.
So
the strength.
you keep talking about America's military tentacles around the world. So if they're so spread out, then why do they need support from other nations if they have all these bases and all these
That
things?
is the support they get.
It's not
That
support, man.
spread is
They
the
just have
support that
base.
they
So that's
have.
military support.
Those people don't have choice but to give them the base.
No, it's an alliance. That is why you see all
It's
those
not.
aid. Hold on. This is why you see all those aid go to this country. All this money goes to this country. These are the things that you people don't know behind the scene.
But Progressive, you kind of shifted your point, though. You are saying like,
No, I didn't
no,
shift
we
my
are talking
point.
about going to
I'm
war.
still
No, we
on
are
the
not
same place.
talking
Okay.
about alliance. We are talking about going to war together.
Yeah,
You
I'm
get
saying
that?
to
That was
you,
your original argument is
I'm
that
saying to
going.
you, the reason
Hold on
America
now, hold
is
on.
the
You say America.
strongest power. I'm saying the reason they are the strongest power is not just because they have weapons. It's because they have military bases across the world. They have alliances across the world. That is all I'm saying. Russia don't have that level of alliances across the world. Other countries don't have it. They cannot afford to maintain such huge level of alliances. It costs a lot of money. America is willing to indebt itself to maintain that strength.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
They to maintain the advantage, location, the strategic location. We get that, but if you are telling us that, because the original argument was Russia-Ukraine war, that you suppose Russia weakness or something like that, because they couldn't take on Ukraine, and we are telling you that Ukraine is not fighting Russia. No, Ukraine has all the support the entire NATO, and that's why. And despite that, Russia is still able to. I mean, kicking
And I'm
Ukraine's
saying
ass
to
very
you,
much.
North Korea was sending fighter to Russia. Iran was sending weapon to Russia as well. I don't know. Those are their allies.
North Korea only come to assist in Russian territory, which is
But those are their allies as well.
Yeah, we get that.
Yeah, so those are your friends. So you benefit from your friends. It depends on the strength of your friends. That's all.
What those guys are doing is just contribution.
Look, you see what I was trying to say from the beginning. What I was trying to say
if we say Ukraine and Russia are fighting each other alone, Russia will finish Ukraine overnight.
Yeah, what I was trying to say from the beginning is that certain events that have happened recently have exposed certain nations, especially with America as well, when it comes to this Trump tariff. It exposed America economy to the level that nobody expected. Trump, from nowhere, started to implement tariff, and then he said, "Oh, he's going to go nuclear on Russia, on China." Okay, now you see him. He starts to beg Russia, China now to come and negotiate with him on the tariff. Now China is not saying, "Oh no, you started this whole nonsense. Take off the tariff and we start negotiation." Who is suffering more is America. The American economy is tanking, and the man is looking for a way out. So what this tells us now is that in the military warfare, Russia exposed itself, and on the economic side, America has also exposed itself. It shows us now that they are so reliant on outside production that like we've never seen before, and Trump exposed that country in a way that nobody expected. Those were the reasons I came here to say, look, because I heard people say, "Oh no, this one, that one, that one." No, for me, I think Burkina Faso, that man should just forget all those things he's doing. Until if he wants to liberate his country, tell him to stop using CFA. They should create their own currency, and let's see how they manage that process.
But would you agree that it would make sense for other African countries to support the guy, at least for the little resistance that he's doing against
what kind of resistance? It's just a show, man. Those are showness, man. That's
whatever the show. At least that's small show.
Look, if you say, okay, take Niger as example, right? You say you kick French out, you want to sell your own, whatever you want to sell. Okay, so sell it. Which currency are you going to make from it? How are you going to make the money? They just put stamp duty on whatever you sell. They have a way to get the money back from you. They control your currency. That CFA is minted in Paris. Okay, you don't have any central bank in the whole of Francophone West Africa that mint CFA. No, it is not. It is not their government that control that currency. It is the French government that controls CFA. They are the one who pegs that currency. Okay, all the economic activities in those cycles is controlled by France. You want to liberate yourself, get yourself out of that control, and then we know that yes, you are talking business. What you talking? Oh, we want to do this. No, first of all, for me, any leader from that region that wants to liberate his people have to first of all say, forget about those military and all those things. No, forget those nonsense. Get yourself out of that nonsense. Look, you are paying stupid taxes to Paris that you're not supposed to pay. Today, Burkina Faso still pay those taxes that they have no control over it. Okay, so how is he going to get? Look, he needs to get out of that first before we start to have conversation as to whether he's doing the right thing or he's not doing the right thing. No, whatever he's doing now is just whatever any military man would do to camouflage, build Taiwan road here, say we kick them out. Or no, forget that thing. They know all of those things. He's still making alliance with Russia now. So whatever minerals France was taking now, Russia will be taking them now. Well, you kick one out, another one come in. That is how it works.
So you are trying to say they still keep their gold reserve in Sahel?
Of course. Which currency are they going to keep it?
So how would they now reconcile the one they will be selling to Russia? Does Russia not take it to America, or how do they do that?
Oh, that would. Where do you think they have the gold reserve in their country in the first place?
So that means all their gold are now going back to Russia again.
Do you think they have the gold reserve in Burkina Faso? No, those gold reserves are in Paris.
But now those ones that they are making now, where are they going to keep them?
You cannot mint gold and just use it as a means of security without it being tied.
How do they now settle their obligation against Russian protection? How do they settle it?
Of course, that is what I'm saying. Economically, they're still using the CFA. So what difference does it make?
So I'm trying to say that means that probably they will give raw gold or give assets to Russia to mine gold directly.
It doesn't matter what they do; it still end up coming back to them.
It's the same thing. It's just like a circle. You are right. It's just like a circle. And that's why Patoska and the rest, they kept quiet. They don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah, because it's still entangled. All this economically, they are in charge. What are you talking about? Look, we in Nigeria and some Africa country, we're so lucky that the British did not come up with this nonsense single currency of a thing.
Yeah, so we are
We would have
lucky.
been, we would have been
please protect
fucked.
our naira.
We would have no. Apart from that, we would have been in shit, man. I'm telling you, would have been. This is why these countries cannot entangle themselves from France, because as it is so difficult for you to start to. It's like you want to go do away with the old money that is already tied to a different. Like how do you even start it? Your debt,
Do you
all
know
of those
even
things.
our oil is being marketed by this IOC company all over the world? We are not even selling directly to all these countries. We are selling through the IOC, international oil companies like Chevron and Shell and the rest. So because they are the one that is doing our offshore now, and they are selling it on our behalf, and then we now reconcile the differences with them through Nnpc. So
Yeah,
you can
so
see
this thing is so is like the guy. You look, I feel for him. You know, it's not like maybe he's trying to do the right thing, but I think a lot of the propaganda, a lot of the things they just talk about. For me, I just feel like people are just pushing the look. The biggest elephant in the room is there. How do you get away from it? That is for me that is the biggest challenge any of those countries. Look, people talk about allied this that. Look, the French they've already caught those people sleeping, and I think Nigeria and other countries were trying to liberate them with that eco currency, but because a lot of these countries are so beholden to France that French came in the last minute to try to manipulate that currency system, and the Nigeria and Ghana rightfully told them, "Get the fuck out of here." You know, they tell them where to go. You know, like no, we're not going to be in a system where you will be in control of our economy, our financial situation. No, we're not going to do that. That was how that eco currency thing died. You know, it's not something too difficult to understand. You know. Yeah, if there's nobody there, they should put
Where is Prince Daddy?
they should put it on backstage. You know,
Where is Prince
they should put the
Daddy?
show on backstage.
Progressive. Where is Prince Daddy?
I don't know where he's gone.
He ran away.
He's,
I don't
he's,
know where he's
he-
gone to.
he's
So
hiding it. He's hiding
And
it.
why is that Patoski and Mike too? They also ran away.
They've all gone. They are propagandists. I heard everything they said. Progressive, I like your submission. America exceptionalism is not based on their own capability or their power alone, but the fact that they rely on their allies and they are protected by their allies what make America great. Those in around the world, they respect America because of the alliances they formed over the years. I think they were arguing with you earlier that the American only prosecuted the war in Iraq alone without allies, which wasn't true. The allies and the NATO's and they all rose up and supported America. They were all over everywhere America was present. So I think Russia is now trying to replicate
There
what
were more
America
than
is doing.
28 countries that joined America to fight that Iraqi war. Everybody remember that time. So
Oh yeah.
why they say that? Even the Afghanistan or whatever, Europe also joined them. Now they ditch us thinking they can do it alone. Then go ahead and do it alone by yourself. We don't really care. I mean, European EU does not care, and they are helping Ukrainians now. EU are helping them. So whatever.
look, America is a strong country. Nobody's doubting. But for the way people say it, so oh no, forget it. You need allies to be able to operate. Like you, do you see how America? Do you see what America did to Cuba just because Cuba was trying to welcome Russia years ago? You see, then they almost sanctioned the death, the living day out of that country. You know, just because like they were trying to be an alliance to Russia. They went so heavy on Cuba as if it's like they almost want that country out of existence. if not because the leaders of Castro and all of those took tough stance then, they went heavy on them.
The last two modern war American fought, they lost. Is it Iraq? Is it Iran? Um, Vietnamese War the Vietnam War was a disaster.
Prince Daddy was saying it's Biden incompetence that allowed them to lose in Afghanistan. It was Trump that negotiated the deal, or he didn't say that.
The funniest thing is that America, the current administration says that first and foremost, Biden handled it poorly. As a matter of fact, if America had reneged on their agreement to pull out, it will have been more disastrous to the American military personnel. One, because the timeline was so short that they had no choice than to leave every equipment behind. I mean, this is the equipment that it took them years, to bring those equipment back to Afghanistan. Now you can imagine them bringing it back to the United States. Of what purpose will it be? They will just
So who now take possession of those left equipment?
They disabled every of those high tech equipment that especially the helicopters and
If
all
the
that.
Chinese now land it, don't you think they can recouple it?
No, they disable them. Typically, that's what they do. But Trump is also blaming Biden administration for leaving those equipment behind. These are equipment that it took years upon years to transport them to Iraq. Now you are saying that why would they leave it behind? As at the time they were leaving, number one, it was a matter of time. The Afghan, what do you call their regime? Those people ruling them now, what do you call them? They were already, closing. Taliban. They were already closing in, and some of their military also giving support to them.
But
So
one thing that surprised me is that after the Taliban took over, that country has witnessed relative peace. Why?
because they resorted they went back to their old ways, an oppressive way where even the media to cover it was it now goes back to the way they used to be.
So that shows that you cannot force any ideology of some country.
I
Whatever
mean,
you like it or not.
American went there under this a wrong pretext. They went there lying to America, and it is hard to change people's culture by trying to impose your way of life on them, and they didn't take it lightly. And this is look, whether Taliban or no Taliban, this is the way they are. This is their culture. This is who they are. So changing their orientation and changing everything is more or less, saying that you are not who you think you are. And those people revolted, and this is what this is what it resulted into. America had no business going there in the first place. Whether under oppressive government or not, you don't have to impose democracy on anybody. You don't have to make it a condition for them to accept. America like to do this, by choking people.
But Adewale, do you know before I left Nigeria, I believe who can think that the Western democracy is the best. Nothing can change my mind.
No.
Until when I got to that China, and I realized that these people are not practicing constitutional democracy, and things are working for them. You need to go and see the beauty of that country, the way things are done as quickly as possible, the way they continue to. You cannot just believe your
democracy
eyes.
actually breeds corruption.
In my koro eyes like this,
Democracy
things change overnight. I can't believe it.
But if you look at the way it's being propagated in the Western world, China is an oppressive country, and
what? All throughout my years in that country, hardly the police even stop me for stop and search or whatever.
And development keep happening every day, right?
Every day.
And
you can't believe. And when you now see, when I came to Europe, I was like, what is going on? I was
and they have zero tolerance.
More beautiful, more advanced, more blah 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 than China. No, it's like they are 2 or 3 steps ahead of it. already.
Yeah. You know, democracy, religion, those are the two tools the Western world used to control, some of these third world countries. And
Yeah.
they give them, they also support it with aids and all that so that they can help them
But
propagate.
Adewale, why are they not taking that religion themselves? Because here, this is Sunday. Nobody go to church. Have more than 90% of people are just enjoying their life. Why in Nigeria today, people are already getting ready to go to church and on Friday to go to mosque? They are not taking that religion as we took it.
Yeah,
Why?
but in the southern part of America where I live, they are predominantly Christians. So Sunday is more sacred to them and they observe it, but not that the entire state will shut down and everybody will go
You
observe
know
mass.
that than earlier that those judgments of, oh,
Yes.
you are not a good Christian, you are
And
not a good Muslim. Nobody is judging you. Nobody even cares. You
let me
don't feel
borrow
any.
let me borrow Natasha's word, gullible and hungry. That is the reason why religion has a stronghold on us in that
Yes,
part of the
so
world. Because at least if nothing happen, there's a circle in church where people
yes,
believe that I'm going to pray to God and things will happen to me. So, and since we've had failed government, or should I say, self government is not working, and those who, even at the local level, has been terrible. So people now go to the church, and that's where they find comfort, not knowing that the person who is also in charge of their spiritual growth is also as corrupt as politicians because they've commercialized the religion and they have milked them dry. So from the hands of the poor, the rich will continue to get
do you
richer
know,
and richer.
Adewale, do you know what baffles me sometimes? I used to have this Canadian friend, and when we gather together, I meet other Africans, something like that, and then when they start asking their name is like John, Joseph, and the rest, they already know you are from Africa, even if you want to lie, because they don't
Mm,
bear that kind of name, okay?
no,
I now
no,
continue to ask myself, so
no.
like their name is totally different. Is we in Africa, you call yourself John, Joseph, all of these Bible names. They don't bear that kind of name most time. So I now continue to know, oh, that's it different. He's the one that opened my eyes. And no, he told me a lot of things. They're just telling you bullshit in Africa. Because I asked them question, why don't you go back to Canada? Say, how can I go back to Canada? Can I get this kind of offer in Canada? Can I
Mm,
get the kind of house they are giving me here? Say, he's
mm.
enjoying his life. This is the best time of his life. Now I now know,
Remy, if we are limit their influence on the Bible references like names and all that, that would have even better. But
yeah.
when we deliberately decided, if you see the trend now in Nigeria, especially in Lagos, when you call a child name, if you are calling Ayomide, hardly you will see more people raising their hand. But when you call Jaden, uh, uh, all these Buji names, but they are not English. They are not. I don't know. It's just weird. You have people being Smith and stuff like that. Then you begins to wonder, wait a minute, are these Nigerians or just foreign kids? That is the essence of how they're able to, convince us with all this belief that, okay, if you don't bear Bible names, then you have not been yourself. It's unfortunate, and that is what they've used, and they will continue to use it. To continue to use it to divide people and have much. I was while this program was ongoing, I was watching another documentary on YouTube, a Japanese documentary where America at a point in time in their lives in Japan were in charge of that country. And I was to a point that they were actually changing their way of life, wearing Western clothes, suit and ties instead of their traditional ways. Even their emperor had no choice than to comply because at that time they had it by the ball. And I was like, these people are really powerful. It's not because they are powerful because of their technology or whatever, but the ability to be able to, get close to and change people's way of life. There's nothing much more powerful than that. Your language is completely changed, and you're being forced to speak foreign language, to speak English, anything but English language. It's powerful, man. It is powerful to the point that you lose your identity, you lose yourself in the process. And I mean, hardly you go anywhere in the world now that you won't hear people speaking English. And the most
Yeah.
acceptable currency is dollars. There's never a place you go to in the world that you once you bring out dollars that they will not even consider you for a second. You know, that's how powerful the Western country is, especially America.
They are quite powerful, to be frank. They are quite
And
powerful.
they keep forming alliances, building, friendship
But
across.
this thing that Trump is doing, I kind of also like it one way that you Africa, you also look inward. Because when they fight among themselves, if you're a right thinking guy, then you will see the truth by yourself. Everybody's just there for their own interest. That is the way I just say it. So
Trump,
for
Trump,
Africans, yeah.
Trump is an isolationist who believes that the country is already great. Why going around the world? We have no business going across the bridge. We can remain here and still remain relevant. But what he has failed to understand is that in this century, no nation can grow or remain existence alone. You have to extend that hand across. And it's not just about to your old allies, but in this modern world, you have to look for alternative or build or have more friendship with other countries that we have not, America have decided not to make friendship with. You remember when Obama went to Cuba? This last pope was instrumental to that reconciliatory movement where uh, Obama went to Cuba and met with Castro. And America decided now, I think they've opened embassy there at that time. Trump shut it down. He doesn't believe that, that old American believe that once you're declared as a foe, then you must remain a foe. But Obama was able to rebuild the relationship. But in fact, some Cuban that were in Florida condemned the movement, but some also appreciate the fact that American is trying to build because they could see that the era of that Castro's are all already winding down. So it's better now to embrace the new happening or the new changes and then build friendship. So, but you have a administration that doesn't believe in all that, believe that we must remain uh, uh,
I think these
enemy.
two parties, Democrat and Republican, trying to undo one another, is not good for the overall growth of America. Because when this one spends 4 years, another one will come, also turn everything upside down again. Another
That's
one will
how it
come.
has always
So,
been, Olemi. That's
but
how it
at the
has
end
always
of the
been.
day, the institution has been weakened, and when your institution are being weakened, it will affect the growth overall.
Uh,
So, and it's
I
affecting that
disagree
country.
slightly. I mean, I
It might,
disagree
but
slightly.
I know you might even disagree totally. But when you talk about your institution, because that is one thing that a lot of people around the world hold, that this country have great institution. But when it's continuing to be eroded, and if there's no that stability, and people will look elsewhere, and those countries like China will continue to overtake America in some aspect of the world. Although their immigration policy is not compared to America, which is the best, which I would still consider is one of the best in the world, especially for black people or for third world countries. But when all those things are being disrupted because of one policy or another policy, sometimes I don't know how to put it. I don't know what to say, but I think it's not good overall.
Hmm.
Whatever you guys can say, whether for Trump or against Trump, or for Democrat or for against them Republican, it's not really good. It's not good. But you can go ahead. You
Yeah, the reason why I'm disagreeing with that is that America has always been like this. Remember, each political parties have their own ideology, and if you look at it, except this Trump era, that actually you can't really say it as being conservative because everything they are doing in this administration has been upside down. Doesn't conform with what uh, conservatism is all about. But the reason why I said I disagree is the fact that
Of course, it's upside down. There's nothing. See, at least Remy, at least thank you, Remy, because at
so
least you said some nice things. Oh no, you said
you
some nice things about America in terms of good for Black people, immigration policies, and you acknowledge that America is still a strong power. Unlike some people that live in America, like a Diwali, all they do is condemn the country. They don't see anything good in this country. I mean, that's a sad story
no
about it.
no.
And
I
on the
disagree
issue,
with you.
if
I
you're
never
talking, bro, if you're
no.
talking, so on the issue of American extending its hands. Oh, by the way, because you're liberal, you say America is what you call it. We are, uh, isolationists. It's not true. It's not interventionism, rather. And I think a lot of people appreciate that. Our extension of hands to places like Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya. What do we do to those countries? We only destroy those countries. Okay, but people like Adwale won't talk about that. So it's not about Trump being an isolationist. That's not it. It's about let's focus on America. And the reason why is and Remy, thank you again because you actually acknowledge that would, if Nigeria or Africa actually does that, that would be good for them. See, America is in decline. See, people like Adibada doesn't know that. And we know it's just a matter of time. It's been gradually being declined. Everything's going to come crashing all of a sudden. And that's one thing a lot of people don't know. And Trump is trying to rebalance America. Trump is trying to rebalance America. See, this trade deficit we're talking about, that progressive thing that America has been exposed, rather, is actually a misconception, and he does not understand the economy behind it. If he does, it will say exactly what he said. Well, it is true that with the trade policy right now, America may not be in a good position right now. It's understandable because guess what? We are completely reliant on China, even for the most basic, not even basic, for real, really important ingredients or components in our country, like pharmaceuticals, rare, precious or rare earth minerals. We are highly dependent on China. How can we be a freaking superpower and we're dependent on another superpower for survival? Does that even make any sense? Does that make any sense? You call yourself a superpower? I mean, if China pulls the plug right now,
and your favorite government, your favorite administration, the best they could do is to impose tariff on the importation of goods and services coming from China. And they think that is the best way. And they think that is the best way to help the local manufacturer.
Of trade deficit. See, you don't understand.
Listen,
See, we have a huge trade deficit.
the items being brought into the United States, majority of them were being designed from America because of the cost of production and the cheap labor. They decided to build it abroad, and they're bringing it back home.
Now, every time you listen to Western, the CNN propaganda and all those bull crap, you don't know what you're talking about.
Listen.
Okay,
Recently,
the socks and the t-shirt we wear in America is designed here and manufactured in China.
Prince Daddy, did you listen to the news where what happened between Jeff Bezos, Amazon, and the White House, where Amazon now wanted to? I think the management now wanted to do something drastic by, identify items and put the tariff
Well,
in
it's
place
not
on it.
drastic. Let's not lose focus.
Hold on. The company wanted to be transparent, number one, first and
Yeah,
foremost,
transparent
to their
indeed. Okay, yeah,
customers,
transparent.
to the rest of America, and they wanted to be transparent in the way they do business because some of these things are not actually from them. It's from the Trump.
I appreciate you. The reason why I appreciate you because the reason why I appreciate it because you think like a typical African. No innovation, no creativity.
Listen,
and that's why you
if
can
there's
condemn.
if there's one political party that have driven innovation over a century now. Let me put it that way. When you put all the administrations together, it's been Democrat because they've been very
Yes,
liberal
indeed.
and be very open
Indeed.
to new
Listen,
ideas, new innovations, and they encourage
let's stay
participation.
focused.
Not unlike this current administration that is close-minded
Let's
and they
engage the
believe
people
that
on the
in their
on the
own
panel
power
and
and
perhaps the
ability
people in
they
the
can
chat
do
room.
much.
Remy,
Listen,
what is wrong in trying to look
Prince Daddy,
inward in
I
order
know you are
to
going to bala
improve your
blow on
own
this,
country?
but
What is wrong in trying to bring jobs to your own country in order to,
listen.
of
You
course, to
can't
create jobs
force.
and improve
Listen,
your economy?
you can't force company to bring job back to America. Number one,
Oh, but China can do that, and the European Union can do that, but we can't do that.
no. The point is
Listen,
this. The point is this.
nobody's forcing anybody. It's called incentivizing. We
What what
incentivize
what
companies
what are the
by giving.
goods and services being exported to
See,
China?
let me tell you. See, I know you don't know. See,
Look,
listen. For
the last
Huawei,
time this thing was
the
done,
reason why
it resulted
Remy knows a
into.
lot about Huawei. The reason why Huawei is so
But you guys stop. You
dominating
guys,
in the
you
world
stop.
is
You
because
stop
they
Huawei
get a lot. They
in
get a lot of.
American markets, though. So you guys stop them from coming to America. Huawei.
I didn't say American. I said they dominated around the world. The reason
You
why
know, the
Huawei
bother.
is dominated around the world is because number one, they most of their R&D money comes
But
from the
there was,
Chinese government.
the
The
demand for
Chinese
the
government gives them free land, access to capital, and not only that,
Prince Daddy.
they subsidize most of their products,
Prince
and that's
Daddy,
why they can go around
learn
the world
to
and dump.
Prince Daddy,
See,
learn to hear other people's view. Okay, I know you are so eager to defend this administration,
I'm not
but you
defending
see,
anything.
I
I'm
don't
simply
know.
telling you what is
I
going
don't
on. I'm
know
not defending
who.
anything.
I don't know who is the chief economist that is actually okaying this new tariff imposition. Like, it's completely moronic if you look
Of
at it,
course,
because
listen.
first and
You're
foremost, it
typically
has not
liberal. You
yielded.
don't really
No, no,
have
no.
a
It
direction.
has not
That's why the
for
point that you support is in
a
disarray and
deficit
the
that
confusion right now.
happens.
But let me
A
tell you.
deficit that
Let me tell.
happens
Listen.
decades of years. Okay,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
cannot use one single instrument to rewrite and to redo everything. It's a systematic and something that if you want to
Listen,
regulate the trade
Adewale,
deficit, you
you're
have
in
to be
now.
systematic
Listen,
and it has to be.
you are in now, and you only talk. You don't have no action behind your talking. You just talk, and
It
you
doesn't
talk. It
work.
sounds
It's
good,
like a shock.
but it
You see
doesn't
the
mean
way
anything.
the stock
Okay,
market reacted to it.
let's stay focused. Okay, the reason why the tariff came about is about trying to rebalance trade with the rest of the world, especially of course China and European nations.
Because
The Chinese economy is
tariff
based on the
imposition
Chinese
of
economy
tariff
is.
doesn't
And
work.
by the way, progressive, you're wrong. You run
It doesn't.
that up.
Imposition of
American claim
tariff doesn't work.
it's
You
rather
know
the
what
Chinese that are
works?
caving right
You
now
know what
to
works?
Americans' demand.
You know what works? You negotiate. Okay, now you are
Negotiate.
trying to
Yeah,
force them to the
listen,
table, but
I don't
nobody is
you don't know
blinking.
what you're talking about. See,
I
you
may
think
not,
you
I
think
may
the
not know
Chinese,
what I'm talking about, but
because you
this
think
is a
the
common
Chinese
sensitive
are your
thing.
typical. Listen, let me drop one nugget also, which I think maybe Remy may agree. See, an average Chinese CEO is smarter, more internationally endowed than an average American CEO. That's why on the international scene, an average Chinese person will always beat an American CEO. That's how smart they are. So this notion that we're going to negotiate, we're not going to negotiate, it's for the birds, it's for little boys. The Chinese are so smart. The Chinese will negotiate with you for 10 years. The Chinese will negotiate with you for damn 10 years because you know what? That is their strategy. That's the Chinese strategy because they know the Western system and the approach is always short term. What is Wall Street saying? What is with the quarterly earnings? That's what you freaking care about. But the Chinese are built for long term. So this notion that we're going to sit down with the Chinese and negotiate, that's why you always keep losing, and you're always going to lose. But they come so like Trump, so smart and brilliant. Okay, he knows how to approach the matter. That the Chinese people, they are deadly. They pretend to be friends, but in reality, they are adversary, and in fact, they could be our enemies for all we care about. China cares about winning. China cares
No,
about winning, and they care about.
First Daddy,
China cares
hold
about
on.
winning, and they care about their own people, and I don't blame them.
Listen,
don't blame the fact that Chinese care for
try
their
not to
own
be
people.
Trump. Try to hear other person's view, okay? Nobody forces America to patronize China's market, first and foremost. Two, most of the things being produced in China, they can easily be produced in America, but with the high cost, it comes with, high cost of production. And by the time it comes out, majority of America will not be able to afford it. Now, like I said earlier, this is a decades of deficit that have happened. And it's not just one executive order that is going to turn things around and change things. First and foremost, every sector of economy is going to react. Look at the way security market reacted. And you see a lot of decline. Now you are trying to impose tariff. You're forgetting that the people that will bear the brunt of these things are the Nigerian. I mean, sorry, I said Nigeria, American consumers, and they have already started saying it. Now they're already feeling it because majority of items being brought from China are becoming more expensive. And I give you an example of Amazon, where they were trying to be transparent enough with the American market by trying to put the new tariff side by side with the prices of those commodity or those items. And the White House got wind of it, and they went and they started, filming, and that what Amazon was trying to do was more political, that is not fair, and this and that has not been patriotic enough. And of course, Amazon gave up because they believe that the almighty Trump is going to go after them. But the thing is this, that is a good example of how poorly executed, or should I say, uh, uh, this new tariff imposition, how ineffective it is, because the other countries also responding, even the smallest of the smallest have also responded, except that Nigeria that decided not to do that, which I don't see the reason why they want to do that in the first place anyway. But the bottom line is that America cannot have their ways all the time. Nobody forces you to consume product being built by China. But because American says, or every part of the world says that, okay, these goods are more cheaper, because the cost comes with almost $0. If America really want to do it, if Trump really want to do it, there are so many ways he can go about it. This is not it's not a rocket science thing. First and foremost, you can
Of course, it's
encourage.
not rocket science.
Oh, hold on. He can
Give us one.
encourage. Hold on. The
Okay, if you're
last time,
talking,
it
okay,
last time.
okay,
I
let's
haven't finished
engage.
now. I let
Let's
you.
hold on.
Let me
Okay,
finish
Trump is
my.
hold on. If you're talking, Trump is doing the wrong way. Tell us which way should he have gone about doing it?
Okay, good. One thing he can do is the last time, his first time, what did he do? He starts reform, only focus on the multinationals, the big men. Okay, you give them tax break, but this time around, it can narrow it down to focus on the manufacturers. Where he enjoyed the vote of the what you call them, automaker industry, the last time that during the last election, to help them to bring the job back to this place. It can give them tax break, where we can have more production in America. But how is that going to be possible in the first place? So if you have that, you'll be able to negate what is coming from China. Then secondly, you can renegotiate without imposing tariff. You can come to the table and look, this is how much is going to, this is how much. So at the end of the day, let's have a balanced trade where we'll be able to measure what is going in and out, and then we know, if we are going to impose tariff, or this is the cost, this is how much it's going to cost you to have this being paid imported to America. It seems that Americans have appetite for Chinese goods and services. So with that,
Okay, one by one. Okay, you
Trump
mentioned the
can do that.
Hold on now. You mentioned the multinationals. Okay, the multinationals you talked about, they it give them kind of a reprieve if they repatriate their profit back to America. They pay less taxes. Okay, it was not
But most
really
of
a
the
demand.
companies are owned by an American anyway.
Well, see, but yeah, they kept their money overseas. They didn't bring it back home because they don't want to pay taxes on it. They kept all the profit overseas,
What does that
meaning that
tell you in the first place?
meaning that they're not investing in America. That's what it means. Number two, I just told about negotiation. See, the Chinese really think about America as stupid people. They do. They absolutely do. They don't think much, especially the American business people. You know why? Because they beat them all the time. They beat American business people all the
So
time.
what
That's why
has this tariff yielded since
that's why
Trump
they've stolen
introduced this
over
new
$1 trillion of
since
IP from
since
the American businesses. Because they know
Please,
you guys
Daddy,
can't.
answer this question. Since Trump introduced this tariff, has America gained from it?
Yes, we've gained
Has it
almost
yielded
eight.
any positive result?
We've gained almost $8 trillion in investment in America. I know you don't know that. Eight
Uh,
trillion freaking dollars. Companies like uh Apple the phone maker and Apple the company. We talk about Honda, TSMC, the largest semiconductor manufacturer in the world. We're talking about SoftBank.
so iPhone is now
Hold
being
on.
manufactured in America.
I'm sorry.
You just say iPhone is being manufactured in America now?
Okay, I didn't say that. See, that's what
Oh,
you want
okay.
to say. I
Okay.
never said that.
So how are
I'm
you able to
talking about.
repatriate such
I'm
amount of money
talking.
back to America?
That is not investment. That is not a profit repatriation. I'm talking about companies right now that are investing in America by spending the capital here for investment, creating jobs, opportunity, paying taxes, and paying local taxes. I mean, it's trying to revive the economy, but you don't see that. Forget about that. You said what has it gained? We've gained a lot. We've gained over 100 countries like Japan, like Vietnam, like Malaysia. Many of these countries they've come to the table to
It's
negotiate a
been
better
there
deal
for
with America.
it's been there more than
Listen.
100 days,
In
and the
right
cost
now,
of
hold
groceries
on.
has
Right
not even
now,
dropped.
iPhone, the Apple, the company has now relocated its manufacturing of iPhones to India and I think India and maybe Vietnam for sure.
So
India now will be the
did
destination, or it will be the
Trump
destination.
impose tariff on Indian as well? So what difference does it make?
And that's why J.D. Vance, the vice president, went to meet with Narendra Modi, the PM of India, and
You
now
guys
we
will
have
continue to
we have a much
kid,
better trade.
kid yourself, thinking that you are doing something. I mean, is it not the same thing you would meet in China and in Indian as well?
No, it's not the same thing because that's how you have allies. That's how you have people. You see, Modi and Trump they've always been good friends. They've always been
And
good friends.
Modi
And we
is
can negotiate.
is
We
a
can
Trump
negotiate
ally.
a better deal. We can negotiate a better deal with India.
You guys,
Trust me.
I can't wait for this 4 years to be over with this
Of
shenanigans.
course you can. Of course you can.
This is
I
the
know you wait for 4 years. I wait for 2 3 years. I
administration
know
that
that's what
is
you waited.
completely
Listen,
lost it.
I know you want America to fail. As long as Trump is there, you want America to fail. That's the most shameful
No,
thing about it.
this
That's the most
administration
shameful
is
thing
bound.
about it.
This administration
I
is
mean,
bound to fail.
this is outside. This is outside. It is because you
Listen,
hate somebody so much. You rather have the
no,
whole
look,
state go down.
look.
Terrible
Whether
way
I
of
like it
thinking.
or not, Trump is my president. But the bottom line is this:
Well,
this
like you have a choice.
administration
Like you have
is
a choice. If you want to be the
no.
president, what are you gonna do?
I'm not the type of those. When Biden was the president, and they were saying, "Oh, that is not my president." No,
No. We don't say that. No. That's what you
I'm
guys say.
much
We don't say
emotionally
that.
stable than those
Listen.
people.
No. We don't say that. Nobody cares.
No,
When Biden was
yes,
the
you guys
president, it
say
was a
that.
terrible. It was a terrible
You,
president, and
you
I didn't
guys say
care
that.
because guess what? He
You
was
guys
the
say that.
president.
You guys say that a lot. That is not my president. That was when
No.
the
Yeah,
Brandon
I don't
thing
know.
started.
No, it's not. It's that's what you guys say. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. Biden was the president. It
Yeah,
was
right.
incompetent. There's no doubt about it. It was
Yeah, right.
incompetent. It was
But
incoherent
this
in everything that he did.
administration is set
I
to
mean,
fail. You know
pretty
why?
much every executive order he issued was by auto pen. I mean, you guys were a disaster. You ruined this damn country. See, you guys with your terrible policies ruined this country. But again, let's focus
How
on the
you
tariffs.
measure a failed administration is when you see an executive using executive order to govern. That is how you will know that this administration has failed in the first
Yeah,
place.
of course. Listen, you're a propagandist. You're
What
not different
no?
than these
What
other
is the
people.
point? What is the
There's
point of
nothing that
issuing
Trump is doing right. There's
executive
nothing
order?
Trump is doing right now that other leaders don't do. Obama did it.
You know,
Biden did it. Clinton did it.
Trump has used executive order times.
Well, no, let me tell you, the executive orders that he issued, actually, many of them are mostly to counter or to rather undo Biden's
But
horrible policy.
but the problem then is that
Listen,
but the thing is
I
most
know
of
you're a
those
supporter.
executive
Hold on, I know you're a
no.
supporter of transgenderism. You like
See, you keep going. Don't go
you
to
like
those.
them,
You and I,
you like them to
know.
cut you like
Look,
them to cut
you
the penises of little boys and excavate the vaginas of
no.
little
Listen,
girls. I know you love
listen.
that. See,
You and I
so
know
but that's
we
what
are
that's what
both
we're
from.
undoing. That's what we're
Listen,
undoing. We're
listen, Prince
undoing
Daddy. Listen, Prince Daddy. You and I know that we both have a background that is mainly on conservatives in the first place. We are
no
both in
I don't
Nigeria.
know. Maybe we did. Since you came to this country,
Now,
you're a changed man.
but
Since you
when
came
it
to this
comes
country, you're a changed man.
when
I
it
don't
comes
think
to
I don't think
look
you and I share any single
because
value at this point in time. I don't
because
think we
I'm a
do.
moderate liberal.
I know
Okay,
you're not.
that
You're an
doesn't mean
extremist. I think you're an
no.
extremist,
I'm not. I'm
and I know
not
you're
far.
an extremist.
I'm not far left. No, completely no.
Of course
But
you
the
are. You're
bottom
far
line
left.
is that. The bottom line is this: simply because I'm a Democrat doesn't mean that I support some things, just as genders and all that. No,
Well,
but the thing is
if you
this:
don't condemn it, that means you support him.
the,
If you don't
the thing
condemn
is,
it, that means you
the
support him.
thing. You see, administration that is focused on the gender issue that doesn't see any pertinent issues that can be dealt with other than focusing on gender has failed. Look, these are
No,
mundane.
I mean
These are secondary.
that's why
These are
we have
listen,
99.99
listen, listen,
99.99 success rate at the borders. That's a no freaking no people are not triangulating into the country
As if people
in
are
the
still not
millions
crossing.
anymore.
As if people are
That's a
not crossing
success.
the border. People are not
That's a
crossing border
success.
every day.
We got rid
But
of
the thing is this.
DEI.
The
We
thing is
got
this.
rid of the transgenderism. We got rid of a lot of our policies that hamper our growth in the energy sector. There's so many great things that we're
Most of
doing
those
successfully.
policies you are
Actually,
talking about are not even founded. You guys just made it up and issued nonsensical executive order to counter what is not even in
well,
existence.
I know you. I mean, I know you like to eat a lot of eggs, and the price of the eggs has come down drastically by
The
85%.
administration
I
that
think you like that.
the purpose of executive order, okay, is not to counter,
Prince Daddy,
but
that is a propaganda. They say the same thing on the social media. Central post that post. A lot of Americans were saying no eggs.
Well, a lot of
For 12.
Americans like Adewale. Listen, where I live, progressive. If you want free eggs, they will give you free eggs, a dozen a day.
where do you get
Listen,
served free
hold
eggs
on.
in America? Who
That is
gives you
how
free eggs?
cheap. Hold on. That is how cheap and plentiful eggs are. We're giving eggs away. So if you want some, come get it. Okay. So don't tell us propaganda. Eggs are dirt cheap. Eggs
See,
are dirt cheap. We don't. I mean, right now we can export to the rest of the world if we want to. I'm telling you, that's how much eggs
uh,
we have.
Prince Daddy, I haven't heard where they serve free lunch or free eggs in America. But the bottom line is this, okay? The purpose of executive order is not to counter. Executive order is being used by the presidency. Number one, there's some emergency remedy that you wanted to provide where you still want the bigger thing to be tackled by the legislatures, the Senate and the House. But because of the importance and exigence of the issue at hand, you wanted, to just normalize something. That's why presidency issued executive, and executive order can be challenged, and that is where I'm having issues with Trump. You know, some of these things are unfounded. Those things that are easy.
Executive orders can be
Hold on,
challenged.
hold on.
Laws
When
can
you
be
have a
challenged. I don't know
presidency,
what your
hold
point
on.
is. What's
When
your
you
point?
have a
Listen,
presidency,
listen. You
wait,
just say you don't like his executive orders.
wait.
That's
No, no,
fine.
no.
It's
See,
not a big deal.
any president that relied on executive order It has failed already completely.
Listen, if executive order can put a stop to illegal immigration by 99.9%, okay, let's use the damn executive order. If it can stop, if executive order can
I
protect
like
our
it when
children,
you
if executive
Republican.
order can protect our children, I'd rather use the executive order to protect our children.
Executive
Okay,
orders can be challenged in court, and it's
that's fine.
50-50. But the
We live
thing
in
is that if
democracy.
you really,
That's not a big
want,
deal.
if Trump
It's
really
not a
wants
problem.
protection for those kids that he's actually so really wants to protect them so much, he can as well put it in form of bill to the both house and let them debate on
You
it,
don't get,
and then see the merit of it.
you just
No,
like
no,
to
no.
talk because it
And
sounds good.
see,
Listen,
he has majority in both chambers, right?
sometimes anything's done like
It's
extemporaneously.
wait
One
now.
thing's
See,
done like right away.
wait.
If
See,
executive order can do it before a law is crafted, then we're gonna use executive order. You're not the one to tell us what to do. We do
because
it and
he
we're
knows
successful
he
at it.
cannot, he doesn't have the vote. That's why he's using the executive order.
Now we
You can
control the
imagine
freaking
if
we
Obama,
control the Senate, we
you
control
can
the House, the
listen.
Congress.
You can imagine if Obama had used executive order to establish Obamacare. Okay, you would have. I mean, you know what would be the end of it. But now, simply because they have been qualified,
some things
and it has been.
some things you cannot use executive order. You can't do it. Okay, just like you said, if you had used an executive freaking order to pass the Obamacare when Trump came in, all you have to do was use an EO to undo it. So that argument doesn't hold. It doesn't hold.
So
not
same
every
thing
damn
Trump
thing can
is
use
doing.
executive order for.
Some of the things that he's using executive order on is unnecessary. And I give you an example.
Such as
he changed what do you call
the
it?
Gulf of Mexico,
Gulf
the
of
Gulf of
Mexico
America.
to Gulf of America.
Okay.
Now he's planning to change the Veterans Day to Victory Day. And he's going to do that. Is it on the Veterans Day where he will be signing an executive order to that effect?
Okay.
And then there will be military parade.
But that's his own prerogative. If he wants to do all those things, it's like pet projects on the side here and there. Who cares?
Who cares? So the veterans that went to those unnecessary wars, those who are maimed and have their amputated and all that, they are not worthy to be celebrated. But
we don't want to get into emotional stuff. All this emotional blackmail, we don't want to get into that. Forget about that.
I tell you,
let me tell you what the veterans care about. The veterans care about getting their benefits. Hold on.
If Trump were to be the president, the time when the June 19th was signed into law, okay, was codified and signed into law. You can imagine if Biden had issued executive order to that effect. By now, we would not even have what is called June 19th. But if it had happened during this Trump era, I bet you he would not even think about it for a second. But here is a president that recognizes what happened in June 19th and decided not just to issue an executive order to the effect, but send it to the House, and it was legislated upon, and they found merit on it, and was signed into law. That is why federally
I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into this.
We were supposed to have a black woman. We were supposed to have a black person on a
Let's talk
coin.
about more serious stuff. If Trump wants to issue executive order to change the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America,
Ariel Tubman supposed to be in one of our notes. As a matter of fact, it was supposed to take effect, I believe, 2014. Is that when 2013, 2014? I know. 2014. It was during first time era. Trump stopped it simply because that woman was black.
2014, Trump was not in power.
Sorry,
that was Obama in power.
No. I'm missing the date. Not 2014. When was Trump in power? 2015, 2016, right? That was when it was supposed to take effect, but he stopped it because he decided it's not going to take effect.
That's another propaganda lie. Anyways, it's not true what you're saying. But let me see, even better than that.
Prince Daddy, everything against Trump is propaganda lie. Everything against Trump is propaganda lie. Come on, man.
Well, if it's not propaganda, then it's a lie. That's what I meant. If you don't understand what I was saying, but let me tell you,
if it's not a propaganda, it's a lie. If it's against Trump, it's either a propaganda or a lie.
If you don't know that Trump actually gave billions of dollars to HSBCU, as they call them, the black colleges. He gave them like billions of dollars. See, that is a leader doing something concrete for his own
Because of the
people.
way he's fighting with other institutions like Harvard and Co. Giving them
Because they
conditions so that
they have anti-Semitic policies.
because of
They
those
have anti-Semitic
students,
policies, and they discriminating. That's
you
the
know,
reason
you are
why.
giving them money and you are giving them to the condition of which you are going to give them the money.
Well, they don't
Let me tell you
money.
something.
They have a lot of money anyway. They don't have
This
to take
guy
the money.
that you are supporting is the most moronic human being I've ever come across, and he deliberately decided to surround himself with his like mind.
Listen, I don't like. There are more important people than you that have condemned Trump and called him names. So it doesn't matter what you say. It's totally relevant.
I mean, it's not your family member, but the bottom line is that you will agree with me that the man behaved in a very moronic way. There's no other thing, other adjectives to call him other than that. Because it doesn't, what he's doing doesn't make sense.
You probably
Because some
right
people
now, but you live in
because
America and you have the freedom to say whatever the heck
some
you want to say.
students disagree with you. Some students disagree with you. The way their people back home is being discriminated.
No, it's not about. It's not about
you
disagreement.
decided you compel your Secretary of State to cancel their visas.
On campus.
These students did not go up in arms against America. They didn't start bombing. They didn't say they are terrorists. They chose.
They look at the tourism. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers of the tourism sections in America now. The tourism level is down.
It has dropped. In fact, some of these hospitality that are complaining that they are seeing a big decline in patronage. But that even aside, simply because you have these students that disagree with you, and they are not hiding it, they are in the open, and they openly disagree with you on an intellectual basis, and you are compelling your Secretary of State to cancel the visa. If this individual are taking up arms against America, I would have said, yes, you know what, it's worth it. But they didn't take arms against America. They only disagree.
You're allowed to protest and disagree. It's not a crime. It's not a problem.
But that is what the majority of these kids
you and progressive agree with me that when you protest and you infringe on other people's rights and discriminate and try to hurt other people,
how did they infringe on other people's rights? How did they infringe on other people's rights? Tell me.
So when they protest against an Israeli government, that is against other people's rights.
You see.
No, that's not the point. The point here is that when you discriminate against other people because of their ethnicity, or when you try to punish people by physically harming them, that's against the law.
How did they physically harm them?
That is harassment. I mean, those things are not allowed in this country.
How did they physically harm those people that they are campaigning? I mean, protesting against?
By attacking them verbally, by invading their space.
By attacking them verbally. Look, let me tell you something, Prince Daddy, okay? I hope there is heaven and hell where we will all account for what we did on earth. Okay?
Well, there is, yeah.
As of now, nobody is going to judge anybody on this earth that we both live. But those people, you can imagine what their people went through back home. And that was the reason why, first and foremost, they were full of emotions. And because they disagree with the way their people is being, handled and discriminated against, you see that as a threat. Simply because you are in cahoot with Israel. And you decided to cancel their visa and say they are not worthy to be in America because they disagree with America. That is tyranny.
It's not a crime.
That is
if you
pure
go to a country, if
tyranny.
you visa and you come to a country that's not, of course, not your country, you have to obey the laws. You don't come here and promote terrorism.
You have to obey the law means you have to be silent simply because these guys are
what American law have they broken? What American law did they break?
So they must be silent. They must not speak up.
No, they were
in a country where they are paying tuition.
Which law did they break? Which law did they break?
Because they speak up.
They're breaking laws. They're law breakers. That's what they do.
Which law did they break? Which law?
I just told you about the way they discriminate
Because
against
they
the Jewish
disagree
people,
with the
the Jewish
American
students.
government for
You know,
handling the work they handle.
Dewale, I'm going to tell you something that happened that was happening recently. You know, across Europe and some other countries. If you're coming to the United States at the airport, these guys are checking people's phone for
Oh yeah.
content. They were checking people's phone for
Oh yeah.
content.
Oh
This is
yeah.
why a lot of people have decided to say. This is why a lot of people have decided. Yeah, for content. Whether
It is tyrannical.
whether
Okay.
you've said anything, whether you've said whether you've said. Why? Okay. So
I just came back. Hold on. I just came back from Turkey and London, England with my wife, and nobody check our damn phones. Okay?
No. You an American.
You're an American. You
an
presented them with
American.
your blue passport.
You're an American.
So how
You're
would
an
they have been
American.
checking your phone?
You're an American.
Okay, fine, but if
You are picking up students
I'm talking
like a
about
guest
people with other countries' passports, people with European passports.
We reserve the right. You know, if you see you as threatening or you look different or satirically look different, we can profile you. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't know it's your damn fault. Do you know how authoritarian that is for you to be for you to do that? Checking people's phone. They do it in China. They've always done it in China. I mean.
But this is America, not China, bro. This is
exactly.
America. Okay?
And now
this is America.
No,
that is
Prince Daddy, sorry, that's a lie. They never checked people's phone in China.
Let's even assume that is what is being obtained in China.
In 2009, I was in freaking China, going to the Beijing airport. They pulled me over. I took out my freaking laptop, and they went to my damn laptop. What are you talking about in China? I was there.
I don't know I'm sorry it happened to you.
No.
Listen. I don't blame the Chinese that they did it. Trust me, I don't blame them.
You don't have to apologize to Prince Daddy, okay? What he witnessed,
apologize to him.
What he went through in China. Thank God you've lived in China before. What he experienced in China is not new, because in the country where he's coming from, they themselves they check you as if you are carrying a hard drug in your bags. So that shouldn't surprise me. Besides, he's a black man. Okay,
but you have a problem when America does it to other people from other countries.
No. You know, when you have a government, an administration that is picking up decent people, like a Gestapo, where you are just going out and decided to kidnap you with no traces, and then that is the end of it, simply because you disagree with them. That is wrong. That is completely wrong. That is devilish.
We live in a dangerous world, and it's only in our best interest to profile people when necessary to make sure we're safe.
These people are not protesting against government in under their bed. They are doing it in the open, that we disagree with you, even though they have their freedom. Because I'm going to a school as an alien in a country doesn't mean that you will treat me like an animal. So they're protesting, and they're not protesting in hiding. They are doing it in the open. But because they disagree,
make it sound like.
Do you know that the administration is also deporting a citizen?
That is not true, what you're saying. There's a reason behind it. Listen,
America is deporting citizens.
These people, what citizen?
Oh, they are already deporting citizens.
Which citizen?
Okay, that was a minor that was deported with the parent.
I need like 30 seconds to explain. Listen, this is the
you don't need to explain. There's nothing to explain there.
How progressive? How can you deport a 2-year-old? How does that even freaking work? Let me tell you. See,
by kicking the child out of his own country. That's you deporting.
No. See, no.
How do you mean you deported a child?
No. See, the child is dependent upon the mother. The mother has been deported. Hold on, I got a line.
The child is an American citizen.
You must allow me to land. See, the mother was being deported, right? And the child or the mother has a choice. In this case, the mother's choice for the child. The child can be left behind. The child can be left behind, and we can take the child to the foster care, or a different relative.
But that child is an American.
The child is an American. The government
have no
is an American.
Okay, see, guys, you guys refuse to think. So, do we go rent a house for the child and put the child to work? Is that a freaking solution?
But there's protective services in America that
So
can take care of the child.
I'm telling you, and the mother opted for the child for her to take the child along. What part of that she just understand?
Maybe
Let me.
Are we supposed to leave the child on the street to fend for himself?
Maybe Trump should have think about that and say, okay, let's keep the mother and the child together in America. What's wrong with that?
You know,
the mother got a code. She got a code.
Progressive. Let me say this before I
Just like you
leave.
said, we have a protective service system, a wealth, a foster home program, and they could have
You
left the
know,
child behind.
the administration is actually actively discussing with the other neighboring countries to deport any American that is disagreeing with Trump. They're actually discussing it with foreign government. But here's the thing: this is what I will say before I leave because I'm past my bedtime. You know, I was watching a documentary of Mussolini of Italy and his accession to power and his disgrace from power. Everything happens, and it's like this. When he first took over the government, it was made as well a prime minister. He was seen as somebody who is coming to change Italy. One, two, and they were looking for a strong leader. And as at that moment, he imposed himself, and the Italians see him as the alternative to what. And at the end of the day, he was disgraced from power because he became a tyrannic leader. And he was so upset with power, the fact that a lot of Italians were being by, innocently. In fact, some even died a horrendous death by hanging them in the public. And, but when you have a government that is blinded to some of this corrective that the country is, pointing out, and they're saying, no, we are doing it in the interest of this and America. I wonder what kind of future Trump is building, what kind of American future is building, where you have a government that is approach to governance is wrong. It's about us versus them. In fact, as of now, the White House media correspondence corps is full of those propaganda media houses, and they are the one that have been seen asking questions on a daily basis when you have that puppet. And hold on, I haven't finished. I'll let you. I'll let you come in.
You can't mention. Your attempt is to link Trump to Mussolini. Okay, let me tell you.
It's already doing worse than Mussolini now. But here's my take. Okay, here's my take. Trump would have used this second coming to correct some of the impression American has about him. First and foremost, doesn't need to impress
you're wrong. We don't care about your feelings. Here's
the deal. I heard it from you. You know why I would not take this administration, seriously? It's because some of the comments, some of the things that I've heard in supporter of this administration saying, even including you, Prince Daddy, there was a day you attested on this show that Trump is going to come for the third time. And that is where it hits me when you say you are dead serious about it. And he himself, hold on, he himself had acknowledged that the people already said the idea to him, and he will consider it as well. Whereas the Constitution of America says that an American can only be.
No, it's based on interpretation. It has to be 2 consecutive terms. If that's not the case, we have options. Don't worry about it. We have options.
We have
options.
Because you have a break in your administration does not mean that you are going to count it as one.
Well, no, that's your problem. I'm telling you that we have options.
So the fact that it's muting the idea, that is muting a third term idea, tells me a lot about the man and his follower and what he represents.
Listen. You can be openly righteous. You can be openly righteous.
Hold on. I would not. In my patriotic mindset, believe that someone like him will have any reason to come to the government house the third time. In fact, God help him if he's able to finish the second coming.
Yeah, I know you wish him death. I know you wish him death, right?
I don't wish him death. I don't wish him death. But
Of course you do.
if you can bring such idea,
I know you
it
do. You
speaks
and
volume
Senator,
and
I
it
know you
tells
do.
me the
But,
kind of person and
let
his
me tell you.
follower is.
Let me tell you. See, Trump is far from being Mussolini. If anyone was Mussolini, it must have been Barack Obama or Joe Biden. There's no doubt about that. The way they run the government. What Trump has come to do is to give us freedom. The need to choose, to have choices in the things that we do. Rather than trying to handicap American people, forcing DEI, transgenderism down the throat of Americans is actually giving people, the American people, the freedom to choose. The freedom to choose. Now, you can't compel little girls and boys to become what they are not. That's what the Democrats are doing. That's really the whole premise of your existence
Prince
as a
Daddy,
party.
Prince Daddy,
You
Prince
you
Daddy,
are into DEI. Huh?
Prince Daddy. Both sides have issues. Greetings, everybody. Both sides have their issues. Like in the case of Democrats, making all this transgender stuff, they went too far. They made a mistake. But it's not. But at the same time,
Democrat did you see promoting transgender as a policy? You guys, the way you
they
talk
are
sometimes,
doing it.
man.
They have laws in
Who
their
did you
state.
see?
They even
You
have
can
laws in states. Can you
show
show
us
you evidence?
policies.
I can show you evidence.
No.
What
It's a
evidence?
reality. If your man Barack Obama sends people to Africa to talk about LGBT freaking Q, and you're telling me it's propaganda? Are you serious?
Look.
Are you gonna deny that?
You see,
Are you gonna deny
Prince
that?
Daddy,
I don't know
Prince
why
Daddy,
progressive this thing is
Prince
arguing
Daddy.
about
You see,
it.
this is the problem. This is the problem I have with you people when you start to twist things in a propagandist way. Obama's idea was not about LGBTQ. Was about the rights of the people to choose, to make choices. If somebody wants to be a gay or whatever they want, it's up to them. That is all. That is all it was trying to promote.
Hold on. But that is not where they
It was
stop.
all
Your
about
problem, hold
rights,
on.
freedoms.
Progressive, you have to admit, I don't know whether you are being honest about this, that they didn't stop there. If they had been they stopped there, this would have been over. But the problem is that they went further. They are. Do you know that there are some states that they encourage minors, not adults, minors to defy their parents, come to those states and get transgender therapies, treatments. Do you know
So
that?
what? How is that? Can you show me a policy direction by either Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or any of those top Democrats during that election that say,
That is
"Oh,
their
we're going to
policy,
promote,
and that is their case. You can deny it, but it's a
transgender"?
reality. You can deny, but it's a reality that's destroying a lot of
What
families.
is reality? You guys keep saying these things that is not true.
It is true.
It was never
She says
a
doesn't
policy
mean it's not true.
position.
It is true. It's absolutely true. It is what is going on here, and
It
it's
was never
horrific,
a policy
and
position
it's
or a
dangerous.
policy direction of any of those democratic leaders. Where just because you see this
Who do
progressive
you
or
think passed the law? Who do you think passed the laws? Where do you think the laws come from? The laws that make these things so that children can go and do gender affirming therapies. How do you think? Where do you think that's?
Tunaja, do you not understand? Do you not understand that America operates a federal system of government? State can promote any form of law that they want. In California, they do different things, and in Texas, they will do something different. Does that mean that is a federal policy? No. What are you talking about here?
Did you hear Obama law?
Hold on. Progressive, you're deluding yourself. Recently, about a couple of months ago, in the White House, the governor of the state of Maine.
When Trump overturned the way Roe v. Wade,
in the state of Maine
when Trump overturned Roe v. Wade,
Trump was not even in power when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Trump was not even in power, so I'm not sure what you meant by that.
It was the judges that he appointed when they overturned Roe v. Wade.
Okay.
What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? He said, "Oh, I sent it back to the states. I sent it back to the states." That was what he was saying.
Progressive.
I sent it back to the states.
Progressive, this in Nigeria. See, let me show you this law. It says that the question is: are there states in the US where minors can get gender treatment without? This is the worst part. Without their parents' consent. Yes, look at what he says. Yes, states in the US allow minors to access gender-affirming care, including hormone therapy and puberty blockers.
Naija, do you listen at all? Do you listen? I told you the country is a federal, they operate a federal system of government. A state law does not mean it's a federal law.
Listen, in the military, hold on, allow me, see, in America, education and schools get money for children, and schools, when Obama even Obama, Biden, and Kamala, if schools don't comply to this LGBTQ transgender stuff, their funding are withheld or withdrawn. So don't tell me that federal government don't have input in it. It's a big freaking lie.
No,
you're the one.
Look at the answer here. It says the Democratic Party generally supports access to gender-affirming care for minors, but individual states and legislations vary. They support it for minors.
So you're reading from where?
No, he's trying to make a point that it doesn't come from the top.
No, you're reading from where? You're reading from what?
It's American websites. Where else do you get information from? Is it not from America? You have to get information.
This is common information.
Which America? You're reading from Google. You're reading from Google. Just stop lying, man. It's American website.
What the laws to you that pass these laws? This is
you're reading from Naija. You're reading from AI. You're saying it's an American website. What's wrong? Why are you lying, man?
AI gets it from. They get it from American websites.
You don't understand. There's nothing that Naija just read that's incorrect.
No. Listen, it's nonsensical to say Democrats support children getting this. Even Gavin Newsom came out recently to say no. They don't support it. He doesn't. A governor of California, one of the most progressive states in America. He even came out and said no. That he doesn't support it.
He's always supported that garbage from the onset. The only reason why he's peddling, the only reason why he's pivoting right now is because he's.
You said he's always supported from the onset. Have you ever heard him say anytime? Do you have any tape where Newsom came out anytime to say he supports that policy position? No, you don't have it.
Plenty of tapes. I got plenty of tapes.
This is just blind argument. They are not against it.
I don't know if it's arguing about it. Are you saying rather than the Republicans supported? I mean, what's the argument?
Do you know Joe Biden? Do you know Joe Biden was Joe Biden is even more right wing. Right wing. Joe Biden is even more right wing.
No, you wish. No, that's BS. You wish. It was the worst of them all, actually. It was the worst of them all.
Let me just say this. Let's try to reason with him, because if we just keep bombarding him, he's just going to argue and never believe anything people are saying. The truth is, if Democrats were against it, they'll come out and say, hey, these states that are doing this thing, they are not part of us. We don't agree with what you are. But they supported it. They even passed it in the national listing. You will see a situation whereby even men that turn to women will go and compete in female sports.
They pass it in national awards. Where did they pass it? Where did they pass it?
What national holiday did Biden dedicate to the LGBTQ community? Tell me.
Which holiday? You tell us now. Prince Daddy, you tell us what holiday.
Okay, fine. Do us the honor tonight, and just Google it so we can have it on the screen.
Which one?
Why does he need to Google it? Why don't you just tell us?
You want evidence now? That's why they need to Google it. What do you don't believe anything he tells you?
National holiday for the LGBTQ during Biden's administration.
Yeah, can you tell us which holiday they gave them?
Because you're arguing blindly. You're arguing blindly about
Can you please tell us now? You're the one that brought up the question.
See.
And I say I don't know. You tell me.
It was the Easter holiday that it declared, I think, a national LGBTQ holiday. And you're telling me that the Democrats got nothing to do with it. This is how delusional you are about the whole thing.
Please, Daddy, come on, stop it now.
Biden did not set Transgender Day of Visibility to annually or something like that. Republicans slammed Biden for proclaiming Transgender Day.
Okay. Tunajaka, are you reading it now?
Let me read it now. Let me read it now. The Republicans slammed Biden for proclaiming Transgender Day of Visibility on Easter, though it's yearly observed on March 31st. So he says the Republicans are taking aim at President Biden for proclaiming Easter Sunday as the Transgender Day of Visibility, though the 2 days only coincided this year by chance. So
well,
yeah, that's what
like
he said. So in other words, Biden actually has a day that they celebrate transgender.
Oh my God, Tunaja, you're so, I don't want to say you're so dumb. After you finish reading in English language, and then you still came up with that conclusion. Oh my God.
Tell me what conclusion you wanted me to reach, please. Let me understand you.
Okay,
after you finish reading in English, you did not read that. You did not read in Chinese. You did not read in Chinese. After you finish reading in English.
This is why. This is how you know when people are.
Okay.
Tell me
what's your point?
Tell me what you want me to reach from that.
Yo, you just read that this happened by coincidence, that those 2 days, LGBTQ Day, LGBTQ Day, and Easter Sunday, because hold on.
Progressive. That is not the point. You are a typical liberal.
Hold on. Let me explain something to you. The Pride Day is always celebrated in one day, the same day every year. Easter does not have a fixed day. Easter does not have a fixed day.
Pride Day. It's a transgender day. It is not Pride freaking Day. It's for transgenderism. It's not Pride Day. It's Pride Week. By the way, there's no Pride Day. It's Pride Week. Pride Week.
Imagine that. So, see, the point is that, okay, the point I wanted to make, the progressive, you are being too defensive because Republicans are also at it. Like the argument now that Prince Daddy is saying that it's okay for a child to be taken away because the mother is not from the country and the mother has to take the child with her so that they do.
No, I didn't say it was okay for the child to be taken away. I say it's up to the choice was up to the mother. We have what they call foster care in this country.
The point I'm making, I hear what you are saying, but that child deserves to have the best of America, and sometimes you have to allow the mother to stay for the child to get the best of America, not because the mother is from somewhere else.
No. That is your own logic of the argument.
No. Let me finish now. You can't say, "Oh, the child is American," but let the child go and live in Guatemala where life is.
Yeah, that is what you call second-class citizens.
Exactly.
No. Just
because one child has a parent that is an American,
the mother or the parent is making, or the parents are making the choice for the child. It's the child, the 2-year-old child. The child can't make his own decision, so it's up to the mother.
The child deserves the right to grow up under our own mother, right? And also deserve the right. Also deserve the right to have the best of America.
No. Simple as that. Full of it. There are many parents in this world in America that are in jail, okay? And they don't put their child with them in prison. So I'm not sure what your argument is about. You make it sound like that is the first time ever that a child will be separated from his mother. That's
not American citizens. Not American citizens.
Right.
We're talking about a U.S. citizen here, an American citizen. That's what we're talking about.
And that's why, as an American citizen, the child has a choice through his mother, meaning that the mother can decide to give the child to a relative if she does so have any.
Then you give it to the state.
Then you surrender the child to the protective services, or what you call the foster care system.
When the child still have a mother that's alive, that can still take care of the child.
And that's why it's beautiful. That's why it's beautiful that the child. Hold on. That's why it's beautiful that the child or the mother has a choice to take the child along to wherever she's going to.
So what about the state? What the duty of the state to that child?
Okay, if you want that option also, then you can leave the child behind so the state can take care of the child. Which one do you want?
Why
should the mother lose the child just because
she's not. We're not killing the child. The child is going to be alive. She's not losing the child.
Let me
the child is going to be alive.
Let me try to examine this with Prince Daddy. So you are saying that a child that was born to become an American citizen by an entity, which is the mother, should be deprived of being in America because the mother is from somewhere else. That the solution is, if the mother really wants the child to grow up in America, the mother should give up the child to the state. Why would the state want to take care of a human being when they have a natural human being that is basically coded to do that job? Why would the state do that if not because out of just downright prejudice? You have a human being.
If I can respond to your question, say,
right there,
there are many people.
Hold on. You rather take that child, put it in the state system that we know the outcome of the state system is very, very terrible, and the cost to the state is a lot higher. Why would the state do that out of downright spite?
Tunaja, you know, there's a law.
There are many parents in America that are not in jail, but they've been determined by the state to be unfit to be parents. Therefore, their child or children are taken away from them, and they become
this is not the case of that.
That is different.
This is different.
This is a caring mother.
No, it cannot fall into the same category. This is a case whereby a parent has been found guilty of breaking the law, an immigration law. So that parent is essentially a criminal in violation of the state law or the federal law. And we give it. We're giving the mother and the child the option, to take the child along. Let me tell you, actually, if America wanted to be strict, if we wanted to be strict about it, we could have. Listen, hold on. If we wanted to be strict about it, we could have denied the mother the option to take the child along. We could have.
The child,
it's an American citizen. The child is not going anywhere.
Stop moving the goalposts. Let's deal with the point you made about the mother being a convict. It is true, the mother is a convict. It's like when you
are. How is she a convict?
Let me finish.
How is she a convict? How is she a convict? No, you cannot finish that. So you cannot finish that.
Let me answer it then. If they deem her to have broken a law in the US, then they can convict her of it. It is true. However,
correct.
However, just like in financial system or in violent crimes, there are different types of crimes, and they prevent you from working in different areas. If you commit crime against children, you don't go near schools anymore. If you commit financial crime, you don't work in financial institutions anymore. This is how it is. Our crime is not a crime against children, raising children. So it shouldn't affect our.
But you just said it yourself. If you're pedophile, if you this and that. You're not allowed to go near children. Financial crime, you're not allowed to work in certain institutions. If that's been true, if you violate an immigration law that requires you to be ejected from the country, she did not follow the law. She did not follow the law. Is that what you're saying?
No, she did not follow a law. She did not. Yeah, it's true that she did not follow a law, but she didn't.
Hold on. Tonight, the ultimate punishment for breaking an immigration law is to be what do you call it? Is to be sent back to your country of origin.
That's the ultimate, but how many people get the ultimate punishment? There are always extenuating circumstances. Now, this mother has a child that is an American citizen. There's a difference there now.
Okay. Now, if you have my personal view, my personal opinion, actually, I'll say my personal opinion. My personal opinion would be, hey, let the woman stay in America with a child. The child is too young. If the child was 18 or whatever, 19, I'll say, okay, maybe the child can be independent.
You see, now you are talking. You see, now you are talking. But you can't deprive a young child of their parent because you just want to send somebody home. You want to be wicked about it.
Personal opinion, and my personal opinion align with yours. But at the same time, my personal opinion is not the law. And that's why we have to follow what the law says. If we all have to pick and choose in a society,
the law is wrong on that ground.
Well, it could be.
Because it's going to cost the state more. It's going to cost the state more to raise that child, and the outcome for that child is going to be far less than when the mother raises the child. It costs an average about
$30,000 to $50,000 a year to deport one illegal immigrant. And you're right, it's going to cost the state a lot of money to raise the child. But guess what? There are thousands of millions of children under state or federal protective custody, and we pay for it. It's just a reality.
But that's
again,
the problem. You are creating
no.
more of it by passing some of rules, because you're going to spend thousands, maybe even millions raising that child.
Listen, I don't disagree with you that maybe that law as it is right now may be draconian, especially to a 2-year-old. I don't disagree with you. I'm actually in agreement with you and progressive. But the law is the law, and that's why, just like Roe v. Wade the Roe v. Wade, for example, was reduced or not reduced, was actually pushed down to on a state level to be administered. Okay, so
I'm not sure the law says that you deport a mother with a child. I think there was even in the UK there is what they call right to access to your child. If you have a child, you should have right to access. This is supposed to be universal human right law, actually, globally.
See, I don't disagree with that. If they want to make it a universal human law, that is fine. But one thing we should be clear also, that keep in mind that the mother is not being denied the opportunity to have a child with her. She's not being disenfranchised in that regard. So she has the opportunity. She has the choice. She has the choice.
You are making, yes, technically she does have the choice, but many parents will be put in a situation whereby when you are telling them to take their child back to a country that is very, very unsafe, they may not even do very well in, then they will have to decide that, okay, whether to keep the child in America or whether to keep the child back in their own country. And not to mention the fact that if they do decide to keep the child in America, they don't have access to the child. This is a problem. They should have access to their child. Every child has the right to have access to their parents too.
If I have the opportunity, if I have the power, I would say that, look, if the mother decides to take the child back to Guatemala, I would say the state or the federal government should pay her, I don't know, $5,000 a month to take care of the child. Why? Because the child is an American citizen. I would agree to that.
Exactly. Then the mother will happily go, you see, and then it will help the child too. But the problem is that they will never, I can tell you now, they will never, even if you say they should pay the mother £500 a month, they will never do that. America, this is how Western country societies are. They will never do that. Do you know? Let me. Okay, this is just. No. Let me add this. Because this, what you just said just now, open another can of worms. What I realize in the West is that, let's say you are in the West, you get benefits, and the benefits amount to around £2,000 a month. If you say you want to say, okay, this £2,000 a month, they're already giving it to me here, but it doesn't go too far because everything is very expensive here. I want to take this money and go to Africa to go and live. They will not give you that money. They will not give you that money. They will say, no, you have to be living in the country before they give you that money. You see what I mean? They want you to spend the money inside their country. They don't want you to go and spend it overseas. So they will never give it to that woman.
But tonight, you got to be fair to the system. You know yourself that people game the system all the time. How many people do you think will fall under that category? You know, to take advantage of the state.
If you want people to leave your country, you don't want people to stay in the country too much, then give them the ability. Okay, let's say people that are resident in the country and they're already getting benefits in the country. Give them the ability to leave the country and get the same benefit overseas, maybe even slightly less. But
hold on. Tonight, what kind of benefits are you talking about? For example, if you're a retired American person, you can live outside of the damn country and collect your benefits, your Social Security. Nobody's going to stop you.
They have time limit. You can't stay beyond 3 months. Go and check it. If you stay
really?
overseas,
no.
They will stop it.
I've heard people that live outside of the country, like in Mexico and whatnot, Puerto Rico, and the American retired people. Nobody's required to be in the damn country.
They are going and coming back. They are going and coming back. You see, you have to come back to America and go back again. They will not let you stay there.
That's a good point. I have to look into it. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they are very, very clever about it. They are very, very snobbish about it. And there are so many laws in America. If you check it, you see how snobbish it is towards poor people. But in reality, it's actually costing the state more just because they want to be snobbish towards poor people. They will not allow that to happen. Like an example is, let's say you want to get this in nanny for your take care of your child. The American government is willing to pay you money to go and get the childminder to look after your child outside your house. But if you want to get the nanny to take care of your child inside the house and help you take care of the homes, they will not let you have that. You know why? because they would rather that you don't have the privilege of a rich person that has a nanny working for you at home, which is something many Nigerians have. You can get nannies at home, but in here in the West, you have to hire this for yourself. There are so many snobbish things that they do in Western societies that most people don't pick up on at all. And the same thing is true.
Tunaja, you want to have your cake and eat it. Tunaja, see what you're asking. You want life to be so convenient for certain people, and just lay the table nice and neat so they can have things their way.
Then why do you penalize them? I'm telling you, Nigerian people get that benefit. Why is it that American people cannot get it?
If I was in that situation, I love your proposal. Trust me, personally, I love your proposal. It's quite ideal. But in the real world, as long as what
they want to be
the requirements are.
Let's face it, they want to be spiteful towards poor people because they always feel like poor people should not have any help. They have to go and pay the money somewhere outside.
Is that the way you see it? No. Here in America, it's relative. You poor, fine, but you have the opportunity also to be rich, I guess, or do whatever the heck you want to do. I mean, see, let me tell you, see, because you're rich, you have a lot of money. Is not, I think you know that. It's not a guarantee that you're happy or you have a good life. There are a lot of people with money that are miserable. Okay, let me tell you, a lot of people just want to live, normally, have enough money to do little things that they want to do. Let me tell you, an American that can work, for example, and save for a few months and go on a vacation is living a dream. Not everybody wants to carry millions and millions of dollars on their freaking head.
I agree with that, but that is the point I'm making is that, like what you said, that if they can give the lady money, they will never do that. The only option is either you give the lady access to take care of her child. Personally, if I'm looking at the system like that, first thing, you prevent people from coming to the country. Secondly,
but guess what? You know what? If the lady had a relative here, they're probably going to give the relative, I don't know, $4,000 or $5,000 a month to take care of the child, and the relative can split the money with the mother and send it to Guatemala or wherever she wants to send it.
But that's the problem now. Why bother doing that when you have the real deal? The real deal is cheaper for you. It's better for the child. It's better for the state. If this child does better, it saves the state a lot more money. Maybe even save the state one day in war or politics. You don't know. So why not just do that way? And your priority is to prevent people from coming. You should focus on preventing people from coming and deporting the ones that don't have any ties in America, especially the criminal ones. Then when you find the ones that have children, you shouldn't target those ones and target the American citizen on top of it just because you hate the foreigners. It's just a little bit over the top.
The hate foreigners, hate poor people. I don't like that kind of disposition in this conversation. I don't think it's all about that. It's all about the abuse of law. And I'm not saying illegal immigrant or poor people abuse the law, because trust me, equally, if not more, the wealthy people abuse the law also. It just happens that they get away with it because they have money or resources. So human beings abuse the law. It's our nature. We're that corrupt as a human being. Our nature, that is.
Then why punish the child?
I don't think it's a war on poor people or illegal immigrants. That's not the case at all. At least I don't believe that to be so.
I think it's not. It doesn't have to be a war on poor people for it to be more disadvantageous to the poor. It's just what it is, and they know it full well, and they do it anyway. The point is that you are penalizing an innocent child for something that they didn't do, and the act is not even beneficial to the American state, because you are spending more money taking care of that child if the mother decides to leave the child, and the outcome for that child is going to be less, which doesn't help the American state too. It's like, why bother with that direction? Focus on deporting the criminals and the ones that don't have ties in the US. If that mother has already got a child, have the mother raise the child. You can even do it so that maybe if the mother after 18 years doesn't do so well in society,
unlike where you and I come from to Nigeria, that's the beautiful thing about this country. Somebody may take it on and think the law on the book, according to what is going on right now, is egregious, and they can challenge the state or the federal government, and they can amend the law come tomorrow. That's the beautiful thing about this country, at least the West. So I have hope. I have hope. I mean, I'm down with you. I think the child should be given all the best opportunity to live a fruitful life like a normal American would, in or outside of the country. I agree with you.
Yeah, but people that are racist don't agree, because they see it from the point of view of That child is not European. It's not one of us. They are one of the problems that are going to come and replace us. So they want to get rid of that child.
You've injected racism into the picture now, but that
so
is not true.
So you don't know that all this one has to do with race?
No, because white people are being deported also. I mean, let me tell you. Let me tell you. In this country, let me tell you. I think it's actually easier for a non-white person to go through the immigration process than a white person. Actually, I think in America, I think they frown upon white people from other parts of the world. Actually, I think they do. That's my personal opinion. A white person from Europe does not have any discernible advantage when it comes to immigration. I don't think so. Listen, you know your guy, Piers Morgan. He said it. The Piers Morgan, the uncensored guy, the British guy. He said it. He said he had to wait 5 or 11 years to get his American citizenship. He doesn't because he's wealthy, has money.
Not in a hurry. He's not in a hurry. He's living the life already. He's already got his stay. He's got the visa. So it takes some time. Yeah, it's fine.
Listen. Let me tell you. Actually, to counter that false narrative, you know that in America, we all have to wait at least 5 years to get our citizenship. Do you know through Biden's term, they were fast tracking illegal immigrants into citizenship and also to get a social security number and benefits. They were. And 99% of the people that benefited were non-white.
The Biden administration tend to support immigrants because they will get votes from them, part of it. And part of it is because they are social values as a party. Fine, I agree with you on that. Maybe they shouldn't have, in terms of the law, they are kind of bending the law to encourage people to even come in even further. That is a different debate. But I'm trying to address the point where you said why bring race into it. Because America is experiencing a demographic shift that the white population don't like to hear about. When they hear it, they react this way in terms of not bringing people into the country. This is why they love Trump so much. If Trump had just stopped at immigration policy alone and maybe do a little bit of peacekeeping around the world, Trump's poll rating will be through the roof right now. I'm telling you, like even the so-called liberal white people will support him. They support him actually. They don't want to lose their country. These white people. That's why I think it's about race, and this is why they are willing to tolerate any nonsense he does. Whether he breaks the rule, they will tolerate it because they like the fact that he's getting rid of all these foreigners. And it's a big. Let's face it, Trump is accomplishing something here that he might actually make him very, very popular for a very long time because he's looking to get rid of a lot of immigrants. If he can get rid of up to, let's say, 1 million, that is a lot of people that he's gotten rid of. Those people would have gone on to have children. Their children will go on to even make the demographic shift even further. That is a big accomplishment if you can pull that one off. But I don't think he can get rid of 1 million because from what I gather, it costs about 50,000 to even get rid of one. 50,000 times 1 million, how much is that? That's a lot of money to get rid of people from the country. That is, I think I'm looking at about 50 billion or so, or 5-point-something billion. That's
it's going to cost a lot of money, and that's the reality of immigration that people don't know about. And listen, do we spend 50,000 on one person, or have to spend hundreds of thousands on one single illegal immigrant over the next 18 years at least? Listen, immigration is a really expensive proposition. It's quite expensive. We all are immigrants, and let me tell you,
wow, 50 billion. It's gonna go 50 billion to deport all those people. That's a lot of money. Maybe even more.
Exactly.
This is
it costs a lot of money.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Listen, 9. That's almost 500 billion actually. Maybe 50 billion. I'm not so sure now. In words, let me say in words. Yeah, that's $50 billion. I don't see America. Hey, God, that's a lot of trouble to deport. But I think this $50 billion is higher than Nigeria's national budget. However, Americans are willing to sacrifice this if it's going to get rid of 1 million
listen,
immigrants. Americans are willing to
50
pay for this.
billion is not a lot of money, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
to
by
deport,
American
to
standards,
deport
it's not a
millions
lot
of
of money.
people.
To be fair, it's not a lot of
Because
money.
if we were to actually listen, look at if we were to take care of this illegal immigrant, provide food, shelter, education, and they're gonna utilize the infrastructure, the amenities. If you quantify all those expenses, we're talking about trillions of dollars over 2 decades. It costs a lot of money.
That's a lot
Immigration.
of people. Let me see how many um illegal I'm supposed to be typing, sorry. Illegal migrants in the US. That's very interesting to see that number where it's going to be. Okay, we are talking about almost 11 million, but I think Trump is really looking to get rid of 1 million. If you can get 1 million, is a lot of people. If you ask me, it's a lot of people to get rid of because one,
Obama carried over 3 million people. And
I think that's over how many years now? I guess that's still a lot. Wow.
Let me tell you, based on the number he gave, if you only deported 1 million people, that's what, less than 10% of the freaking people. But in reality, let me tell you, over 20 million people came to this country illegally. 20 million people came to this country legally. The official number you're saying is not accurate. It's absolutely not accurate. But that's okay.
You can even argue that almost everybody in America, sure, most of the people in America came in illegally. Depending on how you want to look at it, from where people decided to just come and start rampaging inside America. They came illegally now. Nobody invited them. So from that point of view, they're all illegal.
No. Say our immigration system laws they evolved over time. There was a point in time that people came and they came to this country. They were simply accepted and documented at Ellis Island and other ports in this country, and they came to stay. They didn't have visa to stay for a certain amount of time. They came to this country. They assimilated and they became part of the country. But over time, it changed to the point that hey, you need a visa to come to this country, and how long you're gonna stay. And if you decide to stay, these are the requirements for you to stay. So it changed over time. It's not unique to America. It's, I think, in any country, immigration and just like other laws will evolve over time. So don't say people came in. You're not going to compare people that came in the 1800s to the people that are coming in right now. It's not the same.
The people that are coming right now, the biggest difference is that they are not white, and that is what they don't like. And if I'm wrong, why do you think Biden is very happy for white South Africans to come into America? I don't see him offering that to any non-white nation. Have you seen that? Have you? So this thing has to do with race, and you have to make your peace with the fact that that is what it is. If with the
I don't think. Listen, I don't think it has to do with race. No, Trump policy. If you want to be fair, you have to look at it.
Why is he inviting white people from South Africa? Does he not see so many black people that are suffering in Africa? Why is he not inviting them to America? Why is he only
listen? But Trump is listen. If you look at Trump, rather than trying to look at it with a lens of racism and discrimination, look at what he actually does. For example, Trump has always been from the onset about quality American immigrants. And he knows the value of this trained, so to speak, South African farmers. He knows that they are plus to this country. Imagine.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So now it's the value.
Okay, hold on. Do you know Trump's first term? Do you know Trump's first term? Hold on.
Don't pass this one. I want to ask you another question. If that is the case, it's about value. Why does he not say, okay, let's get some of the best people out of all the countries, go to Nigeria, gets the best brains, go to Sudan, gets the best brains. You don't see him doing that. Keen on only white people. Even if
BS. No. Trump's first term, Trump's first term actually admitted more immigrants, that is legal immigrants, than Obama and the past president. Trump is, but although his goal is to attract the most qualified people from around the world. But we talked about it before on this show. The H-1B visa and other visas were being abused by a lot of people. So in fact, instead of getting the best of the best from India and China, many times we get like average people that don't really contribute much to this country. That what they are freaking doing, like Allah always says, an average American can do it. So let me tell you, and that's why they're actually looking at the current immigration, legal immigration system right now, in order to actually vet people coming in, to make sure we're getting the best from Nigeria, from India and China, not just any damn person that applies that, I'm a professional, we admit. So we're looking at it. The Trump administration is actually looking at it. And that's a good thing, to attract the best talent in the world to America. And also, you heard about the Trump, you heard about the Trump gold card, right? You heard about the Trump gold card.
Yeah. Gold what? Okay. Gold card. I've heard of it now. For the richest people in the world now.
There you go. It's always about the best of the best. If you got $5 million to drop, that means you got some dough. Come on, come with your money. Bring your family.
See, that is true for almost every nation in the world. That is true, even China. But in terms of the general public and the people that he invites, it tends to be the white ones. Even in his first time, he made it clear that he preferred people like from Norway and all the rest of it. And this time, he even opened the door. Hold on now. At the same time, hold on. At the same time, when we are busy hating on foreigners and people coming to the country, he opened the doors, flood doors open for white farmers. When there are so many people in Africa that have the same skill set and even better.
No, BS. Don't go there. See, don't see. In attempt to make your argument, then you lose your argument. See, the South African white farmers, they are superior farmers. They're freaking black farmers. Don't lie to yourself.
I'm not comparing farming for farming. I'm saying just like white farmers know how to farm, there are many Nigerians that are higher level engineers, higher level doctors, higher level, so many that are not.
And who told you we're not accepting those people? Are you kidding me?
I'm assuring you that they are not accepting them right now.
Tonight, just stop. You don't know. Ask Kulata and the rest. They'll tell you.
America there are many foreigners, specifically from non-white nations. I don't know why you are pretending as if you don't know this. This is a fact of life. Tomorrow, if in the UK now, we know it full well. Like Australia now have very, very strict immigration rules. But when it comes to people from England going to Australia, the doors are open. When it comes to Canadians, the doors are open. That's why a lot of black people use it as a conduit to get into those countries. They know what they see. If we keep pretending as if we don't know what is happening here, then we're just deceiving ourselves. If, let's say, you are a white person in South Africa and you have a black person there in your family, you will come over because through the white people, you come over. But he could have invited the black people that are also farming there, that have the same skill set, because he didn't stipulate that. Okay, why he could have just stipulated that, okay, amongst the South African farmers, even if there are black ones that do similar farming, just because they are not white shouldn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to come in, that they too should come in. But he restricted it only to the white ones. And you can't tell me
that's propaganda. That's propaganda. I don't believe that.
You know that is true. I didn't make it up. He's the one that did it. It's only white people. He's not inviting any other group.
You guys hearing me at all? Good morning. See,
good morning.
The reason behind what Trump is doing is simple. There is a threat against the white farmers in South Africa from the black majority based on their history. So the government of South Africa, they are unable to resolve that issue amicably. They don't have clear policy. They said they want to take those land back. They don't even really have clear policy on how to do it without really going into abusing those white farmers. At least at a point of time, I think even Zimbabwe absorbed some of them when it was too hot. And Trump realizing that, remember, some powerful guys who are white are also from South Africa and they are contributing to Trump, United States, and they are also close to Trump. They want the safety of those white people, and that's why Trump did what he did.
Okay, so let's say that is true. Let's say that is true. Hold on. Let's not run over ourselves. Let's say that is true. In Sudan, there are black people that are being killed because they are not Arabs. Nobody is inviting them to America. in DRC, there are Africans that are being killed because they are not Tutsis. Nobody's inviting them. So if you look at all over the world, we have all that. Why is it that he chose only South African whites? Don't you ask yourself that?
I mean, this argument, because black people don't take care of their own, doesn't mean that a white person should not take care of their own.
No, you're
If that's your argument. No, I'm not saying that's what is going on.
No, you're admitting that now because they are white. That's why he's doing it.
No, that's your argument you're making. Listen, there are many black nations in the world. If you think that some black people are suffering in some part of the world, why don't you?
I don't know why we're arguing. It's not even a disputable point.
Baba, as we are speaking today, wait. Most of Sudanese who are refugees in Europe, they don't face deportation, and I don't think America will do that as well. Everybody understand that their places are not safe.
They get deported.
I don't know why.
Chunaja, do you have an idea how many millions of Sudanese, Ethiopians, Eritreans that come to this country because of their status? Are you kidding me? America is the country that really most Africans.
Under Democrats, not under Trump. Why do you do that? Not under Trump. They are not coming under Trump.
Okay, now we have to divide our country because of Democrat and Republican because of immigration. Okay, I hear you.
Are happening, not under Trump.
Tonaja, you see, Trump is just new to his administration. He has a lot of problem at hand. While America is pretending to be superpower that want to go and protect others, their borders are porous. A lot of things coming in. I love what he's doing. They want to put a stop to it. And everybody understand if it is not stopped today, tomorrow they are going to have a very big problem. There are a lot of guys who want to hurt that country, who are using those routes and trying to exploit that moment to settle those some guys that they can use in the future for such a thing. So I love him for what he's doing. But to be frankly speaking, Africans should wake up. We can't continue like this. I understand even Berlin conference is already going on, but it may go on in a different shape. So we should wake up and be.
That thing gives me the heebie-jeebies. A new form of Berlin conference. It gives me the heebie-jeebies because Africans will face a terrible something that is even worse than what happened before. Because now they are even stronger. They have bigger weapons. They have all kinds of things.
Yeah, we are almost there. When you look at this generation, if you're somebody that was raised in Nigeria, if you go back again and see the way people reasoning, the way they have lost hope, even the skills that we call local, we have lost all. Many don't even know how to farm. They don't know how to do anything apart from how to live big and just talking. So at the end, if you examine it carefully, we understand that we have a lot of problems. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in that situation. But not only my country. I think some African countries are doing better anyway. We should not just base it on races that they want these white guys. When you look at the politicians in South Africa, what they're telling you.
Now, let's not pretend. Why do we always do this? Why let's not pretend as if this is not about race to them?
Well, listen, even the way we Africans, and the greatest problem we have, sometimes when the white join us to fight for something, we don't I don't know, we don't how would I say it? We don't, praise them for doing it. And because of that, sometimes we just take the whole glory to ourselves and mess up the whole something. It is the white in Europe who join hand with Africans to fight for apartheid, to put a hand to it. And when they supported that, not everybody was in support of it. So if you go back and say, even the independent we're talking about,
good point. Just like discrimination here, also just like what you call it, racism, or discrimination against black people. A lot of white people and Jewish people fought for the liberation of the black people.
We don't recognize it. Even the slavery we're talking about, they started with no, but putting it to an end, they play a huge role. So even American today, Martin Luther King, it gets to a point the white also supported him. So we must try our best to understand. If you are a politician in South Africa, you are saying you want to chase away the old white. Why are you chasing them to? Is that a statement that's supposed to come out from a leader? All these guys, let everybody reason together and see how they can, solve this problem. And that was the foundation Mandela was trying to lay. Likewise, Nigeria and Ghana.
And that was a mistake Mugabe made. Mugabe made that mistake.
Yes. Mugabe threatened all of them.
Mandela sold
and
out
and
now.
in the end,
So,
okay, let me tell you today. For example, one European country will just rise up. I'm going to buy all Africans. As a leader, I'm not saying they don't have bad guys. What do you think the rest leader will do? They will distance themselves immediately.
who told you
I'm
that?
telling you. So
I don't know why you believe these things. I don't know why you believe what you believe. Why would they distance themselves from that? If they don't have any reason to distance themselves, if they feel they are going to benefit from it, they will do what they can to support. The only time they will fight for us is when they feel that it will have serious consequences for them. Like in the case of America now. If America comes, let me know you've been talking now. Let me just address this one. It's not going to go at 1 minute at most. If America decides to go into Africa today, or one European country tries to go into Africa, especially European country, you will see that the American, black community will completely go irate. And when they do that, it's going to cause serious problem for America, and America will look to stop that war, or they will intervene themselves. Remember, they are not totally useless in America. When they see that kind of stuff happen,
yes, they are. What did they do about Gaddafi? What did they do about? I mean, come on,
Gaddafi is
what
not
are you
black.
talking about?
Gaddafi is not black. Gaddafi is not African. You see,
No,
you have to
it's Africa. No, African Americans see it as Africa. That's what. And listen, African American as a people, a community, we are powerless. Let's not deceive ourselves.
Let me show you. No, you are not. I think my thinking is that if you look at the history of this in Nigeria, or even Africa, I'm beginning to think that the presence of African Americans there is why Nigerians or Africans have not been given the treatment that they give to, let's say, Arab world or Asians and even South America, where you see people come in, invade and destroy the country, and just they don't come into any 40-something sub-Saharan African countries. India, disrespected them gravely. Mugabe, so many leaders, but they didn't come directly. Let me give you the reason why. Watch this American four-star general, what he emphasized in the statement that he's making. Let me just play quickly.
Volume.
Watch that term, our allies and partners, not them themselves. Watch, he would emphasize it over and over again.
Okay,
One,
you can't
that's
get the
the first
volume.
emphasis. Oh, you can't get the you can't get it. You can't hear it.
No,
you can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
Is it low or you can't hear it at all? Okay, let me
I cannot hear.
I didn't include audio. That's why. Sorry about that. Sometimes you have to include audio deliberately before it to play the audio. Let me do that now. Okay, I've included audio this time. Sorry about I didn't know because the other time I was just sharing data, searching Google and all the rest. Okay, now let me play it again. Notice the emphasis on the individuals, not America itself directly doing it through black people. They don't want to show their own face. Let me play.
AFRICOM's campaign revolves around central themes of ensuring strategic access, countering threats to the homeland and U.S. interests, preparing for and responding to crisis, and lastly, bolstering our allies and partners.
Our allies and partners, first mentioned, but just what he will keep emphasizing that.
This campaign places our African partners at the center, achieving positive change by executing African-led.
Again, African-led, because they know they have to do it like that, otherwise it's going to be chaos.
U.S.-enabled operations focused on our shared objectives. In Africa, modest investments and resources go a long way towards achieving our national security interests.
Do you know, I'm just adding this, that document that he's reading, I presented this show over a year ago from the AFRICOM website. That document is on their website. What he's saying is that very little money that you bring into Africa, you get your way. That's basically what he's saying. And that's what's in that document. He's basically, if you notice, he's reading that document, and I have a show that I presented here and on Auto Damages over a year ago on this issue. This one is happening this year now. Let's carry on.
Africa faces many challenges, but also offers even more opportunities. With our African partners at the forefront.
Again, the African partners at the forefront.
Reinforced by our efforts and the efforts of our allies, we will continue to gain ground towards achieving lasting stability, security, and prosperity on this crucial continent, AFRICOM's campaign revolves around central themes.
So that is the point I'm making, that the presence of African Americans in America matters a lot. This is why they approach Africa very differently from other regions. Look at what they are doing in Gaza right now. They're not hiding it. Have you ever seen them do that to any African country when they can easily do it in terms of their military power? But they don't do it because they know if you go and do it like that in Africa, you're going to have 1.4 billion black people around the world completely irate. Look at an example of it. Look at what is happening with the Traore issue. They tried to assassinate Traore, and suddenly African Americans started picking up on it, and they started like, why do you want to do it? I remember historically when they even wanted to invade Ethiopia once, African Americans wanted to join the fight too. So you can see the reasons why they don't treat Africa the same, black Africa the same way. And we are not, from that point of view, not totally defenseless, but you can't rely on that for your survival. And the idea that these things don't have to do with race, that the Oyibo man will come and defend us when they are trying to kill us, forget that one. The only reason why they would defend you is because of they're worried that it's going to cost them a civil war in America. That's why they will defend you.
So with that statement you made that they're coming to defend us, nobody's saying that. I don't think I've said that. I don't think.
But you are saying that they are going to condemn them. They are going to distance themselves from it. They won't. If they feel it, they're going to benefit from it. They won't.
I don't think you get my statement. Look, if these people have he'll plan against the black continent, they don't come out publicly to say we're going to do this because it's going to create a lot of outrages. So they are civilized to understand that they have to have a plan to deal with issue, even if it is a national issue. Like Africa, that the problem we have is this: even before we plan, we will campaign to a point that we show clearly that these people are not safe, and that's what they are preying upon when it comes to South Africa. Mugabe did it. We're going to chase them out. They don't belong here. They don't do this. They took our land. They did it. They did that. And at the end, they are not going to fold their hand here and that. Likewise, if any European leader should come out today, look, I'm going to buy them. I'm going to do this to them. These black fucking shit people, the rest will distance themselves, even when they're in part of that plan. They don't talk like that. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know whether you get it from this nation. So like South Africa, they were campaigning that these guys are our problem. Nigerians did it in the past, Ghanaians, because when we got independent, most of the white expatriates in our educational sector, in our administration sectors, and so many public sectors and all of them, they were willing to stay with Africa continent so we can build together as one. But we started chasing all of them, and they took their brain and left us. Today, what we don't know is that we don't have understanding about governance. That's why our levels of education. We don't have the understanding. We may talk good. Even when we can point to those things, we are failed to realize that the structures to achieve those things are not there. So instead of us to concentrate on building those structures, we prefer to exercise power and struggle. But for them, I don't know if America has some power, but European system here is based on structure that have to do with, we have to put structure on ground to solve that problem, and they back it with law. Nobody coming here to say executive order. We don't have that here. Even some European country, prime minister cannot even ignite a law. They have to go to parliament. If they don't approve it, then your soldier have to stay in their barrack. So like where we live in Sweden here. And I don't really know. We need to do things differently and figure out how we're going to manage ourselves. I do agree with you. Some years ago, you all the time you used to make a statement that these guys are coming back. Our defense is very porous. We are weak. That is just the truth. They mercy us to exist as a people. We've never defended ourselves, even as we are speaking. Economically, we depend on them. We want them to tell us how to do it. Even when they gave us the expo, because of greed, we still come back and mess it up. So that is my suggestion. Like Trump is doing what he's doing in South Africa because of the statement from the leader. They make it clear to the world that they don't need this guy. They have occupied their land. They must go. So if Trump is taking them, he's taking them on the basis of that reasoning. They feel unprotected, and he want to protect them. So you can't just say Southern Sudan they are having war. Yeah, Southern Sudan who are refugees, Eritrea. If you come to Europe here, the highest number of black immigrants that have refugee status are from Eritrea, Sudan, what is it called? Somalia. These are the people. West Africa people don't have it. You can't. No West African country can go to Germany today and tell them I need asylum protection. They will take you out. You just have to try to manipulate and see what being where God bless you. If your opposite sex will, have interest on you, and from there maybe you've been able to stay in their place. Outside that, you can't do anything. So we can't blame Trump. Trump is trying to do something. They want to set a new agenda for the world. First of all, African, we try to align with China. We want to align with Russia. And when they analyze those alignments, it's all based on exploitation. We don't even know what we're doing. So they can't fold their hands. They were the one who.
Nobody's saying they should put their own hands for their own interest, but where do we stand in all this arrangement? We stand as if we are bystanders on our own continent because our leaders that we have, which they call their partners,
we have space any longer to maneuver. Because when I look at our leader, it seems they don't even know what is going on. If I use my country as a template, because what is going on in our country currently is beyond our imagination. If you have seen the news that is coming out from Borno State now, you will wonder. And a whole military barrack, the armor, they exploded it some days ago, and just yesterday now, there is a strong eviction against a military base there. A lot of soldiers, by their armors, their vehicle destroyed on battleground, and these guys are expanding. So we are not in a state of emergency. Army we don't have. The system of government is based on Mr. President, who can just wake up and say, this is what I want to do, no due process. All they want to do is to appoint people, release money, they share the money among themselves, nobody's asking. So how are we going to help ourselves? We are just like an adult that poo-poo, we cannot clean our booters. So you can't blame them for everything, my brother.
I think the document he was talking about. Let me see if I can share this document. I think this is the document he was reading from. Dedicated Americans can have outsized impact. So I presented this document years ago. If you look at the website, it's their website there. If you are checking it, that's the African website. And this is what he was talking about, the way he was reading from the document. It says, honest assessment and prudent investment ensure the U.S. minimizes the impact of every taxpayer dollar spent to ensure American interests and support allies and partners. The locations where USA African resources and activities are concentrated represent the overlapping points where small teams of dedicated Americans can have outsized impact on geostrategic competition, protecting our personal and homeland, and reassuring our partners and allies. Those partners and allies are these people he kept referring to, African-led, and all those. That's the kind of people they are talking about. Like people like our presidents that we have, they use them because they don't want to come and show their face. If they show their face, they know the impact against them will be too much because we have too many black people around the world. It's not like where they say Gaza or even Middle East. We are talking about 1.4 billion black people around the world. If they show that they are directly affecting nations, you will see the noise everywhere, and Africans are going to wake up. So that's why they always use these tactics. They always use people, our own people, allies. They call them allies and partners all the time.
The tactics they use is to destabilize a stable country, and in that process, as we turn against ourselves as black, they will crawl in with the pretense of we are going there to establish peace. So in that process, nobody will rise up. Let me tell you, if Africa today directly, as you said, they start those bullshit, the white in Europe are going to rise up as well. Today, it's not only Arab that are protesting for the interest of Palestinians. So we should get that one in the back of our mind. But the failure of African leaders is that all we want is power. We don't want to succeed power to some other authorities. So it's just like going to meet Mr. President of Nigeria today. This is what we want. Even when that thing is not in the interest of Nigeria, he has no choice. Only a signature from Mr. President will keep us hostage. That's all. But in some country, the president have to do their own. The Senate have to do their own.
Are you seeing
the
this? Look at what
regional
they're talking
government
about now. They are talking about actually deploying forces in Africa ready to strike at any moment. They said something about while operating across vast continents with limited infrastructure requires that power projection platforms, force protection, ISR. ISR is basically surveillance, response forces, communication equipment, medical care be forward deployed. In other words, they should deploy it ahead of hand and ready to respond.
Yeah, the thing they are doing is this.
Yeah, so I was gonna give quick interjection earlier. Sorry. See, there's one thing to talk and support something by mouth. See, there's never been any time in history that black people, as a people, around the world, have had any meaningful impact on what goes on the global stage. Black people in Africa, Africa, a freaking nation of Negroes, could not do nothing about South Africa. Okay, onto the white people intervene. Um, there's what happened? You said, well, Gaddafi or Libyans are not black people. Fine. That's why. Listen, black people don't have any power. None in this country. Don't think George Floyd was a success. George Floyd was a success because of the white support from different organizations and whatnot. Because that's what it wanted. It helped and pushed the democratic agenda. But we as black people, let's don't pretend. I think you know that in Nigeria and in that we are not well organized. We don't have money that we dedicate to projects or big things. We don't support each other. We are, as a people, a weak people.
I think I what you have said, I can't say you are wrong with what you've said. In terms of us not being organized and in terms of us not having at least a self-aware power that we can project. We don't have that. That is true. However, it doesn't mean it's like an elephant that is not aware of its strength. It doesn't mean that when you try to hamper that elephant and knock the elephant sideways, if that elephant strikes out, it's going to do you damage. And that is the state Africans are in. We are a giant, one of the great races of the world that refuse to stand, which is our situation. We have about 4 great races in the world that number over 1 billion, and all the others are standing, and we are the 4th leg of the stool that refuse to stand. True. That is true, but it doesn't mean we are still not an elephant. And that's why they are careful with the way they approach us. They always...
No one is careful the way they approach you. They kill you like rats or cockroaches when they want to kill you.
Naija, they are not careful based on the way they approach us. They know how to approach us. They plan everything ahead, and
that's being careful now, isn't it?
Yeah.
If
No, it's not careful.
That's being careful. They are not just coming willy-nilly. They plan it and they know how to, because if they don't do that, they approach us like the way they approach Afghanistan.
Hold on, see, tonight, on the panel, like not too long ago, I asked a poignant question. 1 second, I asked a poignant question that if the white race decide to wipe out all black people in this world, can we resist them? And I think you give an emphatic answer. No, we can't resist them. We don't have a power.
Militarily, we cannot resist them if you look at it on paper right now. But if you look at it in terms of the chain of event that is going to occur during that time, we just might be able to remember. African Americans, they number almost 50 million in America, and America is by far the most powerful country in the world. Their presence there do matter. If they decide that, okay, we are not going to have this, there is going to be a massive civil war in America. And what is going to happen is that even there are going to be some other communities that will come and support the black people. That will, because now the black people are under threat. You will see a lot of white people. So, a lot of white people have black family members, and a lot of Hispanics have black family members. So you are going to see a lot of other maybe.
No, you try. Listen, you try to go around that. It looks like it's like reminiscent. That's exactly the way you're trying to answer the question last time I asked you.
No, you are not.
But I made it clear. Forget about that.
Let's not try to. I've already answered the other question on paper. We don't have any way of resisting them. But then you have to ask yourself, why have they not taken it then? Are they being nice? because they know, I'm telling you, in reality, to actually get it done, you have to have a specific condition in place in a way that you have the white and black community completely divided. If they are not divided, you're going to have what you have in America, where when they
Well,
have that.
I hope it doesn't come to that, because Hitler wanted to wipe out all the Jews. Now, hopefully we don't get a crazy white person that say let's wipe out all the black people, because if they choose to, we have no recourse.
Yeah, Hitler wanted to wipe out the Jews. What happened? Was it not white people that put him down? Because black people even have more power than this in white people. This in Jews from that point of view, because the white.
Let us not argue too much over this issue. Look, these guys, as I told you, they always plan, and they are very advanced to know the importance of planning, so they don't do their things briefly. Now, Hitler, nobody saved the Jews, but Hitler go beyond the Jews. He wanted to seize the entire Europe as well. So people did not come in because they want to protect the Jews. Now, let us look at it very well. He has a very simple question. In other words, can we defend ourselves? Looking at the global stage, in case of tomorrow, things turn around. And the way you are saying it, the Europeans or the West have realized that there is a reduction in the resources. The economy cannot perform the way it used to perform. And now they've put their heads together to see the picture broadly. Why are we in this mess? Yeah, Africa is embracing two powers, and that is China and that is Russia. So either we stop them fast, then we are not going to keep them in that space we want to keep them. So that is why America is doing everything possible for their own national interest. They don't care whether you're black in America or whether you are white. They say their national interest. So, and looking at the continent very well, the first step, the first strategy they normally do is to go close to the people. Look at how divided they are. Because even when they draw the Berlin Conference, most of Africans were having army that would have resisted them in the jungle like Vietnam. But they have to penetrate them and make sure they divide the people. They have to figure out those who will sell out. They have to prepare them, and gradually they took over the place. Now, in our continent, look at Nigeria today. If any of these superpower want to take our resources from us, tribal line, we are very divided. Religion, we are very divided. And politically, we don't even know where the power lies. The power to say do, and the executive lies on the president. But when things are wrong, you see them trying to point to somewhere else. So why not ask the governor? Why not ask the army general? Why not ask the police general? Why not ask this one? But you say you have your power. You are the one that we appoint to remove sack. But things are not working good. You can't take responsibility for it. So in our own case, we are very vulnerable. Some African countries are good. Our country and Nigeria is vulnerable.
We are extremely vulnerable.
I'm not. See, I'm
but
not.
You always talk about military might and power.
I'm one of those.
Tonight, do you know we don't have any formidable military in Africa apart from maybe Egypt and South Africa? Even Nigeria, not anymore. I don't think so. I think Nigeria military is weak now.
When you start counting Egypt, I see North African countries have as much manpower in their police, in their military forces as the bottom 40-something black African countries.
Okay, there you go. So there you go. So it shows how vulnerable, just like my man was saying. We become vulnerable and everything.
See, I gave the example of an elephant that doesn't know its strength. That is what Black Africa is. We are a great race.
No, Tunaja, what is the strength of an elephant? What is the strength of an elephant that you think? What do you think?
What is the size of an elephant?
What is the strength of an elephant as you think? What do you think is an elephant's strength?
In terms of the analogy, is the size and the ability to
I think you'd be surprised that the strength of an elephant is actually its brain. I think an elephant is one of the smartest creatures in the world, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not really the size. An elephant is the thinking animal.
Hold on. You see, there are two things here. The elephant is made up of the brain and the brawn. And an ant with brain is not the same thing as an elephant with brain, is it? So there's two different things. I agree with you. Elephant needs their brain, but elephant is made up of both strength and size. If America was the size of Israel in terms of the population, something tells me that they're not going to be the superpower that they are today. Size matters.
If you want to use elephant,
Israel is a great example of that. Israel is a great example of that, and many European countries like Finland and whatnot. But Israel is a perfect example. Israel is not big in size, just like even population and in terms of even land mass. but that's a powerful country. Israel has,
It's not as powerful. America is the reason why Israel is powerful. If America pulls their power from, even Israel couldn't even bomb without America giving them the bomb. If America pulls that, this thing is gone. So you know that it's a fact of life. America last year tried to pull this weapons from Israel.
What you have to understand is this: America is benefiting from Israeli brain. The whole globe is benefiting, and that's why they are supporting.
That's a great point. That's a wonderful point that Nigeria doesn't know. The Israel strength is not really by its military size, even though. Say Israel, the Jewish people, they are a contributor to this world in such an immense way that.
Are you trying to tell me that? Are you actually trying to argue with me that America gains more from Israel than Israel gains from America?
It depends how you're going to measure it. Wait. When it depends how you're going to measure it on different ground. Wait, when it comes to brain, global innovation, America love them. They know what they have gained from them. And that is why they say we will not let them down. And they are still gaining when it comes to brain. Now, as you said, indeed, the disadvantage they have why they can never be as powerful as America is because they are small. And again, they have brain. That is why America love them. They know what they want and they were able to penetrate. Now, Nigeria, don't describe Nigeria as an elephant. Nigeria is a sick elephant. His leg is broken, hand is broken. So there is no time he's going to get up. You have to treat his leg and hand. So everybody can understand. So when you are comparing to elephant, you are making a mistake. There's nothing left.
That big mistake.
Go back home.
The old black Africa is not a freaking big elephant.
You can twist it all you want. The point is well made that America may be, and this black community may be an elephant that is sick. But the point is that if they recover, they are still a great race amongst our 4 great races in the world. So if they get themselves back, they will be able to defend themselves. So that's the point. The point is that no matter how you try to denigrate it,
the way things are going, the way things are going, the trajectory of things. Let me tell you, Africa is like a son waiting for the dad to die so he can inherit the property, the inheritance. Because the reason I'm giving that analogy is that, look, it's not like we have this great innovation or something going for us that will make us so great tomorrow. But you, to Nigeria, you're counting on the size of the population and the size of the continent as a strength. And quite so, maybe so in the future, far future, to come. But as a people, you're not great by your size. You're not great by your natural resources. You're only great by what you can do with what you have around you. That's what makes you great.
We have all those things. We have a massive continent. We have a massive population. We have basically even a genetic base of humanity. So let's not try to confound things here. I'm just saying that I'm one of the first to say we are defenseless. I'm one of the first to say we need to step up our game in terms of our defenses. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, you have to ask yourself why people are not showing up on the continent the way they show up everywhere else. Because they know they want to keep us like this. If we change from this state very rapidly, our fortunes are going to change.
So Nigeria, I said, okay, what makes us great? What are we doing something unique that I'm not aware of? I mean,
critical reasons. What makes us great? We have a large landmass. We have a large population. We have a long history, as about the longest history of all humanity. So, how else can you describe it? People with all those
to me, those are not sequiturs. It's not a factor. All the things you mentioned, they're like
factor because human beings.
So if the line, if all those qualities, all those attributes that you just mentioned, how come we're not being great right now? What is stopping us?
Because our people are the mindset, in terms of the
mind. Oh, the mindset. the greatest asset, the mindset, the
That's why I
mind,
gave the
the
elephant
brain.
analogy. That's why it's a perfect analogy. You can have an elephant with all that strength, but the elephant doesn't know, because I heard of this analogy where they said they will train
Nigeria, we don't have any
Hold
strength.
on
We
now.
don't
Let me
have
give
any
you this
damn
example.
strength.
Let me
What
give this
strength is that?
example. Where they said in India, where the way they train the elephant is that from a young age they will use a peg to hold the elephant in place so that the elephant cannot run away. So because they use that peg to prevent the elephant from running away, they will tie the elephant to that peg. Even when the elephant is a giant that can rip that peg out of the ground, the elephant still stays in position because it thinks that peg is able to hold it in place. You see what I mean? That is what Africa is. Africa is a massive beast that can't seem to get their act together. And because they can't get their act together, it just seems like we are extremely weak. But the people that are keeping us in that state, they want us to remain that way, just like that this in farmer or elephant herder wants to ensure that that elephant doesn't discover its strength, because if it does, the elephant will rip the peg off the ground and rip the head of the farmer off. So they don't
Tonight,
want to
I
do
can
that. That's why
appreciate
they attack
your love as a black person trying to project this unwarranted or non-existent strength and power. I can appreciate that. But what you're talking about tonight, that does
I
not
can give you
exist.
another example again.
It
I can give
doesn't
you another
exist.
example of what I'm talking about, because there are examples of this. The statement of Mao Zedong, this thing. Mao Zedong said he was thanking the Japanese for invading them. This thing, Mao Zedong. Let me see if I can find Mao Zedong on Japanese invasion. Good thing I already have it in my chat. This thing. So look at the statement he made about the Japanese invasion. He said Mao Zedong's view on the Japanese invasion are complex, and the statement says something about being awoke. Where is the quote? Oh, let me see. Quote. Let me get the quote, because this one is just going round and round explaining stuff. Okay, it says good instructor Mao Zedong is a statement. Where is the quote now? I asked for the quote. Okay, I think that's the quote there. Mao Zedong said, "We have to thank the Japanese. Without the Japanese invasion of China, we would not have been able to achieve the cooperation between the Communist Party of China. We would not have been able to develop and eventually gain power." So these are the statements that Mao Zedong made, and he actually said we have to thank the Japanese military that invaded them. Can you imagine that? That we have to thank them because they woke them up. That is mindset issue that I was
Where are
trying
you
to
going
address.
now? What are you drawing
I'm
now?
saying
I
that
don't
that
understand.
elephant I was referring to, the mindset is his problem. If the elephant wakes up, and I'm telling you that this strategy that they are using is to ensure that elephant doesn't wake up. They have to put a black man in the front of us to make sure we don't wake up. Because if we wake up,
No,
that the real
you
enemy is
don't,
outside there,
you
our
don't see
approach will change completely.
you don't see it that way. See, to Niger, the truth of the matter is that the elephant is sick, and the elephant is not willing to admit to say I am sick, because there is a huge pool of water very close to the elephant. It can drink from there.
Midwest, I don't think the elephant is not trying to admit that it's sick. The elephant doesn't know that it's sick. That's the problem.
Yeah, he doesn't know. So because there's a pool of water very close
No
to the
black
elephant.
person would tell you that they
Wait
don't know
now,
that Africans have issues.
let
Come
me
on, why are
analyze
you
what
guys
I'm
doing that?
saying. There's a pool of water very close to the sick elephant, so he can drink from there, and he can make loud noise, and a lot of grass for him to. So he doesn't care to work. So that is just the fact. Now these people created a country. They collapsed the entire structure of black race, civilization, and everything. They created a country for us. Now we ask for independence, and most of those guys who fear lighting to ask for it, they could not see the future. They did not, scale the challenges that was before them, because they can talk like master. And they jump in and they started ruling us. And when you look at the country, when they left us, we are all rich country. We have opportunity to develop. We have opportunity to build. Nigeria was one of the greatest countries in the world. But however, we have eternal political problem. And instead of we being an Africa,
we didn't earn it. We didn't earn it. You can't be what you are not. Let's say there's a reason why many of the people that win lottery, they don't go on to make keep the money, because they didn't live the lifestyle. They didn't earn the money the way they are supposed to. To earn money or to earn power, you have to live it. It's a lived experience. That's why the Mao Zedong is praising the Japanese invasion, because they had to live it.
Now,
maybe
sometimes you don't always have to innovate. you can just build on something that is good that's already exists, like the Chinese.
It sounds simple for me to
That's
say, but to do it is a different thing because you have to bring people along with you. If those people don't feel what you feel, you can. It's hard to make them feel it. They have to live it.
At that time, we were having very decent, good people based on the tradition they were raised. Most of the things that was sold on them is honesty. And you need those kind of people to build a society. But those who felt they have learned from the masters, who doesn't have understanding, thought they have solution to our problem. And gradually they descended against themselves. And till today, we are unable to get out of it. If you don't admit that you have a problem, how are you going to solve it? When you
Who
claim
said we didn't have a problem? We all know we have a problem. Where did you get that? See, make argument with somebody that is in front of you. Don't make argument that you think you are going to win. And if that human being doesn't exist, that's like fighting in an empty room. Nobody's saying that we don't have problems. We all know we have a big one, an existential problem for that matter.
We don't recognize the problem. We feel we can solve it, something that is bigger than us.
Actually, I don't think most of people have given up that we can solve it. That's the problem. Most people have actually given up. I'm one of the people that think that we have a chance to solve
it. We're trying to solve what we don't know. There is no understanding. We don't have clear understanding about what is going on around us, how we are contributing, how we open the door for them to come in and expand it for us. As I said, if they want to come to
Midwest, soon you come to. I hope you have already known this by now. You must have experienced it that sometimes you can know something intellectually, but it doesn't mean you can follow through in terms of your actions or your judgment.
Because somebody don't have a clear understanding.
No. See, there are different aspects to human being. See, I think we are learning something here. Let me say something that I've discovered. See, let me say this that I discovered. There are different aspects to human being behavior. It's not only intellectual knowledge, it's also the feeling to be able to carry it through. Human beings need more than just knowledge of something. Even if you tell all if you ask many black people, they will tell you that people don't mean very well for them in many ways. They will agree with that. But why is it that they still worship them? Why is it that because it needs more than that. They have to believe that they have no choice now, that they are either going to die or they are going to fight for their life. That is what it tends to come down to with human beings. Human beings are strange like that. We are lazy when it comes to doing the right thing for ourselves. Why do you think people become slaves? Do you think they don't know that they are going to be slaves to death? But they feel like that slavery is not going to kill them immediately, so they can afford to suffer to become slaves. But if they believe that you're about to kill them in the next room, they will fight you. That's human beings have to feel that they are under threat before they respond.
So the thing is this, when you look at your country very well, do you think we understand our problem? If you think so, then you are wrong. We don't understand our problem. Your president today want to rule a country that look like Dubai or even like United States. That is their desire. Don't take that away just because they are misbehaving, that believing that they just want it to be bad. No. Those good things they want to achieve, they don't have understanding to reach them. To be honest. And that's why we are
I think that some of our people are quite smart. And I can understand. See, I'm beginning to even sometimes feel sorry for our leaders to an extent, because they are fighting a war that is almost like the war is in the mind. It's in a war. It's a war that to get your people to be in a position where they can defend your life, where they are capable of making the necessary sacrifices that they need to make for you to survive and do all the things that they want you to do. It's not that simple, because Nigerian people now, if you are a leader in Nigeria, say you are against corruption, you're against people, by the time all the sanctions starts coming in and they start threatening them, you will see that your own people will start looking for a way to kill you. They'll say, what we had before was better. We don't want this wahala because the heat is too much. Because they don't think, because they feel like you are bringing too much danger to them. They don't want that danger.
Even like that in the Western world. Take, for example, America want to stop the Houthi completely. And they decide to say, let's go and take that country now. It's going to be a huge cost. They evaluate the cost. And if they are not quick to achieve it, the Americans, with their civil, will turn against the leader who decide that. But if there is a quick feast and there is hallelujah, from that say advanced country, they will sing for their leader. It's just like that across the globe.
From what I've seen, the way it tends to happen is if you
Let me
have a
tell you
leader,
the difference.
yeah.
Let me just go to Africa on. The problem we have as an African is that we have allowed them to make us to see that only Mr. President should have the absolute power for the country to function. And if you watch the black race country, it is just like that. So therefore, when they come after that single president, they have it all. And because the way we are wired, as a result of greed, we don't want to give autonomous power for institutions to function on their own and use the law to guide them. What we want is that Mr. President can wake up today. Army general, army this, you are sacked. Like when the president came in, I think he retired more than 500. Buhari did it in a single country. Where 10 officers. So it's okay. Now, today, the armies are of the Nigerian military, they have already been overrun. People are not willing to be recruited because they don't know the country they want to fight for. What are they gaining? So, and they even superpower like America went to their place, they fought, and I don't think they got better result. Now they are surrounding our country. Our eyes are open.
No, our eyes are not open yet. See, what opens people's eyes. See, when Mao Zedong said what he said, see, try to understand what I'm saying here. When Mao Zedong said what he said, he didn't say, "Oh, because the Japanese just tried to invade us and they just put their ships around our country, they've woken us up to our." No, because the Japanese invaded them and it was a brutal invasion. What the Japanese did to them was not something you can even imagine. And if you look at Soviet Union, the same thing too. What the Germans did to them is not only they lost 28 million people. This is huge numbers.
You can't use that to compare us.
Why?
China never.
Are they not
China
in the same
never.
world?
Get it very clear now. China never fought. If, for example,
China did.
Wait now. If China has fought and the Japanese overrun them, took possession of them, start controlling them, then the history would have been different. Likewise, the Russia, when the German went to Russia, they went there. The Russians were able to stand up, defend themselves. For
After they
example,
lost 28 million people.
Doesn't care how many number you run. Were they able to overrun your country? That's what matters.
Yeah, but that's okay. See, you are coming to my point. The point I'm making is that if you survive an attack from a foreign enemy, and you after you survive it, what do you think your people will be feeling then? They will want to do anything to make that nation strong. You don't need to preach to them anymore. They know what needs to be done.
Get it clear. If the administration to be or the leadership to be did not fall, then the people can rally around their leader and think about how to build a formidable country.
Exactly. That is what Africa is not having. And Africa doesn't have that. We've not had that experience.
You are not also getting my point. Africa fought completely. Everything were rooted.
Africa didn't fight
and now,
for independence.
I'm not talking about. I'm not going to independent now. I'm just talking about whom we had before the colonization. We lost.
You see, that's why I said the critical point you made there. Hold on. You need to hear me out because I'm making some points that is correlated.
They possess us. They now decide to channel us in a way that we enable them to govern us forever. So we are unable to get out of that disastrous falling that our ancestors witnessed. So now, up to today, we are still in that shape. They shape us to what we are today. They shape us to the crisis we find ourselves. And they are the one who planned the system for us. Do it this way, do it this way. My brother, your country today, all the telecommunication from your president, people are there listening. America is getting anything Tinubu said on telephone, they're listening. The Germans are listening. Japanese are listening.
Everything you just said just now, everything you just said just now,
all their communication.
Everything you said just now, I've said it before. that's why I agreed with you when you said they didn't conquer the Russians because they overcame the Germans eventually.
What?
You have to be able to survive an invasion or an attack from an enemy. If you don't survive it, they will go on to rule like the way they ruled Africa as colonizers. Then they groomed different generations to serve them, and by the time they were ready to leave for during the period of independence, they handed power to those collaborators. Normally, when nations get rid of their oppressors, they fight the oppressors, defeat the oppressors, or make the oppressors retreat, and defeat the oppressor collaborators too. But in the case of almost all African countries, especially the black ones, their collaborators are the ones they handed power over to. That is what you see right now. You said it yourself. The leaders that we have now, they shaped them in their image, and that is what they are doing right now. This is our problem. This is why I keep saying our mindset is where it is. It's not because we don't know intellectually that they did all these things, but why can we not break out of it? Because we don't feel it like the way the Russians felt it. We don't feel it like the way the Chinese felt it. If we felt it, we will fight.
Okay.
We'll be ready to die.
I agree with you now. Those guys that enable them, they've been able to use them to almost program our mind to see life the way those who enable them have seen it. So that is why I said we are now in a very, very terrible shape, because they've been able to use those people to shape our mindset to see life just like that. Now, let me give another example of country that have fell down, like Japan. They lost it totally, and America took possession of them. I can use that word. The German likewise. But if you go back to history, the Americans at that time, and maybe Britain, because France was almost like down, but it's still there partially. They asked themselves a question: should we allow these people to continue to suffer? Maybe one day they will rise up again and be thinking of vengeance, or should we develop them, particularly the Japanese? They pick, let's develop them, let's work together. Likewise, the German. But in Africa continent, the question they asked themselves was, if these people rise again, they're not going to mercy us. And again, without them and without their resources, we cannot survive. So what can we do? We must keep them in this stage. And that stage is where
the funny thing is that without their resources, without our resources, they can't survive. But what they cannot survive is us rising and becoming a problem for them. So it's a double whammy. The resources there, they may be greedy for it, but they can survive without our resources. But what they cannot survive is the fear that we may become a problem for their power. And that is a problem, and that's why they have to hold on to control. So there are dual reasons why they want to keep us in check: resources, which is for me is of a less requirement, and potential danger for them. Is for me that's a bigger one that they worry, because Africa is very big. It's larger than Europe in terms of the population landmass that they have, and has a lot going for it. So they don't want a situation whereby Africa becomes, Africa. We always talk as if it was Europe that first attacked Africa. Africa attacked Europe first. Africans went into Europe first. The Moors went into Europe first.
Tunanja, how are you? Good evening, my brother. Yeah, can we wrap it up at 11 hours? So one Mama don't like it to go more than, you understand what I mean? Yeah. No, I'm not cutting you off, but let's wrap it up at 11 hour straight. Yeah, thank you.
We'll do that.
Do you have access to or I will shut it down?
The back end, I do have access to the back end. I can shut it off.
No, that's when it's 11, when it's exactly half an hour, I'll come and shut it down. I'm here with you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So sometimes we forget. We make it look like it's only we just attacked Africa. Africans attacked Europe first. Africans went from Africa and took over Europe for 800 years. That is quite a long time to be ruling over Europe.
All those blah blue history, they need to be evaluated, because
evaluated for what? Whether it's true.
Yeah, need to be evaluated. First of all, the one you call Africans that went to Europe, who were they? Maybe you're talking about the Arabs.
The Moors.
Okay.
Yeah,
The Moors.
they are made up of Arabs, Berbers, and black people.
Then the
But
question
they are
you ask
mostly
yourself,
Arabs or Berbers. I'm not so sure.
Islam and Christianity, which one is the oldest? Even when Jesus was born, the Romans were already in everywhere. So I don't. So you should understand that history is very,
No,
very
the
complex.
Romans were not all over Africa. They were in North Africa by and large, very like
Yeah,
north.
when you talk about the Moros, you are still talking about the North Africans, not the black race.
It's a fair point. If you are saying yeah, but not Africans, you can also you know when I said Africans went into Europe first, you can also argue that Europeans went into Africa first too, if you want to look at from that time. But if you look at back towards
And
the time
again,
of
wait,
ancient
oh,
Egypt,
when they,
ancient
when they
Egyptians went to Europe first too.
when
Again,
when they were there, they never went there to go and destabilize the place. They went there to survive, live with the
what?
people. Yeah,
The
they went
Moors,
there.
the Moors, the
Yeah,
Moors.
the
Oh,
months.
come on.
I lived in Spain before, my brother. I will talk to you. I
So
want
they
to
went
give
there
you
to just go and make peace, just be nice.
like
They didn't
in the
fight a war to take it.
wait, look at what happened. It's just like everybody migrating to America today, UK, with all different religion, culture, and that's that was what happened those days in Spain. So these guys were coming trading. The civilization wasn't as advanced as the way it is today. So those countries were already kingdoms. They have army. If they were to put up a fight, the history would have been different. They would have possessed it. They never fell. But as time progressed, the real monks became the Muslims. Though the rest people who were not practicing those Islam, they were no longer accepted. So they fully established themselves in the southern part of Spain. You see it now. So until it gets to a problem where those people started setting up their own administration. So that is when the war break out between the Spanish, the Kingdom of Spain then, and supported by so many kings in Europe as well, where the husband of the I think the husband of the queen or something like that, but not just a queen. I think the daughter of the king went to battlefront with that is Isabella, her husband. So they fought that war and they were able to defeat them and force those Islamic ideology out of European continent. Then, so if you still go back to Spain today, most of the names of the city in the southern part of Nigeria are Arabic name. Most of their streets, most of the name of town is still remain. So it's just like what is going on in Europe today, whereby the demography is changing and some people are not happy. Just like your United Kingdom, there are races there when their population really grows to some like 60-70%. You're not going to have United Kingdom today again, except they have to put up a fight. Everybody know. I don't want to mention, even you, if you want to evaluate the society carefully. So that is exactly what happened in Spain at that time, and they were able to narrowly escape it. So if people are saying Africa just nobody went there to go and we want to declare war with thousands of men. That country was very strong, but as those demographics change in the deep south of that country, it gets to a generation where it became a full scale war. But that is the little.
For me, what I see is that Africans went there, and when they
Even
started
the
converting to
Jews,
Islam, yeah,
were there. So
when they converted to Islam, Mansa Musa didn't help too by going to show off gold all the way from Africa to the Middle East to do his Hajj. And when you see, when other people have such gold, they will use it to conquer the entire North Africa. But African men, they went and they want to cash cruise and cash out and show off the wealth that they have. And guess what? Almost the same time, it's almost, you can't even make it up. It's almost at the same time they followed him back into Africa, and the story, the history, the rest is history. Now we know what happened after that. So after the time of Mansa Musa, it was a disaster for Africa. It was almost like the same time.
To Nigeria, those people history is one of the most complex history in the world. You know why? When Islam take possession of a land, every history of the existence of the people before Islam totally eroded. So they attributed everything to Musa and how Musa come to being. the civilization that was there, the black civilization before Musa. Nobody's talking about it. If you don't open your Bible today to read about the Egyptians and Pharaoh, who were not Muslims, but when you look at the people who are digging those things, taking possessions with their faith today, they will write everything and tell you, look, it was made by Muslims. So that Musa of a thing, sometimes just let them say, they will tell you they were the greatest mathematician. I told them, look, the Egyptian mathematicians were never Muslims. So what will you call those people? They were never. So when they possess a land, the history of that land, you can't get it again. The Spanish history would have been different today. If you look at the northern part of your own country today, 18 something they came. What of the history of the black people that were there before that 18 something? You can't see it anymore. So that is why their way of documenting history, if you want to follow, you can't even get anything. You have to point to this. Okay, let's take the Somalia as an example today. The Somalia don't have history of the black civilization, apart from the one Arab left for them. Ask them about the people that were there before. Were they not great? Were they not running society? Were they not trading with the Jews? Were they not? No, that one has a root there. Only Ethiopia that will tell you. For example, they were able to take Ethiopia. You will not hear that again. That at the time they were trading with the Jerusalem and the rest. So their own history, when they try to present it before you, one have to be very, very careful, because all their history is documented to praise their religion and their faith, nothing more than that. And when they are describing it, it's as if they founded that place. Can you talk about the history of civilization in Saudi Arabia before they finally conquered the place? These were great people, highly civilized people, but no, there's nothing you can dig. You can't dig so far to see something. How were they governing themselves? No. So, like in let's also come down to our country. The greatest problem for a black man is greed. Knowing very well you alone cannot do it. Instead of you to say, okay, you play your own role, 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 but be subject to the authority.
Midwest. So how is the black man's greed different from the white man's greed or other greeds?
The difference between the white man greed is that I feel they value their society first above that greed. But for the black man, we don't care apart from self, maybe immediate children. That's all. You see those ones that are close to you, everything ended. So the greed of the white people, I feel they see their nation first. Everything we have in our country, they have it here. We are strong men of that society. They meet and discuss issues. Like maybe we call them sometimes we call them occult people or whatever we want to call. There are men in every country. They meet somewhere. Even here in Europe, they discuss issues. But when you fuck up the nation, something that will affect tomorrow, they will tell you, no, you don't have to do that. But when it is somewhere else, they will try to protect. So I think this is my own finding, because the black man greed and the European white man greed is that the white people believe that their country have to be protected, and that is whom they are.
I think one, the black man has greed and the white man has greed. The basic difference between them is that the white man has a mindset to dealing with existential threats more than black people at the moment. At least the white people have managed to deal with it and overcame it, and it meant that they too are always placed in a position whereby they are very much aware. They never forget. Nobody groomed them to forget that, okay, they are under threat. They are always at alert for danger, and they respond with common sense approach. But
so you say black man is weak, can't think far into the future, and it is not it doesn't explore its surroundings. Is that what you're saying?
No, we explore our surroundings. Our limitation is that our ability to project and this in assess threats has been this thing a kind of gotten rid of, or for want of a better word, diluted greatly by
gotten rid of, or we never had one, or we never used. I mean,
we had it, we lost.
Who got rid of it? Who got rid of it?
The colonizers got rid of it when they came in.
Okay, so, before the colonizer.
No, before the colonizer, he was there. See, because remember, it's not, the Indians are not reacting the way we react now, are they? Or the Chinese reacting the way we react? Even if they also experience some element of domination by the West. The problem is that the West shaped the minds of our leaders, and the problem with leaders is that they are not just individuals; they are entities that have an effect on the entire population. It's like a driver. A driver in a car is one person, just like every other passenger, but that driver can determine the fate of the others. You see what I mean? That's how leaders affect a population. And these Western powers basically brainwash the leaders to ensure the mindset of the people is hoodwinked from being able to see the world clearly. And this goes right to the heart of the point I'm making, that this is why they want to make sure we don't see it. Because the moment the entire continent starts seeing it, it's a problem for them. It means they don't get their way anymore, and people will start. And personally, even when the people start seeing them, I still don't think that is enough. There has to be an action that galvanizes people that say, okay, my knowing about this is not enough. I have to act to protect my children's future. I have to act to protect my ancestry. I have to act to protect my culture. You see what I mean? That is what you people have that we never did have. They will always be fighting each other for a very, very long time. And when they came to us, then they were able to overwhelm us with all that force that they came with. And we never recovered from that.
When they came to us, most of our ancestors resisted them because they know whom they are. They never really actually accepted everything about them. But because they have enablers, they were able to raise some set of people who are also our race to enable them to achieve those aims. And even when we're fighting independence, we were fighting for those enablers to continue from where they stop. And now those enablers have colonized everybody's mind to see life that way. And that's why we have huge problem today. I don't think we're going to get out of this mess so easily, or whether we will get out of it at all. That's why you seek elephant. The generation today, the way they reason, forget it, my brother. Humans aren't supposed to reason that way. Look at our society very well and see the horror and evil that is going on. It means people have lost their conscience. They've lost their conscience. Because if you have your conscience, like the one our ancestors were having, it would have been so easy to give our ancestors some few things and we signed document with them. They started resisting. No, they put up a fight. Most of those civilizations,
even if they resisted, the problem is that after resisting and you lost, then the victors go on to rule for at least 3 generations. You will find that the leaders that they produce after 3 generations will be beholden to their own ideas of reality. And that is the problem we are facing.
That is it. Thank you, my brother. That is just the exactly problem we are facing today. It's just like having Mr. President. Look at Tinubu now. And look at the Northerners, the way they are projecting themselves. What are they projecting themselves for? Power. It has nothing to do with the people. Power. So that's it. If, for example,
and they see the Igbo people as some kind of, parent race that guides them how to rule.
The northeast of Nigeria have some levels of power to decide on their own how to solve their problem, and giving the information to the federal, the northwest, the south. We tap into our resources, but because of greed, look at the country today. When the Northerners were ruling, you see voices of people, professors, Nobel Prize winner. Oh, they should restructure Nigeria. They should restructure Nigeria. That is the only way. Are they talking today? No, they are not talking. They have the power now. So when the power comes to North, they're going to cry. Restructuring. This is the wickedness of a black man. They just think of once they have the power, everybody around them are in position. Yeah, we are the one we are doing it.
And extending their arms toward the controls. With no camera or side shielding, the rider is exposed to the open air, maintaining a full 360-degree view for complete situational awareness, an intentional design for real-time orientation during flight.
We don't even have what it takes to stop what is coming. And this superpower who are interested in our resources,
you expect American president to American people to go and be dying in a war in Nigeria? No, they will only do that because they want the French descent, the British descent. These Islamic, they are going to own the country. And they started it now. This new phase is what they're going to start now. Because of greed. Just because of greed. They turn blind eye.
Yeah, it's okay anyway. I think we are all in agreement that we need to wake up, and I just hope that someday something happens that galvanizes our people to wake up and do the right thing for their people, for us all, because I'm sure most of us are tired of staying overseas, and many want to return back home to actually go and live on the continent. And imagine a day when our people can be able to travel like everyone else. Pick up their,
I am
yes.
not tired living overseas.
Oh, look at this one. Look at this one. You don't want to you don't want to be able to pick up your passport and say, I want to travel to Japan, and you don't have to apply for visa. You don't want to. And for every Nigerian, that's or every African, that's what you want to see, because we don't even know how it is to live like other people anymore. Like a Japanese man can pick up one morning and say, I'm going to Australia. He will just go buy a ticket and go. He doesn't have to do anything. And the same thing for many people around the world. But Africans, we are like chained all the time. That chain has to come off.
When we got independent, Nigeria was like that. You travel everywhere you want. So
yes,
today,
but they did that. That is a transition phase now. They are transitioning away from us, and by the time they fully left,
because we choose to go down. We are no longer in that stage where they can allow that to happen. The government don't care about the employment of our people. Doesn't care about how they should feel. It doesn't care about their security. You are just
where is it different? Where is the line between the government and the everyday people? Because when sometimes you look at, in some ways, when you look at it, the everyday people are just the same as the government. They are willing to sell the people out and get. If you give 90% of Nigerians money and tell them to sell out their country, they will sell out. 90% right now, because all Nigerians want to see is they are making financial progress in life. That is, they like that more than anything else. If you tell them, oh, I'm going to give you 10 million pounds or $10 million, and all I need you to do is sign these rights away and make sure that the vote goes this way for this guy that I want, Nigerians will do it. They don't care, because they will look at it like, that 10 million, my neighbors will be liking me, and all those enemies of progress. That's all Nigerians think about.
You know the reason why it's like that? You ask yourself, your level of education, if you got it in Nigeria, are you going to agree with me that your father and your mother, they have to sweat through their buttocks to be able to support you to have that education? Now, if you have been paying electricity, they have to sweat to make sure you have diesel or petrol to power your generator. They have to sweat to make sure you have your own security. There's somebody who is beating my son, they are the one that have to come out. So automatically, what are you doing for the government that you're going to protect? You're going to support?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that point, but we as a people, we shouldn't always look at it from the point. I guess it's one thing to say it. I know that they will never listen to what we are saying. They always look at it from the point of view that this thing is not good for this in our people. They don't look at it from that point of view. They look at it that it is good for me, and I'm going to rise to the next level, and my enemies will be put to shame, and I'll be able to, catch crews and do whatever. Like, that's all. All my experience with Nigerians indicates that is all they think about. Like someone like Tinubu now, to get into office, all you need to tell him is that I'm going to make sure you get into office. P2B will not get anything out of this. I'm going to frustrate him. I'm going to break the rules. I'm going to do whatever I need to do. But you, as Tinubu, you make sure that you devalue the currency of the country. You make sure you do so and so. You don't do anything about your security. You don't do. Tinubu would look at it like, why should I care about national security? Why should I care about the economy? As long as I'm okay. That's what Tinubu will care about. And that's what Nigerians care about. They care about power for their own individual self.
I don't agree with you. Whether
that's all
Tinubu,
I see.
Buhari and all. Yeah, none of them.
I'm coming. The whole of them, they want to see a country that is well secure. The problem is that how can we achieve it? They don't have the understanding. So now remember, Tinubu is not a military general. They have to consult with the generals and security expatriates within the country to say, come, how are we going to solve this? They will say, yes, there's a solution. The solution is this. But the estimated fund should be so billion. And Tinubu will never look at the president from Jonathan to today. None of them were reluctant to spend. They keep on pumping money. Now you release the from your office that was originally designed never to hold money in the first case. No presidential office was not designed to hold money. It's paper. But in Nigeria case, they call it portfolio. Everything will go to the military generals, and the military generals don't account to anybody. Apart from the accounting department they have, likewise the president department. Now automatically, we don't actually have the government. So everybody does
But
what
the
he or
point
she
was
like.
about
They
whether
share the
our
money
people
among
will sell
themselves.
out.
Yes,
The
sir.
point is
They
about
share
whether
the
our
money.
people will sell out.
They share the money among themselves, and at the end they abandon the job. Nothing is being done, and the president will still ask. No, this thing is still happening. I will tell you as we speak today, from president to all of them who want good for, they are frustrated. The problem is that we don't know how to do it. That's just the truth. We don't have the understanding.
So the thing is know-how is what is preventing our leaders from doing the right thing.
It's preventing every one of us. We don't have the know-how at all.
How is it that I know how? Anybody else knows how?
In
See, you
theory,
can start
wait
into
now.
ChatGPT right now.
See
They will
the
tell you
problem.
how.
See the problem where they wire us, where we lost everything. In theory, we knows it. And mind you, when you start approaching the practical, it's a different thing entirely. Now, the design educational system, the foundation of that educational system was based on how to learn their language. So they can communicate with us, we can communicate with them. And since the independence of the continent, we rely on that theory education, and we are now masters and professors in that theory education. The know-how is not there, I'm telling you. And nobody is willing.
The know-how is there. The problem is that the know-how is not being used to empower the people. That's why I told you earlier on. So hold on. Let me say it. I made that comment earlier on that you can know something intellectually. It doesn't mean you are going to use it to affect your judgment and about the things you make, the decisions you make in the future.
Then you don't have the practical. That's why you can't use it.
It's not only practical. Even when you know the
You
practical,
don't have the practical understanding. That is why you cannot use it.
Let me put it this way. Okay, let me put it this way to you. The president of Nigeria, now let's say, God forbid, President Tinubu wanted to do the right thing by Nigeria, and Americans say no. If you dare to do it, this is what we're going to do. We're going to penalize you. And look at it from the first get-go. President Tinubu has already been to America. Maybe he's done things that is going to compromise him. One, they will release that information to compromise him already, because they've been working with these people for years. Even when Abacha was in office, they release that information, and they'll say, you know what? Since you think that you are very, very headstrong, we are going to deal with you. Your life is forfeit. We are going to be looking for a way to assassinate you, assassinate your family members, your children, all of them, and many of them are based in the West. All your businesses, everything. Do you think any African leader will sacrifice those things for their people? They will sacrifice versus them. Exactly. So even if they have the know-how, they are not willing to go through that process. They are not willing to. That's the problem.
Okay. The know-how I'm talking about is this. You should get it very well. Like that, the president situation you use as an example. What you want is power. You understand what I'm saying? And they understand people very black man, very greedy, who is selfish, only himself, he doesn't care about his country. They can come with those conditions. By the way, right? You see it now. If we admit that we don't know it and we want to do it good, there are many powers that are willing to support us to know it. It depends on the arrangement on ground.
See, it's not about. I just told you it has nothing to do with know-how. We know it, but we choose not to do it because it's too hard.
No, we've created door for them to explore because we don't know it. Sometimes, if you look at this,
but you just admitted that no African leader will agree to that. You just said it that
Yeah, the
if
reason.
you put that condition for African leaders, none of them will sign up for it. They will be like, I can't take this, so this is too
Why
much.
is it? See, it is because we don't know it. That's why we create door for them to come in to tell us, hey, if you don't do it this way, it's going to be like this. If we know it, we stop. Wait now. If we have that understanding, nobody will tell us to remind us of our enemy. You should understand that anything that is good is going to attract enemies. So you have to put
Yes,
measures on ground.
but the
So,
question is, are
but
you willing to allow them to be your enemy, or is it too? You see, you can't be speaking from both sides. You said we don't have the know-how. I said we do. Then I told you that, okay, what if this condition, you face this condition and you have the know-how? Would you choose to oppose them, or would you sign on to what they are proposing? And you said,
see,
yeah, most African
because
leaders will sign on
we
to what they are
now,
proposing.
because we don't have the know-how, that is why we create conditions. We have large open doors for them to come in to tell you, you must do it this way.
I see
We
what you
play,
call the know-how.
we
What you
play.
call the know-how is let me explain this. What you're trying to say, if I'm trying to be generous to your argument, what you are trying to say is that we don't have the conviction, the logical passion, and the mindset state to be able to act in that direction. It's not the know-how. The know-how is the technical. Know-how is your ability to say, okay, I need a gun, I need the people's support, I need all those things. That know-how, African leaders know what they can do, but they don't have the stomach for the trouble that is going to cost them. The trouble is
Wait,
too much for
let
them.
me.
They don't have the stomach for it,
We
and for
don't
good
have
reason
the
too.
know-how. We know how to talk. That practical level, they understand. We don't know it. Even the global system that we are striving to use to develop ourselves, they design all these things on our behalf. Down deep practically, we don't even understand some certain things that go on behind this, that is going on behind the scene through all these institutions they set up. Within this institution they set up. So as a result of that, we are stuck. We have to be honest. We don't have the know-how, and that is what is
I don't
missing.
subscribe to that at all. I subscribe to the fact that we definitely do have the know-how. We maybe we are saying the same thing in a different way, but I think that we have the know-how. The only difference is that we don't have the reason. We don't have the driving force necessary to enable us to execute that know-how. Because you can know how to fight a gangster, but are you ready to put yourself in the danger to fight that gangster that came and mugged you? You're not really ready to put yourself in that danger. So you just say, okay, let me go to the police and let the police handle the trouble that comes with that.
Okay.
So
So
that's
like that,
basically
look at
what
it.
we are dealing with. We are dealing with a force that has the ability to do
Okay,
a
let
lot
me
of
give you.
damage. And if you cannot
I want to
be
give.
ready to do that fight, you don't get in there. You're not going to win.
Okay, let's look at it from this angle now. You have Tinubu, who want to see good country, great country. They want to see functioning government that want to solve problem. Now, somebody is telling Tinubu, hey, look, and in most cases, when they come into our society, what they're after is just the resources, the wealth, not just like how you will rule your people, the wealth. So me, to my
No, it also
understanding,
matters how you rule your
now,
people. They care about how you rule your people. Don't make that mistake. They care about, because how you rule your people will determine whether their wealth will keep coming without interruption. If you rule your people very
wait
well,
now,
that wealth will stop.
I'm going some. I can say most often they want to come for the resources. We can agree on that. Now here come a country with resources. You have gold. You are Mr. President. Only your signature will be the one that will automatically give go ahead for the mining of the gold. It's like you put a gun on your head already as a leader, but you look at them very well because they know what they are doing. I want to give you an example. Where I live in Sweden today, any natural resources found in this community, we call it community here, which is like local government, I can say, or province. Then we also have a regional government. We have the federal. The federal can initiate everything. We want it this way, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we get money. If this community said no, You can't dig that land. It threatens our culture right. That is the end of that contract. So that means if you put gun in the head of the president, another power is there to look at it. From the president can even tip that power on behalf of those people and say, do it this way, please. Our country is threatened. In our case, we don't understand anything, how the world is wired. We want only Mr. President to be in charge of everything. Look at your Niger Delta. Before they sign the oil, you don't know. How many are they taking? You don't. The people who own the land have no say. Do they allow that in their own place?
Because that's how it has been structured from the beginning. And that aspect of it is not the reason why we are not breaking out.
I'm just giving you an example, because they themselves, they also have these challenges. There are things America want to come and do here. Sometimes, because of the way they structure the government, they know how they know there will be problems, because you have to go through so many structures for it to become actualized or to become a reality. And most of these structures, one cannot control the other based on constitutional agreement or laws of the land. In our case, only Mr. President, just imagine, start from there. We don't have the practical knowledge to put measures on ground. And that is why we have problems. I use the military as an example. Are they not really fighting? Then who are they accounting to? How do they spend the money? The president of Nigeria, the eternal problem he has is that any single problem today he identified, he's not going to solve it by himself. There are people on ground they have to consult. And those people will tell him, yes, also billion can solve it. But because we don't have the know-how, we don't believe it's money. We are looking for where I trusted people to handle. We pump the money to them. They are coming.
Yeah, thank you guys. Let's shut it down.
I think
Thank you so much.
it should be done
So
now.
thank you, but I don't even know you guys can go this way. I was busy with something in office. I'm just putting it somewhere, listening to everybody. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. Happy weekend.
All right, thanks
See
so
you
much.
guys.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Prince Daddy. Thank you. Yeah.
ìyàwó mi tí mo fi fẹ́. Ìfẹ́ kì í ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ o tí mo fi fẹ́. Bàbá ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ló pọ̀, ó yẹ ká mọ̀ wọ́n ara wa. Kò yẹ kó tún máa pàṣẹ fún mi mọ́ o, ìyàwó. Kò yẹ kó tún jẹ gàba lórí mi, ìyàwó. Wọ́n rí ẹ ní Jókòtò, wọ́n rí ẹ ní Kàlàbà, wọ́n rí ẹ lóyìnbó, wọ́n rí ẹ lágége. Èmi ò Òṣogbo, Ọ̀túnlá Ìjẹ̀bú, wọ́n rí ẹ ní Bìní, wọ́n rí ẹ ní Ìbàdàn. Ìrì wérewère tòmí rìn yìí kò máa tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn o. Ìrì wérewère tòmí rìn yìí kò máa tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn. Bó bá ń bọ́kọ sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Bó ń bọ́kọ sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. A máa mọ́jú táyé bí ojú egbére. Irú eléyìí kò máa tọ́ sí ìyàwó ilé. Bí bèbí ti dára tó fi wà bẹ́ wa jẹ́. Bísísí ti dára tó fi wà bẹ́ wa jẹ́. Ọmọ dára kò máa dẹ níwà ó alákọ̀rí. Ọmọ dára kò máa dẹ níwà abúnibí ẹni láyìn. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó.